Did we truly agree to do this? Welcome in, everyone, to the Voice of College Football. Appreciate you being here. You hearty few at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, or 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, or around the world. It might be a perfect time for you to catch us for lunch, dinner, breakfast, whenever it is in your part of the world. We appreciate you being here. Here we go. 24 consecutive hours. And no, I am not man enough to gut it out, tough it out for 24 consecutive hours. I will only do 17 of 24. That's it. Just 17 of 24. If I get up from time to time, it's probably to stretch my legs, actually. It's not one of the two things that you would think it would be. Fueling and disposing. No, it's probably stretching my legs. Sitting in this chair for as long as I typically do is enough. 2-3 hours at a time. 17. Or let's see, 5 a.m. to noon. We get some relief at noon. Thank you, Corey Bratta from the Hawkeye of the Storm, stepping in from 12 to 2 today. So if you prefer Corey, then be here from 12 to 2 today. We also get some relief. Thank you, John D'Adamo, Michigan show. And John joins us from 9 to 11 Eastern Time. And then we've got Matt Zemek, Trojans Wire, concluding things, finishing it up. The anchor guy takes us home from 2 to 5. Third annual, I believe, 24-hour marathon kickoff here at the Voice of College Football. If anyone is a brave soul this morning, I have left the link in the description section of the video. I have remembered to do that. Woo! That's pretty good for me. So this must be important. If you are going to be with us throughout, or you're going to dip back and forth, in and out, keep in mind that I believe that we've tried this out before, that YouTube has a restriction on live streams. They only can be 12 hours. So we are going to go for 12 hours. And then we're going to start up a new live stream at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 p.m. So 12 hours from now, I'll be sitting in the same spot. Someday, one day, out there, man, I wanted it to be this year. Shoot, I was going to be doing this differently. We will get to a point one day where, shoot, we'll do cooking segments, or I don't know that college football fans really want that on opening weekend, but you know what I mean. We'll maybe have a mobile unit outside. We'll do all sorts of things that I envision at this point. But for right now, me on set talking college football with all of you. And we do have a call coming in, and oh my goodness, our buddy Minnesota Dave is dropping by out of the gate to keep me awake. Dave, what's going on?
I just got off of work. So,
love it.
Yeah, I just got off of work. And I just found out you are screening a 24-hour show today. Wow, that's a lot of hours.
We've done this, Dave, now 3 consecutive years on opening weekend.
Oh, wow.
Yes, this is the 3rd straight year, and this is actually the most time I'm going to take off. I'm only doing 17 hours of this 24, so I'm taking a few breaks. I've got some people filling in for me.
I got to hand it to you, Mark. I got to hand it to you. I wouldn't have a show like this, and I'm glad that you have some breaks in between. You deserve it. You are the voice of college football.
Well, thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. It's great to see you. And so you typically work the overnight. I totally know what that's like. I did that basically for 19 years.
Yeah, I'm a custodian at the University of Minnesota. I've been there for now 18 years, and I've been on second shift most of the time.
So you are truly Minnesota Dave.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
that's
yeah.
awesome.
Oh, yeah. Half the time I'm during my breaks, I will call you, and I'll be on campus. So
yeah, so this is cool. So how much has campus changed since you've been there?
Not that much.
Okay.
I would say, like, we get a lot of, like, the only thing that's really changed, like, a ton is because we're a big engineering school. Um, we get a lot of Asians that go to the University of Minnesota because of it, and we have now, I would have to say, like an Asian ramen noodle place on every corner on campus now. If you want good Asian food, like good Chinese, Vietnamese, ramen, Japanese food, yeah, the U is the place to go because they'll have a ton of places to go around that area. That's the only thing I've really noticed. Um, Little things like, when I started, we didn't have the light rail or anything like that yet. And now that's going through campus in downtown Minneapolis and St. Paul. But, nothing really that I remember. A couple buildings have changed and gotten redesigned over the years, but nothing that I can easily point out to if someone that hasn't been to like the University of Minnesota in a while.
So, Dave, are you going to have to go into work during the game tonight?
No. I work 4/10s.
Okay.
I start Sunday and I work until Wednesday.
Nice. Doesn't affect your college football.
No, it does not affect my. The only thing it affects is my pro football, which is
Yes.
Kind of sad. But if the Vikings are really good, I'm kind of disappointed. If the Vikings are really bad, then I don't really care.
I used to be all over the NFL, even more than college football, but I couldn't tell you these days. I know the players on the team, like if I'd look at a roster, but I don't know how good the Vikings are supposed to be. Didn't the Vikings win a ton of one-score games last year and had a really good record?
On the Vikings had a great offense, no defense, and they were able to score in the last minute of a lot of games.
How good are they supposed to be this year?
I would say, I'm expecting 10-7. I think this year might be the Lions' year to win the division. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, Nebraska Gophers.
Yep.
I think it's going to be 60% Gopher fans, 40% Nebraska fans.
Oh, wow.
In the state. Well, Nebraska always has a good fan base that always turns out for games. Heck, have you ever watched a Nebraska Northwestern game at Northwestern? It's basically a home game for Nebraska.
But it is. They travel well. Of course, Northwestern fans don't. It's got to be like the biggest game in the history of the school for them to fill the stadium. Otherwise, Ryan Field looks like a glorified high school football stadium in Texas or somewhere, or maybe not even that. But in terms of your Minnesota-Nebraska game, do you like the Gophers playing on a Thursday night?
Oh, yeah. This has been a tradition for the last now 7 years.
Oh, I guess I should have known that if I would have thought about it.
Always, this is because the first week is student arrival week, and they've always played a Thursday game.
But except for the Ohio State game in 2020, it's usually a cream puff pushover.
Oh yeah. This is the first time that we played a Big Ten team since that Ohio State game.
What do you think about the Gophers this year? Because most people are discarding them for the Big Ten West.
Everybody discards and sleeps. Don't sleep on us. Don't sleep on us. I think our offense is going to be a heck of a lot better. The only question that I have for the Gophers is the O-line. That will be the biggest thing on offense right now is the O-line. Defense, they've always been solid. I think they're going to be solid again on defense. I think Nathan Kaliakmanis is probably, God, who was that guy that when you do the Big Ten show on Mondays, he has a couple guys come in and they were talking, and one was about the Gophers, and they don't have a quarterback. Tracy Morgan was like the last best Gopher quarterback, and he wasn't that good. Nathan's a heck of a lot better.
Yes.
Nathan is a heck of a lot better. And if anyone that watched the Wisconsin game last year, it was totally like night and day, different offense. Wisconsin stopped the run, but it couldn't stop the Gophers' pass last year. So it's going to be interesting. I personally picked them. I'm maybe a little too optimistic, but I only see like definite losses. We have a hard time in Iowa. That's been we have a hard time beating Iowa lately. Now we haven't won in Iowa since '99. I think Ohio State will be a definite loss. Michigan, it would be a definite loss. But the thing about Michigan that I would say is that's more. If I'm going to pick an upset to happen, is that game. I think the Gophers can maybe eventually beat Michigan at home, which they haven't done since Jimmy Carter was president.
Yeah, 1977, correct?
Yep.
Wasn't that the big upset? Michigan was number 1.
16-0.
Yep.
16-0. They were the number 1 team in the nation too at the time, Michigan.
I'm right there with you, Dave. That's what I just said. Beat you to the punch. Yes, I remember it well. I don't remember it too well. That was really my first college football season, kind of. Yeah. 78 was when I really kicked it in. All right, Gophers tonight. I've been telling people that all offseason about Ethan Kalkumanis, that this is an improvement at quarterback. Just people assume that Tanner Morgan, 30 touchdowns, that was forever ago. Of course, they had the NFL receivers.
Oh, yeah. He had the best wide receiving core I've ever seen at the University of Minnesota.
Yep.
So, I'm really excited. I really like to see how. Basically, I also want to see how much improved Nebraska is. Is it a coaching thing? Or is it we left the Big 12 and now we can't get the kids from Texas anymore that they used to get back when they were in the Big 12? Type of thing.
It's both.
Yeah.
I think it's both.
Well, they thought that Scott Frost was going to be their savior, and where is he now?
It's not a coincidence when you lead the nation in one-score losses for 5 years. Over the span of 5 years, they just continue to be competitive and lose over and over. I know they've lost 4 straight to the Gophers, and 3 of those are one-score games.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if Matt Rule gets that cleaned up immediately, but he's an attention to detail kind of coach. I believe that that's going to be corrected to some degree at some point. I think Minnesota is going to be a better team up front on both lines of scrimmage. And I think Minnesota is going to win this game, but they're going to win it in typical Gopher fashion. I think this is going to be a typical Big Ten Western Division game in the low 20s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I picked this to be I feel that the Gophers will beat the spread. I felt that this was going to maybe be a 31 to 21 game.
Okay.
I think Nebraska will be in it, and then for a while, it depends on how good the Gophers start. Nebraska's always been funny. For the wins that you said, even though they're one-score wins, it's either Minnesota gets a huge early lead in this game, and then like Nebraska slowly comes back, and then they just don't have enough to finish at the end, or Minnesota has been down a couple times to Nebraska and then came back once they figured out how to like establish their defense and offense. Figure out Nebraska's schemes.
It must have been in 2021 because they were playing at Minnesota. So it was probably the last time they played at Minnesota. I can't go through the sequences off the top of my head right now, but it was classic Scott Frost. It was a winnable game for Nebraska, and I can look up the score right now. Gophers won it 30-23. He made coaching mistake after coaching mistake in the fourth quarter, like that made no sense. I actually made a video. For me to make a video about a coaching sequence on like 3 consecutive drives of what mistakes he made that just made no sense in terms of when to go for it on fourth down, when not to go for it on fourth down.
I remember that.
Just was abysmal.
I remember him going for it was 4th and goal inside the 1 yard line, and they go from the shotgun to spread, and it doesn't even work. You bring yourself back 5 yards every time you do that.
Yeah. Yeah, there was also a sequence. It was that, and then there was a sequence because it didn't make any sense what his play calling was to set up the fourth down, because then one of the times he like had gone for fourth down the series before with like 10 minutes left in the game with plenty of time, but then there was only like 4 minutes left in the game and he didn't go for it on fourth down, but on third down they picked up like 15 yards to get him to like 4th and 3, and then it made no sense, like 3 consecutive drives.
Yeah, that was one of the games that we were surprised that he still had a job after that game. We thought, me and my dad actually after that game, well, Scott Frost will be fired after this week. Oh, they're still hanging on to him. Well, okay. Then that was like 2 weeks after last season, he was gone. I think he lost to Northwestern in some like nobody cares team.
Yeah. Well, the game that they lost to start the season last year was the Northwestern game in Dublin when he kicked an onside kick when they had the lead.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And that turned momentum and they lost the game.
Yeah. Yeah. So I have not been watching or paying attention to a lot of college football all the much at the I'm incredibly ADD and I can only pay attention to one sport at a time. So what's really been going on in the off season, other than like the obvious, basically the Pac-12 dead now.
Yep. Yes, this is going to be the swan song for the entire conference. Basically, this is going to be. I'm going to find it very odd, eerie to watch a bunch of Pac-12 games the final weekend of the season, where I was gearing up for this, Dave. We knew USC and UCLA were leaving, which is kind of the marquee game of the entire conference, kind of the Ohio State-Michigan version of the Pac-12. I was thinking that's going to be eerie to see them playing for the final time at the Rose Bowl or the Coliseum and moving to the Big Ten. Now the entire conference is going away, so all the games in November are going to just kind of feel kind of strange to me that this conference is, after 100 years, is gone.
Yeah, it's weird. What are the 4 remaining teams going to do? That's the other question. What is Stanford going to do? What is Wazoo going to do? What is who's the other team that didn't get picked up?
Cal, Oregon State.
Oregon State, yeah,
Oregon State. Those 4. So those 4 are left out in the cold right now. However, the ACC voted on Stanford and Cal a couple of weeks ago, and they came within 1 vote of letting them in the league. So there is going to be a vote again. The Hurricane going through the South and up the coast delayed this vote. It was supposed to be a couple days ago, but the University of North Carolina put it off. Well, we'll dig into that today. But anyway, so they're going to be voting on Stanford and Cal. They had 4 dissenters, and they need 1 more yes vote.
Oh, wow. Well, we all thought that, this is so weird. It is so weird. Do you think if the NCAA ever had a lot more power than it did, they would stop this stuff? Or is it just inedible anyway?
Well, I think of it this way, Dave. If this were the NFL, so there's a governing body, the owners, they all work together to do what's best for the sport. Otherwise, the NFC South would do whatever they want. The AFC North would do whatever they want. Each division would do whatever they want, and the sport wouldn't work. And this is kind of what you've got in college football. It's not Tony Petitti's responsibility what happens to the Pac-12 or the Big 12 as the Big Ten commissioner. He's hired by the Big Ten to do what's best for the Big Ten. Mm-hmm. Many times what's best for the Big Ten or the SEC for Greg Sankey is not what's best for college football. So there's no... And the NCAA, Dave, as you know, over the years has become basically just a infractions committee. That's all they do. They don't lead the sport. They just penalize schools. That's all they've done for years. They don't make many changes to impact the sport, to affect the sport, to lead the sport. Mm-hmm. Look at NIL. They did nothing about that.
Yeah.
But all they do is basically pick up on information given to them about what schools to investigate, and then they give them discipline.
Yeah.
That's what they do. That's their sole function.
Yeah. It's
at least in terms of football.
Yeah, it's a monkey run organization over there now. There's almost no need for it almost, because what's the point? Now that the NIL is around, now players can be paid for basically anything. And I always thought that players should be paid, but I thought basically all athletes should be paid. And I've always thought that, okay, football, okay, a kid, every football player gets over 1,500, and that's the cap. That's it. They can make money off of, like, selling jerseys. They can make money off selling their name for video games and all that type of stuff. But they basically get the cap is 1,500 just to live off of it. Because you have to remember, they're also getting, they don't have to go through college debt like most students after they're done with college. They don't have to worry about that. That's all paid for. Basketball, just give them like $800, like a month. And then all the other Olympic sports, you just $200. They're not going to get the same revenue or anything like that. Some people call that socialism. They're student athletes. I don't know what else to say. They're no longer student athletes anymore. They're just hot commodities for the schools to have now.
Yeah. Dave, I always go back to a couple luncheons that I went to at ESPN where Jim Delaney was speaking, and they were fascinating because he really went deep into the politics and the structure of college athletics more so than he would to any other group, because there was only, 50 people there. And he talked about, he gave a great rundown of what he experienced as a varsity basketball player at North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So he played at North Carolina. So he played at one of the top schools in the country. This was like 1968, 70, in that range. And he just talked about the difference between, that's when they were truly student athletes, when they truly they were students, and they had a tough workout program and practice schedule and everything. They took it seriously. Obviously, winning was important and all those things, but it was very much within being a student. And now it's just like, I think it's even filtered down to AAU and any of the sports in terms of, just what I experienced as a parent. I just think that anytime you've got a competitive situation and you've got rules in place, then somebody's going to push the rules that divide the athletics from the academics, and they're always going to push it toward the athletics so that they can be more competitive. And it just becomes, and it's just evolved through the years in regards to what's tolerated, in terms of obviously the practice time, the workout time, the time given to the athletes. On the athletic side has done nothing but increase because of the demand of the money and the institutions to make the money. So it's become a job. It's a job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's really, really, really just so different now. I mean, I think we talked about this before. Like, we were talking about how recruiting now almost doesn't even matter if you get like these 5-star recruits. They might have them for one day or not for 1 year, and that'll be it. They might be gone if they don't like the coach or anything, or they're not getting any playing time, or they don't even wait. I mean, one of the have you probably heard about the PJ Fleck culture, the bashing of the culture by some players in a one time. I think we talked about it. The one former assistant coach, and all the players were angry when they get in trouble that they would have to do extra stuff on their workouts, and they were all upset about that. I'm like, then don't get in trouble. Oh, you're doing extra workouts? Oh, wow. How hard for you. As punishment? Oh, God, come on, give me a break. Some of these kids are just, come on.
Yeah, that's quite the situation with PJ Fleck and all of that. I don't know how that's going to go down, but
It goes down the same time as this is the first time this stuff has been brought up. This has been brought up ever since he started at Minnesota.
I gotta say, he of course got hit big at Big Ten Media Days, and I gotta say that the guy was well prepared. If nothing else, he, as opposed to Harbaugh, who didn't want to answer anything, refused to answer everything. And I understand with Harbaugh, at that time, the NCAA was investigating, so he couldn't say certain things, but there were a lot of things that he could talk about that he refused to talk about. While PJ, he wanted to go through everything. He actually took it on to explain everything, which I
Yeah.
found interesting. And his explanation of how they deal with discipline, how they deal with their workouts, how they deal with their time structure with the athletes, all of it. He wanted to talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing about PJ that I like about him. He's straightforward. He isn't bullshitting. You know, he. I've always liked his honesty on a lot of stuff. Like any coach, you don't want to always say everything that's on your mind because you get in a lot of trouble. But you know, he's always just been straightforward with a lot of things, and the reason why these articles get written about him are negative, or there's a lot of people, even in the Minnesota press, and Star Tribune is the major paper here. One of the writers is just one of those old school kind of guys that boomer, wants coaches to act like what we've had before, with Coach Kill and Tracy Clays, where they're They don't really, excite anybody, or I don't know. I don't know why some people are like this. But gosh, I'm starting to feel it now. I'm starting to okay, I've had a whole day at work. I really hope you enjoy the the rest of the day, because I'll be listening. I'll probably go to sleep listening to you.
We'll take it, Dave. Get some rest.
I will talk to you later. Okay.
Appreciate it, Dave. Minnesota Dave.
Okay,
Big game
bye-bye.
against the Huskers coming up tonight. First game of the season, obviously a big one because you wrestle away a win in the Big Ten Western Division. Let's get to a couple super chats. We appreciate those. Then we'll get to the next caller. We've got Sean as a new member of our YouTube membership program here at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate that, Sean. Here's the deal. We've got a watch party coming up. I need a little bit extra grace today and throughout the day for any, verbal slip-ups, because, man, I thought, when are you going to go to bed, Mark? Because I thought I never go to bed before 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I needed to get up at 4:15. So bam, here we are. But I went to bed at I thought about it, 11, 11:30, 12. I kept working, doing things. Turned out to be 1:45, 2 o'clock. So about 2 hours of sleep. Bam, here we are. So anyway, Sean, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Appreciate that. So we've got a watch party coming up for the 3:30 window on Saturday, headlined by Ohio State and Indiana, Washington, Boise State. I know for you Big Ten fans, Wisconsin's playing, Maryland's playing, and again, it's the 3:30 window, but not a lot of great games, to tell the truth, on that, what usually is the big window, or used to be. But we'll be live for Ohio State, Indiana watch party. That's on Saturday at 3:30 Eastern time for Patreon members and YouTube members. So we'll get you the link. If you're a Patreon member or a YouTube member, you will get the link. And we're going to do those watch parties. We've got a few other watch parties that we've got lined up to see how they go for Friday and Saturday as well. I'll tell you about those. Yes, coffee. Don't do coffee. But hey, do coffee, everyone that does coffee. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for that, Terry. Very nice of you. I'm a big OJ guy, although I'm trying to get off the OJ because it actually is loaded with sugar. And I actually like the lower sugar OJ, for as much sugar is pumping through these veins all the time. And that's not a good thing. Trying to knock some of that off, because it's, ice cream and chocolate chip cookies are flowing through these veins. All right, let's get to our caller here. We got Ben on the line. Ben, what's going on?
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, man.
I was like, I went to bed a little early. I woke up and I couldn't sleep. I just football is in the air, and I'm like, oh, and I flip on YouTube, and I was like, oh yes, Mark's got his marathon today, and I was like, all right, let's get this started, man.
Let's go.
Oh man, I am excited. So, what game are you more excited to see this week?
Tonight, I'm going to give you an under the radar selection that I'm not going to be able to see too much of, because I'm going to be sitting here. So I got to arrange screens and try to get to see as many games as possible, because once we hit about 7 o'clock, we're going to have some football on. North Carolina State goes to UConn. So just everybody keep that one in mind as a possible interesting game into the fourth quarter. Possibly. Okay, North Carolina State's only a 14-point favorite. They almost lost to East Carolina to open last season. UConn, Jim Mora, so much better last year. So an under-the-radar selection there. I noticed when we had Minnesota Dave on, because he had the same color shirt that I guess I've got my Golden Gopher colors on with Minnesota playing tonight. So if I could only watch one game tonight, would be Minnesota Nebraska, which kind of surprises myself, because Utah, Florida, more of a national game. Utah's a better team than probably the other three, have more to play for. but I'm intrigued by Minnesota, Nebraska, and Matt Rule's debut. It's a division game. It's a more important game, at least out of the gate, than the other game is.
I have to pull for Nebraska this week, and I'm more of a Minnesota fan than a Nebraska fan, but I have to root for Nebraska.
Why?
Because I'm a Michigan fan, and there's a possibility that we could have a 3-way tie this year, or even in the case of a tie.
Yes,
both Michigan. We need Nebraska to do better than Wisconsin, basically, if it comes down to Michigan and Ohio State having a tied record.
Yes, and Minnesota's on Ohio State's schedule. It's
also on Michigan's, but it doesn't matter. We need the extra win from Nebraska.
For Nebraska, gotcha.
Because it'll be the same loss for Michigan and Ohio State. So I got to root for Nebraska.
Okay, folks out there, we're going to go next level. Ben's thinking next level, thinking right out of the gate, week 1. So if there's a 3-way tie in the Big Ten East Division or in the West, but we're focusing on the East, the third or fourth tiebreaker?
Fifth. I think it's the fifth tiebreaker.
The fifth tiebreaker, because obviously if all 3 teams tied and they all beat one another, then you throw out head-to-head, you throw out division record, you throw out all sorts of things, and it gets down to which team played the best teams with the best combined records in the Western Division is what it comes down to.
Yeah, so it's the win totals of the team you've played in the Western Division when it comes down to.
Which I kind of we
which
looked
sucks
at that a little bit.
Stinks for Penn State because they got Northwestern.
Yeah,
exactly. It's actually Ohio State's got Wisconsin. They're probably going to do better than Nebraska, but I'm hoping just in case.
Yeah, my initial thought there was who's got Northwestern on their schedule, because they'll probably win 1 game, 0, something like that.
Yeah, Penn State has Northwestern. That's a shame. They maybe their best shot of winning a Big Ten game would be against Rutgers. I think that's this weekend, right? Saturday?
Yes. Sunday.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Sunday game.
That's another game Dave's gonna miss.
Yes, Dave's gonna miss it, and I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna be just glued to Northwestern and Rutgers. Looking forward to that. Like, I just love the oddity of they're playing on CBS. It's a Sunday game. Any NFL fans who get their weeks mixed up and they tune into CBS are going to be like shocked and dismayed and think, "What is this? Is this football? What in the world?"
Hey, did you watch the Hawaii Vanderbilt game?
I saw some of it. What was going on then? I think I was on live, and then anyway, whatever.
It was a good game.
USC. I was watching USC, and I don't have my full array of screens and everything set up here. Is my issue. Anyway, I was watching USC, and then I flipped over. I obligated myself to USC since we've got a USC show, and I wanted to be able to speak intelligently. And then I flipped, and it got interesting with Hawaii coming back, and I saw that. Yeah.
It was a good game. I think it was probably the best game of the week.
Yeah.
I don't think at any point Hawaii was out of it, and they could have, and I think maybe a couple bad calls kind of maybe lost them that game, and some mistakes. They made some mistakes but hey, it was a good, interesting game, and I always watch at least 1 or 2 Rainbow Warrior games a year. You gotta root for an underdog like them that travel more than anyone in the any team in college football.
Yeah, that's quite the run that they have, to sign up at Vandy home and home. So they both had to make the big trip there.
And that quarterback, I'll tell you what, though, one thing I was really impressed with is Hawaii's quarterback. He made some mistakes, but man, he threw a good game, like especially the first half. I was really, I'll tell you, I was impressed. I thought he took deep shots and he put them right on the money. I mean, I was really impressed with how he played, and I didn't even know who he was before that game.
I had to just look it up to remind myself. Yes, Braden Shager 13 touchdowns, 10 picks last year. So he's a returning starter.
Yeah, the picks were that thing. That's the sad thing. It's the the picks, but he's also doesn't have the he was also under pressure. That I give him a little leeway because and Vanderbilt is definitely had the better the athletes. They're definitely the more athletic team, and definitely they had to get rid of the ball fast. So I mean, when you have to make those snap decisions, you're gonna throw interceptions.
So Steve Days had me on this week and asked me to run down the Michigan game, what I'm looking for, what's going to intrigue me, all those things that are tough questions when they're playing East Carolina as a 5-touchdown favorite. But I came up with a list of things. So for you,
okay,
of course, the intriguing part becomes trying to pick up on any issues with communication from the coaching staff and how all that's going to work, to see if there are any just chinks in the armor,
whether it goes smooth or whether they just whether like it's not even an issue. Yeah,
if
that's
there
going to be
have to be
interesting.
timeouts at bad times because they don't know what they're doing and they screwed up a communication or something like that.
And there's going to be people with different responsibilities,
Yep.
but hopefully they have that all ironed out. Who's gonna take the responsibility, and you can just I'm sure they're going to be slip ups. So it's definitely more interesting. I'm more I would be much more interested in watching the Ohio State. It's as a general fan of watching the Ohio State play Indiana than I am gonna be. I mean, then I'm gonna get more interested in watching Michigan. But like I could see you're gonna get a lot more information watching Ohio State play Indiana than you will out of this game.
Yeah.
Or any other team that plays a Power 5 team.
Yeah.
What do you are you go ahead?
Maybe Penn State gives us the most information because I know people generally think they're going to just annihilate West Virginia, but I don't necessarily see that. I don't think it's going to be a close game, but I think we're still going to be watching a competitive game in the third quarter.
I haven't bought into Penn State like the rest of it seems like the rest of the country. I just kind of have to see it to believe it, kind of thing. I don't see anything that tells me that Penn State should be bad, but they're still unknowns, and I don't see anything that's going to tell me that Penn State's going to be better than Ohio State or Michigan. And I just I know you hear what you hear from like Big Ten Network and the hype, but I really want to see it before and I'm not as sold on it.
Well, here's the thing, Mike. Ben, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Mike's comment.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing, is that you could say that about any emerging team that we want to see it first. Well, the trick to making predictions is being able to see it before it actually happens.
Yeah,
if you're going to stay ahead of the curve. And so maybe they won't break through. Maybe they will break through. And then guys like you, and I totally get it, want to see the proof of concept and see them actually win a huge game against one of those two. Although, of course, their wins against Michigan aren't that far in the distant past, although this is the new Michigan, the playoff caliber Michigan team that they've lost to the last 2 years. But so I'm just saying that, of course, we all want to see it, but to make the prediction before it happens is kind of the trick to forecasting any breakthrough. I do see it. That doesn't mean I'm predicting it. I'm not predicting it, but it's not going to surprise me at all because I think they might have the best defense in the Big Ten. I think they're just loaded on that side of the ball. And I think Drew Aller will be a really top level quarterback. I do believe the two running backs are as good as just about anybody in the country. I know Michigan fans, I understand you've got the two best in the country tandem. I'm not saying that they're quite that good, but they are going from a true freshman season for both of them to a sophomore season. So look out.
No, I see what you're saying. And, I think when you're talking with Steve, you said, you referred to Penn State being like Iowa State, but with an offense or something like that. You're talking about, I mean, not Iowa State, but Iowa, having the defense like Iowa, but, actually,
much more athletic.
Yeah.
Iowa.
Yeah. He said something relating to Iowa, but we know Iowa has a great defense. And I don't know how Penn State's going to, stack up on the defense. If not, I mean, my thing is, for one, you look at Texas. People saying Texas is going to break through forever.
Yeah,
and they have to. And they have to, So on the other side of the spectrum, and I just don't know. I just don't know if Penn State's going to, to me, it just seems like, I think maybe next year is their year, but I think this year, I think Michigan's got just too much, not that they can't lose. But I still think Michigan's going to be the better team. I think Ohio State's going to be the better team. I think as far as running back rooms, I think we're going to see more out of Ohio State than we have. I think Ohio State's going to look a lot better on that side of the ball. And that's what makes me nervous about Ohio State this year. I know they have question marks other places, but I think they're gonna have healthy running backs, and I don't think last year was a good example of, or a good year for their running backs. What do you think about the Ohio State and their running back situation?
Yeah, I asked Ryan Day that at Big Ten Media Days because I'm fascinated to see. I'm not concerned about their running backs, but they still have decisions to make about who's the best and who's going to play. Now, you would think conventional wisdom says that Travion Henderson and Mayan Williams are their two starting running backs, and they're going to get the bulk of the carries. But they've got three other guys that are extremely capable. They go 5 deep. And the guy that's fifth on the depth chart is Evan Pryor, who is the number 2 rated running back coming out of high school behind Travion Henderson. They're loaded there. So the trick is to keep them all happy. The trick is, well, not to get in the way of winning to keep them all happy, but to figure out what they do well, to play them situationally. To obviously, I think the most important thing that doesn't get talked about is obviously understanding who can pass block the best and who, more importantly, is the liability there, and how to work them all.
Well, wasn't both Travion Henderson and Williams injured pretty much last year?
Yes.
Didn't they both battle injuries? Yeah.
Yes.
And they did play, when I see them play, they were great. I thought they were, good backs. I mean, I didn't think you got much production out of them in the Michigan game, but when I had seen earlier in the season, it looked like Ohio State was going to have a good running team.
Well, think of it this way. Their two best backs carried the ball 1 time against Michigan. Yeah. Travion Henderson didn't even play. Mayan Williams carried the ball. I'm almost positive it was 1 time, maybe twice, and it was obvious he was hurt, couldn't play. They took him out of the game.
Yeah. So it's going to be...
The guy that got the most carries against Michigan, Chip Tranum, had, I believe, 1 carry the whole season going into the Michigan game. And
that's not something you want to have. That's not something you want to have going into that game.
Now, what made no sense to me was Dallin Hayden had a great game the week before against Maryland and really saved their hide. He ran for 140 yards, and he didn't see the field against Michigan.
Do you think that was maybe an undisclosed injury or something?
I don't think so. He was fine against Georgia. Then he played against Georgia. I guess it could be because that was a month away, but I don't remember him. He carried the ball all the way till the end of the game against Maryland. It's not like he left the game with an injury. It was just odd. It was like they didn't trust him, but he had 27 carries against Maryland in a close game.
That is weird. Well, like I say, I think Gene Smith is retiring, so he doesn't have to fire Ryan Day. But I'm sorry, I had to throw that out there.
That's all right.
The thing, and you've been predicting Ohio State to win the Natty this year, and I'm from the North, but down in the South they have a saying, "Bless your heart." So I'm throwing shade. I'm sorry, I had to get that out of there. Get that out of the way.
That's all right. I know that this is not. It's not the most conventional decision of predictions, but they are number 2 in one poll and number 3 in one poll and number 4. It's not like I'm making some outrageous prediction.
No, it's not at all out of the realm of possibility. I mean,
I'm making very much a long-term projection. So this is what I'm saying. So when I released my predictions, I also released a power rankings. And I put Michigan number 2 and Ohio State number 4. And what I meant to say there is right this second, that's who I believe is the second best team in the country and the 4th best team in the country. I'm putting a lot of faith in Jim Knowles. Maybe I shouldn't. And I'm putting a lot of faith in offensive line development that I think Michigan has a much higher ceiling or floor than Ohio State. If Michigan goes anything less than 11-1, I'm going to be surprised.
Yeah.
Ohio State, if things break wrong, and I'm not just talking about they get a zillion injuries, that could happen to anyone, and they could have a really bad season, but I'm just talking about things break wrong for them. They're still a really good team. They could be one of the 10 best teams in the country and go 8-4. They've got 4 losses on the schedule. I don't think they're going to go 8-4, but they could.
I hope it.
They could lose 4 games by a field goal, and I would still be saying they're probably one of the 10 best teams in the country, but they're 8-4.
Well, here's one thing though for making that pick, and one thing I will have to say, Ohio State could lose their starting quarterback this year, and probably not see much of a loss. If you look at Michigan, for instance, if JJ McCarthy goes down, how we're going to feel that, and it could cost us a season. Or I mean, even if we make the playoffs, I don't think we're going to win it without JJ. So I think Ohio State, especially with the way they talked about their quarterback contest in the spring, you're not going to see much of a drop off from Kyle McCord and the other guy. I always forget his name. But yeah, that's one thing I have to say with that prediction. So that's one thing I think it's more of a, that's where I see it as a sure thing. But as far as, that's the only place in depth, but it's the most important place, the depth that Ohio State has. And I think that's a I think it's a good, ace up the sleeve anyways. I just to be able to maintain, have two quarterbacks of that caliber is, it's a nice problem to have.
It's unlike any other position in the sport, because as long as the starter's healthy, the backup is the most useless guy on the team. He's not needed. Now, of course, in camp, practicing against the second team defense and the first team defense and all that. I'm talking about on game day, he's the most useless guy because he can't do anything else. And as long as the starter's healthy, you don't need him. But then with one play, he can become the most important guy on the team because he's your starting quarterback.
Yeah. Do you think that they're going to play? What's the other guy's name? I keep forgetting. Do you think they're going to play him? Do you think he'll see more time than what Ohio State normally does? Like maybe if they're ahead. You think so? Okay.
Oh yes, he's going to play in this game against Indiana, and he's going to play when it's a competitive game. Like they're going to play him significant. I bet he gets. Now, again, if for whatever reason it becomes a competitive game in the fourth quarter and he hasn't played well and Kyle McCord has played well and they're in a 31-24 game, then things are going to change and they're going to pick their spots. I don't think they're going to throw him out there for the first time with 2 minutes left in the first half if they've got the ball at their own 3-yard line and they're only up 7-3. But I bet that he gets 25 to 30% of the snaps.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good. Yeah, I think that's a smart decision. I mean, I think it was good when Harbaugh did it with JJ McCarthy. He put him in, meaningful snaps and in competitive situations, even though Cade was playing well. And I think it's a good thing to do with your quarterback. I didn't see that much out of Ryan Day before. Before it was always like, whoever they're like. I mean, I guess with C.J. Stroud and with Justin Fields, that's all. I mean, they kept him in late. I mean, they'd be right into the fourth quarter slinging the ball.
Yeah, I never agreed with that.
And that's the only thing I was wondering. I mean, that you don't think Ryan Day is going to continue that trend?
I would hope not.
So
I would think that even if McCord after 2 weeks is the starter and he plays better, and then Day says he's the starter, that he's still going to look for more opportunities to play Devin Brown, much in the same way as JJ McCarthy. Mobile guy, gives the defense something to think about, gives them a different look. You're going to blow out most of these teams. Play Devin Brown. And then you've got, I thought the way Harbaugh, and I said this at the time, Harbaugh handled that situation in 2021 and in 22, but mostly in 21 I'm talking about. I thought it was exactly the way it should be handled because it keeps JJ engaged, involved, interested in the game. It also gives the defense something else to think about. So you give future defenses more to prepare for. They've got to prepare for an athletic quarterback. It prepares him for if McNamara goes down and he's suddenly the starter. He's played against good opponents and meaningful, not just mop-up time. I think it was exactly the way that should have been played.
Yeah, well, I didn't want Ryan Day to learn anything from Harbaugh, but he might, if what you're saying is true.
Unless the only comeback to that, I would think that maybe the Michigan fan could say, or anybody could say, would be if he knew JJ was eventually going to be the starter and be the better quarterback, cut him loose early in 21. And by the time they get to Michigan State and whoever else was decent on the schedule, he's ready to roll and he's the quarterback. And
yeah. Well, I think that's, I like the way he did it. And I think when you go I think it turned out well, and you do much more, it could have went back, it's like, like the hindsight 2020 issue. But here's the other thing about Ohio State that I wanted to bring up.
One other quick thing before you go to Ohio State, I just want to point out about that situation. Coaches, and especially older coaches, are going to be loyal to a certain extent. The old school says you honor the guys that got you there. You honor the guys. Cade McNamara saved his rear end against Rutgers and was a good program quarterback and all those things. So there's a certain loyalty there that I think he wanted to show throughout.
Yeah. And I think that, I could see that. And but the thing is too, at Michigan, they've always said it's not, I don't think it's being unloyal to a guy when you say the best player is going to start. And I don't think that's never been the expectation. I don't think Ohio State has that as I think that's the expectation in Ohio State. So I think the kids know that when they're going in. So, I don't see it as like, yes, it's loyalty, but at the same time, if you set an expectation, you're not being disloyal to a person when you go through with it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? If you have something in the contract, then and you go along with that contract, you're not. And I don't think it's any shade to be thrown at a coach for doing that.
Yeah, this is big time college athletics, and there's big money on the line.
Yeah, exactly.
There are people's jobs on the line. You got to play the best player.
So I mean, when they say, I mean, the loyalty thing kind of makes. I mean, this is big. This is big boy football. We know what it is, But what I wanted to say about Ohio State's defense isn't Jim Knowles like? I mean, it's kind of a question because I haven't followed it as much, but from what I heard, they're switching up their defensive scheme a bit. Do you know anything about that, or any details, or if they put out anything about it? Because you probably follow Ohio State more than I do.
Well, I don't follow Ohio State as much as I would as if I was just a fan. Then I would follow Ohio State a lot more and not be following, UCLA and Virginia and everybody in the world like I try to do. So that's a great question. That is a question that I will pose to our Ohio State guys, because the last
I don't know if it was a comment that he made that they're switching up their a little bit of their style, and that's another thing that would put a question mark. I mean, the point is that I wanted to make is that's the question mark, that if they had to change defenses last year and the defense didn't look too great, adjusting again. I don't know to what extent he's changing the system, but is that going to be a challenge, especially early in the season, to get accustomed to that, and maybe cause you early game loss against maybe Notre Dame or something like that?
Well, I asked Ryan Day at Big Ten Media Days, I said, you're looking to improve a defense. So is it a situation where these players just have to get better playing this scheme? Meaning you've got to teach better skill set, technique, recognition of coverages, recognition of plays, all those things, teach them their responsibilities better. Or does Jim Knowles need to tweak his defense to do what's better for the opponents in the Big Ten and to fit the skill sets of the players? And Ryan Day gave me one of those answers like, that's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah. And that doesn't bode a lot. To me, that doesn't bode a lot of confidence, because I think I remember that question. I think that doesn't give a lot of confidence as a fan looking into the future. I mean, what do you think about that answer? Do you think it does it leave you more of a question, more a worry or concern?
I think that fans would be surprised at how much is unknown, how much is juggling, how much is figuring things out on the fly for any major college football team. I think a lot of people just think that they've figured everything out and they make these rock solid decisions. No, there are players out there that they're banking on, guessing on, only have a little shred of evidence because they could only go through a certain look against a certain offensive look and do it like 3 times in practice and say, we're going to play him at nickel because X, Y, and Z, but we really don't have much to go on that, and we're going to try it. There's a lot of that going on.
Your practice team can only like learn a defense, another team's defense so well. I mean, for sure. I mean, like, or offense or however, like when you do the like practice squads and you have like the, they try to run you can only, for sure. I mean, there's definitely adjustments, and that's why adjustments in the game are important. And I see,
exactly.
Exactly. And Ohio State's always been pretty good at adjusting, over the years, but they haven't. They really haven't had to as much. I mean, because they've just been so dominant on the offense.
And
so
to Michigan's credit, I believe, and I'd have to go back and watch the games again, but I believe that Michigan did a much better job of adjusting this. I think their dominance in the fourth quarter had more to do with Ohio State's inability to adjust and Michigan's ability to adjust. Their running game kicked it into gear in the second half. They couldn't run the ball in the first half, as opposed to the first game in 21. I just think they wore them down physically. I just think Michigan was a better team up front. They were physically tougher. I think they just wore them down. I don't think it was any like game planning, great adjustments that they made. I think they just wore them down and beat them down, and Hassan Haskins in the offensive line just beat on them. But last year, I think they made adjustments that worked.
Do you think Michigan did? Are you still
Yes.
talking about Michigan? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm wondering about that Michigan-Ohio State matchup. We got a lot of time. We could. I mean, I guess I could. We'll see how it all pans out and how things look. Yeah. But yeah. And the same thing with Penn State. We're gonna see pretty soon. We get to see how they're gonna be looking, and man, it's exciting. So do you have a prediction this week of an upset? Did you do that already? Did I miss it? Do you do that every week?
And actually, I've just had my predictions exclusively on Patreon, like
Oh,
the last 3 years. But this year, I should have decided this. I just take on way too much. But anyway, I wanted to give some of my predictions here and then have the rest of them on Patreon. So I'm going to split that up in some way.
I was just thinking of maybe an upset for the week, one game that you would think is an upset.
So I got a bit of a stat for you before we go into these upsets. And that would be, Ben, that I've been tracking this for 5 years. If you look at the top 25 games every week, there's usually about 18 to 20. 4 of them, just find 4, because there will be 4 upsets, almost like clockwork every week. Between 3 and 5 upsets, 20 to 25% of the games are going to be upsets every week. You just have to find them. When I mean an upset, I don't mean a 1.5 point. I mean over 4.
Yeah.
4
or 7, something like that.
Starts to be an upset. I don't even consider 4 to be really an upset, but at that range. So
you're gonna 7 is a good upset.
Yes. So let's see. I've got 2 in mind right off the top of my head, but this is not going to tell us the spread, but maybe the spreads. I know a few of them, but I was just going to pop up the I could go to the games here. So upsets. So this is so first of all, right out of the gate tonight, Nebraska is a touchdown underdog at Minnesota. They could win that game. Florida's a touchdown up. Well, I think they were a touchdown. I think it dropped to 4 because of Cam Rising's situation, that he's most likely out of the game for Utah. So either one of those games could be an upset easily.
Virginia beating Tennessee. No, I'm kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding.
I would like to know the number on Louisville, Georgia Tech.
Let me see if I can find that for you real quick. Louisville, Georgia Tech.
So I've got a site that I go to that shows all the different sports books. Where the heck is it?
Oh, I'm gonna have to sort by.
All right, so
I'm looking at every game, and it's
yeah.
I need to start my conference.
Upsets. You know who I don't like to cover is Iowa, but they're not going to lose the game.
What though, I would not want to bet on Iowa if not knowing
23.5 point favorite. They're barely going to score 23 points.
Yeah, but do you remember last? I mean, if Cade McNamara is not in the game, they don't score much on offense. They're scoring on defense, and I'm just their offense last year. I wouldn't bet on them on any game if you don't know Cade's healthy. That's the only thing I would say.
And that's why I would still take Utah State, and that's one pick I'll give away right there. I may change my mind before I pick the game, but I got to think that I'm taking Utah State and 23.5 points if that's still the spread. Okay. If you consider this an upset, Fresno State, I believe, is a 4-point dog at Purdue.
Oh.
Really? Northern Illinois is a 9 or 10-point underdog at Boston College. They can win that game.
So Louisville's a negative 7.5.
They're a 7.5 point favorite
Yeah.
I
And
think Louisville's going to be pretty good this year, and Georgia Tech is not. I just wondered where that number was.
yeah, and the ESPN's analytic gives Louisville a 68% chance, if that means anything to you.
That means nothing to me.
Okay.
I've thought about tracking that all season because I've seen that number, and every time I look at it, it just seems to be complete. Now, that seems to be pretty reasonable. I'm okay with that number,
Yeah.
but much of the time,
I wonder how accurate, tracking it all season and see how accurate that is. I've thought about that myself. I was like, if I tracked it all season long to see how accurate. The thing is, and it changes like during a game, it changes. And sometimes I think the accuracy even during the game is just not right.
Absolutely. So I'll give you one example. I don't know if you're an NFL fan, but I still remember the week of the 2017 AFC Championship game, Jacksonville, New England. And the Jags were up by either a touchdown or 10 points, which is significant, whether it's one or two scores. But whatever the score was, they weren't up by more than 10 points with about 10 or 11 minutes left in the game on the road. To me, that's almost like a 50-50 game because the Patriots were obviously the Patriots and Tom Brady, and they're at home and all that. But they had Jacksonville at 99%. That's insane. And New England scored 2 touchdowns and won the game. It wasn't 99%.
Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen that number go like, I'm like, where are the analytics on this? I mean, how does a computer even think that's a 99% chance of winning the game?
There's a minute left in the game.
Yeah.
What's the number on North Carolina, South Carolina? I know that at one point South Carolina was a 4-point dog. There's your game right there.
All right, North Carolina, South Carolina. Let me look them up. I wonder what this. Do you know what the spread on the? All right, so here we go.
See, here's the other one at the top of the screen: Toledo, Illinois. Now that.
All right, so that's a close game. That's UNC is a 2.5 point favor.
Okay, so that's, to me, that's not really an upset, but I like South Carolina in that game.
Okay.
Toledo and Illinois, there's a possible upset right there.
Toledo and Illinois. You think so, really?
Yes.
You think? I did not. Why? Why do you think? Do you think Toledo's? Do you think Illinois dropped that much, or do you think Toledo is just that?
A little bit of both. I think Illinois is starting a first-time starting quarterback, first start ever, Luke Altmaier, probably going to be really good. They lost one of the best running backs in the country. They lost his brother, who was a higher draft pick at safety. They lost one of the best cornerbacks in the country, Devon Witherspoon. I'm not saying that Illinois is not going to be good this year, but do you know how many teams have won or contended for Big Ten Western Division championships that have lost to MAC teams? Shoot, the last 2 Northwestern teams that played in the Big Ten championship game lost to MAC teams and won the Big Ten West. Like, this happens on a regular basis for these teams.
Yeah.
I saw a list.
Well, Ben. This is when I look at it, and I'm not looking at it. I'm looking at it as a Michigan fan. I say Illinois was probably our toughest game in the Big Ten. When I look at it from that perspective, I don't know who all they lost, but I know they were a stout defense. I thought they were bringing
perspective too. Minnesota finished 9-4 last year. They almost won the West. They lost to Bowling Green last year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They lost to Bowling Green, and Bowling Green wasn't even one of the best teams in the MAC. They weren't even close. Toledo is the MAC favorite.
Oh, okay. Well, then, that'll be interesting.
I think it's a 9-point spread.
So what do you think about the Florida Utah game? I can give you the point spread.
I think it's down to 4 now. Yeah,
it's 4.5 Utah. But the prediction, so now here's where the prediction on the ESPN predictions is a 73% chance, 73.6% chance for Utah to win.
Yeah, I wonder how much they changed that after the news about Cam rising.
Yeah.
That spread was 7.
Yeah. I
The
wonder what it would
Purdue's
be.
a 4 to 4.5 point favorite against Fresno State. I'm still looking for this Illinois game.
Oh yeah, Illinois. I'll find it real quick for you. Wait, you talking about Illinois Toledo this
Yes.
week? Okay. So they're given the point spread is 9.5
okay.
for Illinois, and that's Caesar Sport Books.
Yeah. Well, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, and that's 75.7% for their ESPN prediction, which is really close to the point spread, and the percentage are like, so the game before we're talking about with Florida Utah is pretty much I mean, it's a 73% chance, and here you jump to the point spread. So I mean, definitely it doesn't match up with the point spread with ESPN's analytics and the point spread.
What, 73% is a 9-point favorite?
Yeah, well, 75% is a 9-point favorite. 73% is a 4.5.
Oh,
so they're not matching up with the. It's
kind of
it doesn't really match up with the point spread.
Yeah, somebody would have to. That's either screwed up or somebody would have to explain that to me, because those numbers should coincide.
Yeah,
4.5. If 75% is 9,
you're talking a couple percent.
Sounds like it should be like 58%.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, you're talking like a field goal and a safety difference. I mean, it's not a couple percent.
Yeah, and people need to understand that aren't into betting. Any team can win when it's under, especially when it's under a score. Obviously, all bets are off in that you could be getting 6 points, and that's a pretty substantial favorite, but the score could be tied with a minute left, and somebody scores a game-winning touchdown and wins by 7, and the game was that close.
Yeah.
But it's all based on if they played 100 times, then that 73% that you're talking about, and that 75%, if they could play 100 times, if that thing's accurate, and we'll never know, should bear out. It should play out that team would win 75% of the time.
Yeah. I mean, I look at the ESPN percentage, but I far better trust I mean, I don't even think it's a comparison. I would trust the odds makers, the Vegas, the sports books guys, and stuff like that. I mean, there's money involved in that. These guys are gonna know their stuff.
The thing is that there's going to be a handful of games, at least a handful of games this week that Vegas is way off. But the thing is that basically none of us typically see it coming either. So it's not like, wow, they were off and everybody said, oh yeah, they really missed it there. Like nobody, those are the kind of games where nobody saw it coming. So the last two I would have for you, Ben, would be Coastal Carolina at UCLA, and Monday night, Clemson and Duke. Duke is a 13-point dog. They've got 18 starters coming back. They're playing at home. I have never heard of this before, Ben, but Duke has every rushing yard and every reception back. Anybody who gained 1 rushing yard or caught 1 pass on the team is back.
Wow, that's an interesting stat. That's awesome.
They've got all 10 starters back on offense. So the one is an offensive lineman, and 18 of 21 total. They basically have the same team coming back as last year that went 9-4 and didn't lose any games by more than 1 score.
That's the one, Mark. That's the one that you need to. That's the highlight. If you're right, if that's an upset, you'll be the person that predicted it, because I think that would shock people for Duke to win this game. I mean, I didn't think about it as Duke having much of a shot, so it'd be interesting.
This is how close Duke came to going to the ACC championship game last year. They were playing North Carolina. If they would have won the game, they would have eventually gone to the ACC title game. They were up by a score. They scored a touchdown with about a minute left in the game to go up by 2 scores. The touchdown got called back due to a holding call that had nothing to do with the play. So they didn't score. North Carolina came down and scored with like 15 seconds left in the game, and that decided the ACC championship game.
That's well, Mark. That's why I come in on your channel. You have this information for me. That's really cool, because I'll be interested in seeing how that plays out. I'm a big advocate, or like if I'm looking at predictions of returning production, and that's some returning production stat that I have never heard before.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I've never really even looked at it that way. You usually look at it as guys just as in starters returning, but not actually that like yards returning. That's crazy.
Yeah, here I'm not going to read off the names. I'm going to read off the rushing numbers. 699, 566, 508, 480, 128, 33. All those guys are back. Here are their receptions. 62, 60, 31, 23, 14, 21, 16, 7, 6, and 4. All of them are back. Everybody who caught a pass, everybody who rushed for at least 1 yard.
And isn't Clemson kind of going through some like, aren't they changing up their defense? Or no, they got a new offensive coordinator, right?
Coordinator.
I mean, it's Riley, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Garrett Riley. TTU.
So, I mean, that could be, but there could be little growing pains with that too. So, yeah, that's ripe for a good upset.
There could be growing pains. Plus, Clemson, Cade Klubnik is their new starting quarterback. He got into 3 games last year, 3 meaningful games. The one game, they were down by 2 scores against Syracuse. They pulled DJ Uyangalele, and they came back and won the game, but he didn't do anything. Like the defense, turnovers, like he went like 2 for 3 passing. So he really didn't factor into the comeback win. They put him in against Notre Dame, and he immediately threw a pick 6 against Notre Dame. They were down like 21-0. And then he played the entire bowl game against Tennessee, and it was pretty rough looking. They scored 14 points. They lost by 17. So he's had a complete off season, and he's a 5-star to improve, but I'm just saying we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that's good. So you got me interested in maybe watching that Monday game that I might not have been otherwise. And if they win, I'm gonna have to thank you. So I'm gonna give you the line. The Caesar Sportbook line is Clemson by 13.
Yeah.
So
I would love if that was like 14.5.
So what is that? 14? What's 14.5 make it different? I mean,
so later today we're going to have our guy Steve Merrill on. I don't know if you've caught any of the segments we've done with him, but we have him on once a week during football season, and he's with Wager Talk. I could listen to this guy spit out numbers all day. He's a handicapper. He's an odds maker in Vegas that runs down all this stuff, and he's got it all locked and loaded. And he could tell you the difference between betting on a game where the point spread's 13 and when it's 14.5, because of 14 being a key number. It says 3 points. 3 is the most key number in all of football for betting.
Just as far as the like
more games.
I mean, you're talking like over under.
Yes, more games are impacted by a spread going from, let's say, 2.5 to 3, or 3 to 3.5, because more games land on 3 than any number in football.
Oh, that's interesting.
Like, and he can tell you like 11% of the games or something like that. And then the next one's 7. That makes sense. Then the next one's 14.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you're like him and you're playing every game and you're analyzing every game, if for somebody who's just out there throwing down $10 on one game and they really think Clemson's going to blow out Duke, well, 13, 14 and a half, whatever, it's most likely not going to matter. But that 1 out of 10 times it's going to matter. And that's the difference between winning and losing. You know that the margin's so close, even for the best guys that do this, because you got to hit on 53% plus to make money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not a gambler, but I when I look at the numbers, just you gotta to really be good at it. Yeah, I look at that. You're already losing. You're losing. 20% of your winnings. Basically, when they take 10% off the top.
So for example, exactly. They're taking about 9 to 10%. So typically, a $100 bet pays off $91. So they're taking
a $100 bet, an even bet. $100 bet, they chop it down to 90, so you would win back 90. So basically, you're talking about a $100 bet. You put up a $100 bet, you have a chance to make 80.
Well, people are familiar with betting. They see the number -110 all the time.
Well, I look at it like that, though. I look at it like, so if you put $100 on a bet, you're actually 80 is what you're going to make back. So to me, it's an 80% profit.
80? No.
Yeah. So look, if you put $100, if you put $100 on a bet, right?
No.
They take it down to 90.
Yes.
And then you win.
It's actually 91.
They take it. Okay, 91. So you would what would your winning be if it's even?
Okay.
Oh yeah, you would win another. You would get another 91. Never mind. I'm wrong.
Yeah,
you're right.
They take 9 to 10%.
10%. Yeah.
Yeah. So if there's 100 people out there and 50 get the game right, 50 get the game wrong, Vegas takes their 9 to 10%, and they're fine with that.
Yeah.
They're okay with that.
Yeah.
That's
no. But it's hard. It's hard when you're flipping a coin. I mean, if you were to flip a coin trying to guess, in taking a 10% cut right off the thing, I mean, it's to win, you really have to beat. I would say you'd have to be in the 60% margin to really see.
No.
No, you don't think so?
Right about 53.5%. All things being equal, if you put the same exact dollar amount on every game.
Yeah, but what about taxes?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What about like taxes? Isn't that, I'm like, if you're doing this as a living, don't you have to report that as an income for taxes?
Sure.
So I mean, what's that cut? Don't you have to be like in the 60% to really be, making.
That's an interesting question for my guy Steve to answer that. Yeah, if you make. No, you still need to make 53. Okay. Yeah, just believe me. If you hit on 53.5%, with all things being equal, you're putting the same number on every game and all of that. That is going to make you money. But if you're going to make the money, you're just paying a percentage off. Like, if I make $100 and I have to pay 20% in tax, I still make money. And even if I only made $1, I still make money. Because
No.
20. So as long as you're making money, you're still making money after you pay the tax.
No, I know, I get that, but what I'm saying is like it's risk versus reward. I mean, don't you really have? If you're right at 53%, you're barely making it, and then if you have a bad year, you're not. So I mean, to be sustainable, don't you have to be like, aren't you like 60%? Isn't that like what you kind of want to shoot for?
Again, it depends. If you can make it on 53%, it depends.
You get over 53. Okay, that's interesting. I would actually have to do the numbers on it.
No, but follow me on this. That's like saying if I was going to dig ditches and somebody was going to pay me, I wanted to make $30 an hour, but they said, we're only going to pay you $1 an hour. Well, I'm still making money. I'm guaranteed to make money, but I'm not going to make enough money to live. But I'm still
but if you had to if you're making $1 an hour, but if you had to put up $1, for
But
making.
we are talking about winning.
Yeah.
You've given me that this person's going to make 53%.
So,
They're
okay,
winning money.
Yeah. No, I mean, I got it. I mean, I got it. But I mean, I'm just looking at what I'm looking at is as like an investment.
Oh yeah, the risk
versus
is
an investment. You know.
Yeah, the
so
risk is
like
probably too great. But
yeah,
we're talking about a scenario.
You're talking about different. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. So I'm looking at it from a point of investment. I mean, I would think of it being like 60 percentile would have to be before I think that would. But there's people that are good and do that, right?
It depends how much money you're willing to risk, too.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. When I've done kind of the numbers on it, but nothing like in depth. It'd be something interesting to talk with your buddy about, though, to see what he thinks as an investment and making that,
Put it this way. Here's a simple way that almost hits it right on the mark. If you bet 15 games and you get 8 right and 7 wrong, anybody out there in the chat, do the math, find the calculator. It's almost exactly 53%. It's like 53.3%. Okay. Mm-hmm. 8 right, 7 wrong. If you take that to Vegas, think about it this way. Let's say you put $100 on every game.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to lose $700 on the 7 that you lost. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The 8 that you get right, you're going to win. We'll just round it off to 90. 90 times 8 is 720. So you just won $20 net.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Then the other thing I hit him up with one time, Ben, was I said, if you're really going to do this as an investment, see, I'm looking at a page that shows all the different sports books in Vegas, and there's like 12 of them. So what you would do is you would open an account with all of them. You wouldn't play just one sports book, because let's say that Clemson Duke game, let's say it fluctuates. In one book, it's 13, 13, 13, but in one, it's 13.5. And another one, it might even push it to 14. So you say, I'm not going to put my money on the 13. I'm going to bet that game on this sports book because I get 14.
Gotcha.
And over time, that makes a difference.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no, I can see it. I can see the way you're bringing it out like that. I can see that, And I mean, I look at it from a very limited perspective because I basically use I use more the spread as that to me is the closest indicator of not from what the sports talks say, the spread usually I like that as an indicator of, how strong the strength of a team. I think to me that's for, just as a sports fan, I look at the spread and I think it gives a better indicator because I think it's generally more accurate than anything else. And I think the guys at Vegas, they know all the ins and outs. If somebody's got an injury, they're more clued. They're going to be more clued in on it. If there's a difference than, somebody else, and, it's easy to miss things. I don't think they miss as much.
Oh, I don't advise people to use this as an investment.
I'm
sorry. Such way.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not talking about as an investment. I'm just saying that's the reason I mean, I look at the spread and I just look at it as a different, I look at it from a different perspective. And when I thought about it, and this is just kind of a thought experiment because it's not like, I've thought about it. I just don't know how some people make money. I don't know how people make money on it because when I just kind of gone through it, I was like, but I know people that do. I've personally talked to some people that, that are here on your channel and in your Discord that make money doing it every year, and, I just, I don't know enough about it. And I'm talking from an area of no knowledge. Just when I've always looked at it, it's not even, I don't see how it works. I don't know how it works. I'm kind of glad to have you explain it a little bit.
Because I'm no expert by any stretch. I'm just have been around it for so long, and I do have some interest. I've not put $1 on a game probably in 6 or 7 years. But I still pick all the games and keep my record, and I'm close to 60% all time against the spread.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, and but like just like I was saying, and for me personally, I use it as just a measuring. I like to measure that. I like to measure up teams according to the spread more than I do like the AP poll. Or I use the spread. When I look at that, it's more of a power rating to me system, because I think it's probably the most accurate thing that I have to look at. It's like a system that I can use to kind of to guess, to see what team and how, what teams are the better. When I look at your matchups and trying to figure out like what team should be ranked, where I kind of look at, the spread and games as more definitive than most metrics that I see elsewhere. That's all.
Yep.
But hey, Mark, I thanks for having me on the show this morning. I appreciate being on the marathon, and my you're gonna have to bear with me a little bit today too, because I'm gonna try to watch your show a bit, but I'm getting the sleepies because I only slept a couple hours too. So I'm gonna see if I can get a little bit of a nap in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then
take advantage.
I have the luxury. I could take a nap and I can turn you back on later and see what's going on.
I wonder if I laid down and took a nap, how many people would watch? We could try that. All right, Ben, I'll let you take a nap. I appreciate you hanging out.
Thanks. It was great. All right, have a one. Good one.
All right, our guy Ben. Yeah, get me into the whole gambling thing. If people would listen to me talk about the odds and everything, they probably think I'm some kind of addict. I've not put $1 on a football game in 7 years. I just find it interesting. The math, the attempt to beat Vegas and all of that. We'll take the next call. Let's get to these super chats. We appreciate Terry again for the coffee. Thank you so much for that, Terry. That will go more toward flavored water, possibly. All right, Bash, appreciate you being here. Bash says, happy game day. The hire of Robert. Anaya is about to make the North Carolina State offense far better. They're a sleeper team in the ACC. Well, I did pick NC State to tie for second place in the ACC, in fact, with a shot at the ACC championship game. And then we've got Mountaineer Paul coming back. Mountaineer Paul, thank you so much for that. We appreciate you. Mark gave me a platform when I was just starting out, and I'll forever be grateful. Give me a road to victory for West Virginia over the loaded Penn State football team. We will do that in just a second, Paul. Thank you so much for the contribution. That's very nice of you, very kind. And Paul, we appreciate you. And Paul's got his channel up and running. So we will get to a little Penn State, West Virginia talk here in a second. But we've got our buddy Michael on the line. Michael, what's going on today?
Good morning, Mark. Boy, I thought he was going to talk the whole 24 hours, man.
I know, but it was good stuff, so we keep it going. If I had a line of people, then I would have knocked him off there, but,
Because we're under, I was thinking, because I just got off work myself and stuff, I was thinking I can take him to go to sleep, wake up, and he still would have been talking with you.
That could well be. I know that you could go to sleep and wake up and I'll still be talking.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, hey, I got a question for you. I wanted to ask you this the other night. Sorry for the echo. I just got home and stuff. But you take Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio State away from Purdue's record. Is there a chance they can go 6-3 or 7-2?
Okay. I don't think that we've got the power to change the schedule at this point.
No. I'm saying I know it's part of their schedule. But what I'm saying, because those are probably potential losses and stuff to those three, to Wisconsin, Ohio State, and Michigan. I'm just saying with the rest of their schedule.
Purdue's playing Michigan as well?
Yes, up in Michigan.
Oh, boy. I didn't. I guess I had forgotten that.
Mm-hmm.
So who are we going to replace those 3 teams with?
No, Mark. They're still on the schedule. I'm saying just take those 3 games away as potential losses, as guaranteed losses for Purdue,
Okay.
and just go based on the remaining part of the schedule.
Sure.
Can
Well,
they
you're
go
telling me
6
that
and
they've already lost 3 games, so they're already 6-3 in the Big Ten at best.
no, I know, but what I'm saying is those 3 games separate with the other 9 games they got to play. Could they go 6-3 or 7-2
Oh,
and finish
I
up
got
either
you.
6-6
Okay.
or
You're
7-5?
including the non-conference games. Got it.
Yes.
So you want to get them to 7-5 or 6-6.
Yes.
Well, of course, Purdue could win all 3 of its non-conference games.
Mm-hmm.
So sure. They've
Yeah.
got Wisconsin at home.
And they got Ohio State at home, which Ohio State does not
Friday.
like going to West Lafayette.
No, they don't. Got a history of losing those games.
Mm-hmm.
But
go ahead. Sorry.
Let's see. We've got the famous one in 2018. They lost there in 2011.
2009 also.
2009, yeah. Still went to the Rose Bowl, won the Rose Bowl, but lost in West Lafayette, one of their 2 losses. And of course, we go back way back to 84. They lost there against Jim Everett and company.
Yep. Yeah,
Right.
that was the year they beat Michigan, Notre Dame, and Ohio State in the same season.
Yes. And Ohio State still won the Big Ten and went to the Rose Bowl.
Yes.
All right. So, sure. Well, Purdue, I expect if Purdue's going to have a decent season, they have to beat Northwestern and Indiana. So they're going to close out with 2 wins right there.
Mm-hmm.
They can beat Minnesota at home.
Yep. But can they go up to Kinnick Stadium and beat Iowa again?
Oh, and they've got to beat Illinois at home.
Oh, I got a feeling that Ryan Walters is going to have something up his sleeve when Brett Bielema comes to West Lafayette.
Okay. Yeah, sure. He should be highly motivated for that. All right. I'll put it this way, Michael, that if you take away those 3 games and we've got 6 more games left in the Big Ten, they better beat Northwestern and Indiana. So there's 2.
Yeah.
Out of Minnesota, at Nebraska, Illinois, and Iowa, if they split those 4 games, that's an accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 4 and 5 in the Big Ten right there.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to think. The last time Purdue went to Michigan, was that in 2009 when they beat Michigan was that the last time they was up in Michigan?
They haven't been there since then?
No, I'm asking because I can't remember.
Well, Michigan was awful in 2009. I don't remember that game off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. I think it was a 38-30 win for Purdue, or 38-36, and Purdue stopped them like at a 2-point conversion or something. But no, I was just wondering stuff like that. But I was wanting to get your take about it, see what Purdue can do. And I gotta ask you this: is that ever going to happen in my lifetime where Purdue finally beats Wisconsin in football?
When was the last one?
20 years ago, 2003.
Oh, that's right. You've told me that. Yes, they will beat Wisconsin in the next 5 or 6 years. How about that?
All right. Now, follow-up question. The most underrated team in the Big Ten and the most overrated and underrated in each division.
I am looking at the Michigan-Purdue series right now, and Michigan won in 2017, 2018.
Yep. That was at Purdue.
2011 Michigan, 2010 Michigan. Yes, the 2009 game, 38-36 Purdue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
but
they also won in 2008, 48-42.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, it's been Michigan.
But was 2009 the last time they went to Michigan?
Yes.
Wow. So the last few times they played at Ross State,
No, 2011,
how bad was it then?
36-14.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't a very good time. Wasn't that the start of the Daryl? I believe that was the start of the Daryl Hazel era, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, that was not a very good. No, those are the darkest times of Purdue football.
Yes. That was a bad run.
But being you're an Ohio State fan, you've never gone through that yourself, so.
Not to that degree, no. 4-6-1 in 1988 was the worst I've had to live through.
Oh, and if I'm not mistaken, didn't both Purdue and IU beat Ohio State in Columbus?
Yes.
Yeah, because I remember Ernie Stromeyer just ran all over him and stuff like that. And
Well,
was
to be
that
a little bit more precise? The Indiana game was in Bloomington in 88.
or was it?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think Anthony Thompson just ran all over him in Bloomington too.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They were both blowouts, too. They lost 31-10 and 41-7.
Mm-hmm.
The Purdue game, I think, was a pretty good game. It's like 31-26, but they lost to Purdue in 88. Yeah, in Columbus. They barely beat them in 87 on a last-second field goal. So what was your next question?
Overrated.
Go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
The overrated and underrated in each division.
Well, anytime I hear about underrated and overrated, I don't know exactly who's rating them, whose ratings you're going by. Are you talking about the AP poll or the media?
No, not media and no, not the poll or nothing. Just from what you've seen yourself.
From what I've seen myself in the East, I think the East is pretty fairly known by everyone. I don't think it's going to turn out to be. Now, Penn State may win the East, and that may surprise a number of people and not be people's picks, but you would have to be completely unaware of what's going on to not consider Penn State to be a team capable of winning the division. So underrated, I don't think anybody's underrated in the East because you've got 3 elite teams and then you've got a good team in Maryland and nobody else is any good. I think it's pretty fairly rated there. So underrated, overrated, maybe. No, I don't think anybody's underrated or overrated. Slightly, Penn State could go to the playoff, and I don't think many people are picking them to win the East. Now, in the West, it's a completely different deal because you have people all over the place. I think most people, like on the national level, most people are looking at Wisconsin. They love Wisconsin. I picked Wisconsin. I predicted a tie between Wisconsin and Iowa. I think a lot of people are picking Iowa. Most national people, Wisconsin. Then you've got a few people out there that like Illinois.
Is it because
of the underrated teams, Minnesota?
Is this the make or break year for PJ Fleck?
Make or break for what?
If he has a so-so season.
If he has a so-so season, what?
Is he looking for a new job, or do you think he's safe in Minnesota?
Minnesota would be crazy to fire him.
But would you
go 5-7? Is he looking for a job?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
All the stuff that's going on off the field becomes something that's totally different.
Now, what's up with Kate McNamara? Is he out for the year or something?
Out for the year? No.
What's wrong? I heard he might have been playing this weekend.
Well, he got hurt in spring ball. He got hurt in spring ball, and he's been nursing the injury, but it's a quad, and he re-injures it or aggravates it from time to time. So Kirk Ferentz said on Tuesday that it's a game time type decision, but I know that they also released, let me look at the story here, because I watched Kirk Ferentz's news conference on Tuesday, and he basically said that if Cade McNamara can play and the medical staff can tell us that he's not going to worsen the injury and he still can throw the ball, relatively at 100%, and it's more just about pain threshold and soreness, then he's going to start. He's going to play as long as we need him to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
if by playing he's risking further injury, which of course you're always risking further injury when you're playing, but you know what I mean, that there's going to be wear and tear on it that's going to injure it further, or that it impedes him from being able to throw the ball, then he's not going to play.
Mm-hmm.
So no, he's not out for the season.
Oh, I didn't know and stuff like that because I thought it was like a knee injury or something. But is there a chance that Wisconsin could go flat this year under the first year under Fickle?
Flat? What's flat? What record?
Everybody thinking they're going to go do, and then they end up maybe like an 8-4 team or something.
Oh, 8-4?
Yeah,
sure they could go 8-4.
Mm-hmm. But is it because of Luke Fickell is why everybody's picking Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay.
That's most of it. Yes,
All
that's
right.
a huge. Well, Wisconsin is always going to be one of the favorites. So even if Paul Christ would have stayed, they would be one of two favorites. But yeah, people love Luke Fickell. I consider him to be the best coaching hire of the offseason. I think Jeff Brom's probably number 2. But they have a lot to put together. So conventional wisdom would tell us that they're going to do nothing but improve throughout the season, but they could get off to a slow start with new coach, new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, new quarterback, tons of transfer portal players on both sides of the ball. Yep.
And speaking of Purdue, same thing with Ryan Walters and Graham Harrell and stuff like that. But from what I've seen, Hudson Card, he's been looking pretty good in practice.
I like Hudson Card. I think he's
Plus,
a gamer.
Yeah, and especially with having Mach be back and stuff like that, and also Tyrone Tracy as the running backs. And I can't remember the other one off the top of my head and stuff, but I think they'll take the load off quite a bit, though. But last thing before I let you go and get to sleep, and yeah, we'll have the stream on while I'm sleeping. Is this going to be the last year for Mark Rogers football?
Is what going to be the last what?
Is this going to be your the voice of college football? Is this going to be the last year of it?
Why? Is somebody going to bury me or something?
No, rumor has it you're going to be the next athletic director at Ohio State.
No, thank you. I wouldn't mind the paycheck, but I would have no interest in that job whatsoever. And there are far better candidates than me.
Well, sure. I mean, people want you to run the NCAA. I mean, how much more different could that be, though?
Well, that's a good point. That's actually a really good point. There are a lot of similarities.
Yep. And being it's high school football season and stuff like that, do you miss calling? Do you miss doing play-by-play?
Yes. I enjoy that. I would love to do that again to a certain extent. I wouldn't like to do it for a job. I don't have the pipes for it. But yeah, it's fun. I enjoy it.
So you won't be the next replacement for Paul Keels then?
No, I will not take up that job. Again, I am not anywhere close to a candidate. The highest I got in play-by-play was calling Ashland University football and high school football in Central Ohio.
Well, Ashland is what is it, Division 2 or Division 3 for Ashland?
Division 3. I don't know
Still
if that's changed.
Still college.
Yes. Did a little college football for a couple of years. I was in Ashland for 3 years. And yeah, I did high school football and high school basketball, a ton of high school basketball. And I did call the women's Final Four and championship game.
Oh, for Ashland?
High school basketball in the state of Ohio, the state championship game.
Radio or TV?
Both.
What was your preference?
That's a great question. Radio is more difficult. Obviously, you've got to paint a picture.
Yeah.
You've got to talk constantly. But in a sense, it's easier because you know that you just need to go full throttle and you've got to paint a picture and be talking all the time and people can't see anything. So you've got to paint the picture for them. As opposed to TV, it's a little bit more of a decision on how vocal you're going to be and how much you're just going to let the pictures tell the story. But I'm not a great play-by-play guy. I just did it for 3 years and enjoyed it and hopefully was decent enough.
Never sell yourself short, Mr. Rogers.
I appreciate that, Michael.
Hey, I got to ask you this. What's for breakfast?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What are you doing for breakfast?
Breakfast? I'm not doing anything. I think I'm going to go on a purge today. I'm going to go on a fast.
Oh, Lord. I'll have 911 speed up. No, but hey, I bet you there would be a lot of people who watch you taking that, by the way, I think.
Yeah, I don't want... I already have people out there that have gotten certain shots of me and created dummy accounts.
Okay, that's creepy.
So, yeah, there's enough of those out there already. I don't need to take a nap. But yeah, the last thing I did last night was run up to Cane's and get a late night dinner at about 11 o'clock at night.
Box combo or the Caniac? Carniac.
What's that?
Which one do you get? The box combo or the Carniac combo? Basically, the 4-piece or the 6-piece.
I didn't even know they had a 6-piece. I'd probably go for it.
Yeah.
I get the 4-piece.
That's what I usually go with the extra garlic bread and stuff. All right, sir. I hope you eat something to keep yourself and stuff like that. I know you're going to stay hydrated today, but at least eat some granola bars or something.
Okay, Michael. I appreciate it.
All right. I'm going to doze off now, but I will, like I said, I have the stream going on in the background.
Awesome. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
See ya. Bye.
Thanks, Michael.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Purdue fan Michael. We should keep a count of the fan bases that call in. If I had a staff, that would be one item that I would give them to keep track of, because I would like a viewer count. Then we could know who calls the most. We would also know what teams they represent. Got to think Ohio State and Michigan fans are at the top. So, but I love to hear from alternate fan bases. We've got our Purdue guy, Michael. Got a few others. A little bit later in the day, we expect to hear from Tony Siracusa, not just your average caller. Of course, he is one of our favorite analysts here at the Voice of College Football on Last Word on College Football. And you can join him there. And we're going to have Tony in here at some point. There's a number of people out there that know that we're going live for 24 consecutive hours that will be calling into the show to give a media perspective. Jason Priester from allclemson.com is going to call us at some point in the afternoon after Dabo Sweeney's news conference. So after Jason covers that, he's going to call in. We're going to hear hopefully from Steve Merrill from Wager Talk. And he's going to give his information on all the big matchups. We've got Corey Braddock coming in at noon. He's going to host us from noon to 2 Eastern. So let's see. I've made it to 7 a.m. Woo! 2 hours down, 5 to go. 2 down, 5 to go to get us to noon. And Corey Braddock steps in at noon Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern. Then I get another run of 2 to 9, 7 consecutive hours to 9 p.m. with John D'Adamo, who's going to host the show from 9 to 11. I'm going to admit that it kind of hurts me that I wasn't able to find anyone from like 7 to 9. I wanted to see all the kickoffs at 7 o'clock. I think we've got UConn and NC State at 7. And then we've got the two big games kicking off at 8. Let's see. Where are we? Yeah, so we've got 7 o'clock on the ACC network, Wake hosting Elon. FS1, Our buddy Steve Helwick from SB Nation is going to be at that game and probably will check in for a report on UCF Kent State. A couple games on ESPN Plus. We've got the CBS Sportsnet game that I'd like to see at 7:30. UConn hosting NC State. So NC State chose to go to UConn. Interesting. Then the 2 8 o'clock games. They should have staggered these. This is where ESPN and Fox need to get together. Somebody needs to kick off at 7 and somebody else at 8, just to give us a little bit time to focus on one of the two games. Anyway, 2 8 o'clock games, Florida, Utah, Nebraska, Minnesota. I would guess that they would do fairly close to the same TV numbers. Last year was Purdue, Penn State on Fox, and the ESPN game was Penn State and West Virginia. And the Penn State Purdue game did a little bit better, did about 500,000 to 800,000 more of a TV rating, like a 3.8 compared to a 3.1. Then you got some more ESPN Plus games, and you got Mizzou taking on South Dakota on the SEC network. So that's our slate tonight. We've got Nebraska post game over on the Nebraska channel after the game. So about 11:30 Eastern time after the ball game, with Justin Adams hosting our Nebraska post game. So head on over there. I'll be here. Justin will focus on Nebraska, Minnesota, of course, on the Nebraska channel. Then we've got Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire going to take us home at 2 a.m., which seems like forever from now. Tom letting us know that UConn and NC State is the back end of a home and home. I was aware of that. My thoughts are just that it's an interesting game. I think NC State shows up with Brennan Armstrong, of course, at quarterback. I had somebody push back on my analysis of Brennan Armstrong having a horrible season last year and basically said, well, he threw the ball a lot less, and you're not going to have the same numbers when you threw the ball less. And I said that had nothing to do with it. He had 31 touchdowns and 10 picks 2 years ago, and he had 7 touchdowns and 12 picks last year. His completion percentage went from 65 to 54. His yards per attempt, that's a huge number. Yards per attempt, yards per completion, they tell us slightly different things, but generally the same thing, but tell you a lot about a quarterback's effectiveness. Went from almost 9 to 6.5. They've lost some weapons at NC State. Let me dive in to see exactly who they lost, because I am confusing a couple players in my head in regards to who's coming back and who's lost out of their top couple players. So Jordan Houston's back at running back. He ran for 544 last year. Michael Allen back 278 as well. They've got back at wide receiver. So they lose Thayer Thomas and Devin Carter. Devin Carter transferred to West Virginia. Really good player. Caught 25 passes, 2 touchdowns last year. Thayer Thomas moves on to the NFL, 57 catches, 4 touchdowns. So their top receiver coming back is Keon Lassane, 31 catches, 2 touchdowns. But they also have Julian Gray. And so their wide receiver core has been somewhat depleted. DJ Collins is a transfer coming in from Clemson. And again, their number one running back, who did not have an exceptional year by any stretch, Jordan Houston, only ran for 4 yards per carry and no touchdowns. So NC State basically has a really good defense and has for a number of years, especially, of course, famously along the defensive front. They have just 5 starters coming back. One of the best linebacking cores in the country. Peyton Wilson, of course, 82 tackles. Top 2 tacklers are gone in Drake Thomas and Tanner Ingle. They only allowed 19 points per game last year, and they played Clemson, Florida State, Wake. They played East Carolina outside the conference. They played, of course, Maryland in the bowl game and only gave up 19 points per game and 327 yards per game. They're probably not going to be quite as good on defense, but they're going to be close. I have North Carolina State going 9-3 and 6-2 in the ACC. They've got an interesting date coming up against Notre Dame, of course, on the 9th, but can't look past this one against UConn. They are going to have extra time to prepare for Notre Dame, and that game's at home in Raleigh. But this game against UConn, let's see what UConn's got coming back, because, of course, we know what Jim Mora accomplished last year, taking a program that didn't even play in 2020 and was completely gutted by Randy Edsall. And Jim Mora won 6 games and was competitive in a bowl game in which they were completely outclassed by Marshall. And they hung in that game. The job that Jim Mora did last year, and now that we see Chip Kelly finally winning at UCLA, but for a long time I wondered, why did they get rid of Jim Mora? All right, top 2 rushers at UConn are back. Victor Rosa and Devontae Houston both ran for about 600 yards and a combined 14 touchdowns. Their starting quarterback is back, although he did not have much of a season last year. Zion Turner, 9 touchdowns and 10 picks, although listed as the starting quarterback is Joe Fagnano out of Maine, who threw for 46 touchdowns at Maine last year. And maybe many of you will remember Tyquan Roberson, who was the backup quarterback at Penn State, who had to step in for Sean Clifford at Iowa a couple years ago and had a rough time. So here's an upgrade here. Based on the depth chart, their starting quarterback at UConn last year, Turner, is now the 3rd stringer. So he had to start as a true freshman, and they've upgraded to the point where they've got 2 other players in front of him. And again, the starting quarterback in Maine, who threw 46 touchdowns last year. Interesting team there at UConn. You know, their defense improved from the standpoint that they were giving up about 500 yards per game, 40 points per game, and they cut that to 26 points per game and 380 yards last year. They bring back all their starters along the defensive front. Does UConn? They only lose backups. Good linebacking core. They're only a 2-touchdown underdog at home. So UConn's got a shot in this game. They've got a shot. Appreciate the super chat coming in here. We've got Matador Mike. Matador Mike. Texas Tech and OU will both beat Texas. And OU and Texas Tech will play for the Big 12 championship. Tech will beat both Texas and OU again. 2nd time ever. Of course, Texas Tech accomplished that last year. I like Joey McGuire. I got to say that I did question the hire initially, since he was only a linebacker coach at Baylor. But my goodness, Joey McGuire's done an exceptional job, and Tech was on a roll at the end of last season, defeating Ole Miss huge in the Texas Bowl. Tyler Shook back at quarterback. He's 9-0 as starting quarterback at Texas Tech. And I, too, Matador Mike, have predicted Texas Tech to play in the Big 12 championship game. But unlike you, I am going with the conventional thought that Texas will play in the Big 12 championship game. So I've got Texas Tech defeating Texas in the finale and then coming back the next week and having to play a rematch in the Big 12 title game and Texas winning. But I like your pick because Texas is the odds-on overwhelming favorite in the Big 12. So what happens a lot of times in those circumstances, especially when it's not a Georgia, an Ohio State, Alabama, proven commodity. Texas is not a proven commodity, but they are the overwhelming favorite, and they should be based on talent. That I would love to see two other teams in the championship game. I have nothing against Texas, but because they're such an overwhelming favorite, I would love to see two other teams make it. Part of me would love to see Oklahoma and Texas play for the Big 12 championship because it would be historic. Final season, they go off to the SEC, and to see them one more time, but we're going to see them in the SEC as rivals anyway. So most of me wants to see two other teams play in the Big 12 championship game. I want the Big 12 to be able to send Oklahoma and Texas packing to say, you didn't make our conference championship game. And if that's the case, think about it. Those two schools would not have made the Big 12 championship game the last 3 seasons, 2021, 22, 23. Let's say it's a Texas Tech, Kansas State Big 12 championship game. I would love that because it would just be poetic justice. Bye. See you. You paid us $100 million to buy yourself out of our league. You didn't want to be here. Fine. But I wanted to be poetic justice that those two teams, Oklahoma and Texas, nothing against them. Nothing against the players. Nothing against Brent Venables or Steve Sarkisian. But that's what I find interesting about these moves from conference to conference. How's it going to play out in regards to, number one, Oklahoma and Texas, and how are they going to play in the Big 12 this year? How are the games going to be officiated, number one? But also, are they going to be successful in kind of rubbing it in the Big 12's face to say, hey, we played in the conference championship game. Now we're done. We're off. And that's the Big 12 does not want that. The Big 12 wants to show, hey, you can't even win in this conference. Bye. So I'm intrigued by that. And then we're all intrigued by Oklahoma and Texas entry into the SEC to see how well they can compete there. And we know, especially with Oklahoma's recruiting efforts right now, that they know that they need to beef up and get much better, especially along the defensive front, to play in the SEC. Now, in the Pac-12, it was going to be interesting to see USC and UCLA in the same type deal. Can they make the conference championship game in their final season before they bolt for the Big Ten? But now the entire league's imploding. So any scenario in the Pac-12 is interesting to me because of the end of the league. So any scenario in the Pac-12 is intriguing to me, although for rooting purposes, here is the best possible Pac-12 championship game. And before I give you mine, anybody out there really care who plays in the Pac-12 championship game? Do you have a rooting interest in who makes the Pac-12 championship game? Because I'm going to let you know who I'm rooting for. Drum roll. Anybody, Pac-12 championship game. Who do you want to be in the Pac-12 title game, the very last in the history of the league? Okay. This is who I want. Not them. This is the Pac-12 championship game that I'm rooting for. Pretty easy to figure out why, right? These are the two that don't have a home. These are the two that are being discarded, kicked to the curb, treated like trash. These are the two long-standing members of the Pac-12 that don't have a home. They will have a home. They will play football somewhere. They will play athletics somewhere. Mountain West Conference. So they will continue to play football and make money, but their level of relevancy could take a major hit. This is what I'm rooting for. Does this have a chance of happening? No, especially on this side. I think Oregon State's got a good shot to make the Pac-12 championship game, but Washington State, no. I picked Oregon State to finish, I believe, 8-4. And Washington State 6-6, I think. Where are my predictions here? I think they're got them right here somewhere. Thought I had my picks. Oh, there we go. So our Pac-12 predictions. USC 8-1 in the conference. Oregon 7-2. There you see who the championship game is going to be. USC and Oregon. Washington right there. Utah, Oregon State at 6-3. And on down the line. So those are my Pac-12 predictions. If you missed the video, if you, hey, certainly want to check out the live stream that we did with our Pac-12 predictions, dive in. Did a Pac-12, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, SEC live streams with our predictions. But this is what I'm rooting for. This is what I want. Would love to see it. This would just be just a complete spit in your face moment for the Pac-12. But at that point, they're going to be cleaning out the league office anyway. George Kliavkoff and company will be headed to the exits. Probably won't even go to the. They'll probably hand out the trophy at the Pac-12 championship game. It'll be kind of paying homage to the World Football League. Have you ever seen the? I think there was a 30-30 on the World Football League. Many of you may not even know what I'm talking about, but the World Football League was a rival of the NFL. Yeah, that's a bit of a joke to say a rival of the NFL, but in the mid-70s. And they did something similar to what the USFL did 10 years later. And they bought some of the biggest stars in the NFL to come play for the World Football League, but they were not financially stable. So Larry Zonka, Jim Kick, Paul Warfield, a few other NFL stars went and played in the World Football League. And there's a great 30-30 about the World Football League. And they played in cities like Memphis and Birmingham and elsewhere. And they basically did not have any money. They were bankrupt. And so they handed, one of those big checks, one of those Ed McMahon looking checks, sized checks, they handed to the winner of the World Football League, and it bounced. And they got out of Dodge immediately. Like they had the buses gassed up and running. They handed the check, gave them the trophy, and they were out of town. We could see a similar situation there in the Pac-12. But this is my dream scenario. Dream scenario in the Pac-12. Now, I have no other situations like that in any other conference where I'm really rooting for anyone. can't think of any other situations. Well, again, in the Big 12, I'm rooting against Oklahoma and Texas because I want the Big 12 to have bragging rights there. So I don't want Oklahoma and Texas playing in the Big 12 championship. And as soon as I put away my predictions, wherever they went, let's see. That was the Pac-12. Then, of course, we had our ACC predictions, and that was a bit of a mess right there. The ACC predictions. I came up with a three-way tie for second place, so quite the conference championship game scenario there between NC State, Pitt, and Florida State. So Florida State fans assume, and I understand it, that they are going to be playing in the ACC championship game, but I've got a three-way tie right to there. So we worked that out, and of course, we decided our championship game based on a fourth tiebreaker. And then our Big 12, I really made this hard on myself. Instead of picking clear-cut championship games, I made myself have to do a bunch of math because I've got a three-way tie for second place in the Big 12 as well, with Texas Tech, Oklahoma, and Kansas State all 6-3. This came down to a fourth tiebreaker as well. I had to figure out who played the best in-conference schedule. So I had to add up the records of all the other teams that they played to figure out that Texas Tech, based on my predictions, will play the best in-conference schedule over Oklahoma and Kansas State. And therefore, so I will certainly take credit if, wink, wink, if Oklahoma or Texas or Kansas State go to the Big 12 championship game instead of Texas Tech, because I did pick them to finish second place. And then we had our SEC predictions. And again, I had to break another big tie between, I came out with LSU, Alabama, and get this, Texas A&M winning the West, three-way tie. So I had to work out that tiebreaker between LSU, Alabama, and Texas A&M. And Georgia in the East. And I've got Georgia tripping up once. Surprise, surprise. They've got to lose a game sometime, right? Georgia has not lost a regular season game since Florida in 2020, correct? That would be the last time Georgia lost a regular season game. Let's look this up. I believe it was the Florida game in 2020, right? Georgia lost in 2020 to Alabama and Florida, correct? And they went to the Peach Bowl and beat Cincinnati. Yes, I was right. 2020, the last time Georgia lost a regular season game, they lost to Florida 44-28 and lost to Bama 41-24. And that's when everybody thought Stetson Bennett sucked. Buckshot Kid, what happened to last night's live stream? It's not posted up. We do so many live streams, Buckshot Kid. I don't even know which stream you're talking about. Ben letting me know that I'm showing my age. What did I say? Tell me. I can only imagine. The Ed McMahon line, maybe. Georgia lost to Bama, 2020. Yes. Yes, Georgia is going to lose a game in the regular season at some point. I'm making all sorts of good points, Dream and Digital. I guess I am. I'm just rambling. Okay. Shooter, Texas. So I'm seeing some names in the chat that I don't normally see. But then again, I'm not normally on at 8 o'clock in the morning. So it's nice to see some new names in the chat. I predict that win or lose, the Horns will take key injuries against Bama. Then they lose to Baylor in Waco. Then they will lose to Oklahoma, Kansas State, and Texas Tech. So 4 losses in the conference. They won't make the conference championship. What are they going to cart away half the team? So 5-4 for Texas, and maybe another loss against Bama. They go 7-5. Win or lose. Dream and Digital likes Utah and Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. Ben is going USC Oregon, like me. Jared or Gerard, I apologize if I got that wrong. USC and Oregon, like me. Paul likes Penn State to squeak by West Virginia 55-10. Tom, thank you for the UConn coverage. They're back on the rise, and I think will impress a good number of people. So, of course, Tom, we love to cover everyone. In fact, that reminds me that we used to have a UConn guy that would come on here rather frequently. He wrote for the UConn blog on SB Nation. And, you know, the way these writers and staff people at SB Nation turn over, most of them, he's probably been long gone. But, yeah, maybe we should do a little. If UConn pulls off an upset against NC State, here's the game plan for this weekend. That reminds me. The game plan for this weekend, of course. Oh, yeah, I'm kind of tied up for the next 20 hours or so. So for the next 20 hours, everything you get is going to be, bam, right here. Although, here at the Voice of College Football, we do have our amazing staff of folks that supplement and complement what I do. So we've got Wolfman on the West Virginia channel at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. If you have yet to check that out, we got Dale Wolfley, former West Virginia Mountaineer, offensive lineman, 2 NFL brothers, but a legend there in the state of West Virginia. Dale Wolfley does his show on the West Virginia channel at 4 Eastern. And then tonight at 7 is the All In Clemson show. Clemson Tigers with Tiger Paw Craven and Jordan Bowman. And they go at it at 7 Eastern on the Clemson channel. Again, we're going to be here all the way through till 5 a.m. right here. But after the Nebraska-Minnesota game on the Nebraska channel, Nebraska post game with Justin Adams. So check that out. And you can have both of us on at the same time. There it is, Nebraska post game coming up with Justin Adams after what I am projecting to be a Nebraska loss by 1 score against Minnesota. I got to do my picks today. So part of this, you got to understand, if you've not caught us for one of our first 2 24-hour live streams, since I cannot really work during the day, I've got to sit here and talk. I'll do a little work here from time to time, so there might be some silence. I got to do my picks for tonight. Let me think about this. This kind of jumped on me, and I didn't realize, because I've had my picks on Patreon for about 3 years. We used to always have them here, and I would produce a video every Friday with my predictions. And now we put them on Patreon. This season, I wanted to make some of them available here and then put others on Patreon. So I believe this is what we're going to do. for this first week. I am going to make my predictions here for tonight's games. So we are going to make a selection on Florida, Utah, Minnesota, Nebraska, and NC State, UConn as a bonus selection. I only obligate myself to the top 25, but we'll do Minnesota, Nebraska. And we will also do the UConn NC State game, and we will announce those picks right here at, let's say, 6 o'clock. Let me write that down because I'll forget between now and 6 o'clock. So it's 6 p.m. Eastern right here. You get your 3 free picks. And then the rest of the picks for the weekend will be on Patreon. And I'm off to a 2-0 start. I picked Notre Dame to cover and San Jose State to cover with 31.5 points against USC. So thank you, USC defense, for helping me out. And USC only won by 28. Notre Dame was only a 20.5 point favorite. They won by 39. So we're 2-0 to start the season, straight up and against the spread. And again, 6 p.m. Eastern, we'll make our picks right here. And then the rest of our predictions for the weekend, Friday's games, Saturday's games, and Sunday's games, and also the Monday night game will be on Patreon. So please look me up on Patreon. Also keep in mind that not only do we have a 24-hour marathon, but it's a big watch party weekend here at the Voice of College Football. So get this, folks. Friday night, watch party, Miami, Georgia Tech, Louisville. We're going to watch both games at the same time, give you play-by-play. I will make one game the priority, probably Miami. We'll simulcast on the Miami channel, and we will keep an eye on Louisville, Georgia Tech. If that becomes a better game, then we'll kind of drift off and go that direction. But game number one of our watch party weekend, Louisville, Georgia Tech, but the headliner, Miami versus Miami. Ohio versus Florida. And then Saturday, I don't know if my voice is going to take it, but it's going to have to. We are going to do back-to-back watch parties on Saturday. At noon, the much-anticipated Deion Sanders primetime at Colorado. The Buffs traveling to TCU to take on the Horned Frogs, who, of course, made it to the national championship game last year. So we are calling the TCU Colorado game at noon Eastern on Saturday, followed by another watch party exclusively for Patreon members and YouTube members, Saturday at 3:30 Eastern, Ohio State, Indiana. And so by about 7 o'clock, I will be ready to just veg on the couch on Saturday. But then we'll be back at the end of all the ball games on Saturday night after the primetime games at 11:30 Eastern for the big wrap-up call-in show. So huge weekend, watch party weekend here at the Voice of College Football. Again, this is the one exclusive to Patreon and YouTube, so please join us there. It's only $5 per month. Patreon.com/MarkRogersTV, or you get your YouTube membership right here. And you get a link to Discord. Let me find. You see it on the ticker below. So if you go to patreon.com/MarkRogersTV, sign up and you get my predictions, straight up and against the spread, all top 25 games, plus about 25 predictions per week. Plus, you get our media selections. They come in every week. 12-pack from our favorite media folks. Tony Gerdeman, Steve Hellwagon, Kevin Noon, Corey Brada. Who else? Steve Dace, Jason Ray, and others picking the games. That's available on Patreon. Then we also have Steve Merrill from Wager Talk. 13-1 against the spread last year. And gives us an exclusive pick on Patreon. Steve Merrill, Wager Talk, 13-1 against the spread. Wow. All right, that's his under the radar selection that he gives just to us. 13-1. It's astounding. Okay. Don't count on that every year. 14 games. If he goes 9-5, he's doing his job. 8-6 even. It's not bad. All right. Amazon links in the description section of all the videos, folks. We appreciate everyone who shops on Amazon using our link. It helps grow the channel, build the channel, and it costs you nothing. Zero. It doesn't cost you anything. Nothing. And it's the same shopping experience. Everyone has told us that. We've tested this out with like 20 people just to make sure that we are not inconveniencing you in any way. Grab the Amazon link and please use it. It helps grow the channel when you shop on Amazon. You can get the Amazon link in the description section of any of the videos. Oh, and absolutely. What a job Ben's doing in the chat here early morning. He's keeping me going. Ben is all over the place on this. Ben was here at like 4:45, I think. And look at this. Ben is letting everyone know. You know what? I need to get myself some new merch. And the way the weather's gone here in Ohio over the last couple of days, I'm going to have to get my favorite jacket out, which is my Voice of College Football Top 25 That Actually Makes Sense jacket that I don't know where it is right now. It's probably back in the closet somewhere. I'm going to have to go grab it. And I got to tell you, because the weather has taken a turn for the cooler, which I know a lot of people like, but I can do without. It was 90 here one day, and yesterday was down to like 63. No, thank you. It's August. I don't want it to be 63. And it's supposed to be like this for a couple of days, and then it's going to get back up to 75, and then it's going to be in the 90s next week. But I'm going to have to go get some socks. Getting cold. Maybe a jacket. But a lot of great stuff there. Ben is giving us the link right there. So grab the link and shop here at the Voice of College Football. There's a lot of great stuff there. We don't even tell you about this merchandise enough. I haven't even mentioned our merchandise in weeks. And Joey's done an exceptional job putting this together. And let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Thank you, Ben. There's some really cool stuff here. We've got keychains. And you guys know from ordering stuff online that you get hit with the shipping costs. Like you think you've bought $70 worth of stuff, and all of a sudden you get hit with shipping costs. And what happens? It then costs $85. All the shipping is taken care of. All the shipping is taken care of. So we've got keychains, $4.99. There you see the beautiful Voice of College Football t-shirt. Then we've got a mug. And I've got to get on here and bolster my wardrobe a little bit. When we first launched this, which would have been about 6 months ago, when we first launched this, I ordered about 7 or 8 items. I just wanted to make sure that the transactions worked. I wanted to make sure, and I had my daughter order, I had friends order, I had a number of people order just to make sure. Joey ordered just to make sure that the transactions worked, that the items were nice, that they met people's standards, that they met expectations, and everything was great. And everybody has let us know that the merchandise is quality and the order arrived and everything's great. So we wanted to make sure of that. I ordered I've got 2 jackets, a t-shirt, I've got a hoodie, I've got a few other things that I can't remember. I'm not a big hoodie guy. I just got the hoodie just because I know a lot of people get hoodies and I wanted to make sure, I wanted to see that firsthand. But I don't wear hoodies. I like sweatshirts, but I don't like the hood on the back. Don't care for that feeling of that hood back there. Not a big fan of that. But most people like hoodies. The mug right there. I've got a mug. Look at those shorts. I am not going to model the shorts, especially without a shirt on. So we've got a model there that can do it for you. Oh, those are swim trunks. There's the hoodie and the long sleeve tee. It's all good stuff right there. So we'll keep it up there for a while. Again, Ben has been kind enough to drop the link. So let me grab this link if I may. I don't know that I can. I wish I could. I can't get in there to grab it. Let's do it this way. Just check out the site. Just give us a look there at the Voice of College Football site. And I've just got to be careful swiping on these Macs. Okay. But get your gear. Just drop the link in the chat. All right. Thank you so much, Ben, for the super chat. Can't wait for the top 25 that actually makes sense debates this year. Thanks in advance, Mark. Oh, yeah. If you're not aware, if you've not partaken in the past, if you were not around for last football season, folks, it's the top 25 that actually makes sense. So be ready to have your mind blown. Some of you are going to be like instantly like, wow, that makes sense. Many of you, it's going to be a shock to your system. And you're going to be like, this is stupid. This doesn't make any sense. What's he telling us? He's telling us that Maryland's the 3rd best team in the country or whatever. Okay. Listen to the beginning of the video. Let me explain. I will explain it very briefly. It just takes a 10-second explanation that we are basing the top 25 that actually makes sense, not on who I believe are the best teams in the country. I did that with my predictions video. So check out the predictions video that I posted a couple days ago where I predict all the conference championship games in the playoffs. But at the beginning, I list my top 25 teams in college football, top to bottom. There, I tell you who I believe right this second is the best team, the second best team, the third best team, all the way to 25. That's a power ranking. But if I'm projecting forward and look at scheduling, of course, scheduling has a ton to do with it in college football. Hardly anybody looks at a schedule when they make predictions for the NFL because their schedules are almost exactly the same. So nobody really looks at schedules that much. But in college football, they're everything. So then I make my predictions. But the top 25 that actually makes sense, that all goes out the door. It's not about who we think is good and that they're going to be good or they're going to prove that they're good in November or any of that. It's about who did you play? Who did you beat? If you lost, who did you lose to? What was the performance like? So it's about the results, it's about the opponent, and it's about the performance. What I mean by performance is if Utah beats Florida tonight 20-17 on a last-second field goal, we will give them all the credit in the world. They won the game. That's all that matters for the standings. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter how much you win by, but we're evaluating the team, so it does matter to us in our rankings. That is a different win than if Utah beats Florida 52-0. That's a different performance level. So, Ben, thank you so much for reminding me that, yes, depending on how much stamina I have late night, Saturday night, early Sunday morning, because we usually get done here like 3 a.m. And then sometimes I'll be like, you know what? I got a good feel for my top 25 and I lay it all out, especially early in the season when there's only one game played. I'm going to be able to knock out that top 25 pretty quickly. That'll probably take a half hour to look things over, determine the top 25. But when we are 10 weeks deep, then it's a arduous process because you have to tear it down every week. It's almost like the College Football Playoff Committee, or at least what they tell us that they do, that they completely, every week, they dismantle the entire system, break it all down, discard everything, and start over and say, okay, what's everybody's resume? Because, for example, one week I could have a team at 10 and another team at 13. And let's say the team at 10 wins. And they beat an okay team. They beat a 5-5 team, and they beat them by a touchdown. And the number 13 team beats the number 15 team in the country, who was 9-1 or 8-2, and they beat them by 3 touchdowns. Well, that might elevate them past them. And then I got people pulling their hair out, screaming, cussing at me, calling me a moron, saying, how can the number 13 team pass the number 10 team when the number 10 team won? Because I break it all down, and the weight of that win may have elevated them. In other circumstances, it may not elevate them past that because it's not in a vacuum. These results don't come in a silo or a vacuum, this team versus that team. No, they all get weighted together. So there could be other factors involved between 11 and 12, and you just have to see it play out. But it makes more sense than the AP poll. Believe me. Chris letting us know, I believe this is the first time he's ever stated this. This is a landmark statement by Chris because I don't believe he has ever typed these words before. The BCS protocol is superior to the college football playoff. Hi, Charisse. Go Ohio State, beat Indiana on Saturday. And join us for our watch party on Saturday. We've got the Amazon link in the description section of all the videos. Folks, please set it aside. By all accounts, percent better. This is the first time I've seen your handle. We're going to go back to an old tradition here at the Voice of College Football. When I see a new handle, when I see somebody new in the chat, maybe you've been watching for 10 years, I don't know, but this is the first time I've seen your comment there. So this is a big Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Percent Better. Appreciate you being here. Would love to know who you root for, and thank you so much for the comment. Would also like to know how long you've been watching. Not today, like 12 minutes, but how long you've been watching the channel. So thank you for that. Percent Better. With the question, is Tyler Van Dyke playing for Miami this week? By all accounts, yes. Check out our conversation yesterday, last night, our weekly show with Cam Underwood from State of the U on our Miami channel. We talked, of course, a ton of Miami football, taking on the Red Hawks, and it's a great breakdown on Miami football every week. If you have not sat in on a conversation with Cam Underwood from State of the U and our weekly Miami show, even if you don't like the Canes, whether you hate them or could care less about them, if you just want exceptional football talk, great stories, great breakdown, all of it between Cam and myself, and I give him 90% of the credit because he delivers. Great show on Wednesday night, Miami Hurricanes live, 7 o'clock Eastern. But yes, TBD, I have not heard anything otherwise. Of course, he was hurt during the tail end of last season. And, of course, he needs a big bounce back year. Ben, we appreciate you dropping the link. And before we take this call, I'll look at this question right here from M. McCulwell. Hey, Mark, what do you think the quarterback position is going to look like moving forward? Are you for McCord or Brown? I'm not for either one of them. I'm for whomever is best. So we need to see them play. If you check out the video that I posted after Ryan Day's decision, I believe that he played this as well as he could. If, in fact, and I have no reason to doubt that they are being forthright, Ryan Day, about the evaluation of the two players. And the evaluation was kind of neck and neck. McCord initially ahead. Brown played well early in camp, back and forth, and very close. And then McCord was consistently better the last 2 weeks. That's what Ryan Day keeps going back to. The last 2 weeks, Kyle McCord was consistently better. Therefore, he won the job. However, since he's never proven it on the field against meaningful competition, this is the best approach. Now, if this is, let's say if they had some unbelievable backup last year who was almost as good as CJ Stroud. Let's say their backup quarterback last year was Devin Leary. And so he's not as good as CJ Stroud, but he's really good. And they both came back this year. And there was an open competition for the quarterback spot. And CJ Stroud barely won. But he was a proven quarterback who's a Heisman Trophy finalist. You would just say he won the job. Play him. But in this situation, the winner of the job in August, we don't know how he's going to perform when the lights are on. So this approach of playing Brown, and I'm expecting about 25% to 30% of the snaps to go to Devin Brown. I believe that's the way to play it. All right, let's crank it up here at the Voice of College Football. We got Chris on the line.
Hi, Mark.
Chris, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing just fine. You call us fairly late in the evening, and now you're here early in the morning. So I'm just hoping you got some sleep.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I have a bit of a cold. If I sound a little coldish, it's because I've been fighting a cold. But
maybe slightly. I don't think I would have noticed, though.
No? How you been?
I'm good. I feel good. I only slept about 2 hours, but I'm fine.
Is that typical?
No, that's not typical at all. No.
Well, no, I mean, I was kind of thinking just to myself because you do so many broadcasts and just kind of thinking this guy must, because I've actually, there's people not too many. There's a lady I met once that I guess she can like almost not even sleep. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how people can do that, but
yeah, I know somebody like that too. And I don't think it's good for them, but they've been able to do it for decades and they sleep like 2 hours sometimes. What are you laughing at?
I'm thinking you might be one of those. That's what I was kind of I mean,
No,
maybe
I
for
don't
you-
sleep a lot, that's for sure. But I get a lot more sleep than that.
uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm fine.
There was a question. I have a bit of an OCD thing, Mark. So if I repeat myself, it's not because I intend to, and so you have to kind of weigh that into consideration before you get upset about it. But
I appreciate that.
I went back, and it's because of this my OCD I have. It's like I want to know because I'm kind of one of these people that it's like I don't just want to say, okay, well, this team did that. They're and it has to do with my condition. So if I say something that maybe makes you upset or whatever, it's not intentional. But anyway. One thing I noticed, and it's against my OCD, I went back and looked at the Brigham Young Cougar schedule because, I want to know just for my own, are they deserving to, are they not, and I don't know that I've really come to any conclusion on it, but one thing I can tell you, when they played Air Force that year, I think they were playing a very good Air Force team. Now I know that's maybe up to, the Air Force finished 8-4. And they had BYU wasn't the only conference loss they had. I think they lost to Wyoming and maybe even Utah. And so, but what I think that might say about the schedule, and you don't have to agree with me if you don't want to, because of the fact that I think the conference is maybe a little bit more balanced than maybe what we might want to, than typical maybe, to where I'm not saying that necessarily puts the conference at a higher level than they would be normally, but I think there might have been more balance that year than people really think about. And so the fact that BYU went through the conference, was it 8-0, something like that? That might work to their, as far as them making a claim. Now you can weigh that into whatever you think of the WAC. I mean, if the WAC isn't, I know we even looked at it and it was like they were 8th place, I think, that year. Even that year they were 8th. It wasn't like they were at the top, but a respectable 8th in my opinion. And I just kind of was thinking, and then Air Force the next year, I don't know how closely you followed Air Force that year, but they did play. They almost played for a title, and the reason they didn't was because BYU actually beat Air Force, I think, in
they
Provo.
went 12-1, right?
Yeah, but so how does that?
I think I'm sorry to interrupt. I believe they beat Texas in the Blue Bonnet Bowl, correct?
That was the bowl they went to. Yeah, I don't know how good Texas was. I think Texas was just. I'm not sure how good Texas was. Is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a big win or. But yeah, they did play Texas and they beat Texas in the Blue Bonnet by
I guess that score was 24-16. That comes to mind.
Sounds about right.
I'm going to look it up here in a second. I've got BYU's schedule posted, by the way, from 1984.
Well, no, I guess my point, some people said, well, okay, almost like right away, well, their schedule that doesn't even warrant even, and that's where I get kind of mad about it because it's like, well, I don't know how accurate that is. I mean, here's another interesting thing, and you probably already know about this too. It's many years earlier, but Wyoming actually almost went undefeated one season. The only reason they didn't, they played LSU in a Sugar Bowl, and I think LSU they weren't top of the line SEC, but they, had Wyoming beaten LSU, we might actually be talking about a season in which Wyoming might actually have a claim to a title. 67, I think.
Yes.
And I mean, those are different seasons, and I know that's like many years apart and all that, but I guess my point is, it's like, well, though they played Wyoming, well, it's like, well, kind of give them credit for playing Wyoming. I mean, I know it's not the Wyoming of 67, obviously, but it's like we look at the schedule and sometimes we make a judgment that might not be completely fair. And Wyoming was 6-6 in 84. So, I mean, that's obviously not a great team, no matter how you want to look at it, but.
Yeah, I would be curious to look a little bit further into the details of that game because, Wyoming was 10-0. They were ranked number 5 and 6 in the two polls, and the LSU team that they played was 6-3-1 and was not ranked. Okay. And as you know, it's extremely unusual for a non-ranked team to go to the Sugar Bowl.
Well, I know, but it was in the Sugar Bowl though. I mean, and that's kind of a big. Okay, well, I'm just saying. I mean, you play in the Sugar Bowl. I mean, that's.
Yeah. Well, when does the Sugar Bowl ever host any teams that are unranked?
Like, well, I don't. I just. So like I said, we can get into that too if you want and say, well, they lost to a terrible LSU team or whatever. If that's what you want to do.
I'm not saying they were terrible. I'm just saying they were unranked.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a fair. I mean, I try to be as fair as I can. I mean, I'm not going to try to give Wyoming undue credit for not beating a good team if they didn't. But I guess the point I'm making is kind of try to give teams credit for what they do accomplish, though. And one thing that happened in '84 was prior to playing BYU, Air Force beat what I think was a respectable Notre Dame team. I mean, not an outstanding team, but I think they were 7-5. I mean, that's Is that bad? I mean, that's kind of what they are now. So they played Notre Dame and beat them. It was, I think, leading into the game against BYU, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. It's like, I think when they played Air Force that season, I think they played a relatively, pretty good Air Force team, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Sure.
Well, I mean, it's not going to maybe make people like, oh, take like a notice and like, oh, they played Air Force, but I mean, relative, like for USC, for example, like Tim gets upset at me because I guess he thinks I'm being disrespectful to USC, which I try not to be. I really do. I try not to be, but he's so pro USC, it makes it hard for me not to kind of want to, oh, USC this, USC that.
You're right.
Well,
no, I totally get your point. And before I let you continue your point, you're right. If somebody comes on here and they're just over the top SEC and it's beyond reality, then I tend to suppress them and come up with counterpoints. But if somebody comes on here and says, well, the SEC's the second or third best conference in college football, then I tell them you're insane and it's the best conference in college football, and I defend the SEC. So yeah, it all depends. If people are on one end of the spectrum or the other, and their opinions are over the top and nonsensical, then yes, I bring them back to center.
Well, no, I mean, and my point isn't necessarily, people seem to think, well, I'm just trying to put BYU above where they belong. And really, that's not what I'm trying to do at all. And people not believe that. I'm actually trying to figure out where they are and work from, In fact, when I did that, I don't know if you ever saw it, I went through, and it's actually kind of labor intensive. I think if I had a better way of going about it, I probably could have done a better job with it. But the proficiency rate rankings that put Ohio State number one. Yeah. Well, Chris put, it's like, that's the thing. Oh, Chris put Ohio State. No, I didn't put them anywhere. That's where they are. I mean, it's like people don't, they make it like it's about me somehow, like I'm manipulating the numbers to get Ohio State first place. That's not what I do. But anyway, I do my best to be fair to everybody is what I'm trying to tell you. And I think that
you didn't place them anywhere. You just have a system, and the system determined who's one, who's two, who's three, etc.
Well, sure. That's why when people say, well, so-and-so has a better winning percentage, then I can come right back and say, well, no, it isn't exactly a winning percentage, but in a way it sort of is, because it kind of weighs it kind of the same. So, so if they say, I don't know what team it would matter, USC, I guess, or like has a better winning percentage, and it's like, I can go and kind of check it and see if they're right or not, but I'm not trying to like disrespect anybody. I'm just trying to kind of make the facts known as best as I know them. I'm not saying I know everything, but I can kind of look at that and I can say, well, Ohio State probably has the highest aggregate is really all it is. It's an aggregate. And that puts them first. That's all it is. It's not because I necessarily think they belong there. That's just where they are. But anyway, and I think by the same thing, I think it puts BYU at 65th. Oh yeah, I'm really trying to push BYU on people. I have them at 65th place. Oh yeah, I'm really pushing BYU. Oh yeah. Well, come on. Cut me some slack.
Sure.
Okay, well there you go. But anyway,
that seems pretty reasonable.
Well, it's not
like
just 65th.
You have the system and so forth and know what the numbers are, but I'm just saying, based on my knowledge of the history of college football, that sounds about right. Like if you said they were number 4, I'd say, okay, well that's crazy. Or if you said they were number 109, I'd say, well, that's crazy. But 65 sounds about right.
Well, it's as close to what I think is the truth as I can get without starting to throw prejudice at it. I don't know. I guess I could put them higher or lower, but there's no point in doing that. They don't belong there. And then the other thing about that was, I'm not sure. I think Vanderbilt actually might have a higher winning percentage. I'd have to look at it again to be sure, but it's close. It's relatively, I think actually has a higher winning percentage. I think Vanderbilt's actually rated higher than BYU.
Second, Chris. Vanderbilt has a higher winning percentage all time than BYU?
Composite, I think, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I could go and check it, but I'm pretty sure that they have a higher aggregate.
Okay, you're talking about once it's filtered through some kind of system that determines the schedule factor as well, correct?
No, it's basically, it's really not. I tried to explain it to you once, and you didn't really seem that interested in it.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm asking. Vanderbilt does not have a better winning percentage all time than BYU.
Well, yeah, they do as far as against.
No, they do not have a better winning percentage. They might have a better proficiency rating after it goes through this system.
Well, I guess the point I'm making is if you put BYU in the SEC, they'd probably be about where Vanderbilt is. So I mean, make that
You're
whatever.
going through a system, but I'm just talking about the winning percentage. You shouldn't say that Vanderbilt has a better winning percentage than BYU. They
I think
don't.
better program, okay? I mean, I don't know what else to put it. I mean, better program than BYU. Yeah.
They have a better rating in your system.
No, I think they're a better team.
Sure.
Better play
When you say team, you're not talking about a specific team. You're talking about a program over decades and decades.
Well, I'm not like taking the snapshot of right now and saying, okay, who's better right now? But yeah, I think if comparatively, I think if you put the two in I think Vanderbilt would probably beat them most of the time. But I can't say I know that for a fact, but if they did, it wouldn't really surprise me that much. So it's like, I'm not trying to put BYU way up at the top like people seem to think I'm doing. In fact, and the other thing about that was BYU is rated higher than like Air Force, but they're not rated higher than like, well, I mean, you could bring in other teams into it, but I'm not elevating BYU above anybody. It's just that they finish higher. You know what I mean?
BYU's all-time winning percentage is 62%, and Vanderbilt's is 49%.
Well, I know, Mark, but that's in fact, Tim was telling me how many conference championships that USC had, and it was I can't remember exactly what it was, but like BYU, 53. If it wasn't, well, whatever it is, but I have to take BYU's and like adjust it because it's a WAC title, and it's like it's not the same, so it's like.
No, I totally get your point. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just clarifying that BYU has a much better winning percentage all time than Vanderbilt, but Vanderbilt has obviously played in a much tougher conference.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Well, that's kind of where I'm coming from on that. But there was one year, it was kind of interesting. This is something I just kind of found out recently. And you might not, some of this stuff might not interest you, Mark. And if it doesn't, like I say, weigh into consideration my disorder.
I'm here for 24 hours, Chris. So.
Well, no, I went back because
I'm a captive audience.
Sports Reference has this feature on it. It's really kind of cool. And it's like, I haven't found it anywhere else. What you can do is you can go straight to another team's, like let's compare it like on a it's by season. So like this year, I guess, like, I don't know, Hawaii and Vanderbilt or whatever. So like we can start off with that game if we wanted to. And so we give Vanderbilt the win. So it's like, it's a starting point. So like if Vanderbilt went through, like, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but like let's say Vanderbilt went through all their schedule undefeated, then that's like the end point. You know what I mean? It's like we could say, okay, Vanderbilt, because they beat Hawaii and finished undefeated, they have a claim to the championship. I mean, barring some unfortunate event or whatever. I mean, they're probably going to be
on College Football Reference right now, Chris. We're gonna do this. We've got all the time in the world. We're gonna do this right now. You're gonna show me how to do this, and you're gonna tell me what you're talking about so people can see it.
You have to go to a team schedule, and then what it is they have the results already posted for the team schedule, and then with the results,
pick any team that you want.
Well, you pick it. I mean, it's you.
So what?
Well, it's easier for me than to show.
Hang on, just let me ask a question. So, are we hypothetically determining matchups, and we want to see who would have won this game? Is that what we're doing?
Not exactly. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, but in a way, in a sense, maybe, but not exactly, because I was going to be doing. I'm going to use the 1984 for example, but I don't know if you want me to. You say you don't like talking about 1984.
Let's ask the audience who they want to see play. What hypothetical matchup do you guys want to see played out? And if they don't come up with one, I'll come up with one. I would think that people would care. Would the 2022 Georgia Bulldogs, what would the result be against the 2000?
No. I don't cross
LSU Tigers.
I don't cross seasons.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I don't cross seasons.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Well, you do that on occasion. So you're saying within the same season.
I don't do that, Mark. What I did, I mean, come on. I think you're a little bit unfair sometimes with your critiques are good.
I'm not unfair.
Well, in a way, like, okay, I told you one time, and it wasn't to throw, sand in your face or nothing, but you said, well, BYU schedule, they didn't play anybody. Well,
they didn't play anyone of national championship caliber, but we're not going down that path. We're going to stay back on this. So let's get back in this. So let me give you an example. Obviously, Ohio State came close to defeating Georgia, and TCU did play in the national championship game. So people wonder if Ohio State would have played TCU, what would have happened? Is that what we want to look up here?
Ohio State probably should have beaten Georgia. I mean, actually,
I understand. We're not. No. Are you telling us that this function on College Football Reference will compare two teams that did not play in a particular season to tell us who would have won that game?
Well, I don't necessarily make those decisions, but yeah, it would probably.
I'm not asking if you make the decision. You were telling me about a function on this website, and I'm just trying to clarify what this function does.
It's actually my function. It's something I've invented, but whatever. I mean,
well, you said it's on.
Yeah, it is. I have to reference. I have to. Well, it is on theirs. It's like it's something. If it wasn't for that website, I couldn't even do it.
This is becoming way too complicated.
Oh, come on, Mark.
I am simply wanting you to tell me what you are driving at and what this does.
Well, I think I did that once before, and then you told me that because
who cares about once before? I'm asking you right now. What are you taking us?
I'm going to use 1984 again. I'm going to use it because it's like controversial.
Nobody can relate to 1984. There's very few people in this chat that know what happened in 1984. Let's use an example from last season.
All right, go ahead.
And I tried, and you asked me to come up with a matchup, and I am coming up with a matchup that people
lost to Michigan. Ohio State lost to Michigan.
Of course they did.
Okay, and Michigan lost to Texas Christian.
Of course. Yes, we're all aware of that.
Okay, and then Texas Christian lost to Kansas State.
Yes, we're aware of all these things.
Well, this is what it's all about.
Will what I am looking up right now give us an estimation of what would have happened had Ohio State played TCU last year?
Will it give you what I think is going to happen or what they think was going to happen? I think what would have happened was, I mean, I have no idea, to be honest with you.
Okay, Chris, tell us how to navigate this site to do what you're talking about. I've got Ohio State here in 2022. Now, what am I looking at?
Good. Go to the schedule.
Yep.
Can you do that? All right, good.
It's right here.
Does it show kind of the kind of over in like a kind of shows the teams they played and like who they beat and who they lost to and all that?
Yep.
Right, go down to where they played Michigan.
Okay.
And then you have to like click on where Michigan is, and then it'll take you to Michigan.
Okay, go to Michigan.
Go to where they lose the loss button or whatever, and it'll take you straight. It'll take you to Michigan. It'll take you to where Michigan is. Okay, did that work? Now you're looking at
I'm on Michigan.
All right, now go to I think it was. Did they lose any? I think they only lost to Texas Christian, so you're going to have to go all the way to that game, and you have to click on Texas Christian.
Okay.
And then it should take you to Texas Christian.
Sure.
Then you go down to where they lost to Kansas State.
Okay.
And then see, I'm going to be blind at this point, Mark, because I can't do both things at once. So you're going to have to help me here. But then when you get to Kansas State, what does it show you? What does it show you as far as? Does it show you the schedule and who Kansas State played and beat and lost to and all that?
Sure, we can go to that. Yes.
Okay, to click, I think there's like a feature on there where it kind of shows the way that the results played out on the field or whatever, and you can like it actually does kind of a sorting thing on it. You have to click on like I can't remember exactly what it's called, but if you it'll rearrange those wins and losses in a way that kind of separates the teams a little bit in a way that kind of
I don't know how to do that.
Well, that's kind of what you need to do though to get to
Is it under glossary?
No, it's just right there. It should be kind of where the results are. It should like you click and it'll like sort the same. It'll show you the same thing, but it'll like sort them like in
gotcha.
Did it
if
do
I
that?
click on opponent,
Yeah.
it goes to the best opponent to the
it like ranges them like top to bottom, like the best.
Okay, got it. Yep.
Now you have to help me here, Mark, because again, I can't look at it from my side of it.
Okay.
Listed ahead of Michigan who's listed ahead of Texas Christian as far as Kansas State's opponents, or is there one?
Nobody.
Right, who's listed right below them?
Alabama.
You have to click to Alabama.
Okay. Then we're going to go to their schedule.
Yeah, and then you kind of have to kind of do the same thing.
Gotcha.
And so, does it list like a team right after Kansas State or before?
Ole Miss. Kansas State's the toughest team on Alabama's schedule, apparently, if I'm doing this right, because they've got the highest ranking.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me, though, because Tennessee should be the best.
It's not necessarily by strength of opponent. I think it has to do with like the order in which something. I think order plays into it a little bit.
Okay. Kansas State's number 1 and Ole Miss is number 2.
Right, we have to go to Ole Miss then.
Okay, how many times are we going to have to do
Well,
this?
This is repeated. Like sometimes it takes like several, but eventually that should land you basically on where the champion. It should eventually land you on Georgia to where it's like clear that Georgia's the national champion. If you do it, if you follow it through, try it on Mississippi.
Okay.
Does that?
Ole Miss's #1 game is Alabama.
Okay. Well, you can't go back there. I don't think. Does Georgia even enter in there anywhere?
No, they didn't play Georgia.
Who else did they play besides Alabama?
Kentucky, Arkansas, Auburn.
Does a team? Did they lose to Kentucky?
No.
What did they lose to besides Alabama?
Arkansas, LSU, Mississippi State.
But like as far as the in the right order, does it show like LSU above?
No.
Well, who does it then?
Either I'm clicking on the wrong thing because it's not ordering the games correctly. There is no way that LSU was only the 7th best team that Ole Miss played.
Well, it might have something to do, like I said, with the order in which they played them too. I mean, I think that kind of factors into it a little bit. But the one that's like, it should be the one either above it or below that arrow that you clicked on should go straight to the team that they lost to. So you're going to have to tell me who it is. I guess you could go back to Alabama. I don't know if that would help.
Yeah, they lost to Alabama.
Okay, go back to Alabama then.
Alabama's the best team they lost to.
Okay, go back to Alabama.
According to this.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes you have to go back.
We're back at Alabama.
All right, click the same button.
Okay.
Does Georgia enter in there anywhere?
No, why would Georgia enter in when Alabama didn't play Georgia?
It was it wouldn't then. So who else is on there then?
We've already been on Alabama's page.
Well, no, it doesn't. Does it not show anybody besides?
No, it shows everyone. I must not be doing it correctly because it just shows everybody that's on their schedule. That's always on their schedule.
Besides Kansas State.
Click on Kansas State.
Oh, no. Who else is on there? I mean, I can't see it, Mark. I can't look at it.
Kansas State, Ole Miss, LSU, Arkansas, Mississippi State, Tennessee.
Well, Tennessee doesn't fit on there anywhere. I mean, they lost to Tennessee. They don't show Tennessee.
Yes, Tennessee's on here. So we got Tennessee.
Is it like high order, or is it like way at the bottom, or where is it?
They were about halfway down.
And well, you might have to go all the way down there then to get to it. I don't know.
So now we got Tennessee.
Okay. Does it now click the same thing?
Okay. Their #1 loss was against Georgia.
There you go. That's kind of what I was leading into. Eventually, if you follow these steps enough times, it should take you to who the champion is what I'm getting at. It's like it's
obviously.
Well, no, it's like it's kind of like
that's pretty obvious because if you clicked through every team in the country and listed their losses, you're eventually going to hit the national champion.
I know, Mark, but it kind of gives you a path to follow. In other words, had Tennessee not beaten Alabama, then we'd be, or I guess LSU, whoever it was, then we'd be talking about Alabama as being it's these things, it's these games, and you have to kind of like, obviously you have to kind of like consider each one separate from the other, but it's kind of a way to get straight to the team that deserves the championship is what it does. If you do it right, you have to follow the right steps, but it's just a feature where you can kind of like connect the dots. It's like connecting the dots, and eventually.
What did we just do?
We started with Ohio State, and we showed how Ohio State lost. If you want to know what it is, it just said that Ohio State lost to Michigan. Michigan lost to Texas Christian. Texas Christian lost to Kansas State. Kansas State, who was it they lost to? Was it Ole Miss or somebody? Anyway, whoever it was. And then
I could have saved us 22 steps, Chris. Ohio State lost to Georgia. We didn't have to go through 22 other schedules to figure out that Ohio State lost to Georgia. Ohio State did lose to Georgia.
I know, but they also lost to Michigan, though. I mean, do you know what I mean? I know they lost to Georgia, no doubt. And if they'd have beaten Georgia, then we'd have another step in there that would lead us back to Ohio State. So
I started in on this process believing that there was a function on College Football Reference that showed two teams that did not play and what they would have projected the score to be between those two teams.
Well, there might actually be something like that, but it's not something I don't think you can access directly. I mean, I can use that information myself, and I can probably give you an idea. In fact, we had a conversation earlier. I don't think you saw it, about Fresno State and Purdue, and I don't make predictions. I mean, in fact, I would probably be terrible at it even if I tried. And I'm sure that the line I'm sure is on Purdue and all that. But, as far as the way they were as a program finishing the year last year, it's a kind of a toss up, really. I mean, now maybe they'll prove me wrong and maybe Purdue will rout Fresno State. I don't know, but it's kind of like that. It's kind of just like making a kind of I don't even know if it's a guess, like working all the angles until you kind of find out which team you think should win, and then maybe rolling with it and saying, okay, well, I'm going to double down and maybe put my money on Fresno, even though I don't know that I even think Fresno's going to beat them. But it's just something to consider. I mean, so it's not going to be, if Fresno State beats Purdue, it's not going to be like this huge upset and everybody's going to be like, oh, did you hear Fresno State beat Purdue? To me, it's going to be like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, that's what it's going to be like for me. I don't know if it's going to be
All
like
we
that.
have
for
to do to determine that, Chris, is look at the Vegas odds. It's a 4-point game, according to Vegas.
Yeah,
So
well,
that
that's
tells
probably-
us everything we need to know about the level of the two teams, that it's not going to be a surprise if either
Well,
one of them wins.
if you believe that Vegas knows, but
Yeah,
regardless,
they know.
well, how would they know?
Well, they don't know in terms of they don't know what the outcome's going to be, but they've been crunching numbers long enough
Yeah, I agree. I understand that.
that they have the best information to determine who should be favored in a game.
I'm gonna flip that back on you a little bit. So, like when BYU beat Michigan in '84 by 7, and
Good Lord.
they covered it.
We're going back 39 years.
Well,
Go
I-
ahead. Okay.
They covered the bet, Mark. I mean, they covered it. You know,
What was
regardless
the
of what-
spread on the game?
7.
What?
7. BYU was
They-
favored to win by 7. They won by 7.
Okay, you just told me a second ago, basically, you were questioning Vegas's ability,
I think they're
and now
probably-
you were reciting a time at which they nailed the point spread dead on.
Well, what does that says something? Maybe you can tell me exactly
Absolutely, it says something. It says that they know what they're doing. I've never challenged that.
They didn't
I was
beat-
the one 3 seconds ago telling you that Vegas knew what they were doing.
Well, I guess like the second part of my question might be then is if Vegas is so good at it, why do we
Yeah.
need? That's another reason we might not need a playoff. Why can't we just let Vegas say tell us what the best teams are?
We're not going to play games. We're going to let Vegas determine everything.
Not everything, but as far as like that was the argument last year. I think was like Alabama would have been favored, which some people didn't like that argument because it's like, well, yeah, that's probably true. That Alabama should have been maybe in there instead of. I don't know if it would have been over. I don't know. Maybe you can tell me who it would have been over. Would it have been over? I don't know if it would have been over TCU or not. But that was the argument Nick Saban had, was that he would have been favored, I think, against almost every team he said except for maybe Georgia. That was kind of his argument for being in there. And so if that's what it's all about, yeah, why not? Maybe even cut through all the whatever you want to call it and just maybe even put those two teams together. What's the problem? I don't quite understand. If that's who the best teams are, you understand at least what I'm getting at?
Yes, that you believe that Vegas should determine the teams that play in the national championship game.
If they're the best at it, sure. If they know how to do it, and I'm not saying they do.
That
but
doesn't mean they're right all the time. That means that they have a higher percentage of being right than any individual would be.
Are you telling me that a playoff that maybe included 6 teams might not have maybe even included a championship game between Alabama and Georgia? I'm not saying it would have or not. I don't know. In all honesty, I have no idea because I don't know that sort of
Well,
thing.
nobody knows because we didn't get to see that.
Well, then you're kind of telling me in a way then that the playoff didn't really do what it was supposed to do then if it left out the 2 best teams. Is that kind of what you're saying, or am I missing something? Am I missing something?
Are you telling me that you want me to tell you who the 2 best teams in college football were last year?
Well, yeah, that's just an opinion, isn't it? I mean,
Absolutely,
I don't know
it is.
how good you are at it. If you want to know the truth, I don't know how good you are at it. For me to say, okay, yeah, well, Mark, if you're the best at it, then yeah.
I should not be determining, nor should anybody as a single individual should be determining who plays in a playoff.
You're not if you're the best and you know how to do it and you know in fact, if you know who the better teams are even before they take the field, then I guess maybe I'm thinking, yeah, maybe Mark Rogers should be picking the 2 teams to play for the championship if he knows what they are. Why not?
Okay. So to go back to your favorite year of 1984, if we left that up to Vegas, Vegas would be telling us that BYU was not the best team in the country.
In your opinion, they weren't, but okay, so it's not up to Vegas, it's up to you. I'm going to leave it up to Mark because it's like, Mark, you seem to know more than I do, so I'll let you pick the 2 teams. It's like I don't really have a problem with that.
I don't want to pick the 2 teams. That's the point. I want the teams to play football. I want the teams to play football to determine the best team.
Well, I just told you.
I don't want to pick them. I don't want anyone to pick them.
I just told you that when Air Force beat Notre Dame in 1984, they beat a team that wasn't that bad. I mean, I don't know. You can say 7-5 isn't that good, but they weren't that bad. And I think that might have been enough to put Air Force in a position where once BYU scheduled Air Force and beat them, I think that kind of put BYU up to a point where they I'm not going to say I know for sure, Mark, because I don't know. I'm going to be first honest with you. But I think it might have put him up above Washington. I mean, I really do. Do you know what Washington's record is against Air Force? Have you ever looked at it? It's not that good. And I know we're talking about different seasons and different teams.
Yes.
Well,
As soon as you start to cross seasons, Chris, you lose all credibility.
Well, I don't know though,
all
Mark.
credibility.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, that's your
You
opinion.
do not judge a national championship based on games that were played in other seasons.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, okay?
That's complete insanity.
6 wins for Air Force against 2 wins for Washington. I mean,
It's
that's just what it is.
insanity.
Well, I don't know if it's insanity. I mean, that means
No,
means
it's insanity.
why?
Because you don't evaluate teams based on games that were played in other seasons. We evaluate the teams based on the games that are played in that particular season.
What about? I mean, I'm just throwing this out there, Mark. You can take it down if you want. It's fine. I don't mind.
Oh,
What
I
about
will.
What about BYU? Okay, that's fine. I please do.
I will if it makes no sense. If it's valid, I will tell you that it's valid.
What about BYU's record against Texas? You know what it is? It's four
It's
wins.
2-0.
No, four.
Correct?
No, that's Oklahoma.
What's it matter what teams' all-time records are when we're determining who should be playing in a playoff in a particular year? All the results from all the other years mean absolutely zero.
Well, it's 4 wins against 1 loss. Texas beat them 1 year. Texas, BYU has a 4-win record.
What does that have to do with anything?
They're
Nothing.
going to play them again this year. I mean, we'll find out again if BYU can beat them again. I mean, how many times do they have to beat them before we're going to finally say, well, maybe BYU might be better than Texas?
Why do you choose random matchups?
I don't know that it's random.
You're randomly choosing matchups to prove nothing?
I don't know that it's random, Mark. All right, we don't care about Ohio State, Michigan. How many times? Oh no, it doesn't matter if Ohio State won every single time. That doesn't mean that they're going to beat them this year. I guess if they beat them every time. I mean, I don't know. I'm asking you in some of this. How many times do they have to win before it's going to be like, well, they've won 5 out of 6 or 3 out of 4? I mean, is it what time? How many times do they have to win before it's going to be kind of like, well, I think Utah's better than BYU. There you go. I can give you one right there.
Nothing that's been stated in the last 10 minutes has led us to any conclusion on anything.
Utah wins. They'll probably beat them. I don't know if they played. Did they play BYU this year? I guess I'm not completely sure about that. Well, if they beat them again this year, I mean, it's going to be another example of where I don't think they do actually, but if they do. In fact, there was one year I was kind of disappointed. I don't know if you remember that year or not. There was a chance where, because they have a series, BYU and Utah. There was one year I think where they could have played each other in a bowl game, and for whatever reason they didn't put the two of them together. Do you remember that year? I think it was the year BYU played Central Florida. I don't know if you remember that year.
I don't offhand. I've kind of lost track of this conversation.
Come on. You're playing me out to be the full, Mark.
I'm just letting you talk.
I'm just being honest. So 6 wins by Air Force against 2 wins against Washington. Oh, that doesn't matter. And then, I'll put it the other way too.
I'm not saying they don't matter. I'm saying that it is insane to evaluate 2 teams or any teams using scores from other seasons.
Well, I won't. That's fine.
This is what you do on a regular basis.
Oh, I just want to put perspective on it. Air Force beat Ohio State 1 year. I mean, it's just a fact. I don't mean.
So you're telling me that Air Force is better today because they beat Ohio State in 1990.
But
that's what you do at times, Chris.
But there's perspective on some of that. You want to know why?
What is the perspective? That Air Force one time on one night in Memphis beat Ohio State. Okay.
Well, I mean, I'd like to kind of know what the reason is. If you want to know the truth, is it that
Louisiana Tech beat Alabama?
Yeah. I'm not saying one game defines anything. I'm just saying that if they can do it, I mean, that's evidence of something. I mean, you can't just throw that out and say, well, it doesn't count.
Well, of course we don't throw it out. It was a football game that was played, and there's a historical document and
there might be like,
of the game.
Well, they lost. They weren't going to the Rose Bowl. They didn't care. I mean, I've heard all those excuses before too. Well, whose fault is that if they don't care, if they win? I mean, if that's what it is. That's the
team's fault. That's the coach's fault.
Okay,
I don't take that into consideration either.
Took Air Force lightly. Didn't really care if they beat them. And then they almost beat them anyway. I saw the game. It wasn't like Ohio State. They actually tied the game. They were behind most of it, and they came back and tied. And it took kind of a monumental effort on Air Force's end to actually close it. But regardless, I guess the point I'm making is Air Force wasn't all that great that year. I mean, they weren't all that bad either, but they played kind of like you say, because we've heard that excuse before. Well, they didn't play a good Air Force, or not for Air Force. I mean, for other teams that have beaten Oklahoma or whatever, well, they played a terrible, you've used that on me before. Oh yeah, they beat a terrible Oklahoma team, or they beat a, at what point does the game not count? When it's not the very best against the very best, is that what you're kind of telling me? It has to be the very best team against the very best for it to really matter? Is that kind of what it is? I mean, I'm kind of trying to figure it out for myself. It has to be the very best BYU against the very best Ohio State for it to really matter? Is that kind of what it is? Hello?
Every game matters to some degree.
Sure. Well, you have to put perspective on it, no doubt. I don't even disagree with that. Liberty Bowl, maybe the Liberty Bowl isn't, maybe that's kind of that's not the highest place you can be to play. So maybe that has part of it to do to I don't know. I'm not going to throw my hands in the air and say, well, what a great thing. They beat Ohio State in the Liberty Bowl if the Liberty Bowl isn't that important, but it did happen. I mean, I'm not going to discount it either. I mean, think of it what you want, I guess. That's fine. I know BYU's, they played in the Liberty Bowl before. In fact, they played Tulane in the Liberty Bowl, and I think Tulane won fairly easily in 1998. And that would have been a year that BYU wasn't all that great. They're like 7, but they weren't all that bad either. They're like 7-4. It was kind of the same thing. It was kind of like Ohio State that year. You're about as good as Ohio State, relatively speaking. And they got beat by Tulane. And then I'm sure you kind of already know all this history. I think BYU played Ohio State in was it a Holiday Bowl, Mark? Maybe you can help me out there.
They played in 2 Holiday Bowls and a Citrus Bowl.
Yeah, and I know that BYU got beat in the Citrus Bowl. I don't, like I said, I think the game actually kind of played out kind of how they thought it would. I think Ohio State, I think they kind of halfway expected Ohio State to win that game, and it was a good game. And I think Ohio State actually, I think, was the better team. So, but there was like a game in '82, I think it was, or maybe it was when BYU was like 8-4. And I think Ohio State beat them pretty good. I think it was I'm pretty sure that was a Holiday Bowl. Do you remember that?
Ohio State beat them by 30 in '82.
But, Steve Young, I mean, he actually had a pretty good game. I mean, it might not show on the scoreboard, but I think he threw for about 300 yards, maybe even more. But, I think Ohio State they took it to BYU. But, so, I mean, I just like to use direct comparisons is all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to use it as evidence. I'm not trying to bring down Ohio State. That's not what I'm trying to do. Not at all. But I think it was 82. I think BYU was 8-4 that year. Anyway, but they had Steve Young, so they couldn't have been too bad.
So, Chris, let me ask you this question. Since you've just stated what you're not trying to do, can you tell us what you are trying to do?
Well, I thought I explained it, Mark. I mean, the argument about 1984, and I'm not really that fixated on 1984 if you want to know the truth. I just want to know for myself. And it's like I'm trying to figure out from a reliable source. It doesn't have to be you, I guess. I know what you said on which I think you were fair to what you believe. You indicated that you thought, in fact, you included Oklahoma, which kind of surprised me a little bit. You said Oklahoma would have beaten BYU that year. I really don't think that would have happened.
Okay. No, let's separate two things, please, Chris. When I produce these videos, so Chris is, let's fill in the audience here. Chris is referencing a series of videos I did about disputed national championships. So one of them was 1984, in which BYU was the only undefeated team in college football, and they were awarded the national championship.
Right.
I did not say that BYU should be stripped of its national championship. I simply put other teams down to say these teams should be considered to be given a share of a national championship because they played much better schedules.
I'm not sure they weren't considered. I mean, actually, some of what you say is like you say you have a hard time making sense of what I say. Florida won as many. I think Florida won as many recognitions as BYU did. If you want to know the truth, I looked back into it. I mean, I don't know how credible the ones they were that they won, but it wasn't like, oh, BYU won all of them and Florida didn't win it. No, it was like 50-50. In fact, there was like
BYU won what are considered to be the recognized national championships
like
by the mainstream public. They won the AP and the coaches' national championships.
Well, but then I thought you said something, and maybe you weren't referencing that year, but you said that these people that vote don't know what they're doing, sort of thing. That they don't know what they're, they don't even know what they're voting on. They're just. Can you kind of indicate that?
I'm not speaking about every individual. I don't know every individual. I only know from my own experience that some of them don't know enough
Well, that's
about
fine.
all the teams to be voting in a valid way.
Well, that's kind of why I kind of chose to get involved with this, because I thought, well, I'm going to find out if they're right, kind of thing. Well, BYU shouldn't even be in the conversation, sort of thing. And I went back, and like I said, I'm not finding like evidence that says, oh, definitely they were. I'm not really finding anything that says either one. And in other words, what I'm actually kind of finding is that kind of the way it kind of worked out, actually in a weird way, was kind of the way it should have been, except for one thing. I actually kind of think that Washington should have been given a share of the title. I actually agree with that. I think that they did enough to where it shouldn't have been just BYU. I think it should have been, I don't know if you call it a split title. This is where I get kind of confused about it sometimes, because it's like, I don't know that you really ever split a title. It's just that you kind of like share one, sort of thing. So it's like, and I don't know that Florida should have been denied one either, but in a way, I mean, Florida was recognized, and I don't know if Washington, if anybody got screwed, I guess it was Washington. But they could have, they kind of made a choice not to play BYU. I mean, when we can talk about what the reasons were, maybe. Well, I mean, they could have. I mean, maybe they shouldn't have. I don't know. I don't know what makes a good decision or not, but that was an option they had.
They wanted to play in a more prestigious bowl game and make more money.
Well, but money, come on, Mark. I mean, how much more money are you going to get just by playing I mean, it's not that much more. It might be more exposure, sure.
Absolutely it is.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. You know what the Holiday Bowl got?
It doesn't matter whether you're sure about it. I'm telling you a fact that the payout for the Orange Bowl in 1984 versus the Holiday Bowl was significant.
You know what the rating was for the Holiday Bowl? Because I looked into it. I know. It was an 8.
The TV rating.
It was an 8. I mean, I don't know. Make it whatever you want. That's what it was. It was an 8. And I don't remember what the rating was for the other game, but it wasn't like, oh, so much more. I mean, it might have been twice as much. I don't know. I mean, maybe you can tell me, but.
Well, twice as much is twice as much. That's a lot.
I know, but 8 for a Holiday Bowl. I mean, that's, I don't know if it would have been any better with Washington, but that's with Michigan, as Michigan
as find the TV rating. I'll have to try to find it.
Well, I guess my point is they had people watching it, whether it was a big game or not. I don't know.
I watched it. Of course, people were watching it.
Well, and then there's another thing I kind of want to say about it. It was a 6-6, which is what they were, but it was actually, I mean, just because a team 6.
Wow, that must have been God intervening. Just banished Chris out of nowhere. All right. We hope Chris is okay. Probably a little technical difficulty that is going to spare us all some brain cells. All right. I thought this is what Chris found on Sports Reference. If you guys are into numbers, you'll want to latch on to sportsreference.com, and there's a collegefootballreference.com because you can find just about anything you want on there. I can get lost looking through collegefootballreference.com. I thought because of all the numbers crunching that they do, that Chris was letting us know that they put together hypothetical matchups and give us a statistical measurement of what score would be the most likely score of that game. Obviously, nobody can go back in time to let us know who would have won any game. I don't even do that. At one point, Chris led us to believe that I do that I say who would have won a game. I've never done that. I have never said who would have won a game. Now I can give my opinion. So I have never, in producing any of these national championship, disputed championship videos, if I stated they would have won this game. Never. People ask my opinion. And so I produced disputed national championship videos for 1983, 84, 90, 91, 96, and 2000. So go look up those videos. Love those videos. People enjoy those videos, but you got to like the history of college football. So we've got these disputed national championship videos. I started to do these, And I never stated who I thought would have won a game. I am more about dissecting the resume and then determining this is the team or the teams that earned a national championship. And this is why, based on their record, their results, their opponents, etc. These are the teams that earned the national championship for that particular year. In none of these videos did I ever say, this team would have won that game against them, therefore they should have been awarded the national championship. That's absurd. However, after I produced a couple of these videos, people asked me to then weigh in with my opinion to state, I believe this team would have won the game. But that was completely separate from me determining who earned the championship versus me just giving an opinion at the end of the video to say, this is who I think would have won a game between these two. But I don't believe that the championship should be based on what I think would have happened. So I was going to roll the video on that. Maybe I'll take a little break and I'll roll the 1984 disputed national championship video. We'll find that. Sidaminson 06 lets us know that 1977 was also BS. Absolutely. 1977 is a failed system approach to the national championship. 1977, there's like 5 national champions in 1977. Let me see here. I can find. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, I can't find it. Why is it showing me? Sometimes searches just don't exactly take us to where we want. You would think that the term 1984 would, pretty much take you to 1984. But in 1984 national championship, disputed national championship, and I get 1990, I get all these other years, 2000, 1984. Well, I can't find it. I can't find it. Let's try this again. Let's see. Look, can't find it. Well, you folks are spared. That's odd. One more time. One more time. Let's give it a look here. There it is. I found it. But we do have a call coming in here at the Voice of College Football, and coming in early for his duty. He's now going to pull a 7-hour shift. One Corey Bratta. Corey.
Argra said he would Venmo anybody who called in to talk about 1984. So I do want to talk a little bit about Iowa. Can you tell me who the Iowa coaching staff was in 1984?
The coaching staff? I can tell you the head coach.
No, you should be able to tell me the coaching staff.
Oh, of course. I should be able to tell you the coaching staff of Utah State in 1972.
No, come on. Now, hold on a second.
I am supposed to know everything.
You should be able to tell me, and I'm being serious on this. You should be able to tell me at least 5 members of the 1984 Iowa coaching staff.
Well, I can certainly tell you about those coaches once you tell me who they are. I guarantee I know them just by your statement. I obviously know who these individuals are.
Okay, thank you. So who was the head coach in 1984? Let's start with
Fry.
that. Hayden Fry was the head coach. We know he's responsible for one of the most incredible coaching trees in college football history. I think that's a fair estimation. I know Nick Saban in the modern era would challenge that. but
I'd have to look at other coaches' coaching trees. I'm finding it hard to believe that Hayden Fry's would be among the best
Really?
ever.
really, okay.
I'd
All
have
right.
to see.
So let you want me to start naming coaches here?
Sure.
So let's start with do you have any idea who the offensive coordinator / quarterbacks coach was in '84?
In 1984. No, I don't.
Mr. Bill Snyder.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Very
Bill
nice.
Snyder was the OC and quarterbacks coach.
Okay.
Do you know who the offensive line coach was? in
No, I
1984?
just stated I don't.
Mr. Kirk Ferentz.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I should have guessed that one.
Do you know who the linebackers coach was in '84?
No.
Mr. Barry Alvarez.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess you don't know who the DB's coach was in 1984.
Well, you don't have to guess that. I stated right at the beginning. Well, I'm going to go with Bob Stoops.
This one will actually surprise you. It was Don Patterson.
Don Patterson. Wow.
He actually coached
That's
defensive
awesome.
backs in 1984.
Okay.
Kind of an interesting
Yeah.
tidbit there because, of course, he was an offensive coach. Running backs was Carl Jackson, great running backs coach.
Okay.
Coached a little bit into the 2000s with Kirk. Defensive line, I'll give you a hint. He ended up being a head coach at Iowa State during a pretty solid period of time in the early 2000s.
Well, that would have been either. Oh man, names are escaping me. I know who that is.
Dan
Help
McCarney.
me out at 8:00 in the morning.
Dan McCarney.
Dan McCarney. Okay. Yeah.
And let's see, Del Miller was on the staff. Defensive coordinator. Can't forget the late Bill Brazier. Fabulous
Okay.
defensive coordinator. Fabulous person. Bernie
But in
Wyatt.
terms of accomplished head coaches, we're talking about Barry Alvarez, Kirk Ferentz. Who else did you throw out
Well,
there?
Don Patterson's not a
Yeah, I'm talking about accomplished head coaches in Power 5 football.
okay.
You know,
Yeah, I mean,
we're talking about
Kirk, Bill Snyder,
Bill Snyder,
Barry Alvarez, Dan McCarney.
Yeah, McCarney.
Well,
I
I mean,
wouldn't really place him.
okay. Well, he's just. I mean,
Yeah.
given the history of Iowa State, I mean,
Sure.
he
Yes,
had his.
he's
fair share
arguably the
of
greatest
success.
coach in the history of the program. Yeah.
And you know who was also a GA that year was Bob Stoops.
Okay. Yeah. So he had just gotten done playing. Yeah. As soon as I mentioned when you threw out linebacker coach, I thought maybe that was a little early for him. But yeah, I remember him playing on those early 80s Hawkeyes teams. Yep.
And I'm trying to think. I'm going back to.
So you throw Bob Stoops into it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think here. So I'm looking through the list. I'm trying to find, and I'm of course, I don't have all this memorized by heart or anything like that. One of these years, it may not be listed here, but at some point, of course, Mark Stoops was also a GA. Another guy who was on the staff during the Hayden era at some point, I can't remember when, was Bo Pelini. A lot of Nebraska fans probably don't realize that, but Bo coached, I think at least for 1 year on Hayden's staff.
Do you know where Bo Pelini played college football?
You'll have to tell me.
Ohio State.
Ohio State. Okay.
Yeah. And he was the defensive coordinator for the 2007 national championship LSU team.
Okay. There you go.
That got him the Nebraska job.
19. I'm just trying to see if I can find when a couple of these other guys were added. So I mean, I guess when I talk about coaching trees, maybe not specifically 84. Okay, so in 1986, Mike Stoops was also a GA. Now I know Mike Stoops is not some legendary head coach, but he is a former Power 5 head coach, right?
Sure. Yep.
What is
Arizona.
what would his legacy be right now? Like, I know he's still coaching. In fact, I think he's on the Kentucky staff with his brother. What
Yes.
would Mike Stoops' head coaching legacy be in your eyes if he stepped away from the game right now?
Well, it's more as an assistant coach than it is as a head coach, certainly.
Right. What did he do? I mean, you'd have to remind me what his record was at Arizona.
Oh, I'm guessing he won about 45% of his games at Arizona.
Okay.
I'll look it up right now.
Yeah, he was not a great head coach based on his short tenure there.
Yes.
I'm just scrolling through the different seasons and seeing if anybody.
Yeah. 45%. I don't know that I could have hit it much closer than that. 41 and 50. So 4 and 5, that is 45%.
Okay. So Bo Pelini was a GA on the 1991 Iowa staff.
Okay.
And let's see here. Who is
I
it?
think 91. They went to the Holiday Bowl, I believe.
I don't know why this name pops out. Do you know who Milan Vuletic is?
That name sounds familiar, but I cannot come up with who that is.
I don't know why Wikipedia thinks he's some notable coach, but he was also an assistant at Iowa for 6 years. Was once the defense coordinator at Navy. Let's see, Michigan. He was a coach at Michigan, coached at Kentucky.
Okay.
I don't know why they think he's notable.
When was he the defensive coordinator at Michigan?
No, he wasn't the D coordinator.
Oh,
he
okay.
was just his assistant.
Okay.
He was just some assistant at Michigan. He was a DC at Navy and DC at Rice.
Okay.
I don't know why he's notable on this. Wikipedia basically just tries to name notable assistants if you look up a particular coaching staff, coaching season, I guess. I'm just trying to see if there was anybody else that I'm missing. Again, all three Stoops brothers at one point. Don Patterson. It's amazing. You see his name every single season because he's the only guy who is. I believe he's the only guy that was with Coach Fry his entire tenure at Iowa. So it's kind of a notable. 19. I'm up to 1995 now. Oh, of course, Chuck Long. Chuck Long ended up coaching defensive backs, kind of like Don Patterson did, and eventually ended up coaching quarterbacks. Coached for 1 year. A lot of people don't know this. Chuck Long was an assistant QB's coach for 1 year in 1999 under Kirk Ferentz. I don't think that experiment worked very well. And of course, Chuck Long then ended up being by numbers, he ended up being a pretty good assistant coach with Bob down at Oklahoma, and then not a great record at San Diego State as a head coach. Bob Diaco was on the staff. Do you know who Bobby Diaco is?
Oh yeah, he was at UConn. He was at Notre Dame.
He was head coach at UConn from 2014 to 2016. Was the DC at Purdue briefly in 2020. Do you have any idea what staff he's on now?
I don't recall. No.
He's an analyst for LSU. And then in 97, see, Bob Elliott was the DC. 98, of course, we're coming up to the kind of this sad ending to the Fry era. Well, how about their linebackers coach, Brett Bielema, in 98?
There you go.
So you go down that list, Mark. I mean, maybe, again, not singling out 1984, but you talk about an all-time coaching tree. Hayden Fry, Bill Snyder, Barry Alvarez, Brett Bielema. Yes, Don Patterson. He's all-time winningest coach in Western Illinois history, so not Power 5. Dan McCarney. Who did we miss there? Chuck Long, Mike Stoops, Bob Stoops, Mark Stoops.
So since we're here forever, we can make this an all-day event where people can serve up their head coaches that they believe developed the greatest coaching tree ever, and we can compare it to that list.
Well, the Saban list, I mean, of the last 10 years is probably going to go down as maybe the best. Is that fair? We don't know what the future holds, but
shoot, we're looking at Hayden Fry, and again, we've got Bielema, Stoops, both Stoops.
Yep. Well, all three Stoops,
all
if you're not
three,
going to count Mike. But
I'm just kind of going notable. Ferentz, Alvarez, Snyder.
McCarney.
And Dan McCarney. who I'm guessing finished under 500 at Iowa State.
Well, maybe collectively. Maybe
Yes.
collectively.
I'm almost positive. I'd bet a lunch on that. Dan McCarney at Iowa State, 56 and 65. 27 and 68 in the Big 12.
Man, I forget that he was there 12 years. That is incredible.
That's why I'm saying I'm not really putting him on the notable list.
But can we agree that that's not it's kind of like
Oh, it's got to be put into
Iowa's-
context. I'm
it's
not
gotta
saying
be-
the man can't coach. I'm just saying that's not a notable name on a coaching tree. If we're arguing all-time great coaching trees, we're
Most
not going to
bowl-
list Dan
most-
McCarney.
most bowl wins in Iowa State history. I know most people won't care about that. But
Two.
no, I'm sorry, most bowl appearances. They went to 5 bowl games during his
Yes,
tenure.
they went to 5 bowl games.
They had only been to 3 all time prior to him taking over. Mark, think about that.
They finished ranked once in 12 seasons.
But they had only been to 3 bowl games all time prior
Sure.
to 95.
But we
And he
always
took
have
them
to,
to 5.
we have to put that into context. There were less bowl games. It was easier to take teams to bowl games in the 2000s than there were at any time before that.
Yeah. He's also got he's got the school record for most wins and most losses. So he's I mean, if you talk about
did
the
I
greatest,
say he went 56 and 65? He went 56 and 85.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, at Iowa State.
Yes.
His overall head coaching record, because he also was head coach at North Texas for 5 years. His overall FBS head coaching record is 78 and 117.
So we're crossing him off my.
He's a good
List of
guy though,
notables.
Mark. He's a good guy. Dan McCarney's a good guy. and I'll tell you, that was a tough job. That was a
Yes,
tough job.
absolutely.
Not easy.
He didn't do that at Michigan. Sure, of course.
So, but would you? I don't think I don't really know that people really consider Bo Pelini to be part of the Hayden Fry coaching
Oh.
tree.
Pelini. Now
I
there's
mean,
a
he
guy.
was a GA for like 1 year.
Yeah, true.
I mean,
We'll keep him off.
I think the
Pelini-
Stoops, Bielema, Snyder, Don Patterson.
The incredible stat about Bo Pelini is that he never won less than 9 games at Nebraska.
Yeah, now they
And
can't win 9. They can't win.
Yeah, they
6.
can't win. And he went 9-4, 10-4, 10-4, 9-4, 10-4, 9-4, 9-3. You talk about consistency.
Yeah, but he was also a nutbag.
Oh, absolutely. I know that.
He's just a.
And anybody that was any good that they ran into every season slapped them around. But still, he gets fired after finish. Just think about this, Nebraska fans who have not been to a bowl game since 2016, that he finished ranked his last 6 consecutive seasons. They finished 14, 19, 24, 23, 25, 23 in the rankings.
What was it? 2014 he was fired?
Yes, that was his last year. He got fired after going 9-3.
And I remember the infamous, I don't remember who the AD was at the time, but the Iowa fan base will always hold in lore the comment that the AD made after that win against Iowa, because they won 9 games, fired Bo Pelini, and he basically said, well, we had to evaluate where Iowa was. And basically, they've never sniffed relevancy since. So
That is a great question about the last time that they were technically relevant in a sense, but they were exposed. Mike Riley's team in 2016, they were 7-0. They were ranked number 3 in the country. They were 7-0 and they went to Columbus. You know what the score of that game was?
hold on a second. 2016. I don't want to hear about Nebraska being relevant in 2016.
From a numbers perspective, they were relevant at one point in the season.
Okay,
They were
I think
7-0.
What?
And they were ranked in the top 10 in the country.
Okay, just real quick. I just want to. What was Iowa? Let me look up.
And they went to Ohio State and lost 62-3. And that was they crashed from there.
2016. I just want to look up the schedule here because, yeah, Iowa be Iowa beat. I was at that game, Mark. That's why I
40
laughed.
to 10, right?
40-10.
I remember that score.
So, that was a Tommy Armstrong-led Nebraska team that
Yeah.
didn't end up being very good, I don't think, right? I mean,
Sean Eichhorst was the AD that fired Bo Pelini.
Sean Eichhorst. Yeah, what a moron. So anyways, yeah. And that was also that was a 2016 Iowa team that was disappointing. Remember, there was a lot of hype around that Iowa team after that 12-0 season. They brought back Desmond King. He was coming off that unbelievable year in 15, and he was a projected first-round pick. He comes back. Beathard comes back. Kittle came back. Josie Jewell came back. They were loaded in 16, Mark.
I know.
And I don't think we realized how much talent was on that team.
Here's an interesting coaching tree that's brought up by Grayson. One thing I have found out, Corey, is that going live at 5 o'clock in the morning, all sorts of different people in the chat. All sorts of different people.
I will say that, can I just make this is a fair comment, but talking about Lavelle Edwards, but can I just make this comment that when you had your previous caller on, you did increase your total viewership. When I started, you were around 65, and then by the time there was that intervention and he dropped off, you had increased by at least 15 viewers in total.
That's an aberration. You
think that's more of a result of people waking up?
It usually cuts my audience in half.
Well, maybe the early morning crowd needs that to get them spirited in the morning.
And Chris, if you're listening, I'm sorry, but I'm just speaking the truth. That's what happens. Kalani Sataki, Steve Sarkeesian, Kyle Whittingham, Brian Billick, Mike Holmgren, Andy Reid, Norm Chow. Well, that's more impressive from an NFL standpoint.
Yeah, and then he threw up a chat here a second ago talking about Mike Leach's coaching tree. Lincoln Riley, Sonny Dykes, Neil Brown. I mean, what's Neil Brown's legacy right now, Mark?
Nothing. He had a really good season at Troy, and that elevated him to a Power 5 job in which he's done nothing.
But if we're going to discount Don Patterson for being the all-time winningest coach in an FCS program, I'm not giving a guy credit for having one terrific season at Troy.
No.
So anyways, Mark, I got to go to a meeting here unfortunately at 8:30 and get my coffee in me. So I'll be back I'm taking over for you for a 2-hour segment from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central Time. So
yes, sir.
I'll see you back there.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks
Mark. For stopping in. Corey Brada from the Hawkeye of the Storm. If you're unfamiliar, it's the place to be for Iowa football, Iowa basketball, men's and women's, Iowa athletics with Corey from the Hawkeye of the Storm. And Corey delivers post-game here at the Voice of College Football and on his channel, simulcast. So you can either catch it on his channel with Coach Don Patterson after Iowa's game against Utah State on Saturday, or on our Iowa channel. Let's see. Coaching trees. We got a couple other ones in. Mike Leach. Thank you, Grayson. Appreciate this. Lincoln Riley, Sonny Dykes, Josh Heupel, Dave Aranda, Dana Hogerson, Cliff Kingsbury, Neil Brown. Well, had I seen that when we still had Corey on, I would also note that Cliff Kingsbury, like Neil Brown, has done nothing in the Power 5. Of course, Lincoln Riley has taken Oklahoma to multiple playoffs, 3, dominated the Big 12, now has taken off at USC. We know what Lincoln Riley's doing. He's winning 85% of his games. Sonny Dykes, not much at Cal. Nice stints at Louisiana Tech and SMU. Lifted those two programs. And then, of course, splashes at TCU with the national championship game appearance. Josh Heupel, nice stay at UCF, won about 65% of his games, but got elevated, of course, to Tennessee. Second season, goes 11-2 and wins a major bowl game. Dave Aranda, up and down, up and down, up and down at Baylor, but did go 11-2 and won the Big 12 championship and the Sugar Bowl. And we'll see Dave Aranda is still extremely young. Lincoln Riley. The thing about that list, Grayson, is that the resume is still being built, especially by Riley, Dykes, Heupel, and Aranda. The first four, they're just in the infancy of their careers. Sonny Dykes a little bit older, but the other guys still taking off. So that coaching tree is just going to do nothing but accelerate. Dana Hogerson, nice stint at West Virginia, of course. The last West Virginia team to win a major bowl game, defeating Clemson. And of course, he's at Houston and has his shot again in the Power Five. And again, Cliff Kingsbury's stay at Texas Tech was pretty bad. He won like 30% of his games in the Big 12, 35% of his games. The back and forth between Ohio State and Michigan is rather massive back and forth. Tim Armstrong offering up Bo's list of coaches, which really is not. It's okay. Okay, it's better than I initially looked at there. It's pretty strong. It's not, and probably Tim, if you guys are doing this off the top of your heads, you probably could add some other coaches in there. I would think after 21 years at Michigan that Bo's list would be longer than that. But that stated, that's a really good list. That is a really good list of coaches there from Bo. Lloyd Carr won about 75% of his games, won multiple Big Ten championships, won a national championship. Bill McCartney won a national championship at Colorado, of course, and they were a top 5 program for about 3 or 4 years. Les Miles won a national championship at LSU and coached in another BCS championship game at LSU in 11. One of the greatest teams of all time not to win a national championship. Gary Moeller had a great run at Michigan. And between Bo and Moeller, they won 5 consecutive Big Ten titles. And Moeller won in 90, 91, 92, 93. He won 4 consecutive Big Ten championships. 90. Let's see. Bo's last year was 89. Then Moeller won its share of the Big Ten in 90. Won in 91, 92. So he won the final 3 in that string of 5. And then, Gary Moeller could have been at Michigan for a long, long time and might have been the national championship coach in 97, but he run amok outside the football field. Don Nehlen, of course, is the greatest coach in the history of West Virginia football, almost won a national title in 88 and in 93, and just made West Virginia football what it is. And of course, Harbaugh has elevated his stock considerably in the last 2 seasons, but great coach at Stanford, great coach at San Francisco. That's not a long list, but everybody there is like a top 50 coach in the history of college football. So that's a pretty significant list. And I do want to take down the Lavelle Edwards list. I may have lost track of that. Lavelle Edwards with Holmgren, Billick, Kalani Sitake. Who else was on the shoot? I lost track of the if somebody could copy and paste the Lavelle Edwards list. And then we've got the Leach list again. that list is going to do nothing but elevate when you talk about Lincoln Riley and Dykes and Heupel and Aranda, Hogerson, Kingsbury. Yeah, he's so young. He should get another shot, and we'll see if Cliff Kingsbury can make something of himself as a head coach. We've got, I believe, we got Woody, Lou Holtz, national championships, Earl Bruce, really good run at Ohio State. Glenn Mason had a nice run at Minnesota, considering Minnesota is limited. Era was an all-time great. John, you talking about John McKay? Did he coach under Woody? John McVoy. I'm missing something there. Not aware of John McVoy. Yeah, John. Yeah, John McKay did not. John McVoy. Maybe a little education for me. I don't remember John. Oh, John McVeigh. Okay, John McVeigh. Yes. He was under Woody in high school, I guess. Miami of Ohio as a player. And then head coaching record in not significant. Dayton, Michigan State assistant. Yeah. Under 500 record. So forget him. But we'll go with Woody. And I got to think Woody had a better run of coaches than that. Anyway, Earl Bruce, Era, Mason, Gary Moeller was at Ohio State. I don't remember that off the top of my head. Gary Moeller, Ohio State. Woody, did Woody not have, I guess he didn't have Urban Meyer or Pete Carroll. They were under Earl Bruce. Oh, that's a good start to a coaching tree right there. Pete Carroll and Urban Meyer for Earl Bruce. We could look at Earl Bruce's tree. Who else? I believe somebody put up Jim Tressel's coaching tree. Grayson, Mike Leach's incredible influence on what turned into the modern offensive game cannot be overstated. In fact, defenses turned to modern day 5 defensive backs as base formation to combat Leach's offenses. Yes, Grayson, you can check out my video where I paid homage to Mike Leach. Urban's list. Yeah, we can dive into that. Hayden Fry still wins with Bob Stoops, Barry Alvarez, Bill Snyder, Kirk Ferentz, Mark Stoops, Brett Bielema, plus throw in Bo Pelini and Dan McCarney. Again, Dan McCarney, I don't want to discredit him, but we're talking about successful head coaches. I don't know if he wins because, again, I would want to see a lot of other coaches. And somebody put in Jim Tressel's list, and I can't find it. There it is. Aaron Powers, thank you for the Tressel list. We've got PJ Fleck, Fickle, Mel Tucker, Marcus Freeman, much to be seen there. D'Antonio and Tim Beckman. Well, not much there. So Jim Tressel's list. And he's, of course, got his son coming up the ranks at Wisconsin right now. But that's not. Bill Walsh, Stanford, of course, started there. Has to be all time if you take his NFL coaches also. I don't know what this is referring to. Oklahoma beat the brakes off of Ohio, as I recall. Well, they played in 2016 and 17, and Ohio State blasted Oklahoma. Oklahoma came back for the return trip, dominated the fourth quarter to win going away 31-16, but Ohio State was up 10-9 in the fourth quarter. So don't know what you're talking about there, but Ohio State certainly has performed against national competition much better than Oklahoma has in the last 20 years. That's not even debatable. Paterno. Yeah. Yeah, McVeigh. Yes. I got to think, just based on longevity, who was coaching under Bear Bryant? Probably Bill Curry, Ray Perkins, those guys. Anybody else? Bear Bryant coaching tree. Bear Bryant coaching tree. Danny Ford, Clemson, Howard Schnellenberger, Gene Stallings. They all won national championships. David Cutcliffe, Mike Riley, Joey Jones. It's got to be deeper than that. That's got to be just at the outset. Shouldn't have started that on a scrap piece of paper. I need like a notebook for this. Yeah, Bear Bryant. It's got to be more extensive than that. He was around for 28 years. Sylvester Croom, Mississippi State. Ozzie Newsome, great general manager, of course. But that's not really a coaching tree. That's not what I consider a coaching tree when you coach the player. But Bear Bryant did lead 3 national championship coaches. So this Hayden Fry list has 1 national championship coach. So we'd have to give it up for the Bear on that one. Somebody mentioned Urban Meyer's coaching tree. Again, these guys are going to be so young that I would think that there's some potential there. Steve Adazio, not a great run at BC or Temple. Gary Anderson, decent coach. Doc Holliday, Marshall. Dan Mullen, Mississippi State. Okay, he's done some things. Charlie Strong, nice run at Louisville. Kyle Whittingham, okay. Tom Herman. Yeah, that's, and then he's got Luke Fickell now. So that's not too impressive at this point. And really doesn't look like it's going to be impressive. And that list was made in 2015. So since 2015, then he coached in 16, 17, 18. The Boston College coach, Jeff Hafley, would be part of Urban Meyer's tree. He hasn't done anything. I got to think Mac Brown would have a coaching tree. And I think somebody brought up Bobby Bowden. Mac Brown coaching tree. Where is it? Come on. Don't see it. Oh, it's down at the bottom. Maybe not. Yeah. Oh, this website's a mess. Anybody else? Coaching tree. Rod Farvis says Jeff Hafley. So Hafley would have been, he wasn't on the 2018 staff. I guess he came in 19 under Ryan Day. John McKay. Got to think his coaching tree is ridiculously extensive. All right. We've got Sean on the line. Let's talk some college football with Sean. Sean, what's going on?
What's up, Mark? I'm just trying out my phone here. Can you hear me good?
Oh, yeah, we got you.
Good. I saw that you were doing this 24-hour thing. I thought this would
Heck
be
yeah.
kind of decent.
24 hours. Yes, we're going to it. How long?
So where
how
are you
long have
at
been
right
rocking
now,
the
or
panel?
what are we talking right now? I noticed.
Maybe we've got some kind of delay here. Go ahead, Sean.
Oh, I noticed you were talking coaching trees and
Yes.
whatnot. I think obviously two of the greatest college coaches with trees were definitely Bear Bryant, and if you went in this era, would probably definitely be your old buddy Urban Meyer there.
Well, we were just looking at Urban Meyer's, and it was an old list, but I wasn't too impressed. We didn't have any big winners there. Maybe Dan Mullen was the biggest winner off the Urban Meyer tree.
Kyle Whittingham's done a pretty good job at Utah.
Yeah, Kyle Whittingham would be the best. Yeah.
So where do we
And of course Ryan Day.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
There we
Ryan
go.
Day. Yeah.
We've got an updated list here. Tim is bringing some names to the table for Urban Meyer. You got Ryan Day, Luke Fickell, Dan Mullen, Greg Schiano, Charlie Strong, Mike Vrabel, Kyle Whittingham. It's a good list.
Yeah, definitely. Luke Fickell's done a good job at a couple of programs that he's been on.
Absolutely. All those guys have been successful, and you got to consider Schiano at Rutgers. That's a tough job, but he elevated them big back in the 2000s, and Charlie Strong had a nice run at Louisville.
Charlie Strong has had some good programs as well. Yeah, definitely.
So that's a pretty decent list, and it's more about going forward. Fickell could continue to, and Day could continue, and Vrabel, especially those three, have a lot of football in front of them.
Yeah, Mike Vrabel would be the only pro coach out of it so far.
Yeah.
He's lasted longer than Urban Meyer.
He sure did. That was not a good career move for Urban.
No.
But
after watching Swamp Kings,
yes.
have you watched that yet?
I have not.
Oh. So you got to watch that, because I really want to get people's views on where they think that may or may not have hurt Urban Meyer's career going forward of getting a coaching gig again.
Well, I can't imagine that it was that favorable.
I saw
those kind of shows never are, for one thing.
I saw some guys yesterday talking about how they were they felt like Netflix dropped the ball to a degree. They really didn't go inside as much as they could have or whatnot. But I feel for what it was it really if you're going by today's standards of how society rates things, Urban Meyer just probably killed his coaching career because of that film. Just the way that he ran those programs and ran some of those guys was not very favorable to today's society of coaching kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think that would be pretty much par for the course for tons of coaches.
But the program itself was really good. I really liked what they showed. The only difference is just that the coaching methods, I think, was a little rough, and I think it really showed that in today's college football, I just don't think that kind of coaching method would probably work very well.
So what are we talking about? Like,
Well,
what
just
kind of
that
tactics?
it was very militaristic. He was very hard on his players, ran a very military style program, a lot of verbal abusing and a lot of physicality, little over physicality is what people were saying. A couple of the former Florida players were on there talking about had they known the way it was going in as to what it was after the fact, they would have never gone there, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I've not seen it. I don't know that I'm really going to be surprised based on everything else that's come out.
Yeah, I knew he was a great coach, but I didn't know that it was that I didn't know it was that intense until after watching Swamp Kings.
Yeah. Yeah, I've not heard anybody else comment or give it any kind of critique on whether it's the analysis of Urban Meyer's coaching style and tenure or just the program itself. But sounds like you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a good show. Very, very interesting. Very, very well put together. I think they could have touched more on some of the issues. They really didn't. Obviously, they didn't hit any of the Aaron Hernandez issues or anything. They did talk about. I can't think of the kid's name now. The kid that he cut because he was having some issues, and the kid ended up, I believe, committing suicide about a year later. And I guess people said that really changed Urban after that. His whole philosophy and coaching and things changed after that.
Well, I know that he was pretty lenient on players who broke rules and committed violations at Florida. And then when he came to Ohio State, I know that he made some comments about learning his lesson, and they usually had, there were situations at Ohio State where before there was any type of discipline for players that they proactively disciplined players and suspended players there. So I think he was learned his lesson, whether that came from him thinking that that was the right thing to do or just wanting to keep the NCAA at arm's length, regardless of his motivation. They were much tougher at Ohio State.
So where do you see Ohio State this year?
Well, I see a team that's got a ton of questions to start the season. Offensive line, quarterback, secondary. Those are the three biggest issues I've got with the Buckeyes right now. But I think they've got the potential to win a national championship, but they're going to have to, again, the secondary play has to be better than it's been since 2019. But I think they've got the players to do it. Now, I don't know if Jim Knowles is the right defensive coordinator, but that's what I'm banking on. And the offensive line's a pretty major concern, especially at both tackle spots.
What do you think of the quarterback decision that Ryan made the other day?
Well, I think that's the only decision that could be made. Based on the evaluation at practice, we're not there for practice, so we've got to take his word for what the evaluation is at practice. And based on his assessment, Kyle McCord's been a much better quarterback for 2 weeks. So therefore, but I think at any time there's been a quarterback that won a quarterback battle in camp that's never been the guy and never played a meaningful opponent, meaningful snaps, then you do exactly what he's doing right now, and you still weigh the players and evaluate them on the field when the bullets are flying. So that's what he's doing. I don't know what other decision would have been a better decision.
Yeah, you probably want to go with the one that has at least somewhat of experience at this point.
Well, I'm basically saying that neither one of them have experience, but McCord won the job in camp, but not decidedly, and only here in the last 2 weeks. So since he's never proven anything on a big stage, then why not let Devin Brown get some playing time as well? So it's still a competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting year this last year with the CFP versus next year you're going to have the playoff system.
Yeah.
I think the playoff system is really going to open it up for a lot of levels and a lot of different teams.
Well, sure it is. You've got 12 teams. So absolutely, it's going to open it up.
What are your thoughts on the CFP versus the playoff?
Oh, meaning the 4-team versus the 12-team?
Yeah.
Well, I think that every conference needs to be represented. So, well, now with the way things are blowing up, we don't know what these conferences are going to look like. But at least at the time that they determined there was going to be a 12-team playoff, I thought that was a good move because I think all the conferences need to be represented in the playoff. So that's number one. Number two, it takes that power out of the committee's hands in determining number 4 versus number 5. They wield a lot of power right now because they're selecting 4 teams and there's usually 5 or 6 that are in play. So that takes that difficult decision out of their hands and it opens it up to everybody that I think is worthy of a playoff. The thing that I don't like about it is that there are bye weeks. There shouldn't be buys for the first 4 seeds, in my opinion. I would either go with 8 or 16.
Yeah, I think they should have gone either 8 or 16 as well. I think the bye weeks gives an advantage to those, obviously those top 4 teams. but yet I think it's going to be interesting as well because it also does set up for some upset possibilities. But you have upset possibilities every week in college football. So where's the difference there? Not much.
Yeah, I think it gives opportunities for teams like Utah, Penn State, Notre Dame, Florida State, some second and third place teams in the SEC.
Does it also give an advantage to say a 3-loss Alabama or Georgia or LSU or
An
there's a lot of
advantage. It gives them a possibility to make the playoff.
versus you might have like a 1-loss Oregon or Washington or USC, but if you got a 3-loss Alabama team that had a tough schedule, you're going to roll into that conundrum of the 2-loss Alabama team in the old CFP.
Well, sure. Anyone who only loses 2 games, especially in the SEC and the Big Ten, are going to make this playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'll be definitely interesting to see what it does in the future.
All right, Sean. Well, I appreciate the call.
Yep. Thanks, Mark.
Have a good day, sir.
You too. Bye.
Appreciate Sean calling and everybody who gave us a ring here at the Voice of College Football. Get to see some new faces, see some new names here early in the morning that I'm not used to seeing, so that's nice. We were talking coaching trees, and if anyone has a coaching tree they'd like to serve up, give it to us. All right. Let's get to what else is going on here at the Voice of College Football. So we got a big weekend in store. Nebraska, Minnesota coming up tonight, as well as Utah and Florida will be here throughout. Got Corey Brada checking in at noon Eastern time from noon to 2 to take over some hosting. I'll come back at 2, take you up to 9 o'clock. We've got kickoff of Utah, Florida, and Nebraska, Minnesota at 8. Got a sneaky, possibly good North Carolina State UConn game kicking off at 7 Eastern. John D'Adamo steps in from 9 to 11 tonight. And then we've got Matt Zemek, who's going to take us home from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern time. So Matt's going to wrap it up. Catch Matt's work at Trojans Wire. Amazon links in the description section of all the videos. And we looked at the merch a few minutes ago. Check out the merch at voiceofcollegefootball.com, voiceofcollegefootball.com, and you can find the merch right there. We will leave the links back in the chat. Watch Party Weekend. All weekend. Maybe I've asked myself to do a little bit too much. Maybe I'm pushing this to a limit, but we're going to give it a go this weekend. Friday night, Miami of Ohio versus Miami of Florida. Louisville, Georgia Tech, 7 o'clock watch party, 7 p.m. Eastern Friday night. Then on Saturday, noon Eastern time, Deion Sanders, Sonny Dykes, TCU against Colorado. Noon Eastern time, watch party. And then at 3:30, we take our watch party to the Patreon and our YouTube members. So please join us at patreon.com/MarkRogersTV and also on our YouTube memberships. And if you either have a Patreon membership or a YouTube membership, and we do our very best in every such way, and consider that Patreon was out and we committed ourselves to Patreon, and then they came out with these YouTube memberships maybe a year ago. And so we've done our best to sync those. And so we've got a Saturday watch party at 3:30 Eastern, headlined by Ohio State and Indiana. I believe we also have a decent game, Washington, Boise State, and maybe a few others at noon or at 3:30 Eastern. Let's look at the schedule. Starting on Friday night, we will go live at 7 o'clock for the Miami matchup, and then also Georgia Tech and Louisville. So we've got a watch party lined up for 7 o'clock Eastern Friday night. We'll take you through all of that. And then after the games, we've got Miami post-game on the Miami channel. We've got a Georgia Tech post-game show right here on the main channel. Then on Saturday, we go live at noon for a watch party featuring Colorado TCU. We'll also keep an eye on Iowa, Utah State, Oklahoma, Arkansas State. Those games in particular, I'm not going to be able to see Michigan, East Carolina. I just don't see it in my future of going through the trouble of trying to look up Peacock and go through all that business. I don't really care at this point. Purdue, Fresno State, that's a good one. We'll keep an eye on that game as well. So we've got Tennessee, Virginia, Oklahoma, Arkansas State, Iowa, Utah State, Purdue, Fresno State, and the headliner, Colorado, TCU at noon. Watch party right here, folks. And then at 3:30 Eastern, Ohio State, Indiana. That's our headliner. We'll keep an eye on Washington, Boise State, Texas, Rice, Notre Dame, Tennessee State. Ew, NBC. Good luck with that one. Wisconsin, Buffalo, and all these other games. It's really a bad, awful, atrocious. And this is something else that college football would be able to deal with and address if there was a commissioner. And if all these conferences were working together under one governing body, then you wouldn't have a window of TV like this. This is atrocious. The 3:30 window, Ohio State, Indiana, Washington, Boise State. Those are the only two games that are tolerable in any such way. Texas, Rice, Notre Dame, Tennessee State, Wisconsin, Buffalo, Auburn, UMass, Maryland, Towson. Auburn, UMass is the ESPN game at 3:30 Eastern. Western Kentucky, South Florida, Pitt, Wofford, Cincinnati, Eastern Kentucky. Okay. That would all be addressed if I was the conference college football commissioner. That's just beyond atrocious. Beyond atrocious. But we will have a watch party at 3:30 Eastern on Saturday. Oh man, look at this. We've got a special treat today. Our guy Joey Foster's checking in.
Hey, Mark. How you doing, buddy?
I am doing well. What's going on with you?
Not a lot. I wanted to come on just talk for a second. Number one, the website is down right now, thevoiceofcollegefootball.com. So if you get merchandise, they just have to go to topqualityshirts.com.
Yes, I'm glad that you reminded me of that. So
yeah, we kind of got a transition going on with the website, so it's down right now for the moment. but it will be back up soon.
And we're going to pop this link in the chat right now because I just grabbed it.
Yeah. Another thing too. So you and Corey Browder were talking there earlier, and you mentioned that Neil Brown had, a good season at Troy, and then went to a Power
Oh, a
5
couple
team.
seasons.
Actually, he had 3 good
Yeah.
seasons at Troy.
Sure.
So
He did.
I think he was pretty big, a pretty hot coaching hire when West Virginia got him. It was, he was being looked at by a lot of teams. So, I'm hoping that he can right the ship this year, turn this thing around, and maybe, who knows, maybe he's a better coach than we think. But, he's had a lot of trouble in the transfer portal, not having a lot of trouble getting players to West Virginia, having a lot of trouble keeping those players at West Virginia. And, he's got a lot to learn. And unfortunately, he's learning it on our time.
I do not think that this is the worst team in the Big 12, like the media predicted them to be.
No, I mean, I read an article yesterday or day before yesterday about ranking all 130 college football programs. And West Virginia was like down near the bottom after like probably 25 group of 5 teams. But I look at this and I'm like, okay, so now if I look at just 2020, 21, 22, and 23 recruiting classes,
Yeah.
we're better than probably 30 of the Power 5, 35 or 40 of the Power 5 programs in college football. And then they're trying to put us below group of 5s on top of that. So I don't understand that at all. I think we are a lot better team than people think. And, I know everybody says, well, Vegas has things right. I'm going to tell you what, Vegas has some things wrong this year. And I'm going to tell you why, because the new clock management rule is going to make a big difference in college football. I think it will. I think it'll make a huge difference. You take a team like West Virginia facing off against Penn State game 1. Penn State's a 21-point favorite. Okay, great. Maybe they should be. Maybe they would be in normal times. But with the new clock management rules, if West Virginia can run the ball, which we know they can, we have a top quality Power 5, one of the best Power 5 offensive lines in the country. We have a really good staple of running backs in the backfield, and we have a scrambling quarterback. We're going to be able to run the ball on some teams, including Penn State. So can we control that clock? And if we can control that clock, how's Penn State beat us by 21? If the new clock rule, when that new clock rule taking effect like that, I think it's going to help teams that are facing like a Penn State when West Virginia has to face them. As long as we can run the ball and establish a run, we can run the clock.
The number that I saw, Joey, and I saw it several places, so I don't know if this was based on just the 7 games that were played last weekend, or this is an estimation or a projection toward the entire season, but the average game has 68 plays for each offense, and they're estimating that's going to be down to 63, that there's going to be 5 plays. So there's going to be 10 plays taken out of each game.
And probably if you look at teams with hurry-up offenses, like Dana Holgerson's at Houston, for instance, it's going to hurt him a lot because if anybody that knows Dana Holgerson, because he coached for us for years, you'll know you're a lot more times that you're 3 and out than you are scoring touchdowns. You might score 50 points a game, but you have a lot of 3 and outs too because you do it so quickly. And, you might be on the field, your offense might be on the field for 30 to 45 seconds of the game clock, literally. So I think that those teams will continue to get their plays because Dana will just speed it up more. Neil Brown's not really that type. He does like a high-flying offense, of course, and the tree he comes from. But at the same time, I feel like that he will control the clock, understanding that time management is going to be real important. So where Dana Holgerson probably would not do that at Houston and wouldn't have done it at West Virginia. He would still want to get his 90 plays a game in.
Oh, yeah. Dana loves to run that offense. He just doesn't like to recruit or recruit defense. as you know.
No, he
better
doesn't
than I
like to
do.
recruit. He hates recruiting. He's not a very good recruiter. But people putting West Virginia at the bottom of the Big 12, below the 4 newcomers that we out recruit by 35 position rankings every year, 35 or 40, some or more. It's just crazy. They do not have the talent that West Virginia has, and also you got to figure they've not been in Power 5. That they're used to playing a couple of Power 5 teams a year. Now they got to play a whole schedule of Power 5s. So it makes a big difference. So anyway, I wanted to come in and just correct you real quick so people could find our merchandise. Also, free shipping on all merchandise in the store. It's the price you see on something is what you pay, and we have good quality products and we have top quality products. So you can get you a good quality T-shirt or a top quality T-shirt, whatever you would like, whatever your price budget falls within. We wanted to make sure we had a variety. We also wanted to carry quality. We want to make sure we have good quality merchandise in the store. So
Absolutely. And I was telling people a couple hours ago when you first set this up, and we've got to credit Joey with 99% of this because I've been trying to build a store for 5 years and I kept screwing it up. So I got Joey involved, and now we've got what we've got. So he's done a remarkable job. And I ordered about 7 or 8 things to make sure that they were good. And Joey and I vetted it out, made sure all the transactions worked, that different people in our families we ordered for, just to make sure that the shipping was going to work and that they would get their products and that they would like them and enjoy them. And we've heard nothing but great feedback that people enjoy their products, that they're quality, and that everything looks good.
yep, we do have good quality products, guys. That's for sure. We'll have some new products coming out. A new line of products should come out next month. We'll have a few more winter items in there and things. We do have hoodies, a couple of different types of hoodies, but we'll be adding some coats, things like that. I'll probably get those put in there next month. So, Oh, another thing too, because a lot of people say, well, I'd like to buy this, but it's a little expensive. Or like, I'll give you an example. So somebody the other day said they wanted to buy a whole set of the beer glasses. They wanted to buy a set of 6 of them, but they're, $30 a piece. And so I told him, I said, the best thing to do is make payments, because we have payments in our store.
Yep.
So put everything you want to in the cart, then just check out check out with Shop Pay and fill in your information, and boom, we'll mail your merchandise to you, and you can make payments on what you buy. So it's just that simple, guys.
Good thought. Good thought right there. And also, Joey, speaking of the Mountaineers, we're excited because we launched a new show last night, everyone. So on Wednesday night, it's the Ryan and Rush show here at the Voice of College Football. And so get used to watching that over on the West Virginia channel every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock Eastern. And we got a new Big 12 channel as well, so you can check it out there as we're simulcasting on those two. But we're going to take it off the main channel here in a few weeks. So those guys are good. I checked them out last night, listened to a lot of it. They're excellent.
They're really good. I like them a lot. They've both been, Ryan has been with West University for a lot of years, working for Bob Huggins. They're at West University, so knows a lot about the program, knows a lot of people in the program, so there's a lot of connections there. And we have him on the Voice of College Football now every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock. So a great show to listen to, a great show to tune into every week. Even if you're not a Mountaineer fan, if you're a Penn State fan, watch the show from last night. It was talking a lot about Penn State. If you're a Duquesne fan, next week they'll be talking about Duquesne because that's our next game. A Pitt fan, whatever. These guys are really knowledgeable and can fill you in and let you know some stuff going on up in Morgantown. So, also, I have a lot of people. I get a lot of emails from people and a lot of messages saying they'd like to help me if they can to find us sponsorships for the shows. That's amazing. Continue reaching out to me. But I wanted to give everybody a real quick, just to be very short, I promise. What we're looking for. So what I'm trying to find is I'm trying to find a partner with the Voice of College Football. What I mean by that is there's advertisers and there's sponsors, right? And we could go out and get advertisers to say, hey, put our product on the air and push it, and we'll pay you $100, whatever it might be. That's great. But we're looking for sponsorship as well. We want to find a partner, somebody that we can actually help and that will support us and everything we do here at the Voice of College Football, that supports Mark Rogers and supports our chat, likes to be in here with you guys. So if any of you guys know anybody that may want to partner up with us, reach out and let me know, or let Mark know, so we can start a conversation with them.
And that's really what it's all about, is that whether it's you as an individual want to help us and also believe that whatever brands or platforms that you have as an individual need to be shown to a wider audience, we can partner together. Of course, for companies and organizations, we want to know how we can benefit you. And there's a lot of ways that you may not realize that we can benefit you. So contact Joey, contact me, MarkRogersTV at Gmail. And
Football News Hour at Gmail.
There it is.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we'd love to have a great partner with us, to come in and fully support everything we do and stand behind what we do, and we can stand behind them. That's what we're looking for. Looking for a relationship. And sometimes that's not real easy to find, but when you do find it, it's always special. So we're looking for that special relationship with a sponsor. And if you know somebody, let us know. We'd love to reach out to them and talk to them.
For sure.
Find out where our interests align. Mark, I'll get out of here. It's a football show, and I came in and done some promoting. But
we need a little bit more of that, actually.
Yeah, man, it's good. It's all good. But everybody that's in here, be sure you check out all the channels of Mark Rogers, because all the shows are amazing. One of my favorite shows is the USC show. I'm as far from a USC fan as you can find, but I watch that show religiously. They do a good job over there. I watch Corey over on Iowa channel, does a great job. Every channel has a unique voice and are really good. So tune in. So, all right, Mark, I'm gonna get out of here and let somebody call in and wants to talk some football. Let's go Mountaineers. I'm ready. I'm excited for Saturday, man.
It's coming. It is coming. And who knows? Who knows?
Hey, you know what? I was thinking about this. So tonight, Utah and Florida.
Yes.
I guess you think about it on the surface and you think Florida should be the better team, right? They've got the better recruiting base. They've got the, of course, national championships, the stature of being Florida. I'm anxious to see what Florida can do this year. Can Florida come back? Can Florida be back? And tonight there's no better test than Utah.
Yeah.
So,
on the road.
Yeah.
Do you realize, Joey, this is the first time that Florida has left the state of Florida for a non-conference game since 1989.
Yeah, I think somebody said that last year that this would be the first year they'll be leaving.
All their non-conference games have been against Florida State. So even if they're playing on the road, they're in Florida or have been at home.
The first time since 1989 traveling outside the state of Florida for a
they went
non-conference.
to Syracuse in 89.
Yeah.
It's been that long.
Well,
So they're going to Utah, and that game went down to the last play of the game last year. So I'm hoping to see a similar type game. I want to see some exciting games this weekend.
That might be a silver lining to all this conference realignment. A lot of these teams that have been in areas where they could not, where they were stuck, like Florida, never getting outside the state of Florida for a non-conference game. With this conference realignment, maybe that happens a little bit more often now. So there may be a silver lining to a lot of this non-conference or this conference realignment, if there is one.
Well, it's definitely going to bring some teams together that we've never seen play before. So I am interested in that. You know, USC and UCLA, and now Washington, Oregon, mixing it up against all those teams in the Big Ten, Oklahoma, Texas against the SEC teams, and now with the Pac-12 completely dissolving. We'll know a little bit more maybe here in a couple of days with Stanford and Cal possibly going to the ACC. What
So I
all of
love the
that's gonna
fact
look
that,
like.
you know, West Virginia is going to get to play teams like Colorado, Arizona State and stuff, and BYU. And that's all great. But at the same time, I'm going to miss watching some teams like Oregon State, Washington State, you know. I'm hoping they can pop into a Power 5 again, because
Yeah.
that's where I don't want to lose any Power 5 teams. And I want to keep gaining Power 5 teams. I want college football to grow. And, you know, if we start getting rid of teams, and you think about it, and everybody says, well, Oregon and Washington State, Oregon State and Washington State, they don't have a lot to offer. They've got a lot to offer, you know. What if you look at it that way, then what's Vanderbilt got to offer for the SEC
Exactly.
other than academics? You know, Oregon State and Washington State are a lot better football and basketball programs.
Yeah.
Football programs for sure.
Especially
So-
Oregon State right now.
Right. So
Joey, maybe about 5 years ago, I put together a conference alignment with 6 conferences with 12 teams each. And we're going completely in the opposite direction of this. But I put a geographic conference together with 6 conferences that make total sense. And I have an Eastern, it's almost like a new Big East. And I think you would like this because it would get West Virginia together with all their old rivals. It'd be Penn State, Syracuse, West Virginia, Maryland, Virginia Tech. I built a 12-team kind of Eastern block of schools.
Yeah.
Louisville, put all those teams together.
I've said this for years. I've said this since Oklahoma and Texas first announced they were going to the SEC. Why don't we just draw a giant plus sign across the United States, right dead center of the United States, and just break us up into 4 conferences and have a 4-team playoff? I mean, I love these regional rivalries, and you know, it's going to be sad to not see Oklahoma and Oklahoma State play every year. I mean, let's face it. I watched that rivalry long before West Virginia was ever in the Big 12. I like that rivalry, and you know, I don't want to see rivalries go away, just like West Virginia and Pitt did for so many years. Now it's back for a short stint, but it'll go away again. And I don't want to see that. I really like rivalry games. That's what, you know, it was a possibility when BYU came in the Big 12, but that was going to be the end of the Holy War, right? That there wouldn't be no more BYU Utah. Now Utah's in the Big 12, so that's going to continue. So you know, I'm excited about that.
And I've said this to you before, Joey. I just have to think that there's a recruiting disadvantage for West Virginia when there are players that are only a few miles out of the state of West Virginia that are in Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, may want to play at West Virginia, but they know if they go to West Virginia, they're not going to play any games anywhere close to home on the road. They're going to be playing in Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas for all their games, as opposed to if West Virginia did play, let's say in the ACC, that if you're a kid in Virginia and you get a really good offer from West Virginia, that you're thinking, okay, well, I'm going to be playing all in this region.
Yeah. You know, I look at that too, because like West Virginia wins some recruiting battles, right? Like we got Rodney Gallagher away from Penn State, Notre Dame, and Ohio State. All 3 of them wanted Rodney Gallagher. We got him. You know, same thing with Nico Marchio. We got Nico Marchio as a quarterback when a lot of teams like Florida State, Florida, I'm thinking it was either Alabama or Georgia wanted him. So, and we got him. So we can win our recruiting battles. The problem is you're right. So let's say a player out of the state of Virginia wants to play for West Virginia. His parents are going to be like, I can't travel to Waco and watch you play football. You need, find something that you can play games here in the region. And I think that's hard. Now, will NIL help a lot of that? I think so. Eventually, I think NIL will start being able to help those players to get their parents funded to visit them and watch them play games. And maybe the direction that some teams like West Virginia are going when they look at NIL is saying, hey, we realize we're playing games a long ways away. We want to help your parents get there. So, who knows? So, speaking of NIL, man, that was a great interview with Joe Manchin you had the other day. I liked hearing what he had to say about the NIL. I don't believe that the problem can be solved with Congress, but he did have some good insight into it.
Yeah, folks, if you want to check out the interview, we had Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia on about a week ago to discuss his NIL proposal that he's put together with Alabama Senator, probably a familiar name to most, Tommy Tuberville. And, I just kind of went through the list of the bullet points of this legislation. The only thing that really stood out to me is something that's going to be difficult for them to legislate is that trying to keep a student athlete at a particular school for 3 years before they can transfer. I don't see that flying.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. But anyway, all right, Mark. Let some other people call in.
All right, Joey.
I
Good to see you, man.
appreciate you. Take care.
See ya. The man, the myth, the legend. I think that term's been used before. Joey Foster joining us. And of course, he has set up the merch store. So we appreciate Joey for that and so much more than that. And again, hit us up here at the Voice of College Football. We have been going strong for 5+ hours, and we will keep it going. I don't know if I'm awake enough for this one, but we'll give it a shot.
Oh, yeah. Good morning. And that is Uncle Lou here. Yeah, that's right. It's me, Uncle Lou, live on Mark Rogers Tube for you. Good morning, Mark.
Look at this. Good morning.
I like college football traditions. Obviously, that's one of the things that attracts us to college football. And I get the argument for wanting to hold on to and embrace regionality and things like that. But as far as specifically the rivalry argument,
yes,
it's the schools that shit on us. Not it has nothing to do with the conferences. It's people with ties on that get their feelings hurt is why we lose rivalries. It's got nothing to do with it. Georgia plays Georgia Tech every year, always has, always will. They're not in the same conference. Clemson and South Carolina, it's a state law. If they don't play every year, they get 0 state funding. Florida, Florida State, Kentucky, Louisville, Notre Dame, Southern Cal. I can name a dozen of these things.
Yep.
Oklahoma State's mad. They got their feelings are hurt because their big brother's making 3 times the money they're going to make now. So, we're not going to play them anymore. And they stomp their feet and drag their blankie out of the room. There's nothing preventing Oklahoma and Oklahoma State from playing every year except hurt feelings. That's it. Nothing. It's the same reason we don't have Texas. The reason we don't have Texas A&M isn't because there's no Southwest Conference or this conference or that conference or this team went there. It's because these schools got their feelings hurt and they won't schedule a game. 8 conference games, 9 conference games, whatever it is, that still leaves 3, 4 other games. You can schedule whoever you want, wherever you want, whenever you want. There's no reason Oklahoma can't play Oklahoma State in 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2031. There's no reason Pitt can't play West Virginia. There's no reason Penn State can't play West Virginia. There's no reason. There's no reason other than those schools won't schedule the games. That's the reason. Not because there's no Big East or any other conference affiliated reason.
So I totally agree with everything that you just said, Lou, except for when you've got multiple rivals that are outside the conference because of them being torn apart. Like we just mentioned, Penn State, West Virginia, Pitt, when you collect all these schools and consider them rivals, you don't have enough non-conference games to schedule all of them. And you're not going to schedule all those same teams the same every season.
Well, pick your biggest rival and play them every year. I don't see what conference has to do with it. I mean, who is West Virginia's rival?
Oh, that's a great question. They're back in the old days, it would either be Maryland or Virginia Tech, somebody like that. But they don't have, or Pitt. Probably most West Virginia fans would consider Pitt
Right.
their
West
biggest
Virginia and
rival.
Pitt could play every year. Pitt, who's Pitt's rival?
They wanted to be Penn State.
Yeah. I don't know. Lots of teams play 2 Power 5 non-cons a year.
Absolutely, they
Georgia
do.
does almost every year. Not this year; they only play the one, but almost every year Georgia plays 2 Power 5 non-cons. I don't know. Like I said, I understand. I want to see those teams play every year too, and obviously it becomes easier if they're in the same conference. Like I get that, but
You know what I think becomes boring is if you take like Iowa State. So for the last 10 years, of course, in the Big 12, you've got 9 conference opponents. You only have 9 teams in the conference. So you know who they're going to play every year in the conference. They got 3 out of conference games. They always schedule Iowa. I totally get that. But they refuse to schedule anybody else. They want to play 2 cream puffs. And so the schedule is the same every year.
yeah. Well, that gets
Now,
boring too. I
as a
think.
fan base, I would be bored with that, knowing, okay, we're going to play the same teams every year.
Yeah. Yeah, I would too. I wouldn't like that either. I like it works out good for Georgia because 2 of their rivals are in conference, so you can play them every year, no problem. And then the third, we can play as a non-con, and then Georgia can schedule a second non-con game against Notre Dame, Oregon, Clemson, North Carolina, whoever.
Lou, I'm glad that we got you here. We got the world famous Uncle Lou here, and we haven't talked to Lou for quite some time. You know, you're always welcome. You know that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Are you really doing 24 hours? When did you start?
Start at 5 a.m.
Oh God.
I am not personally going to do 24 hours. I'm doing 17 or 18 myself. But we're still talking after, and unfortunately, I only got to bed at like 2:30, so we're working on about 90 minutes sleep. So anyway, sometimes every so often through the grapevine, through my chat, somebody will let me know something that you've stated or something that they're either giddy about or they're pissed at you about, one or the other.
Right.
So the latest one that I heard through the grapevine, I have not seen this firsthand, is you were running through the 5 worst or delusional or something fan bases.
I'd have
Something
to look
like
back.
that.
I'd have to look back and see. I sometimes
The 5 dumbest fan bases or something. Something like that.
I've definitely done that before. Let me look. I can tell you what it is, I'm sure.
And we had some backlash about Ohio State being on that list.
Let me see what it was. I think it was I don't think it was the dumbest. It was hold on. Let me pull up my video list here because I can't remember now.
Somebody hit me up on Twitter and they took a clip from, and I can't remember what the term was.
Yeah, I forget how I worded it.
While you're looking that up, I will state that about 4 or 5 months ago, it hit me that I would run into some inane conversation on Twitter where people didn't know what they were talking about. And if it was multiple people, like 10 or 12, 15 people that were, had their feelings hurt about some kind of situation in college football that particular day, and that fan base was showing to be completely out of their minds, that I would started awarding a dumb fan base of the day, which went to Ohio State one day, went to Florida State another day, went to Miami another day, just to kind of stir up conversation and let people know, hey, this doesn't apply to you. Don't, have a sense of humor here. It's not a big deal. Just move on. This may not apply to you. We've just run into like a dozen moronic Notre Dame fans today. So I just, threw out the dumb fan base of the day, and people were offended by that. So this kind of struck me as kind of the same thing.
Yeah, it was the one that I did was called 5 Dumb Things College Football Fans Brag About. So it wasn't wasn't a list of teams or in particular, but I think I did mention Ohio State.
I'll have to check
when
that
I
out.
talked about teams who brag about losses.
Yeah, so obviously Ohio State fans have been bragging about losing to Georgia all off season.
Yeah. And I differentiated between, let's say, this just happens to pop into my head, but do you remember the Vandy Notre Dame game a few years ago that ended up being way closer than it should have been? I think Notre
Sure.
Dame won by 2 or 3 points.
Yep.
Okay, I can see you're a Vandy fan, so now you're running around the internet about how you hung with one of the big boys of college. I get that.
Yep.
And as much as I have picked on Ohio State fans over the last 8 months or so and had fun going back and forth with them, they've got no business bragging about any loss to anybody, period. It should
No.
be, if they lost, that, like, there should be no, well, we almost did this, we almost did that. That seems kind of silly for Ohio State fans to be doing when they win 95% of their games.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I would say, though, that I think there's the Ohio State argument out of some people that make excuses for the loss. Marvin Harrison got hurt. That should have been a foul, the whole deal. Then you've got the ones that, like you're saying, are kind of bragging about only losing by 1 point to Georgia. And it was a great game. And I'm guessing we can agree that determined the national championship.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure either one of those teams would have beat TCU, but I'm pretty sure Michigan would have beat TCU too, and they didn't. So, like, you never really know what would happen if the game was played. But either Georgia or Ohio State, either one, would have been a huge favorite over TCU. But just like that's the thing about college football that's different than other postseasons is it's not a series, So, like, I think we all, even Ohio State fans, I think, would still right now bet Michigan in a 7-game series against TCU. Even though we all watched TCU beat Michigan, is anybody taking TCU over Michigan in a 7-game World Series type series? No. If they played 7 times in a row, it would be what, 4-1 Michigan, 4-2 maybe, something like that. Same thing with Ohio State, Georgia versus TCU. If they played 10 times, TCU would be lucky to get away with the 1 win.
So will you do this at times with your predictions? Because people don't understand when I take this slant. Ohio State goes to Notre Dame. I'll just use this as an example. I think Ohio State wins this game 65 to 70% of the time. I just think they're better, even though they're on the road. But I can predict that, because there will be upsets every week, 3 to 4 in the top 25 every week, that Notre Dame's going to win this game. Like, I can take a shot at making a prediction, but I still believe Ohio State's a better team and would win that game most of the time, but would take a shot at Notre Dame pulling off the upset.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And like a lot of these models that you see that'll do percentages, like a lot of times that's kind of what it's based on. So, like, okay, you'll see some model that says Ohio State's got a 72% chance to win against Notre Dame. Well, what they're telling you is that they'd beat them 72 times out of 100. They don't necessarily have a 72% chance of winning in a one-off situation, maybe. Notre Dame could win in a one-off situation. TCU can beat Michigan in a one-off situation. Now, the situation like with Georgia and Ohio State, they play 10 times. You may end up having to play an 11th game. I mean, you might need a tiebreaker there. It could be 5 to 5. I mean, that was just a hell of a game, close game. But other situations like the TCU Michigan, yeah, it's the one-off thing. And then I know you do a lot of you talk a lot about spreads and you do some gambling stuff too. That's where you kind of pick your spots too on these underdogs on the money line. I mean, yeah, you're going to lose more money line bets than you win. But if you pick the right money lines, you only have to win 1 out of 3 or 4 bets to make money. You just have to get lucky on which one of those games you pick. Is that going to be the one where the Notre Dame beats the Ohio State, the TCU beats the Michigan? And it's it's easy to say that. Doing it's obviously a lot harder.
Well, the one thing I've been tracking, and I know that you and Pete get together to talk gambling on a regular basis, but the thing that I have tracked, and I love the numbers and the odds and the point spreads. I love getting into that, but I'm not a big gambling guy. Like, I'm not against it. I'm not for it. I haven't laid down a bet in about 5 years, but I used to do it every week. I have tracked that over the last 5 or 6 years, and I'm sure it would hold true before that. if you look at all the top 25 games, which there are typically 18 to 22, something in that range, that there are about 4 to 5 upsets every week within the top 25. You
Yeah.
just have to find where they are.
Yeah.
It's almost like clockwork every week, about 4 every week. Since we haven't talked for a long time, Lou, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind, or how much was that heart pumping when Ohio State was lining up for that field goal?
I always assume a team's going to make a field goal. Now, I don't know. I didn't know anything about Ohio State's field goal kicker. Nothing.
Yep.
So I don't know if he's the best kicker they've ever had. This is at the time watching the game. I didn't know if he was the best. Didn't know if he was the worst. Didn't know if the fans hated him. Fans loved him. He's made 9 game-winning kicks. He's never been. I knew absolutely nothing. But as a Georgia fan who's seen Georgia lose heartbreaking big games for the majority of my lifetime, yeah, I thought the game was over.
Hmm.
I thought the game was over. I thought there's no way he misses this.
Once they got into the red zone and then started going in reverse, that's when I got a little nervous. That's when I was like, okay, this isn't good. They can't be going for 50-yard field goals.
Yeah. I mean, I knew it was a little on the longer side in general for any college kicker. Like, I don't know what you might know or have a better idea than me. What percentage of 50-yard kicks are made over the course of the season? It's 50%. I mean, I really don't know. Half. I don't know. So yeah, I was like, well, it's a little on the longer side, but again, it's part of. It's just ingrained in you as a Georgia fan. I mean, look at the 2017 national title game. Alabama is going in reverse there.
Yeah.
In overtime. Tua doesn't know what he's doing. He's never played before. He does the one thing you cannot do in overtime. He takes a sack. And you got to remember at the time, Alabama had the worst field goal kicking for a decade. I mean, their it was horrible. Their field goal kicking unit was absolutely terrible for a decade. And you're like, wow, okay, so Tua takes a 10-yard sack. They can't kick a field goal from there. Like, we're going to win this game. Like, that's it. Very next play, 45-yard touchdown pass, game over. So I've just been kicked in the nuts so many times at the end of these games. I was like, there's no way this guy's going to miss this kick, but he did. He did.
Now, everyone knows back-to-back national championships. I made this comment a couple hours ago talking about Georgia, and you obviously know this. The last time they lost a regular season game was against Florida in October of 20.
Yeah, COVID year. Yeah. They lost to Florida and Bama that year.
Yep.
At
a time that Stetson Bennett was playing pretty good ball, but making like 2 or 3 just boneheaded plays every big game.
Yeah, the Alabama game specifically was the third Alabama game in a row where we had a big lead on Bama at halftime. I mean, the 17 Natty game, the 18 SEC championship game, we had big leads on them at halftime, blew it in the second half. 2020 was the same way. Stetson played great in the first half of that game, came out in the second half, kept throwing the ball to Alabama. They came back and beat us again. It was kind of a mess of a season all the way around just because of the COVID and all that. But yeah, that was the last regular season game. They lost.
Isn't his
I'm having a
career
hard time with the Alabama people this year because I get what they want to do, and it's going to work against everybody they play that's less talented.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going to push people around and maul them, the whole murder ball thing they're talking about. I mean, they are going to run it down people's throats and demoralize people. But I just don't think that's going to work against Georgia. I don't. No one's ran the ball. I don't remember the last time somebody ran the ball on Georgia.
And
I'm
Saban
just
has
curious.
to know that.
Yeah, he's got to know it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, just name the list of quarterbacks that have. You talked about 2020. So name the list of quarterbacks that have beat Georgia. You named 2 of them: Kyle Trask and Matt
Trask.
Jones.
Yeah.
In 2021, Bryce
Johnny
Young.
Manziel, Cam Newton.
Not
the
Johnny
2 Ole
Manziel.
Miss quarterbacks when they pulled off those.
No, I'm talking about who's beat Georgia in the last 4 or 5 years.
Oh, beat Georgia. I was going Alabama. Beat Georgia.
Bryce Young in 21, Mac Jones and Kyle Trask in 20.
Yep.
Joe Burrow in 2019.
That South Carolina game was a bit of a aberration.
Well, that was a fluke. They scored 1 touchdown in that game and beat us. Jake Fromm
2 pick sixes, right?
Carolina.
One.
One pick
At least
six,
one.
three interceptions, and
Yeah.
a fumble by Jake Fromm. Yeah, he blew that game. And we missed a kick at the end. Hot Rod, the most reliable
Oh,
kicker
yeah.
in Georgia history, better than Kevin Butler. Misses field goals in that. A weird game there. But
Joe Burrow, to continue your list.
Yeah, Joe Burrow beat us twice, 18 and 19. So it's just a long list of NFL Heisman caliber QBs, no one else.
Yeah.
And so I look at it, and in that same period of time, nobody runs the ball. Michigan in the Orange Bowl in 2020 couldn't gain a yard on Georgia. Nobody's run the ball on Georgia. Even in games that we lose, it's not because they run the ball. What's his name for Auburn in 2017 had a good game against Georgia.
Jared Stidham.
No, the running back.
Oh, the running back.
Shoot, what was his name? And then he got hurt in the Iron Bowl. I'm drawing a blank on his name. He had a great game running against Georgia, and Oklahoma in the Rose Bowl ran for almost 200 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, no one has ran the ball on Georgia. Nobody, not a single team, not a single running back, not a single player, nobody. So I just find it hard to believe that Alabama's going to line up and just push Georgia around and win the game. First of all, I don't even think Alabama's playing Georgia this year. That's number one. I don't think that game's ever being played. I'm just not buying into Alabama this year at all. I think they lose to Texas, LSU, and one other game. Just whichever one, just pick one.
Yeah, so you like LSU.
Yeah, I like LSU to come out of the West. I mean, they get everybody back. They beat Alabama last year. They get everybody. I'm trying to figure out where on Alabama are they better this year than they were last year to try to move themselves forward. Okay, I'll give them the offensive line. I'll even give them their secondary. Where else? They're not better at running back. They're not better at quarterback. They're the same at wide receiver, what led to SEC and drop passes last year. They don't even have a quarterback they like. Never mind what I think about their quarterbacks. I mean, you don't go get Tyler Buckner after spring practice because you're in love with Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just an obvious red flag there. And then you bring Buckner in and they find out, well, geez, he's worse than the two we have. You know, so he's third. You're not going to see him. I'm guessing it's going to be Milroe. I don't even know if they've announced it in the last day or two, but I'm assuming it's going to be Jalen Milroe because if they just want to line up and run the ball, why wouldn't you play? It's going to be a more talented version of Florida's offense from last year. That's what it's going to be. A much more talented version of Florida's offense. And a better defense than what Florida had. So, I mean, they'll win 9 or 10 games. You know, they'll beat Ole Miss and Arkansas and at Texas A&M. I don't know. I think that'll be a good game.
I think between them, Texas A&M, and LSU, they're going to have some interesting matchups. I think either one of those three, and I'm going to throw A&M in there, could win it.
Yeah. I think they probably find a way to beat Tennessee. I think they can line up and just run at Tennessee, slow that thing down, limit the possessions for Tennessee. And I mean, if Tennessee's game plan on beating Bama is to score 52 points every time they play, that's not a good plan. I mean, you're not going to give up 49 points to Alabama and beat them very many times. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. So they probably get Tennessee at home, but. And they get a lot of their games at home. I mean, Texas is at home, Tennessee's at home, LSU at home. A&M's really their toughest road game. So I don't know. We'll see what they do. I think they'll be a lot better. The whole Bobby Petrino thing, interesting. As far as like the coaching dynamics for this year, like obviously Petrino and Fisher and how that works, and what happens in a game if Texas A&M's got 9 points at halftime. Like what happens in the second half of that game, like. It's Bobby Petrino sitting on the bench with duct tape over his mouth type of thing. I don't know. And then the other thing I'm waiting for is Deion Sanders post-game press conferences are going to be absolute gold.
Yes.
Because he doesn't handle that kind of thing well. What if Shedeur Sanders throws 3 interceptions on Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he will. I like Shedeur Sanders, but at some point he's going to have a bad game. Which reporter is going to raise their hand and ask that question?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting to
Yes.
see how he handles because they're fixing to lose a lot of games.
For Deion in front of the media, it's always been a favorable situation, and this could be the first time that he has to face it on the other side.
Yeah, and he seems to just already have like a combative attitude towards not even national media, but like just the local people that show up for Colorado post-practice press conferences. Like, there was a reporter a week or so ago. I don't know if you saw the clip. It floated around, but the reporter wanted to ask a question about the backup quarterback situation. And so the way he phrased the question was like, well, since we know the starting quarterback position is set, what's kind of the story on the 2 and the 3? Is there anybody that's kind of separated themselves there? Straightforward question. All coaches get asked about backup quarterbacks and stuff like that. Instead of answering the question, he took issue with the fact that the reporter used the word set. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean the starting quarterback position is set? Like, are you saying that just because like he's my son and so like he automatically?
Wow.
And I'm thinking, bro, you literally showed up in Boulder on a Tuesday afternoon, walked into the room and said, I brought my quarterback with me. Like you announced that to your team in person and to the world over your TikTok account the day you showed up in Boulder. Yes, you did just handpick and choose your quarterback. Actually, yeah. But that's the reporter wasn't getting at that, wasn't accusing him of it. Was an innocuous question. And he just went off the deep end. So I just can't wait to see what happens when they come out there and play bad and get shoved around on the lines of scrimmage. And, Shedeur Sanders has an off day or something like that. I don't think he's going to handle it. I don't think he's going to handle it very well at all. And I just don't think they're going to be very good.
Yeah, I think they're about 4-win good. And it's going to be a circus to see all of it work
I don't
together.
generally like to even listen to coaching press conferences because they talk for 30 minutes and don't say anything at all. They're kind of like politicians that way. Like they just dodge questions instead of answering them. You ask them what their favorite kind of cake is, and they start talking about whether they prefer a Big Mac or a Whopper. Like they just do anything not to say anything. But there are a handful of coaches every year that I think the entertainment value of their press conferences is enough to where it makes it worthwhile to watch it. Mike Leach, unfortunately, was one of my favorites. He's not with us anymore, and his press conferences were always fun to watch. And then like some of the other coaches that are just complete clowns, like Dan Mullen, Butch Jones back in the day was great. His press conferences, he's had these stupid expressions and sayings he would say all the time. But I'm excited though. I love this first. What's your favorite weekend of college football? Is it week 1? Is it rivalry weekend?
Well, those are the first 2 that come to mind.
Yeah.
What I love about this weekend is the games are spread out.
Yeah,
Because if you're like me, and I think you are in this sense, you get frustrated because you can only look at so many screens at the same time. And if there's 4 good games on at the same time, it's like, but when you spread them out from Thursday to Monday, you get a better look at all of them. So
yeah,
I love
think
that.
rivalry weekend is still
still
on top of the list for me. I mean, going back to all the way when I was a kid and like school would be out for Thanksgiving that week or whatever, and you just sit around and watch all those games on Thursday and Friday and Saturday, and big games, rivalry games. I mean, back then there was no playoff or even BCS back when I was a kid. But then when the BCS came around, it was like people jockeying for that 1 and 2 spot at the end of the year. And now you got people, trying to get a big win to, maybe get into the 4 spot or something like that. The Michigan Ohio State thing at the end of the year, being basically a playoff game almost every year now. Well, at least until they move it.
And they got to play 3 times a year.
You know what, Mark? If they move the hash marks in, if they move the Michigan game to the middle of the year, Ohio State never lose a game, would they?
That will pretty much seal it right there. And if they call, targeting, if they would make sure that those plays are made as well, the targeting calls need to be made as well.
When there's targeting, yeah, but that wasn't targeting. I mean, shoulder to shoulder. But also, don't you have like 8 NFL wide receivers?
Something like that. It would be nice if a few of those guys could switch over to DB.
Yeah.
Or maybe bulk them up to play some offensive line. That's where they're hurting right now.
Yeah. Marvin Harrison played more snaps than A.D. Mitchell. A.D. Mitchell was hurt too. He's our best wide receiver last year.
Yeah, I know you had
Marvin
some.
Harrison played more
I think
snaps.
Nolan Smith was out of that game, correct? He had been out.
Yeah, Nolan
for a
Smith's
long
been
time.
out for a few
Yeah.
weeks. Yeah. A.D. Mitchell was out. Darnell Washington was out. Offensive lineman was out. We're playing our third and fourth string off outside linebackers. But like I've said before, I did Google it, and both Georgia and Ohio State each had 85 scholarships available.
Yeah, it seems to even out. So I'm not much complaining about that. I do think that there's context in loss and wins, though. And that's the only thing I will say on the Ohio State side is I think it was more or less, we see what happened in the national championship game. Look how close we were. We were within one play, one kick of most likely being the national champion. And you
Yeah.
can understand that.
Oh, yeah.
viewpoint.
It was great. Oh, yeah. Of course. Of course I can. Yeah.
But
I mean, look, Georgia
I in
fans
no
do the
way
same
think that they
thing.
got
I mean,
ripped
I
off.
call them out when they do it, just like I do Ohio State or anybody else. But like, there's still Georgia fans who think we would have won the national championship in 2017 if they wouldn't have called offsides on that punt that Bama had. And Bama punted one time in the fourth quarter. They called us for offside. No, were we offsides? No, we weren't offsides. But I mean, come on, like there was other opportunities there. I mean, Jake Fromm plumps the ball off an Alabama player's helmet and they intercept it. I mean, we blow a coverage in overtime after we get the huge sack when the game's based. I mean, here's the thing. Anytime a game ends 7 or 8 points or less, you can go back and find 20, 30 things in any given game. If this would have happened instead of that, if we'd have done this instead of that, if they'd have called this penalty and that penalty, and
Georgia missed field goals, right? In that game.
Two of them. Missed two of them. Yeah. Missed two of them. And there was a lot of holding calls in that game that weren't called, but there's a lot of holding calls in every game that aren't called. It's an objective. That's the thing. Like offsides, okay, that's subjective. You're either offsides or you're not. Like there's very little controversy about offsides, generally speaking. But like holding, pass interference, targeting, some of these things could be called on every play if you wanted to. So I don't know. Don't let it be a one possession game is what.
That's right.
Very
Especially
wise
when
man
you're
once
up by 2
said.
scores at one point.
Yeah. Last thing, and then I'll let you get back to your 24-hour deal here. You're insane, by the way. I've done that twice. I don't think I'm ever doing it again. I'm in a bad enough mood regular days. Imagine tuning into the Uncle Lou show after I've been on for 20 hours. Jesus Christ. All right. One more thing. You got to answer this question in 3 words or less, though.
Okay.
Who owns the series between Ohio State and Michigan?
Michigan.
Okay. Love you, Mark. Talk to you later.
Lou, thanks for calling, man. Appreciate it.
Buddy. Yes, sir.
He got me on that one. Didn't let me respond with a rebuttal because a lot of things have to be put into context. We're big into context here at the Voice of College Football. I tweeted out the other day as we bring in our next guy here. I tweeted out the other day, and Michigan fans took exception to this, Matthew, that, and man, I have never had a tweet gain like 2,000 likes and 300 retweets. But I tweeted out basically that the bragging rights between Ohio State and Michigan could be summed up this way. If you're under the age of 3 or over the age of 100, Michigan has bragging rights. If you're between the ages of 3 and 100, then Ohio State has bragging rights. And if you want to debate me, give me a call and we'll vet through it. So, Matthew, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. And I did see that tweet, and I live in Ohio and I have Ohio State friends. I have a couple of Michigan friends. We have a group chat, and my Michigan friends have been on my Ohio State friends' ass for the last 2.5 years. They have been going in.
They should be.
They should be, but it's only been 2 years. And my Ohio State friends will say, it's only, that's 2 years. Imagine winning like 12 in a row, 11 in a row, whatever it was at the time. And they're like, yeah, whatever. It's pretty funny to listen to them. But yeah, I wanted to talk some Big 12 with you because obviously you guys may not know me. I do the post game for the Texas show on here on the Texas channel and also the Big 12 channel, which is new. Please go subscribe to that. And I think I saw your predictions. Do you have Texas and Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game?
I do. So I am looking for, because we want to be able to identify Matthew. So this is Matthew Miller again, hosts our Texas post game. So the first one's coming up after the Rice game. Will be on the Texas channel and on the Big 12 channel. We'll drop those links in the chat. And then, of course, Texas Tuesdays is every Tuesday at 7:30 Eastern, folks. And that's a good time with Matthew, who takes on all the Texas hate and does a great job of it. So, yeah, this is what I came down to in the Big 12 is when somebody's such a favorite like Texas is, I try to do everything possible to find a way in which that won't happen, to see if I can look through that and find something else. But I just can't. I believe that there's more of a gap between Texas and the rest of the Big 12 than there is between any other best team in any conference and the rest of the conference. So in looking at the rest of the conference, what my concluded was that I had a three-way tie between Texas Tech, Oklahoma, and Kansas State at 6-3 in the conference. And so I then had to determine who's going to win these games because I had to go down to a fourth tiebreaker, and that favored Texas Tech with the best opponent's record within the conference.
Yeah, I put out my predictions for what I believe the Big 12 is going to be. I had Texas 1, obviously, and I knew going into it I was going to have Cincinnati or Iowa State 13 and 14. And what I did actually is I had two rankings. I rated each room, added it up. The team with the lowest points, I put the highest. Team with the highest points, I put the lowest. That was one of my rankings just based on breaking down each room. I also did what my predictions were. And a couple teams surprised me. Just ranking the rooms, Mark, I had Kansas as the fourth best team in the Big 12.
Wow.
Just ranking the rooms. And I don't think I'm way off there saying is I had Jalen Daniels. People can disagree with that. I'm as the best quarterback in the conference. He's proved the most. He's the most dynamic playmaker. Running back Devin Neal, I had him fifth. Offensive line, I had him seventh. Wide receivers, tight ends, I have him seventh. And honestly, their issue is depth. They have NFL players on both sides of the ball. They don't have much depth. But I believe Joey brought this up earlier. I think the rules will help that out a little bit because less play, so less wear and tear on the body.
Yeah.
And I have Texas and Kansas in the Big 12 championship game. This solely relies on if Jalen Daniels can stay healthy for 11 of the 12 games. If he can do that, I believe they make the Big 12 championship game. I'm actually a lot lower on Texas Tech, and part of the reason is ranking the rooms. They ended up in my rankings when ranking the rooms 9th. They don't have as much talent as people think they do. You're also relying on a guy in Tyler Shao where he's started and completed. Shook. Okay.
I know
sorry.
He's new to the Big 12, but
yeah, I always mess that
There
up. But he's only completed 7 games, started and completed 7 games. He's 7-0 in those games. And the games he started 8, and he's 7-1. He lost to Texas. But I can't rely on that. And they have very good wide receivers. Their offensive line, you're relying again on 2 Western Kentucky transfers on the interior offensive line position. So I just don't see them finishing in second place. I think this team is going to be a team next year that you're going to see compete and probably win the Big 12, but I think they're a year away. I think everyone's overhyping them for this year. So I'm finishing 4th. I think I'm still pretty reasonable on that. I have K-State 5th, Baylor 6th, TCU 7th, and then 8th is UCF is my top 8.
So
Oklahoma's 3rd, by the way.
do you have records with those places?
I do.
Okay.
I have Kansas at 9-3 and 6-3 in the conference. Texas number 1.
So hang on, Matthew. Can I take you from the top, and then you tell me what record you have for each team?
Okay.
So I've got Texas at 7-2.
I have them at 8-1.
I've got then Texas Tech, Oklahoma, and Kansas State all 6-3.
Kansas State 6-3, Texas Tech 6-3, Oklahoma 6-3 as well.
Wait a minute. I've got Kansas State, Oklahoma, and Texas Tech all 6-3, and you've got all of them at 6-3.
I have Kansas 6-3 as well, but Kansas also wins a tiebreaker because they beat. I believe I have them beating Oklahoma, Kansas State. I don't think they play Tech. I'd have to check that real quick. They do not.
Okay, I've got Kansas 4-5.
Okay.
And you've got Texas Tech at what?
I have them at 8-4 and 6-3. The thing is, with the tiebreakers, they fall to 4.
Okay, so you were just talking them down there.
I mean, I have them 4th, but everyone's predicting them as a dark horse to win. I have people telling me they're going to win the Big 12 conference. That's not going to happen.
But you've got them with the same record that I do.
Yeah, the only difference is, obviously you have more losses for Kansas and Oklahoma. I'm guessing you have the same. So
I've got a 3-way tie.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
I had to work out to tell you the truth, I worked out a 3-way tie, but then, you create a headache for yourself
Yeah.
trying to figure it out. And I really wanted to put Kansas State in the Big 12 championship game is what I wanted to do. But this is the way the tiebreakers worked out.
No, that's the same with me. I had for 4, 5, and 6, I have a tiebreaker between Texas Tech, Kansas State, and Baylor. Those are my 3, I think, battles
Okay.
for 4, 5, and 6.
So I have Texas going to Lubbock the last weekend of the season, losing, and that being one of their 2 losses. And that vaults Texas Tech into the Big 12 championship game. Then I have Texas winning in a rout in the rematch, 41-17 in the Big 12 championship game.
Okay. Yeah, and they actually come to our house. We don't go to Lubbock. We went to Lubbock last year.
My bad. Okay.
No, you're good.
I've got TCU at 5-4.
That's what I have them as well. 5-4, 8-4 overall.
I've got, my goodness, BYU at 4-5. I've got a log jam at 4-5.
Yeah, I have two teams there. I actually have Oklahoma State at 10th. I don't think they're very good.
Yeah, we've got an Oklahoma State guy who's obviously very biased, who just thinks they're going to win the league and just is trying to sell them. And I just don't see it at all in my research. Yeah, I've got Oklahoma State at 4-5. I've got BYU, UCF, Oklahoma State, Kansas, and West Virginia all 4-5.
I have West Virginia 3-6, 5-7 overall, 11th in the 11th in the conference. My last 3 teams are Houston, Cincy, and Iowa State. Iowa State, I have them at 0-9 in the Big 12.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't surprise me. I gave them 2 wins. I gave Cincinnati and Iowa State 2 wins each, tied for last place. And you've got Baylor at 6-3.
Yeah, 8-4 overall. I went through their schedule. I went through each room. They're better than I thought. I ended up being higher on them because at the beginning I thought 6-6. That's a decent year for David Randall with the amount of transfers he brings in. But I like the rooms. I think they have a good running back room with Richard Reese. I think their offensive line's pretty good. Their wide receivers can be pretty good. It's honestly going to be up to Blake Shapen. If Blake Shapen can be that guy that we saw in the Big 12 championship game when he came in, I think Baylor could probably make the Big 12 championship game. But will he be that? I don't know. But I think he'd be decent. I don't think he's going to be. I think I had him rated literally right in the middle of the conference when I ranked the quarterback position. I think he'd be 7th. So I think it was fair with that. I don't think he's the best guy in the conference, but I don't think he's the worst.
Okay, so I'm going to put you through my little 3-game test. We're going to go to overall record, and you tell me what the overall record of your predictions are for these teams top to bottom. So, Texas.
10-2.
Okay, they went 8-4 last year, so they would not be a 3-game difference team. Okay, Texas Tech.
8-4.
They went 7-5 last year. Okay, Oklahoma.
9-3.
Okay, they went 6-6, so there's 1. Kansas State.
8-4.
They went 9-3 last year. Yeah. Okay, TCU.
8-4.
Okay, they went 12-0, so that would be 2. BYU.
6-6.
What did BYU do last year? They went.
I think they either went 7-5 or 6-6. It wasn't.
Yeah, they did. You're right. Okay, UCF.
8-4.
They went 8-4 last year. Baylor.
8-4.
Okay, they went 5-7 last year, so there's 3. Oklahoma State.
6-6.
They went 7-5. Kansas.
This is where we're gonna do it. 9-3.
Yeah, they went 6-6. Houston.
5-7.
Well, they obviously were much better than that, but in a different conference. I think they only went 7-5.
Yeah, I believe so. 7-5, 8-4.
West Virginia.
5-7.
They were 5-7. Iowa State.
2-10.
All right. They were 4-8. Cincinnati.
3-9.
They were 9-3. So there's 5. So you got 5 teams out of the 14. So I don't know if I've ever told you this. You can shut me up if I have. But it struck me about 5 or 6 years ago, looking at Athlon, Street and Smith's, all these magazines, that they're too conservative with their predictions.
They definitely are.
Yeah, basically what I discovered is that they'll take like the previous year, and most teams are only off by like 1 game. They're only changing their record by about 1 game. And I think they just basically don't want to look bad and figure these are safe picks, I guess. But then I started to chart. I figured, okay, what's a substantial difference in wins and losses from one year to another? So I just randomly picked 3. I thought that's substantial. If you go from 6-6 to 9-3, that's a substantial gain or loss. And I started to count these up. How many teams from one season to the next changed by at least 3 games? And generally, it's about 18 to 22 teams in the Power 5. And last year, it was 27 out of 65 in the Power 5 had a 3-game difference. And if you look at 2021's Big 12 standings versus 22, 7 of the 10 had a 3-game or more difference.
Yeah, you did. I've heard you say that before, and I didn't even consider that honestly when doing my rankings. I should have.
Oh, I didn't either. I was too conservative.
Yeah, I wasn't apparently,
Yeah.
but it just came naturally because going through these rooms, I'm high on Kansas, and if Jalen Daniels, people don't forget, if Jalen Daniels didn't get hurt last year, Kansas was probably going to win 8 or 9 games last year. They were what 5-2 without him, or with him, sorry, and then Jason Beam came in. He was okay. Wet blanket. My God, you're high on Oklahoma State. 9-3 is not going to happen. There's no chance that's happened. Their offensive line is not good. Their defensive line is nowhere near where it used to be. His whole team is basically transfers from a lower level that he's counting on. That's what he's counting on. And again, I can't rely on a quarterback that gets hurt all the time. When has Alan Bowman ever been healthy when he's like the starter? Never. So that's not going to happen. Their schedule also, I gave them a win versus South Alabama. They could lose that game. South Alabama is a good football team, 3rd week of the season. So we'll see. The team that I thought I was going to be higher on, but just going through the schedule and the room and everything, BYU, I thought they were going to be a little bit better, but 6-6 is where I landed on them. I think the Big 12 is going to be really fun, though. I really do. I think we're absolutely loaded. The worst room, and I counted the coaching room as part of the rooms when I ranked them. That's our worst room. Steve Sarkisian is our weak point right now. He's the 9th best coach in the Big 12 is what I have him. I think that's fair. It seemed like you wanted to make a comment there.
I would love to hear your Big 12 coaches rankings because I've got the entire country ranked. Now, I don't know what mine are off the top of my head, but I would like to hear yours.
I think I'm fair with this, and I think people are. I know this was the second one when I name it's going to surprise some people, but let's do this. Okay. Chris Kleinman is number 1 for me. I think he's the most consistent. He's won at every level he's been at. That's number 1. Number 2, he's consistent, doesn't win the game he needs to win most times. Mike Gundy. I'm at 2. Number 3, I got Kansas. I got Lance Leipold. Maybe a little bit higher on him than I should be, but he's, again, 1 wherever he's at, wherever that's Wisconsin, Whitewater, Buffalo. He's a good football coach. Sonny Dykes, I have 4. Sonny Dykes has been inconsistent everywhere he's been. He had a very good year at TCU. If he can have a 8-4, 9-3 year this year, I'd bump him up. The issue is I need to see consistency after that great season. Number 5, I have Gus Malzahn. I think he's a good coach. I think he's underrated. Number 6, I have Matt Campbell. That's going to be questionable this year. Honestly, if he wins 3 games with that team, he's done a good job. That team is not good with the loss they had with the gambling situation. Number 7, I have Kalani Sitake. Number 8, I have Dave Aranda, and this is where I have Steve Sarkisian. Number 9, I have Steve Sarkisian. Number 10, I have Joey McGuire. He's coached 1 year. I don't know what he's going to. I don't know where he's going from here. Number 11, I have Dana Holgerson. I just think his time has passed. I don't think he's that good of a coach anymore, and I honestly don't think he cares a lot. I mean, if you see a lot of like what he does and everything. Number 12, I have Brent Venables. Again, 1 year. Don't know. 13, Paul Satterfield. I don't know what the hell Cincinnati was doing. This man will not be the coach in 3 years. He shouldn't have been hired. Number 14, I have Neil Brown. I like Neil Brown. And honestly, if you wanted to debate me and put him above Paul Satterfield, you could do that. I think Paul Satterfield's a god-awful hire for Cincinnati.
I am searching for mine. I've not been able to find them. I've got just too many documents, too many lists. But I was just curious to hear, since you've added that to the list. Yeah, I don't know where I put my coaches. Oh, here they are. So I'm going to have to go through the national list. So my number 1 Big 12 coach would be Mike Gundy, who I've got at 18 in the nation.
I had him at 2, so we're not too far off there.
Who'd you have at 1?
Chris Kleinman.
Who I've got at 30. So I've got Dave Aranda at 24, number 2 in the Big 12. Matt Campbell at number 3, number 25 in the nation. Gus Malzahn at number 4, 26 in the nation. Then Kleiman at 5 and 30th in the nation. Then I go Joey McGuire at 39, number 6 in the Big 12. Lance Leipold at 41, number 7. Steve Sarkisian at number 8, 44. Kalani Sitake at 45, number 9. Then I've got Brent Venables at 50, so he's number 10. Dana Hogerson at 11, 54. Scott Satterfield at 57, number 12. Neil Brown at 58, number 13. So that leaves who?
Brett Venables.
I got Venables at 50, and I think he was number 10. Who am I missing? I missed one coach somewhere. I probably just skipped him. I can't think.
TCU. Did you say Sonny Dykes?
Oh, that's maybe who I missed near the top. I got Dykes at 15. Okay, so I've got Dykes at number 1, number 15 in the country. He did a really nice job at both Louisiana Tech and SMU.
Yeah, he was down at Cal, and then TCU had a great year. I just need to see more consistency from him. I think our biggest, like, where we're off the most is Lance Leipold. I think you had him 7th or 8th, and I had him 3rd. Yeah. I just think he wins wherever he goes, and with the talent he has at Kansas, I mean, if he gets them to the Big 12 championship game, like I think he can,
well, I get it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we're both high on Gundy. I'm glad we're on the same page on that because I had him at number 2. You had him at number 1, and I think people underrate him. He wins 10 games basically almost every year.
Yeah, I'd kind of back off on the 10. I think
9.
If you look at it, I think it's pretty much 8. Like I had this argument a couple months ago, and I threw out that he's an 8-4 coach, and I'm actually a little surprised because it's been since like January that I made these rankings that I had Gundy that high, because I threw out 8. He's an 8-4 coach, and a couple Oklahoma State fans got mad at me, and I went to his record, and it is like it's.
Yeah, I think when I did it, he's been there for what 19 years or something like that. Or no, it hasn't been that long. Yeah, and half those years he's won 10 games. The other half it's like 7 or 8. So his average is probably like 8.5, maybe 9. But yeah, you were a little bit lower on Kleinman too. I just like him a lot. He's going to be at Kansas State for 20 years. Like he's the next Bill Snyder. He'll be there for a long time. And I think he just has a good system to where they're always going to be at least 8 wins.
8-4 is a 667 winning percentage, and he's at 675.
So basically 8-4.
Obviously, that counts out of conference or postseason games. So, yeah, interesting. Did you do any national picks?
Oh, I did. I'm not confident in this because I think there's 10 or 11 teams that can win the national championship.
Really?
I believe that. Yes, I do. I believe
Who
that.
are they?
Okay, so out of the Big Ten, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, SEC, Georgia, Alabama, LSU. I don't think Texas A&M can win a national championship. I think Jimbo's time has passed. When they fire him and get someone else in, I think they can. Big 12, I think there's one. I think there's us. I don't think any other team in the Big 12 can. I don't think Oklahoma can. They don't have the talent like they used to have. If Brent Venables was able to keep that Lincoln Riley offense and then bring in his great defense, I think they could have. But their offensive system is complete crap what they're running now with Jeff Lebby. I don't like it at all. So I've done Big 10, Big 12. Okay, Pac-12. I think USC can win it, even though everyone overreacts to the week 1. I think Washington can win it. I think Oregon can win it. Those are the 3 out of there. And then what do we have? The ACC. So Florida State and Clemson. So I think, what is that? 5, 8, 9, 11 teams, 12 teams.
Yeah. See, you're far more lenient with that list. So my list is more like, I believe that those are all college football playoff contenders. I consider those, but I just think that there is such a gap between being able to reach the playoff and win the playoff, that I still don't believe USC until they might be an exception. They are just so loaded on the offensive side of the ball, and Caleb Williams is so good, and they have patched up the defense, and I don't really care what happened in week 1 or week 0. I think that they're going to be substantially better on defense. I still don't think they're good enough to beat some combination of Georgia and Ohio State or somebody in a playoff situation. But legitimately winning a national championship, I believe it's Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson.
Oh, I forgot. No, I did have Clemson. They're actually, that's my pick to win it. I think Clemson's going to win this year.
And then I do think that I wouldn't be shocked if Texas, USC, Penn State, Florida State, and I'm going to put Texas A&M. I think they're going to have a big bounce back year in that next very close category that I wouldn't be shocked, but I don't think that they have a reasonable chance.
I mean, my counter to that would be if you look at Alabama's roster and Texas's roster, what is the difference there? Because I think our quarterback is better than anything they're going to throw. I don't care who they put out there. It's going to be better. I think our wide receivers are better. I think our running backs are equal. The offensive line, I think we're deeper. I don't know if we have as much upper end talent right now. I have to see us play again this year, but depth wise, I think we're better. Defensive line, they're better. Linebackers. If Anthony Hill, the 5-star, can play the way everyone's talking about him and how I think he's going to play, I think our linebackers are just as good, if not better than them. And then the secondary, again, I think theirs is better. I think we have some question marks, but they're starting to get answered. Malik Muhammad, Texas' first 5-star at the cornerback position, like 5 or 6 years, I guess has been just the last month in practice has been insane. He's basically having an interception or a forced fumble every day, basically is what I've heard. That's how good he's been. So I think there's a good chance he takes over for Ryan Watts. That's what we us Texas fans have been hearing. He's got insane speed. He's athletic. I guess he's gotten more physical throughout camp. People need to watch him as well on defense.
So I'm going to say something and use this as a defense, although I kind of attacked a caller here in the last couple of days because they were basically saying they're not sold on Penn State. They need to have it proven to them. And I said, well, if you're making predictions, you have to be ahead of the breakthrough.
Yeah.
You can't wait for the breakthrough and then say the next year, okay, they're one of the elite. If you just want to play it safe, but you got to be able to try to see it before it happens, whether that's, Texas, Penn State, Florida State, whomever that is. And if there is going to be a team to truly break through and be an elite, meaning for me, that's not just getting to the playoff, but playing well in the playoff, showing that you belong, not being Michigan State and showing up and getting shut out.
Yeah.
And I think Penn State has the best chance to do. I don't know if they have the best chance to do it because of who they have to get through in the East, but I think that they're the best team. And then I would say Texas is next, and then USC. Florida State, I'm a bit reserved on. They had this great 6-game run at the end of the year last year, but they didn't play anyone. But they bring back so much production, and a lot of guys could have left for the NFL. They really lost nothing significant. So I do think that they've got a shot to do something.
Yeah, I think Florida State is number 2 in like returning production for the country. I think Kansas, who I picked in the Big 12 championship, is number 1. That's part of the reason I picked them. And I agree with what you're saying. That is why I'm saying the comps I'm saying. Texas has not broken through in 15 years. But if you look at the roster and the way you've seen they've gotten better from year 1 to year 2, if you see another stepping stone, I mean, this team, like I said, should win 10 games. Like, there's nothing in the way of that. They're loaded. I would put our roster up against, I think we're a top 5 roster in college football. I really believe that. And I think you would, I don't know if you'd agree with me on that, but if you don't, you're probably off by maybe 1 or 2. Maybe you think we're 7, but we're for sure top 10. I would argue top 5.
Oh, yeah.
And I know we've been bitten in the past, and this is why it's going to hurt, because if it doesn't happen this year, I don't know when it's going to happen, because everything I've heard, everything I've read, people that aren't high on Texas that I follow are high on Texas. And there's a reason for that. Josh Pate has talked about this as well. Texas has always had the ornaments. They've never had the tree. I'll keep saying that because the offensive line, Kyle Flood has come out and said, we have 8 guys that can play right now. And there's very few teams that I can say that for. Guess who he was the offensive line coach for in the past? Alabama. And there's few teams he said he could say about that. So I don't know. People can say we don't have if you're saying we don't have the talent, you're wrong about that. If you're saying you need to see it, I have no issue with that.
Yeah, I just think from a talent standpoint, I think that Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State have the best rosters. And Ohio State's maybe a shade under the other two. I don't think the depth of their roster is quite what the other two are. But certainly their top 30 players are in that group of 3. And then after that, I think Texas could make a claim for the next spot. I think it's Texas, LSU,
A&M probably.
A&M, yeah.
Yeah.
Clemson's not even quite there. They're more in the 7, 8, 9 range.
Yeah. Maybe
USC's
Michigan.
not there.
Maybe Michigan. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the roster that much, but they could be there. But it's going to be an interesting year. I'll go through my college football playoff real quick just because you asked about it. We didn't really get into it.
Yeah.
Michigan 1. I'm going to have Georgia out of it. I have Alabama 2. I have Clemson 3. I have Penn State 4. I have Georgia out of it because people don't realize if they lose that SEC championship game, what's their best win on their schedule?
Yeah, so it's funny that you say that because I kind of covered myself on this. So I made my predictions and then I thought, you know what? I don't like how these predictions came out in a way.
Yeah.
So I'm going to deliver a top 25 that is my power poll to basically say this has nothing to do with schedules. This has nothing to do with the way I projected in the future. This has to do with like day one, right this second. I think Georgia's the best team in the country. I think Michigan's second best. Alabama's 3. Ohio State's 4. I think I had Texas around 8 or 9.
Yeah, I think you had 9 or 10 for us. I think 11 you had.
Like
yeah.
Because when I vetted through this, I came really close to pulling a trigger on Penn State and Texas getting to the playoff. Because, man, I tell you, after I made this prediction and I looked really deeper into Penn State.
Penn State's loaded.
Their 3 levels on defense are, they're loaded.
And their offensive line's very good as well.
Yeah. But mine pick is Ohio State, Alabama, Michigan, Clemson. Those are my 4, but I came really close on Texas and oh, you brought up Georgia. I did the same thing because my initial thought was, of course, they're going to make the playoff. Their season's a cakewalk, and so they're one step away from the Final Four. And even if they lose the conference championship game, they could get in. But I am just believing that they're actually going to trip up in the regular season, even though it's a bad schedule. South Carolina, Tennessee. I'm going to throw it out there. Auburn.
Hugh Freeze is magical. He can do some things. So
yes.
that is a possibility.
Auburn wasn't as bad last year as people believe. They stayed within 1 score of a lot of really good teams. So I think if they trip up, and I think Alabama's going to I think Alabama and Ohio State can improve considerably throughout this season.
100%. And that's the thing too. Like Texas could beat Alabama week 2, which I don't even think we're going to. I have us losing 28-24, but Alabama can still, like, that's what happens when you break in a new quarterback. That's why I'm glad we're playing in week 2. Because if you look at CJ Stroud, when he came in, people were asking for him to get benched when I believe they played Minnesota, and he didn't play great. He played okay. He put up a lot of yards, but you could see he was very hesitant on a lot of throws. I think he had a couple interceptions in that game. And they wanted him to be benched, and then you see him get progressively better, and that's what's going to happen. So I think that's going to happen out of Alabama. I think that's going to happen at Georgia. I think that's going to happen at Ohio State. So and the thing is, luckily with Ohio State, they don't play anyone until what? Is that Notre Dame game week 4 or 5? So you got 4 games before that?
Yeah, they've got 3 games than Notre Dame.
Yeah, so you got a little preseason there for you, and that's why I think it is very important for them to narrow in on that guy. That guy that they choose needs to be that guy the whole game before Notre Dame. He needs to get every rep. If they don't have that decided before then, I think Notre Dame's going to beat them. Like if you're going in that game still thinking, who am I going to start this week? Notre Dame will beat Ohio State, in my opinion. But I agree with you on Penn State. Like And that's why I have Georgia out. If Penn State has one loss, and let's say whoever you want to choose them losing to, if they lose to Ohio State, Michigan, whatever one, and then you have Georgia with one loss to an Alabama, then you go to, okay, who's their best win? Penn State's easily going to have the best win between those two. That's not even close. And they're both non-champions. Like, that shouldn't even be a decision. It should be, oh, that's the schedule. Penn State, you're in. Georgia, you're out. That's what I'm saying. Georgia has to go perfect to me. I don't think they can lose a game.
I do think the loss is going to matter.
How big?
We've seen that in the past. As long as Penn State is within a score,
Yeah.
a really good game in that loss.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. I would agree with that as well. And then I'll just throw this out there and then I'll head out. Cade Klubnik for Heisman. I don't really believe that much, but I'm throwing it out there because I have Clemson winning it all, so I have to be high on that quarterback.
Oh, man. See, this is crazy because I have very little faith in Cade Klubnik, but I'm picking Clemson to go to the playoffs, so he better come through for me. But he had 3 chances to shine last year. He came in to a 2-score deficit against Syracuse. And even though Clemson came back and won, he really didn't do anything. The defense took over. They got turnovers.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything. They put him in I don't know why Dabo did this, because I think I'm a Dabo guy most of the time, but he throws him into a 21-0 lead, like at his own 5-yard line, and he throws a pick 6. That's just not what you do on the road, losing by 3 touchdowns at your own 5-yard line. Then he played the entire game against Tennessee and didn't look that great in that game. So a lot of improvement needs to be made there.
Yeah, and Dabo honestly doesn't handle that quarterback battle type situation very well. He didn't handle that very well with Kelly Bryant, and he didn't handle that very well with DJ and Cade. And honestly, that's my biggest weakness for him that I've seen for him so far. Everything else I like. He's kind of annoying after the game, but everything else I like. But guys, please go to the Texas channel, subscribe. Go to the Big 12 channel, subscribe. I love talking football, whether it's Texas or not, but we are going to bring you Texas post game after the Rice game. And guess what? In about 10, 11 days, you're going to get Texas and Alabama game analysis. And I'm telling you right now, this is the most nervous and excited I've been for a game in 10 years, probably.
Wow.
So I'm just ready for that game. I'm so pumped up for that game because I really believe that's a trampoline for us. We win that game, I think you're going to see an ascension. If we lose that game, I don't know if you're going to see a decline, but we'll have to see. That's what's so fun about the college football season. So please join us, guys. Please do it.
Yes. Matthew does an exceptional job. He knows his stuff. He knows Texas. He knows their opponents. He knows college football through and through. So you guys are going to get sick of me telling you to go and subscribe to the Big 12 channel and latch on to the post game for the Texas games with Matthew. And then again, Texas Tuesdays at 7:30 Eastern on the Texas and Big 12 channels. So we need to stay on that because that's too good of a show for people not to be aware of.
And I like having fun with you guys in the comments. So go over there and keep them coming at me and hook them, guys. I hope your guys win this week. I'm rooting for everyone this week other than Rice, obviously. We're not losing to food.
All right, Matthew. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
Thanks. All right, our guy Matthew. Again, Texas post game with Matthew on the Texas channel and on the Big 12 channel. And then also Texas Tuesdays. Texas Tuesdays. Enunciation. It's alliteration is what it is. Yes, it's both of those things. Texas Tuesdays at 7:30 Eastern on the Texas channel and the Big 12 channel. Welcome into the Voice of College Football, a familiar sight here with Porter jumping on board with us. Very nice.
Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. How are you?
It's nice to say that. I'm usually sitting out in my driveway. I've got cicadas in the background and with a whiskey. So I'm not drinking whiskey. So I'll say that. I'm not a degenerate. So
not at what is it? I've lost track of time. 11:20 in the morning. I've been on for 6 hours and 20 minutes.
Well, happy CFB Eve.
Yes.
Appreciate all your work in the off season. I really enjoy coming on your show, and so this is a fun time for all of us. So I'll go ahead and give you my 4 playoff teams. I think I've given you this before. Obviously, I can't expect you to remember it, but I've got Ohio State and Oregon in the Rose Bowl, and I've got Georgia and Florida State in the Sugar Bowl.
Well, I would like to see some different teams in there. So I do think that from a probability standpoint, the probabilities tell us that 2 or 3 standbys are going to be in, and then 1 or 2, not necessarily new blood, because Oregon and Florida State made the first playoff, but teams that don't consistently make it.
Yeah, I just the Florida State thing is just more of a gut. I'm playing my,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I've just had this vision of our two fan bases meeting on Bourbon Street, which would be a blast because I used to live down in Southwest Georgia and got to know a lot of the Florida State fans. I lived like 39 minutes north of Tallahassee in a little town called Georgia. So a lot of Florida State fans down that way. So I like the fans, and I think it'd be a blast to be in New Orleans with those guys. Obviously, I love the Rose Bowl trip we did a couple years ago against Oklahoma. Not to beat the Rose Bowl, don't get me wrong, but New Orleans is just easier to get to. But I know I would love to see the colors. I'm not just saying because of the colors, but I think legitimately, I think Oregon is going to have a heck of a good season. And if you recall, my reason for that is if you look at coaches under the Saban/Smart tree, they usually have really good second years. And so I really think that our former defensive coordinator Lanning is going to have a really good year, just like Kirby did his second year, just like Saban had his second year, just like Mel Tucker had his second year. That's usually what their MO. So
yeah, that seems to be a long list of examples.
And I think Bo Nix he's finally got all the pieces around him. I think when he was at Auburn, if you remember, it seemed like he was running for his life at Auburn.
Yes.
And go ahead.
And
Sorry.
part of that was his problem, but it did have to do with the offensive line. Absolutely.
And then obviously he couldn't stay healthy. So anyway, those are my picks, and I think it'd be good for, like you said, it'd be good for college football to see some new blood in there. And even though you're right, they did play in those other two teams did play in 2014. Actually, that's 3 out of the 4 from 2014. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about tonight? The third quarterback for Utah, his last name is Barnes. I think I remember a Barnes coming into the Rose Bowl a couple of years against Ohio State. Is that right?
Yep.
Did he play? Okay.
Yeah, so the situation is obviously Cam Rising not expected to play. His expected backup, now I'm losing track of his name, Brandon. They both have BB names. Anyway, the expected backup quarterback got hurt sometime in August camp. And then Bryson Barnes, I was surprised to see that he was the third quarterback because, he came into the Rose Bowl and threw a beautiful touchdown pass with about a minute left in the game, led the team down the field, threw the game-tying touchdown pass, and then Ohio State came down and kicked the game-winning field goal. So at least on the big stage for that one drive, he showed something, but apparently, according to the Utah people that I talked to, he was not a highly sought-after recruit, really not a good player, or expected to be a good player, like long-term, shouldn't be playing a full game kind of guy. So there's some nerves there about how he's going to do.
Well, didn't they say the same thing about? I mean, there's some players that just don't practice very well, and then they come in and just light it up. Didn't they say the Jones guy from Ohio State? Didn't they say that about Jones?
Yeah. Ohio State was a 5-point underdog against Wisconsin because Cardell Jones had never played, and no one, including Vegas, had any confidence in him because that Ohio State team was obviously much better than Wisconsin. They put up 59 points. in that game, and the rest is history.
Yeah, and they said, Stetson Bennett was kind of the same way. Just it's something about these players that just when they get into live action, they just perform at a different level. So, but I still say this, Mark, and this kind of leads me into the other discussion to kind of dovetail what you guys were talking about in the last segment with the Texas guy. I think Florida wins comfortably tonight. And I think it's going to be a fun game. But my point is, I think Florida, Auburn, Tennessee. The people, when people say that Georgia's not playing much of a schedule this year, I think some of these teams are going to be better than you think. And I'll give you a good example. In 2021, nobody expected Georgia to play a top 10 Arkansas, but they did.
Sure.
Arkansas came into that game ranked 7th. So I would not discount Georgia's schedule right now until we really see how the year plays out.
Well, I will say, as I'm pulling up their schedule, I think the first thing that catches people's eye is, of course, that they don't play anyone non-conference. So that's the first thing that zeroed people in on. We've got to look at Georgia's schedule because this Oklahoma game being canceled.
Well, that's the other thing is I would not be surprised if Georgia Tech beats Louisville.
I won't either. I won't be surprised. I still favor Louisville. I think Jeff Brom's a really good coach, and I think that they've got a substantially better team coming back than Georgia Tech.
So if Georgia Tech, I got Tech going to a bowl this year, possibly winning as much as 8 games.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're that good. If you saw what that coach did, again, I'm not glad about that. I mean, they're obviously a rival of ours, but obviously they've been down for a while.
Yeah.
But that Key has brought a level of toughness that program didn't have, and I'm saying within the year, it was amazing. He was Collins was fired, and then within a week, they beat the defending ACC champs on the road in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
They beat North Carolina, who ended up winning their division.
Yep. And Duke.
So they played Georgia. They played us better than most people played us all year in the first half. I mean, that game was like a 3-point game at halftime. So that team is totally different than it used to be. And Brett Key is, I hate to say it, but he is. I saw the same thing happen in the 90s when George O'Leary took over for another failed coach. I'm trying to remember, it's Bill Lewis.
Yeah.
And the amount of physicality that George O'Leary brought to Tech was just, I mean, it was like a flipping a switch. It was amazing. So I would not be surprised if Tech's better than people think, that Auburn's better than people think. And then they look back on our schedule and go, Georgia played a much tougher schedule than we thought. Florida's better than we think. I can't remember if I said Florida or not, but and then Tennessee, we'll see what Tennessee does. We'll see what South Carolina does. So obviously I have us going to the playoff again, but we'll see. I don't get offended. If someone doesn't pick my team, I don't get offended. I don't think that.
I think that South Carolina, Kentucky, Florida, Auburn are all roughly top 25 to 30 teams in the country. Now, I don't know that their records are going to reflect that. So people need to understand that. They play in the SEC. So I don't know if that their record is going to reflect that. But I believe that those 4 teams are top roughly 25 best teams in the country, and Ole Miss as well. So that's not anyone that's on Georgia's level, but it's a quantity of teams that are capable. 5 teams that are really good, that are, again, top 25 level teams. And then Tennessee's more like a top 10 to 15 team. And then who knows what you're telling me about Georgia Tech, I totally get, because I went crazy last year and all off season singing the praises of Brent Key based on those results. I didn't necessarily turn that into a prediction that is anything close to what you're talking about, but it wouldn't surprise me because, yeah, here's a team that lost, I forget what the numbers are, but their ACC record and record against Power 5 teams over the previous 3 years, the Jeff Collins era, is just abysmal. And they instantly were competitive against upper echelon teams in the ACC. It's incredible with no off season.
Yeah, my favorite stat for Tech was at the end of the 2021 season, they lost to Georgia Tech. They lost to Notre Dame and Georgia, a combined 100-0. So,
yeah, wow.
Yeah, I think Tech. I think Georgia. I think we were 45-0, and I think Notre Dame was 55-0. So that had to be a tough offseason for the Yellow Jackets. But yeah, I mean, it's we'll see what happens. Let's just let it play out, and I stand behind my predictions. But if Oregon ends up, falling on their face, then I'll just have to deal with that. But I feel confident in what Lanning is doing there. I think obviously I was not that impressed with Southern Cal.
Hey, Porter, we lost you. You still there? Hello, Porter. You still there?
Very prominent on your family of channels. What was their take on the Southern Cal game?
Well, I think I can figure out where you were headed there. You drifted off to nothing for about 15 or 20 seconds. So you're talking about the USC guys on our USC channel and their response to the
sorry about that.
Maybe
game. Must have been my feed, must have been my internet. Yeah, I mean, what was kind of their take? Because I mean, one of the reasons why I'm so high on Oregon is I don't think Southern Cal's that good this year. So what was kind of their take on?
Yeah. For the record, I picked Oregon to win the Pac-12 and defeat USC in the championship game. So my thought about USC and these guys, it was a mixed bag because I watched from about, I think I picked up that game at 21-7 and I pretty much watched the rest of the game. And it's one thing to be giving up yardage in the fourth quarter in garbage time when you're up by 4 touchdowns. It's another thing when it's a 21-7 game on the last drive of the first half and you give up like bam, 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 touchdown, and it makes it 21-14 at half. And they looked awful on the final drive of the first half. And the final touchdown, the final play of the drive was a completely blown coverage where a guy was just wide open for a touchdown. Now, San Jose State also rushed for 7.3 yards per carry in that game. That's a crazy number. Now, the USC guys that we have, at least how fan bases are, some of them pile on and think that Alex Grinch needs to be fired tomorrow. The other half of our guys believe that can all be explained, that garbage time runs for 40 yards, that sort of thing. But this USC team, they still have yet to build, even if Lincoln Riley turns out to be who many people project him to be, and that's a great coach, which I'm not completely sold on. I think he's really good, but he hasn't addressed that side of the ball. And, well, he has. They've attempted to, but it didn't show up in the first game. I just think if they get into a game with, and you realize, Porter, that anytime these discussions are made, I think everybody, and rightfully so, puts your team almost in a completely different category because of just the physical presence at the line of scrimmage on both sides, that I just don't see USC standing up to that.
Well, I think too the culture too, or the just the way that all the athletes gel and come together and fight together as a team. I'm a little bit concerned again, I only watched the first half, but I'm a little concerned at how Williams was kind of snapping back at his offensive lineman. And I could see a point in the season where there's going to be some division in that locker room, because you can't build a team with all these free agents, and then you have this big ego of Williams. It is Williams, right? Is that the quarterback?
Yes.
Yeah. The Heisman Trophy winner. He has a huge ego, and I could see him rubbing a few people the wrong way in that locker room. You just can't act like that as a quarterback.
You know what else was brought up concerning a guy that you're familiar with? And I don't want to blow this out of proportion, but it was blown out of proportion by certain USC factions. And there was a touchdown run. Now, I've not seen the play. I'm only responding to what was talked about, that Bear Alexander, the play didn't come right at him. It wasn't run right at him, but he pretty much just kind of gave up on a play. And it was kind of out there for the world to see. It wasn't like he was engaged with, two blockers and he kind of lost in the middle of the line. It was kind of in space where he just, didn't feel like chasing after a player that was within reach. It wasn't like it's on the other side of the field. And there were just comments made by pessimistic USC fans that, maybe this is why he's not at Georgia anymore, because he couldn't get away with stuff like this.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't get on chat boards and stuff like that. I mainly just read when I get on stuff like this and listen to podcasts or whatever. But I don't really get into the weeds with some of this stuff. But there were a lot of people in Athens that just, when he left, there weren't a lot of people really shedding a tear over this guy. So something's happened where he burned some bridges and you have to understand too, if you look at our depth at defensive line, we're going to have this. Another reason why I'm pretty high on our team this year is we got, I think, 4 seniors within the 2 deep on our defensive line, and so you're not gonna bow up to a junior, soon to be senior, and act that way. And again, I don't know how he acted, so I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure myself what happened, but we have outstanding senior leadership on that defensive line, and you can't have some, guy coming in and rubbing people the wrong way, and then when he leaves, nobody really cares. So something happened. I don't know what it is. I hate to imply something happened, but I would not be surprised if something did happen. So, yeah, I'm not a. He played outstanding last year, especially in the national championship game. But I'm just, based on what I've heard, it's not that big of a loss, especially when you got guys like Stackhouse and Jefferson and some of the other guys that we got up front. So I'm trying to remember. Can't remember the main guys out of Tennessee. I'm trying to remember his name, but yeah, we got some depth there, so we're not missing a whole lot. And then we got this really good player out of Jacksonville who's also a freshman, but was able to really blend well with the existing team. Last name is Hall, who's going to be probably the next great defensive lineman to come through Athens, and he seems to be mixing well with the team and doing a good job. So I'm excited about him. But yeah, I don't know about Southern Cal. I'm just not I've never been a big believer in free agency, whether it's the pro level or the what we're going through right now in college sports. I grew up a Yankees fan, and I just remember how George Steinbrenner tried to build the Yankees using free agency, and it helped. I mean, he had some instant success in the 70s with Catfish Hunter and Reggie Jackson, but then he thought that's the way you build a team. And as it turns out, the Yankees kind of went through the wilderness in the 80s and most of the 90s because they Steinbrenner thought that's how you build a team. That's not how
Yeah.
you build a team. You build it
I
through your farm
would
system.
love to turn this into an old baseball show because I could talk about that
I'm sorry.
forever. No,
I'm sorry.
I'm right at home. That's I was just a crazy baseball fan for decades. Yeah, that's how you supplement an already great roster is what they did. They got Reggie Jackson, they got Catfish Hunter, but they were just supplements to add to what was already built. And then, as you just outlined, when it became everybody, when it became Ken Griffey and Dave Collins and Jesse Barfield and all these players year after year after year, Ricky Henderson, Dave Winfield, you just over and over and over, you build the entire team like that. And that's in a sport that is where there's less continuity and chemistry that's needed, and it didn't even work. And then when Bob Watson was able to run the ship, as you well know, and build the team through the farm system with Bernie Williams and Jeter and Rivera and all those guys, then there they go. They took off again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with you, I know who you root for, but it's great to see that no matter how this NIL stuff goes, however it evolves or whatever, you're still going to see Ohio State, Georgia, Bama, all in the top 5 in recruiting. And not every player has to be paid to sign with your team. And I would say out of most of the teams that are diving into NIL big time, I'm talking the Texas A&M, Miami. It's funny how it's the teams that don't beg and pay the players to come to their school, like Bama and Georgia. They're still in the top 3 when it comes to recruiting. So it's good to see that not all the kids are chasing the money.
Well, we really don't know what's going on exactly with all of that. They're being paid to some degree.
Yeah, but I know in Athens, we don't, if you prove yourself, yes, you're going to be paid, but we don't get into a bidding war when it comes to true freshmen. That just does not happen. So, unless there's something that's being done that I'm not aware of, but that's my impression. And Kirby he's flat out said it. If someone comes with their hand out, we're just not a good fit for you. Now it's easy to say that when you win a national championships. Now if we drop down to 7-5, that may not be the case, and we may need to scramble and do that. But it's just refreshing to see, some of the top teams not doing that, not playing that game.
Yeah. When this NIL business started up, and everybody was asking, okay, who's going to benefit from this and who's going to be at a disadvantage? I don't think anyone who has any sense could claim that they knew how this was going to play out. And it's still developing. Obviously, it's only been about, I think, 2 full years. But my logic told me that if the same boosters and support that are going to be funding facilities and everything that goes into building a big time football program, wouldn't those be the same resources that would be used for NIL to keep the same schools on top?
Well, I think what you're seeing right now, and it's a shift that, it's just an organic shift within all the programs. Obviously, they all go to the same conferences and they know each other, all the athletic departments. But I get the impression now that the boosters are being I get the impression that the programs are relying on the boosters more for the NIL, and they're relying on the TV money to build the facilities. Are you getting that same impression?
Sure. Yeah, that I'm sure there's some overlap, but I think it's generally in the direction that you just said. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think I think that's the question you were kind of alluding to, is that if you're trying to hit up the same boosters over and over and over, pretty soon the money's going to run out. And I think that's why they're scrambling to get into these conferences so they can get these TV deals, so they don't have to, keep hitting up the boosters for the facilities. I just think it's cleaner that way. It's easier to issue a bond to, put 30,000 seats in your upgraded stadium using the above board TV money that comes into your athletic department than, trying to take that money and somehow, wash it or however to pay these players. So I think I think it's just easier that way. And I think that's how everybody's going. Does that make sense?
We had a conversation with Joe Manchin, West Virginia senator. He's proposing legislation with Tommy Tuberville, which I didn't read the verbatim measure, but I read the cliff notes on the website, and it all made sense to me. It all made reasonable sense to continue to allow all of this, but just to give it structure, give it uniformity, cross state lines, all of those things. The only thing that I can't imagine is going to get passed is that they want to require student athletes to stay at a university for 3 full seasons before they can transfer. That is not going to fly.
No, the Supreme Court won't.
It'd be nice if it did, but it won't.
Yeah, this new Supreme Court, they're very, they're pretty right wing, which I'm okay with, but but at the same time, they're big believers in being able to, freedom to make as much money as you can, freedom to be able to be able to come and go as you please when it comes to employment or being tied into stuff like this, letters of intent. So I don't see the Supreme Court ever, I can see that being a suit going all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court not allowing that. So that's not going to happen. I mean, genie's out of the bottle. You're not going to put her back.
Yeah, that's been a long time in the makings in regards to the ability of the players to move. So that is not gonna reverse. I would love to be able to go back to the days when these guys were truly students. Not that I don't want to paint them all in a certain picture, but when this was just a situation where if you're a student athlete and we'll stick to football, you practice for a reasonable amount of time every day, after school, before school, whenever it is, and watch a reasonable amount of film. And I know I'm being vague, and that it's definitely within the structure of being a student. And then the NFL will just have to develop you at whatever point you can play football, because everybody's going to be playing on that same tier. Everyone's going to have that same level of exposure to the field and to the weight room and everything else, but it's going to be paired way back. Now, we're not going to reverse time. I get that, but that's what, and I don't know at what point I think it got completely out of hand, but I would think sometime, I don't know, sometime in the 70s would be a good place to go back to in terms of balancing the student athlete portion of this. And I'm not blind to there being cheating and money thrown at players, or abuses to grades and abuses to class time and all of that. I'm not saying that, but I do think that for the large majority, it was just much more in balance with what it should be.
Yeah, I agree. All right, man. Well, hey, have a good night tonight watching the game. If you can stay up and watch the game, I hope you can.
Of course we are. So yeah, I'm going to be on here for part of the game. I was hoping to get enough relief that I would be able to watch all the football on the side.
So somebody's going to relieve you for, what'd you say, about 7 hours?
Well, I got somebody checking in here at 12 to 2, and then 9 to 11, and then the final 3 hours. So
I'll get some rest.
I'm not going to get any rest. I'll just get time to eat and I'm not too concerned about rest.
Yeah.
We can rest at 2 a.m. So we'll do that. All right,
All
Porter.
right. Thanks, man. Thanks for letting me come on.
Absolutely. Good to hear from you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All right. We will keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. What you're looking at is Georgia's schedule. We were talking about the Bulldogs and their lack of resistance to an SEC Eastern Division championship. We've got our buddy Ben back on the line, I believe.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What is going on?
Hey, man, let's be real, man. Look, I get that last call as a Georgia fan, but
Yeah.
that schedule is booty cheeks. Let's be real. That schedule's not good.
Okay. Well,
I
let's,
mean-
let's look at this for a second here. Okay. So, do we want to compare this to the Michigan schedule?
I think it's on par with the Michigan schedule. That's what I'm saying. I think it's
So,
well,
I was
there are
going
some.
to say that the Michigan schedule is probably tougher from a conference standpoint, and
I was about to say that. Because, yeah.
and Georgia obviously plays Georgia Tech, and it remains to be seen whether they're really that improved. They're probably still a pretty bad team.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the other thing is, I mean, like, look, we're all fans, but even as a Michigan fan, I can admit, especially last year's schedule was terrible. I mean, what was it? The stat, like 8 of the teams on their schedule only won, like, I can't remember the exact stat, so I might butcher it.
Well,
But it's
what
like
it came
7
down to was basically Ohio State's an elite team, Penn State's a near elite team, Illinois and Maryland were pretty good teams, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Although
but
Michigan played Iowa last year, right?
yeah, they did.
Played Iowa as well, so they played Illinois, Iowa, Maryland. They're like top 30 type teams, top 35 teams.
Yeah, but there's a stat like I forget the exact stat, but I think it's like 8 of the teams that Georgia plays this year only won like 5 or 6 games last year. It's something like that. It's something crazy like that. Like most of the teams on their schedule were barely 500 last year.
Well, if we're looking at the Power 5, then you've got South Carolina went 8-4 in the regular season. Auburn was 5-7. Kentucky was 7-5. Vandy was 2-10. No, they might have been better than that. They won 2 games at the SEC. They were probably 4-8. Florida was 6-6. Mizzou was 6-6. Ole Miss was 8-4. Tennessee was 10-2. Georgia Tech was 3-9.
So yeah, most of their teams were barely 500. So I mean, we got to like be real about that and be like, it's okay to admit that the schedule's not good. I mean, I just some fans, they like to fluff up their schedules. I get it.
Yeah. They for the most part can't help it. The conference schedule is what the conference schedule is. Georgia has no say over that whatsoever. Now, out of conference, they always play Georgia Tech. They've sucked for the last 5 years. So
yeah,
they're always going to play them. It all comes down to, well, it doesn't all come down to this, but it would look so much better if they had Oklahoma on their schedule like they did before they were taken off.
Oh, 100%. And the other difference is not, they play, so they're out of Martin Cardinals and Blaze. Yeah, so they pretty much play. Here's the difference. They play the 3 terrible out of conferences, but then they add Georgia Tech, which I get they always play. So they have 4 bad out of conference opponents, not just the 3 that Michigan has. That's the other part of that.
True. Yeah.
So, I mean, like my main thing is like, it's okay. I mean, we can admit when our schedule is trash. We don't have to, not everything got to be perfect.
For example, Go Blue. Next year, Ohio State, they took Washington off the schedule for next year, and now we know why, because they're negotiating to get them into the Big Ten. But anyway, Washington comes off the schedule for Ohio State next year. And so Ohio State's out of conference schedule next year is like Michigan's the last 2 years. It's terrible.
Yeah. What the hell? Yeah, no, I agree 100%, man. But yeah, I'm super excited, man. Can't wait for football tonight. Who you got in the Utah game? In the Utah Florida game?
I announced a couple hours ago. See, so typically I've got all my picks on Patreon, but I'm going to make these picks here. I was going to make them at 6 Eastern. Make them right here. We'll pick 3 games tonight.
Nice. I got Utah.
Do you think they'll cover?
What's the spread?
4.
Ooh.
It was 7.
You know what? Yeah, I'll take them to cover. Not by much, but I'll take them to cover. I'll take them to cover.
Yeah, it dropped from 7 to 4 because of the Cam Rising situation.
Oh, that's a good point, though. I'll still take him to cover. I think I like their coach. I think he coaches that team well.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's going to be a good game. I think they'll win though. Yeah, and then what's the other game today? There's another one too.
Nebraska.
Ooh, I'll take. I don't know who to take, man. It's tough when you got teams with new coaches, man. You don't know what really to expect out of that first game. Whether they're going to have to, kind of ease into the new system, or if, it's one of those years where they just come out swinging. But who do you got? Are you going to say who you got? Or you going to wait till that happens?
I'm going to wait on that one. I know who I'm going to pick in that one. The other game I'm still kind of thinking about, but the Utah-Florida game, but the Minnesota-Nebraska game, I know what I'm picking there.
I think I'm going to go. Where's it at again?
Minneapolis.
Okay. I'm going to go Minnesota.
Yeah, well,
even though they lost a lot. I know they lost a lot, but no, I might have to go Nebraska. I don't know, man. I'm not even going to pick that. That's tough for me because Minnesota lost a lot, didn't they? They lost their quarterback, their running back.
Yeah, their quarterback this year is better.
Oh, he's better. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Minnesota this year. I got to study up.
Yeah, Minnesota's going to be fine. They're not going to be great, and they do have to play Michigan and Ohio State, so that puts them in a bad place. But,
I'm excited for that. I'm excited for the Ohio State game, man. I want to see how they handle this QB situation.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that. I think they're going to run the ball. I think they're going to run the ball more than they have. I have a sneaky suspicion.
I think they are too. Yeah, they are.
I just think it'd be smart, especially this year, easing in a new quarterback. I mean, that would be the way. And you're so deep in the running back room. I don't know why you want it. You can keep everybody fresh and not have to, and still play your guys. So, I think that'd be the way to go.
We've got a comment coming in here that plays into our previous conversation here. Not Use Dexter is saying, "You guys are ridiculous. Georgia plays 8th the SEC. I don't know what that means. I guess 8 games against the SEC. The 500 teams in the SEC are better than 10-win teams in other conferences. Win-loss doesn't say who's better. You guys are ridiculous." Okay, Not Use Dexter, you are ridiculous because, yes, the SEC is a great conference. Yes, the SEC is the best conference. Do not compare a 6-win team in the SEC to a 10-win team in another conference. You're comparing Missouri to Penn State. No.
That's ridiculous.
No. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that don't even make sense, man. I mean, look, this is my problem here. I get fandom, but come on, guys. Can we have some areas where we're not so biased, man? Can we just have a little area where we're not so biased? Is that even possible?
Exactly.
I mean, it's getting absurd, man. Better than 10-win teams? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
So Missouri's better than Oregon?
Yes.
Like, I mean, come on.
Washington.
Like, what are we doing? Yeah, like, what are we doing, man?
Yeah. It's
making no sense. I really don't. That's the stuff that frustrates me, man. I'm just like, come on. Look, SEC is the best conference, but, like, we don't have to say the bottom tier teams are, like, elite compared to everybody else when they're not.
You think it frustrates you. I got to sit on here all week and take it.
Yeah, no, I bet, man. All right, man, I'm going to let you go, man. You've been on for, 6 hours?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm gonna let you go, man. I know you got someone filling in at 12, so I'm gonna let
Yeah.
you go.
Well, I appreciate it. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Well, we will keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. And we got our guy Slim Shady showing up. Slim, what's going on?
I'm doing great, Mark. How about yourself?
I am doing well. Good to hear from you.
Oh, you as well. I wholeheartedly agree with your evisceration of that last comment. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a bit much. I have rated the SEC, along with anybody with a reasonable sense of college football, as the best conference in college football. But, you know, there are limitations. Let's be reasonable about this.
Yeah, well, and you want to talk about a reasonable argument, and I don't remember who I was listening to. It may have been me and Pigskin Pete talking about this, but, and I'm not saying the SEC is not the best conference, but outside of Alabama and maybe now Georgia's putting their name into that mix, you got a lot of one-hit wonders in there.
Yeah, I understand that, but nobody else has those one-hit wonders.
Oh, sure.
Slim, if you look at the games that the SEC wins each year versus the other conferences, I wish it was, I make this comment all the time. I wish we could debate best conference. I can't wait for the day, maybe it'll be after this season, that we can debate who has the best conference, because we can't debate that right now.
Yeah, I think the only, and it's only because you have so many rivalry games between the two, is really ACC versus SEC, because you've got 4 yearly contests between them.
Sure.
With Louisville, Kentucky, Florida, Florida State,
Sure.
Georgia Tech, and then Clemson, South Carolina.
Yeah. And then they actually, last year is pretty typical of how it plays out. They played another 3 or 4 games, even beyond that.
Yeah. Yeah, they usually do. Miami's fairly good about scheduling SEC teams. I mean, obviously we have the back end of the A&M series. We've got an Auburn series coming up. We've got a Florida series coming up.
Yeah, Miami played Texas A&M. Ole Miss played Georgia Tech. Of course, Clemson and Tennessee played in a bowl game. There were a few other ones there. Wake and Vandy played last year too.
They play this year again as well. Yeah,
and they play again. Yep. And anyway, go ahead. There were a few other ones in there.
Yeah, I mean, those two I could see you having the conversation, just because, like we're alluding to, they just play each other so often. But you don't get it so much with Big Ten teams. I don't know why. Just the way things have worked out, I guess.
Well, they're in the region. I think teams naturally schedule other schools in their region. Unless they have a national brand and outlook, then they tend to look further out. But NC State is usually playing teams within the region, out of conference. Teams like that. Virginia Tech usually look for schools to play within their region, out of the conference.
Well, and this actually leads me into something that I've been complaining about. And Virginia Tech's guilty of this. Miami's guilty of this. North Carolina's guilty of this. Why are Power 5 teams doing home and homes with Old Dominion and App State and Temple?
You got me, because they can.
I'm not a fan.
Well, I'm not a fan either. And this is at the heart of the entire issue. And that's that these schools should not be scheduling themselves. There should be a governing body that makes the schedule. And that governing body shouldn't even be able to do whatever they want. It should be there should be agreed upon guidelines. And I've produced videos on this in terms of, I'm not going to go through the specifics of what my guidelines are of how you schedule. So think of this, Slim. Think of the difficult games that Miami's played year after year after year out of conference, LSU and Alabama and Texas A&M twice now, on and on and on through the years. Baylor Baylor has not played a top 25 team outside the conference since 1997. They don't schedule anyone.
Well, I'll say this as far as top 25. A lot of times when you schedule these games, the team very well may be in the top 25. And it's kind of out of your control if that
Well,
continues to be
sure.
the case.
Well, I understand. Yeah, if you schedule Oklahoma, you expect to get Oklahoma. But if you get Oklahoma 2022, they're a 6-17. You can't control everything. But
Yeah.
when you're scheduling Lamar, Texas State, and UTEP every year, then you know you're not playing anyone ever.
Right. And I agree with you because Miami, I mean, even out, this goes back beyond even the past few seasons. I mean, you go back to the, right around 2010, Miami did a home and home with Oklahoma. They did one with Ohio State, Nebraska. And I think that kind of leads into, my biggest problem with all this conference realignment. And the one thing that they're not, I think is the biggest problem in college football that they're not addressing. And that's just giving us better non-con games year in and year out.
Again, there's no incentive for these teams to play difficult games, and there's going to be less incentive once we go to a 12-team playoff.
I mean, I could see the point in that line of thinking, but I mean, you could stand, like in the BCS system, you couldn't afford a loss. One loss would almost always knock you out because you'd end up with a couple of undefeated teams. And you're still kind of that way with a 4-team playoff where one loss is about all you can really take.
Yeah, that's what you can take. There's not been a one-loss team that has not made the playoff. Every one-loss team that plays in a Power 5 has made the playoff.
Right. So my point is, I think as the number of teams in the playoff goes up, that number of game cushion is going to go up with it.
Oh, of course it is.
So to me, that should incentivize people to play better non-con games.
Why?
Not some, you're at less risk of being knocked out of a playoff spot, losing that game.
Well, yeah, you're right. You have less chance of being knocked out, but why even schedule it? Because then the criteria just becomes a little bit different, but it's the same criteria. So right now, if you go 10-2, you're going to miss the playoffs. If you go 11-1, you're going to make the playoff. All that's going to change is that's going to get bumped down the road. That's going to get bumped to, if you go 10-2, you're going to make the playoff. But if you go 9-3, you're going to miss the playoff. So why still, if you're Michigan the last 2 years has played a completely garbage non-conference schedule. Nobody. Well, they made the playoffs both years. They didn't need to play anyone.
Yeah, and I mean, I get your point as far as not needing to. I mean, maybe I still look at it from more of an old school perspective of, getting not only the players, but the fan base hyped up for a game. And maybe that's just not so much in college football anymore. Because Lou actually brought this point up in a conversation the other day, that it's almost with streaming services and the way all that's going, it's almost getting to a point, are they even going to care how many people are in attendance of games anymore?
Well, when there are 100,000 people in Ohio Stadium or Penn State or pick your stadium, and they're averaging, even if it's only $100 per seat, is that $10 million? Yeah. That's $10 million plus parking, plus food, plus they've got to make, now they've got to pay for everything. So this isn't a net, but the gross profit from that game has to be $40 million. So it's still
Probably somewhere
substantial.
in there.
It doesn't come now after they pay to maintain the stadium and pay all those people and all that. I understand it comes way down.
Yeah,
But it's
so they
still a
make 20%
substantial.
of that.
Yeah. So if you're still making $5 million a game, and you're playing 7 to 8 home games, then it's still pretty substantial.
And I agree that's nothing for us. I wonder if $5 million a game really shifts the needle with them.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, to multiply that though by 7 or 8, I got to think 30. When Florida State is threatening to leave the ACC based on a $35 million discrepancy between the ACC and the Big Ten and the SEC, then I got to think the $5 million per game 7 or 8 times is also significant.
And it might be, and to that point, to the point of Florida State, I don't think it's going to happen anywhere near the kind of time frame. Because like you still have some Florida State fans out there talking about 4 more weeks and it's coming out.
Oh no. No, there's just way too many legalities to fight through. This is going to take a while.
Well, and I get money's the lifeblood of all of it. And I get money does matter. But to me, Texas A&M and Texas are kind of proof to the point that, well, money only matters so much. Because if money was the biggest determining factor, then those two would win every game and every national title forevermore.
Yeah, you have to have the money. It's almost like recruiting. It doesn't guarantee anything because if you screw it up and you can't game plan and you can't develop, then you're not going to win. But you have to have it to win.
Right.
And so you do need the money, but there are a lot of schools out there screwing it up. Our buddy Tony Altamore comes on here and breaks down the revenue from all these teams. Ohio State was number 1 last year in football revenue, and Texas was number 2. And obviously, Texas hasn't won anything in 12 or 13 years. Right. So, well, Slim, I'm going to move on. I'm going to take a little break here, but I appreciate you calling.
Anytime.
All right, Slim. And everybody join Slim and Alex after the Miami game coming up. That's a Friday night game. It's the Battle of Miami, Ohio and Florida coming up on Friday night. And what we plan to do is, Corey, maybe I'm going to regret this, but people love watch parties. Have you noticed this? People love these watch parties. And every time I've done that, then people just sabotage or inundate me with messages about you need to do these watch parties and they want you to call play-by-play and all this other business. So I'm going to kind of kill myself this weekend. Not that I haven't already done this by going for 17 hours out of 24, but we're going to do a watch party on Friday night. We're going to do one on Saturday at noon. Then we're going to do one for Patreon and YouTube members at 3:30 on Saturdays. I'm going to do 3 of these.
You have any tonight?
Well, no, I'm going to be here.
You're not going to have the game going?
Yeah, but it's not going to be a watch party.
No. What's the difference?
Per se.
When you say
we're talking.
When you say a watch party, how do you
watch party? We're watching. We're going to say, okay, we're doing an Iowa, Wisconsin watch party. We're watching the game, and people. This has been my experience. People want me to tell them every play what's going on, and we're like watching the game. We're not discussing what's going on at USC and Florida State, and we're watching the game, and every play we're talking about the play-by-play.
So these people don't have cable?
I don't know what the incentive is. I don't get it.
I did have somebody the other day on my channel here, I mean, literally within the last week, say to me, please, Corey, can we please at least have one watch party this year? And all I said is that's something worthwhile for consideration.
People love these things.
It's worth consideration. I don't know what.
It's watch party weekend, Corey.
Here's the thing, though, Mark. and I'll let you go because I know you got to take a break. But you, as a national guy who you can do these watch parties for all these different teams that you don't really care about, that's a little different than me.
Yeah.
I get 12 games out of the year. I mean, I love Iowa football, and I try to be as unbiased as possible, but I am a fan. So it's
Sure.
like
Yeah.
the 12 game experience is so short. I just,
you're right.
I value each one of those Saturdays. I know that sounds cliche, but I value each one of those Saturdays when I get to watch those
Absolutely.
games with family and friends.
Well, this is a bit of a testing period this weekend as well, because if these watch parties do extremely well, then I'll continue to do them. But they better do like the numbers better just blow
So
me away.
I'll be curious. I'll be anxious to see, because you have at least you said the one for Patreon and your premium people.
Yeah.
And then you have some that are going to be on the main channel.
2 on the main channel, 1 Friday night, 1 Saturday at noon Eastern.
I probably should dabble in the whole watch party thing, because I think it's an interesting concept. But again, I just cannot imagine.
I did the 2 playoff games, and I got about now. One thing that happened was this is what annoys me, is I cannot keep the sound on the game on because I'll get copyrighted. I like to hear the sound of the game to know what's going on.
Well, here's what you need to do. You need to get some Bluetooth or AirPods or something and have one ear here and one ear here. So that's what you need to do. You can't technically, you can get in trouble for doing play-by-play.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you can.
Really?
If you're doing play-by-play, I know you can get. This is based on knowledge from radio. I know you can, if you're on the radio doing play-by-play. Learfield for Iowa owns rights to play-by-play. So I would think that, I don't know. I guess it's a good question. If you're doing it on YouTube, that'd be a good question for your attorney.
That has not been the issue in the past. The issue has been that I'm listening to the game and then it bleeds into the mic. And I didn't think it would enough to bleed into the mic.
That mic or a different mic?
This mic.
That mic, really?
Yeah. And I got copyrighted for both New Year's Eve games. And I had about 25,000 views. So,
you got copyrighted.
If I get that kind of response, then I'll continue to do them.
But if you get copyrighted, for anybody that doesn't realize that, if you get copyrighted, you lose monetization.
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
So it's like your video doesn't get taken down necessarily, but
mine did.
Oh, it actually got taken down.
Yeah, they got taken down.
Okay.
Absolutely, they did. Well, Corey, I will let you take it from here.
Okay.
And I will see you in about an hour and 45 minutes.
Sounds good. And get a nap in or whatever you need to do, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Definitely eating.
Okay.
All right, Corey. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. We've got Mr. Mikey G here. Mike G, how are you, sir? I have no idea who you are. You're going to have to introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Mike G from Austin, Texas. And I'm glad to be. Thank you for letting me come on.
Absolutely. So are you a Longhorn? Are you a Longhorns fan then, should I assume?
No. I'll be square with you. I'm a Bama fan, but there's a lot of I'm a college football fan as well. But there's a lot of different people here in the great state of Texas. Bama fans, Michigan fans, you name it. They're all here. So, but like this is the heart of Longhorn football here in Austin.
It is.
Yeah, but I want to say, I don't know if you saw this, just comment on something. I know a lot of people are high on the Michigan Wolverines this year. And I'm not. I'll be square with you, I'm not. And I've called in about a week ago, and I'm really not a hater. I think I'm fair. And I know the Big Ten football is strong football, but there's an article that came out about a week ago talking about the talent levels of these teams in college football this year. And the way they rank these, I don't know who put the article out and what website did, but the way they rank these talent levels is based on the number of 5 stars and 4 stars that you have on a team. And we know that that's kind of hit and miss a little bit. You know, some of the greatest players can be 3 stars or 2 stars or no stars or whatever. But on the rankings, Alabama was number 1 by a pretty good margin with 17 5-star players, and then number 2 on the list was Georgia Bulldogs, of course, with 13, and Ohio State was number 3 with 12 5-star players. But not only did Alabama have the most 5 stars, they also had the most 4 stars by a pretty good margin as well. But with that being said, Michigan Wolverines, with all due respect to them, they weren't even on the list. They were like about number 13 or 14 with just maybe 2 or 3 5-star players on the list and numerous 4 stars, but they weren't even in the top 10. But I know they have a lot of talent on their team, and people are expecting great things for them this year. But that's just why I'm just, like I said, Michigan doesn't have to sell me on anything because I'm just an outsider looking in. But I do not think Michigan's the second best team in the country. I think Ohio State's a top 4 team in the country. But if I was going to rank Michigan in my own personal top 10, as of right now, they'd probably be somewhere about number outside the top 5. I definitely, maybe number 6 or 7. And like I said, I'm not being a hater, but last year, that TCU game, I mean, that kind of reinforced what I think about Michigan is how, of course, they're a good team. They're a solid team. They're a physical team. But that list of stages, and all they had to do was beat the Big 12 runner-up, TCU, to make it to the biggest ball game to get their shot at Georgia. And we see what happened to TCU after that. Georgia killed them. And before that, they got beat by Kansas State. So that's why I'm not putting Michigan as high as a lot of other people are. Definitely a top 10 team. Definitely 3 top 10 teams in the Big 10. Of course, I think Ohio State is one of the few teams in the country that can compete with Georgia, which they did. And then, but like I said, then of course, Penn State may be a little underrated this year. So, I mean, how high do you have Michigan on your own personal list?
Well, I don't have a formal personal list, but I'll tell you this, Mike. I don't know. You're talking about total roster talent, right? We're talking about 4 and 5-star kids making up total roster talent. I'd have to look more in depth at a lot of other metrics in order to be able to draw a firm conclusion. I agree with you. There's a lot more you got to look at other than just star ratings, but those are indicators of talent acquisition. But with that being said, for instance, if Ohio State's, and I'm not saying they do, but if Ohio State's got 10 of their 17 4 and 5-star kids are all true freshmen, and Michigan's got only 8 4 and 5-star kids, but 6 of them are upperclassmen, then that makes a difference, right? I mean, if we're talking about Michigan being able to actually retain some of these guys, and I think a lot of the hype with Michigan, not only are they coming off 2 straight wins in the game, and of course another trip to the playoff, they're also, you got to keep this in mind, they're also probably returning the most decorated quarterback in the conference, not named Taulia Tagovailoa. And this is a very raw conference as it relates to the quarterback position. Just a lot of change, a lot of youth, a lot of talent, right? You brought up 4 and 5-star kids. I mean, look at the kid at Penn State, look at the kid at Ohio State, and they may be fabulous, but you got a 5-star kid who's got experience under his belt at Michigan. So I think that's probably, I mean, obviously we could split hairs about, should they be in the top 5, top 10? Penn State's another intriguing one. I mean, somebody on my show last night brought up Penn State. What makes them? I don't know where they sit as far as talent rankings. I will say though, I think a couple of big factors are what Michigan brings back at running back, and of course at quarterback, and their success in the head-to-head game against Ohio State. And I totally empathize with you when you bring up the failure of a playoff appearance against TCU, but it is one game. And let's not totally sell TCU short. I know they got their pants pulled down against Georgia, but that was a heck of a game, the Big 12 title game against Kansas State, and that was still a very good TCU team, and it is just one game. So, I mean, I think Michigan's a top 10 team without really looking up and down and splitting those hairs. I think Ohio State is every bit as talented. I think Ohio State's definitely more talented offensively, even with a 5-star freshman, redshirt freshman quarterback, given the skill position talent at wide receiver and at tailback. But in that matchup, Michigan's had the edge here the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm glad to see Michigan doing well. I mean, they're a legendary program, and I'm glad to see them doing well. I just don't think they're number 2. That's I mean, top 10 definitely, but I just don't think they're number 2.
Well, here's the thing: to fulfill those types of expectations, Mike, you're absolutely right. They got to start performing better at the national stage. So they've got to make it. The Big Ten in general has to start making it to the national title game and winning national titles. I mean, with the exception being 2015, that miracle Ohio State team. The Big Ten has struggled in the postseason. And I'm talking postseason that people really care about. And we're talking obviously playoff and prior to 15, the BCS game. So it's not just Michigan. The Big Ten in general has to perform better in the playoff, with the exception being Ohio State. Nobody has.
That's right, yeah.
And Penn State. Maybe Penn State has an opportunity this year to do that. They've got a tricky schedule. I mean, anybody in the East has a difficult schedule. And until we get to the expanded playoff, Penn State's going to be one of those teams that benefits more than anybody else from the expanded playoff and the abolishing of divisions in the Big Ten. They will benefit more than anyone else in the country from those decisions. Teams like Penn State, Maryland, but at the same time, they got a really talented roster this year, and there's some hype around Penn State possibly making a push, but they got a tough road to get there.
They do. Well, I think Penn State has a good coach. And, he's kind of got this fire in his belly, and I think he gets a lot out of his players. And far as I remember, Penn State's had some pretty good seasons these past few years. I think they've lost only 2 games pretty much all year, and a couple years, 3 years in a row or whatever. And then they seem to do pretty good in their bowl games, I believe. So I think Penn State does have a chance to be a spoiler in the Big Ten. But absolutely.
I thought Penn State was, as far as teams in the postseason last year, they were the most impressive. And I know Ohio State should have beaten Georgia. I mean, I know that's Mark could probably push back on that, the phrasing of that statement. But Penn State, what they did to Utah in that bowl game, and Utah was, the problem with these bowl games, non-playoff bowl games, as you know, Mike, now with the playoff holding as much water and weight as it does, there's less of a pressure on these players to even play in bowl games. So it's almost harder to evaluate conferences from a postseason perspective, unless you're looking at the playoff, because so many players sit out, so many players opt for the draft early. And I know Utah dealt with their quarterback went down at one point during that game, but they were really Penn State. Don't get me wrong, they were really impressive in the Rose Bowl, and we'll see. They've got an opportunity to maybe surprise some people. They've kind of been the forgotten team in that division just because of Ohio State and Michigan. Yes.
Well, I'm glad these conferences are getting rid of the 2-division format and just going one, maybe from top to bottom. I think the SEC and the Big Ten's doing that. But the Big Ten's getting stronger. I mean, they're bringing in, 4 good teams from the West Coast. They're getting stronger, as with the SEC as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting. The cream has to rise to the crop, no doubt about it. The crop, but as far as opt-outs, just as a fan, I don't like them. I know there's a lot more to it than that, because there's big money involved. They're going to the NFL. They're going to try out for the NFL or whatever. But I'm just not a big fan of it. And I respect those that play in the bowl games. Like, for example, Bryce Young played in the bowl game last year, and he ended up being the number 1 pick. He didn't opt out. That's just my prime example of that. When, like the running back for Texas, Brian Robinson, I think he also got drafted high. He did opt out of the bowl game, and Texas ended up getting beat in the Alamo Dome just 70 miles down the road. So I'm not a big fan of opt-outs. I wish players wouldn't do that. but I know that there's a lot more that goes into it than just me being a fan, just outside looking in, basically. But
And that's what that comes down to, Mike. I mean, you and I are both college football fans. I look at it from an Iowa perspective on much of these things. I think about a guy, I don't know how much you follow Big Ten football, but I look at a guy like Jack Campbell. Here's a guy who, by all accounts, is probably going to have a chance to produce early, contribute early for Detroit. What he went, I get confused as to who went first and who went second. But he went first, second round to Detroit, and he played in a meaningless bowl. A lot of people would say it was a meaningless bowl game, playing in the Citrus Bowl against Kentucky, which, Will Levis was out, Chris Rodriguez was out, Kayvon Merriweather, Iowa safety, sat out. But I understand it from both perspectives. Like you said, as fans, we're not forced to like those decisions because we're fans. Right?
Yeah.
We're not making a living for our families. We're not planning our future around a specific guy's career. But guys like Brian Robinson or Kayvon Merriweather, those guys they are planning their future. So as time has gone by, I've had a harder and harder time complaining, or I'm not saying you're complaining, but blaming these players for not playing in bowl games, especially when by way of realignment and the playoff and just how everything has occurred, the transfer portal and all these things, we have actually taken so much importance off of the mini bowl games that many of us have come to love. I still enjoy watching them, but for a lot of people, they're meaningless. So I can I'm with you. I admire Jack Campbell for playing in that Citrus Bowl, and in hindsight, I think he'll always appreciate the fact that he did, and that will, maybe some guys, I can tell you that there are some guys that I've heard about, Iowa guys, who have left early for the draft or whatever, and they kind of regret that because they look back later and say, hey, those college days were the best days of my life. So you kind of want them to do that, but at the same time, I have a hard time being up in arms about it. I look at a guy like Tyler Goodson, Iowa running back from a couple of years back, Mike. He opted out of the Outback Bowl, I think, against or was it the Citrus Bowl? I guess this last year was Music City, but the Citrus Bowl against Kentucky. And I mean, he's had a cup of coffee in the NFL, but it's not like he was some high draft pick. I remember a couple of scouts saying prior to that draft that there were 100 other backs like Tyler Goodson. No disrespect to Tyler, but yet his risk reward assessment of the situation was, hey, I'd rather still not take any risk of injury, use this month where I would be prepping with the team, use this extra month of prep for myself. And so I get it.
Yeah. I just look at that. I get it too, because I kind of have to. I realize it's about the NFL money, and you can't pass that up. That's what they're, doing. That's what they do for a living. I realize that, but like I said, that Texas game last year against Washington in the Alamo Dome, Texas lost by 1 touchdown, and Texas had 40 yards rushing total for the game. If they'd have had Bijan Robinson, a lot of good chance they'd have had more rushing yards than that and a better chance of winning. But I don't know. That's just my own personal opinion. But look, I'm glad the season's here. And it's going to be, and the college football is changing. Next year, we're going to 12-team format in the playoffs, which I think it's awesome because it gives really everybody more chance, I guess, but especially teams like, Penn State in the Big Ten, and maybe USC in the Big Ten now, starting to where they might, lose a couple of games because the Big Ten's a tough conference. The SEC's a tough conference to navigate through, but they'll still get a chance to go to the playoffs. And just as a Bama fan, like last year, Bama didn't make it. But if there was a 12-team playoff, well, they would have made it. And then they would have had probably a chance to, see what they can do from there. So I'm happy about that because college football is definitely changing and changing fast. I don't know if for the better or for the worse, but I think the playoffs are for the better as far as I know. But
Micah, you're not the Mikey G that's in the chat, obviously.
No, I'm not Mikey G. I'm Mike with no Y.
You're not even Mike. Been calling you Mikey G. You're just Mike G.
That's right. That's all right. You call me. Yeah, I'm just Mike. Right. I'm not that Mike. Right. That must be a different Mike. Me. I'm a different guy. But
are you the better of the Mikes?
Probably. Well, I don't know, but I can tell you this. I've been a college football fan for a long time. Like the day, like being a Bama fan, of course. I remember the days like when I was a youngster, the 10, 12 years old, the Bear Bryant days, and all the coaches in between with Bill Curry and Gene Stallings and Mike Shula, and even the down times with Mike Price and Dee Franchione. So I've been a college football fan for a long time, and even the good times in the Big Ten. Ohio State's always been a good team, and I remember the good, when Michigan was a good team, and just but I love college football. It's just, to me, it's just the greatest sport that there is, and and I, like I say, I try to be fair on college football teams, and really state my opinion on things, like, and not try to be a homer. Like, for example, and I try to be a homer when I say this. I think Alabama's probably a better team than people get them credit for this year. Like we talked about with the ratings, with the star, the talent rating, but that's either hit or miss a little. I think Michigan may be a little bit overrated. That's still to find, still going to find out about that. I think there's only two teams right now that can hang with Georgia, and that would be Alabama. That would be Ohio State. That can probably hang with Georgia right now. I think USC. I think they're coming to the Big Ten, but I think Lincoln Riley went to USC and took that crappy Oklahoma defense with them. And if they don't get their defense tightened up a little bit, they're going to be a solid 9-3 team in the Big 12 and the Big 10. So, but I don't know. I just love college football, and I'm just so glad the season's here. And we got a game tonight. The Florida-Utah game tonight, and then starting on Saturday, I think we have 4 straight days of college football starting on Saturday. So, just definitely glad the season's here. And personally, I want Nick's. I know this is being a total homer when I say this, but I want Nick Saban, the GOAT in my opinion, to get one more national championship. Because I just want him to get one more, because he's going to retire. The dude's getting old. He's going to retire pretty soon. So I like him to get one more trophy, and then I think he'll probably set himself up for retirement and kind of hand the torch to Lane Kiffin, most likely. I don't know if that's good or bad, but we'll see how that plays out.
I think it's hilarious, Mike, when someone says that they think Alabama's underrated and their preseason rankings number 4 in the country.
Yeah. The reason I know. See,
they're projected to make the playoff as of right now, and yet you still consider them to be underrated. So
well, you hear, yeah. I do a little bit. And I get where it's coming from. Because this is why. This is why. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, well, they probably should be number 3. I mean, because Michigan shouldn't be number 2, so they probably should be number 3. But when I say that, here's what I mean by that. A lot of people are predicting. They think there's total chaos at Alabama. They have no quarterback. They have no, new coordinator. They had to bring in this guy from Notre Dame because their quarterback room is so pathetic. You hear a lot of negativity around the program from outside the state of Alabama. And I can tell you right now, living in Austin, Texas, these Longhorn fans, the local media and the national media, but the local media especially, and the fans, they really think they're going to win. And some of them think it's going to be a whipping by 14, 21 points over Alabama. And I'm thinking, okay, well, Bama's getting no respect in that game. And I know why they think that, because they got this quarterback, Quinn Ewers, who's poised for a great season. I mean, I think he is going to have a great season, and they have these good skill positions. I mean, they're a good team. And they think they should have won last year, but they didn't. But I don't know. I think Alabama's a little underrated, because this is why I say that. They got the most talented roster in college football. They got Nick Saban coaching the football games. I mean, that to me.
I think Georgia fans might take exception to the comment that they're the most talented team in college.
According to that website. Sure. I mean, but not. We'll find out. But speaking of Georgia, not trying to be a hater here, man, but they need to get a schedule. I don't know if you looked at and I hear it's not their fault because the SEC made them cancel their out-of-conference game against Oklahoma because Oklahoma's joining the conference. But Georgia's got the most pathetic schedule in the history of college football, in my opinion. And I'm not trying to be a hater, but I say that because this is college football. But their schedule's pathetic, and even their in-conference schedule, their toughest game is at Tennessee, which is a tough schedule. But they avoid Alabama, they avoid LSU, they avoid Texas A&M, according to that website, it's the fourth most talented roster. But anyway,
Yeah, I mean,
I give Georgia credit for what they've done the last couple of years. I give them credit for being because they were the best team the last couple of years.
their schedule is considerably softer if you look at it up and down. But like you said, they don't control the SEC's schedule. They don't.
Yeah.
They control. Now I will say this: Alabama. You look at their schedule. Obviously they play in a different division. I understand that their schedule is as loaded as any. I mean, with Tennessee, LSU, Texas, Ole Miss, A&M, they go to Mississippi State, but y'all do play Chattanooga, Middle Tennessee, and South Florida.
Yeah.
The non-conference. I've always been critical of the SEC's choice of non-conference scheduling, but the
Well, they
playoff
all
is
do
rewarded
that.
that.
I think that, that's true. They do, but here's the only thing I'll say about that. You look at every top 10 team there is going to schedule, you can find them teams on there. You can find them weak teams on there. I think what the SEC does that the Big Ten does not do, which I'm not sure about this, but I think the SEC, they make their teams schedule one FCS team, which is basically a Division II team, every year. I think they make them do that. And I'm not, because you look at every SEC team there is, they have this bowl, this championship series team, which are these Division II teams, I call them. But all I can say about that is every team there is schedules these weak teams, with all due respect to them. And
why
you
wouldn't
kind
you?
of have.
Why wouldn't you? You've got if you're Alabama, I don't blame them at all. They don't get penalized for it, and I don't know that they should. They play such a difficult schedule in the SEC. Now I think it was Kentucky last year played an incredibly weak schedule. Let's see. Well, let me think here. Alabama, I guess let me go back to Alabama's schedule before I let you slide here, Mike.
Okay.
Alabama. So I said Middle Tennessee, South Florida. Am I missing somebody? I guess. Oh, Texas, of course. That's the game I'm missing.
Texas,
so I give
yeah.
credit. They play Texas. I bet my biggest criticism has been if you're going to have 4 non-conference games, you're not going to upgrade to 9 conference games. Then at least schedule 2 Power 5 games. And my criticism of the SEC teams like Kentucky and even Alabama, and you're playing 3 cupcakes, one of which is an FCS school and the other 2 G5s. I have a problem with that. But again, if they're not going to be if they're going to be held to a different standard or from a scheduling standpoint, then why not schedule wins? Because they play a tough enough schedule in the conference to build up a resume.
Yeah, I agree. Well, it's going to be a good season. I'm glad you're here. Love your marathon. Love y'all guys' marathon. I'm going to watch it. I'm at work, but when I get a chance, I'm going to watch it all day. And I enjoy the show. I found this show on YouTube a couple weeks ago, and I tune in whenever possible. So I enjoy the show. So,
well, thanks for coming by, Mike.
Absolutely. You take care.
Have a good day at work. Thank you. All right, folks, we're trucking along here. I'm here until 1 Central Time, part of this 24-hour marathon of a day. College football opening up officially with games this evening. And if you haven't looked at the schedule, of course, the big games on the schedule for this evening include Nebraska and Minnesota. And then, as Mike mentioned, you've got Florida and Florida. Who does Florida play? At Utah this evening on ESPN. So ESPN and Fox will be the places to be. But there's some other games that I'm sure some of you out there will be watching. NC State has a road contest at UConn. UConn, much improved last year record-wise, didn't play a tough schedule at all. But that should be somewhat intriguing. I'll be intrigued to see. I'm not going to watch it, but Kent State and Central Florida. Of course, the Knights in the Big 12 for the first time. This will be their first official game as a Big 12 member. And Elon, and we'll take a trip to Wake Forest. St. Francis will play at Western Michigan, Rhode Island at Georgia State, South Dakota at Mizzou, Arkansas Pine Bluff, Tulsa, North Carolina A&T UAB, and then Southern Utah at Arizona State. So really, you've got your 2 big games, and then I'd say probably 1 or 2 other notable games in NC State, UConn, and maybe Kent State, Central Florida. Kent State typically competitive in the Mid-American Conference. Let's go to our next caller who's been waiting on hold. Ben, welcome, Ben.
Hey, Corey, how's it going?
Well, good, man. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm dying here listening to people trash my Wolverines.
Ripping on your Michigan Wolverines, Ben. By the way, before you say your piece here, Lemansky, thank you for the super chat. It says Corey the bell cow for this 24-hour segment. Iowa expert for Hawkeye Nation, Iowa program nestled in Kinnick Stadium, great coaching champions and black and gold. Appreciate that, Lemansky. He was on for my live show last night on my channel, so he's a trooper, sticking with both platforms. We appreciate that.
Good deal. And you got a great platform over there. Your channel's awesome. I love it.
Thank you, Ben.
I got to ask you something. Mark was giving me a hard time about this earlier. I called him like the second caller this morning, like, I don't know, like whatever time it was, 6 in the morning, something. But anyways, he was kind of ripping on me, and he brought it up again later today about my thoughts on Penn State. What are your thoughts on Penn State this year? Do you think they are as good as they are projected to be?
I had this question brought up to me last night on my show, and I had an Iowa guy, Tom Kakert, was on with me, and then Swarm leader, the collective leader for Iowa, Brad Heinrichs, kind of provided his take as well on Penn State. I don't know. I mean, the only question I have with Penn State, they obviously have a lot of talent. They're bringing back a decent amount of talent from last year. I think some question mark. My biggest question mark still is quarterback. I don't care if you got a 5-star or not. I look at the schedule. They play Iowa early. They get them in September. It's going to be a whiteout. But going up against it, really, look at across the field, they'll be going up against your old quarterback, Cade McNamara, and Eric All. And of course, Michigan has went there and won. I believe they went there and won at a whiteout. Am I correct in saying that, Ben?
Yeah, I think it was a whiteout that night.
So,
I think they beat him.
I mean, like, that's my big question is how long will it take for Aller to actually get up to speed? Maybe he's ready right now, and maybe the hype is real. He's been the clear starter for how long now? But I know Tom Kakert has brought this up. He doesn't have a whole lot of faith in James Franklin as a game coach, and it's just such a slim margin of error in that division. And that's why I keep saying Penn State's going to be benefiting more than anyone in the country from the changes that we're going to be seeing. Even though you're adding teams, it's going to be difficult to win the conference from a playoff standpoint, and honestly from a Big Ten standpoint. Like, Penn State's got a better chance of winning the Big Ten Conference moving forward than they do this year or they did prior, because of the fact they don't have to necessarily go through Michigan and Ohio State every year. And of course, there have been years where Michigan State's been really strong in that division as well. I mean, won a Peach Bowl 2 years ago. Whereas you look at a team like Iowa, you go from a decent chance to at least make a Big Ten championship game and possibly win to, I don't want to say it will never happen, but I could see it never happening again with the additions they get with conference realignment. And the fact that now you're gonna get teams like Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State in the schedule even more. But it does the expanded playoff. I don't think it hurts anybody in the Big Ten having the expanded playoff as far as chances of making that event. So I guess that's kind of a filibustering answer to the Penn State question. But my big question mark is quarterback. And until I see a guy show me on game day, I'm going to be skeptical. And I don't think James Franklin is a great head coach. I think if he was a great head coach, he may have went somewhere else by now. His name seems to always be out there for the big jobs. Not that Penn State's not a good job or a big job, but I'll be interested to see how Penn State performs. And I don't even know, who do they get week 1?
Oh, let me see. Well, I'll tell you what. My Purdue, they played. No, that was last year.
They get
West Virginia.
West Virginia, of course, on NBC. Yeah. West Virginia. I mean, I don't have any confidence West Virginia is going to challenge them, but I mean, like
the first 2 Big Ten games, you got Illinois and then Iowa. So they're going to test them on the offensive side of the ball. That's for sure. Absolutely. I mean, they're going to test Penn State's offensive side of the ball. That's for sure.
They get Illinois on the road, and that's a big noon game. So, fascinating. They get Delaware week 2. That back-to-back at Illinois versus Iowa, that's a big 2 weeks for not only Penn State, but for the Western Division, because if Illinois steals one or Iowa steals one at Penn State, it can change the layout of things. And Wisconsin is another team that I think the month of September is really important for them. They go to Purdue. Even though I think the Western Division will be decided in November, a lot of the layout's going to be set in late September.
Yeah, my thing about Penn State, and actually, it's not so much just the fact that maybe Penn State's going to do good, and that you want to see it on the field, and that was a point that I brought out but we were talking about predictions, but I'm wondering why Penn State is predicted to do as well as they are by so many people, when you have teams like Washington that I feel had a better year than when I compare Washington to Penn State. I think Washington had a better year. And Washington has more returning production than Penn State. I think they're like the number one returning production for the Power Five. And then you have teams like Washington. You have, even USC and who else? USC is ranked ahead of Penn State in the AP poll, but a lot of people have Penn State at like 5. I don't understand LSU as high as being 5 in the AP poll. I don't pay attention too much to the SEC, so they could have some studs there, and I don't know, but I don't see that with Penn State being as elevated as I don't think they're returning as much as like other teams, and there's teams in the Pac-12 that I think are returning more. A couple teams in the Pac-12, and Penn State's getting all this. I think they're getting a little bit more than what they've shown me to deserve. I think it's projected, and that was my point. That's kind of my point with Penn State and with Mark. And I would just kind of wanted to get your thoughts. If you thought.
Well, I Mark would know more up and down that roster. Yeah. If Weggy Ocean's correct, he says that Penn State has just 8 returning starters on offense and defense combined, but the depth that all of those schools, whether you're churning out, 17 5 and 4 stars or 12 or whatever, you should be able to develop depth to be able to compensate for that more often than not. But again, maybe I'm completely overemphasizing the importance of the quarterback position. But you brought up Washington. To me, they're polar opposite as far as a makeup of that team. Obviously, playing a different conference, but you start at quarterback. Yes, you've got a 5-star coming in, widely heralded and acclaimed 5-star, and Drew Aller coming at Penn State. And you look over at Washington, they had a Heisman contender in Michael Penix, who has disappointed before. I think back to the hype around him in 2021. But I don't know. You probably would know better than I would because you're an East guy. I'm curious your thoughts on Darrell MVP's statement here in the chat that he wants to talk about how Michigan has a lack of talent.
Lack of talent. So
compared to their goals, apparently they have a lack of talent. And Mike,
okay.
A few minutes ago,
I'm just saying. Okay, so the gentleman that was on here before was talking about stars.
Yeah, and again,
here's something, and this as an Iowa fan. What did the star? What are your stars on your defense? You have the number 1 defense. How many years and how many 5-stars come off that defense?
A little bit of an aberration, though. That's a little bit of an outlier. Iowa's not. There are always exceptions to the rule, and Iowa seems to be one of those exceptions. That's why I think Phil Parker is the best coordinator in the country.
Okay, well, maybe Michigan's offensive line is an exception to that rule. Because we have Joe Moore winning line, offensive line 2 years in a row.
But we're talking, Ben, about in Mike's defense, Darrell MVP's defense. I don't know where Darrell MVP's going with this, but in Mike's defense, he's talking about roster talent. Mm-hmm. So if we're just looking at roster talent, like if I asked you right now, Ben, which defense is more talented, Iowa's or Ohio State's, whose would you say?
Which defense is more talented, Iowa's or Ohio State's?
Yeah,
for sure. I would say as far as physically talented.
No, talent, just talent. We don't need to define talent. We know what talent is.
Okay.
So
Ohio
who's
State.
more talented? Which defense?
Ohio State.
Yeah. Which defense is better?
Iowa's.
Probably Iowa's. Now
I would say. I would say Iowa's. If you look at last year's, if you compare the numbers last year's, who performed better?
I'm talking about this year, but you're right. Okay. You're right. Over the last couple seasons, Iowa's been better. Maybe Ohio State fans would argue that this year. My point is, talent doesn't always necessarily mean performance. But Mike,
I don't know how you can argue that. I mean, how many touchdowns did Iowa score on defense last year?
Yeah, but you just argued it, Ben. You just admitted to me that you think Ohio State's defense is more talented. Didn't you just say
from
that?
a physical? I said, well, defense as a whole, I'm going to say Iowa is more talented. But if you want to, you want to put them as if you want to put them as a whole, if you want to look at individual players, I'm going to say Ohio State has better individual players. Are they coached as good? I guess not, because it's not the same thing.
Well, talent is talent. Execution is a different thing.
Execution is a different thing.
Let me give you.
Let me look. But let's look. If you're going to rate a defense as a whole, or a defense as, if you call results on the field, you can see Iowa's played better. Okay, I mean, does that make sense? I mean, so Iowa's who has better stats?
Yeah, Iowa's. You are and you could argue that Iowa by the time. By the time
but this is what I'm saying, and this is what I mean by talent. If you would have taken guys' size, and then they're what they can run the 40, how they're going to do in the combine, Ohio State's going to have the better athletes. Do they have the smarter, more cohesive defense? No, it's proven on the field.
I know
they're two different things, though. Okay,
we're in agreement on that. What I'm saying is, look at it. I don't know how many people here follow tennis. A guy if you have any idea who Nick Kyrgios is, he's an Australian tennis player who's gotten a lot of publicity for his antics. One of the most talented guys, I think, of this century in the game of tennis. And yet, he's never won a slam, probably never will. He's wasted his talent because probably mindset, mental issues, emotional breakdowns. Maybe it's work ethic. There's a lot of other things that go into this. Durrell MVP, you're on the call here. Am I right about the comment about? I'm not claiming that Michigan has less talent than their goals. That's your claim, but I'm simply saying that we do need to understand there's a difference between flat out talent and production, right? And results.
There's a few exceptions to the rule, but generally, talent determines where you're going to finish up. Generally, Iowa, I think, is an exception.
Iowa is an exception, though. Iowa is an exception.
That's right, but you got to realize you're an exception, not the rule. And unfortunately for Ben, Michigan isn't talented enough to win the national championship this year. We can basically definitively say that. I'm not sure.
You can wait and see. I mean,
no, we can basically definitively say that. Corey, did you see the 24/7 team total talent rankings that came out from 24/7 Sports?
I didn't. Is that based on star ratings?
Yes, it's based on all the star ratings for the past 4 years. They put it together and say these are the top teams in the country. They've done it for 9 straight years. Only 1 year has a team outside the top 6, okay, just the top 6, won the national championship, okay? So you got to be really talented to win the national championship. Do you know Corey, where do you think Michigan would be in this list?
Where would Michigan be in this list? Well, our Mike called in earlier and gave some.
Durrell, how many on that list? How many of them had a? Now, where does quarterback play come into this list? I mean, another thing you have to have to win a national championship is elite quarterback play.
Yeah, something Michigan don't think has. So
okay, well, we're gonna see with J.J. McCarthy this year.
Do you have Michael Penix Jr.? Do you have any of these elite quarterbacks? I mean, you got a great game manager. Is what you got. I got to see him take that next step.
Okay, I disagree. I think J.J. McCarthy could be as good as any quarterback in the league.
We have to see it because I don't think J.J. Here's the deal. This is all subjective, right? But I compared the stats, but J.J. McCarthy was maybe slightly better last year than Cade McNamara was the year before. Ben, there was not a huge difference. However, the whole reason
he had
Jim
a
Harbaugh,
higher passing percentage, completion percentage through the season.
Right. Hold on a second.
Yeah, but he's not. Let's not act like ourselves. He was Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams last year. Okay.
Darrell, let me just explain myself here, though. My point is there is a reason why Jim Harbaugh basically said, "We love you, Cade, but we're going with JJ," because the potential based on talent is higher. So that goes to my point as well. Like the last 2 seasons, you could argue Cade and JJ performed at basically virtually the same level, but the upside, which is associated with talent, is higher with JJ. So, Darrell, I don't know that you can. Ben can't prove that JJ is going to be the next Michael Penix, but I don't think you can prove that he's not, because it was evaluated to be talented enough to be that type of a player.
You're right. You're right about that. It's unprovable. But based on the evidence I have seen in the last year, in my opinion, he needs to take a step this year. Now, is it possible he takes that step this year? Absolutely. But I need to see it first before I say he's an elite quarterback. I only think there's 2 or 3 guys each year that are in that elite tier of quarterback play.
Darren says you're contradicting yourself, Drill MVP.
Well, you are, Drill, because you tend to say, "Oh, why do we play the?" I've heard you say to Mark, "Why do we play the games in the first place?" Well, according to my logic, then why don't you just throw the Ohio State in and the other couple SEC teams, because they have all the best talent? Maybe Texas, Ohio State, Alabama, and Georgia. Might as well just throw them in now and play.
If you took the last 8 years, no. If you took 2014 onward to the playoffs. Let's summarize the playoffs. Who's won it? Meaningful games, okay? En route to a national championship. You got the SEC. You've got Ohio State and Clemson. Every other team is irrelevant when determining who wins the national championship.
Okay, real quick, can I just say something? Two things. Drill MVP, you're wrong about. I think you're wrong in bringing up only the top 4 or the national championship, because that's a fragment, a tiny percentage of the 131 FBS teams that there are out there that is supposed to prove your talent equals results argument. Okay. Now, I'm all for what you're saying if we're talking specifically the expectation to win a national championship. If the data, and I haven't looked at this data, but according to everybody who's talking on here, the data apparently from 247 or whoever's making these talent rankings based on their analytics and their star ratings, the data indicates, if that data indicates that that every single team who's won the national championship in the last 8 to 10 years has had such and such a number of 4 and 5-star kids, then I would agree. If Michigan's egregiously lower than that, that's probably an indication that maybe they won't, because that's numbers don't lie in that regard. But I'm just saying if we're going to go by that logic, I'm sorry, Corey, go ahead. No, so you bring up I'm just saying, if you just bring up the national champion and how much talent these you've had basically the same 2 to 3 national champions over the last 8 years. Kind of hard to judge this argument based on 3 teams that are just loaded every single year.
Right, but I'm not talking about who finishes 84 and comparing them to 24/7 Sports. Michigan's goal this year, from what I've heard from every Michigan fan, is to win the national championship. And all I'm stating is they're not talented enough, according to 24/7 Sports, to win it this year if you go by the metrics.
Well, if you go by the metrics, sure. But then if you go by the metrics, and if you listen to 2021, they shouldn't have beat Ohio State. They shouldn't have went to the playoffs that year, because all the data ahead of that time said they wouldn't. And then they did it again, even though they said, "Oh, that was a one-off." And all the data is saying, "Well, they was just a one-off." And then they went to the playoffs again. Well, they didn't win the playoffs this year, so you got to go by all the metrics. It's not it's impossible until somebody proves it. It's not possible. That's what it is. I mean, it's like trying to do a 4-minute mile. You can't do it until it's done.
There's a difference between an outlier game, which can happen one game at a time, versus having to win back-to-back games. Okay.
Well, the TCU game could have been an outlier, and then they could have.
I think it was an outlier,
and they could have beat Georgia like they beat Ohio State.
Do you really think TCU could have beat Georgia?
No, I'm saying Michigan could have. The TCU game could have been an outlier, and Michigan could have beat Georgia.
You're right.
And
You're right.
Done that. I mean,
they did it.
But yes. So if you said you're saying they could have.
No, I think they could have beat TCU, but I don't think they could have beat Georgia. I don't think they could have done back-to-back to win it.
I mean, they were ripped off a touchdown from beating TCU.
Oh my gosh, we're making excuses about losing to TCU now. Oh my gosh,
they were a bad call away from beating TCU.
You sound like an Ohio State fan right now.
I'm just saying. You're just saying. You said
Ohio State fan, Ben.
You said you think they could have beat TCU, and I think it sounds ridiculous because they look like the better team. I think anybody that watched the game,
TCU, that's a difference between saying they got robbed a touchdown.
I'm saying they did get robbed a touchdown, but that's not the point. The point is that when you're saying they could have beat TCU, it makes it sound like you think that TCU was for sure the better team. Do you think if they would have played that game 10 times, TCU would have beat them more than 3? Maybe
no,
TCU
I think
more,
Michigan is still the better
so
team.
when you say it like, oh, well, they could have beat TCU.
But there's another game after that, Ben. There's another game after that. You've got to beat Georgia as well.
But that's okay. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead. I'm stop.
I'm gonna. So I've got Tony in the chat, and excuse me, in the queue, and I know he's got a job to do. So I'm gonna throw you guys out. In South Bend Hawkeye, I know you're here. We'll bring you guys back in just a second. So if you guys can stick around, it'd be great. Would love to hear from you because I'll be on for another hour. I think Tony, are we good to go? He's giving me the pause. So we'll try to get Tony on here in a second, but Drill and VP and Ben, you just take I don't want to say take a chill pill, but maybe have some, I don't know, have some, you don't need coffee. Coffee's not what you need. Maybe you need some, I don't even know. What am I trying to think of here? Soft pillow. Maybe lay down on a soft pillow for a few minutes and calm yourself down. Serotonin, right? All right, let's get Tony on. I believe he's with us. Tony, can you hear me?
Hey, Corey, how you doing, man?
Doing good, Tony. Good to see you. And I know I'm not Mark Rogers, so he filled me in a little bit on what you do. I don't think you and I have ever met personally. And
Not yet. I've seen the show, but you and I haven't worked together yet.
So you're, of course, with Last Word on College Football. Yep. For those that are on here, maybe we're getting a different crowd given the fact that this is noon on a Thursday. So maybe you can introduce yourself to people that don't know what you do for Last Word on College Football.
Yeah, glad to do it. We've got Last Word on College Football, digital media site. We've got the website. We've got an Instagram page. We've got a Facebook page. We're on Twitter at Last Word on CFP. We cover college football from a national perspective. I've got 30 writers and a couple of editors who work for me. So we're covering beats all across the country. And, what you're going to find with us is you're not going to find, I guess, what I would call hot take kind of writing. You're going to find deep dive analysis. You're going to see previews for tonight's game and tomorrow's games and this weekend, 1,1300 word, analysis pieces that get into the real crux of the game itself. So I spent, as Mark knows, I spent 5 years covering UCLA when I lived on the West Coast. The last year of the Jim Mora era, and then 4 years of Chip Kelly, which was enlightening, I suppose. For those not familiar with Chip and his relationship with the media, we will call it dismissive. Okay. Is generally his tone with the media. Yeah. Unless you're ESPN or Fox, then he's happy to accommodate and give you whatever you need. Otherwise, we would get twice a week during the season, we would get 8 minutes with Chip before practice. Exactly 8 minutes. And few of us always wanted to talk about kind of the broader picture. And Chip would always get on us about, you guys want to talk big picture, and we're just trying to have a great Thursday of practice. It was that kind of relationship. So anyway, 4 years there. A year and a half ago, moved out to Charlotte, and now cover the ACC and Wake Forest. And so it is a different beat. Last year was a decent year for Wake Forest. It was all right. There was a 3-game slide during the season that really cost them a better bowl game. They wound up playing in one of those pre-Christmas bowl games, which, people don't pay much attention to. They were in the Gasparilla Bowl down in Tampa against Missouri. Covering the program there is different. Dave Clawson will sit there and talk to you as long as you have questions, and and it's all good. He likes to talk big picture stuff. And last week I got him to open up about the all the realignment and what it could mean to the ACC to bring in Stanford and Cal and SMU. And we did it already kind of knowing what Dave's take was, but we wanted him to talk about it on the record. And, there came a 10-minute, diatribe of his thoughts on realignment and what it means to college athletes. So, but we work our way up, or I work my way up and down the ACC as well. And, a couple hours from now, we'll actually be headed out to Winston-Salem for the great season opener against the mighty Elon Phoenix. And so we'll see what that brings for Wake Forest. So, and then Mark, and then Mark and I, have had the great fortune over the years. He works with a lot of our writers, brings on guys like Kevin McGuffey and Travis Kenobi and a lot of other guys that work for me. And we have a lot of great conversations because I'm on the board of directors of the Football Writers Association. So I'm on the panel of 15 that makes the final vote on the All-American team and the Outland Trophy and the Nagurski and a handful of other things like that. So been blessed to have about 5 good years of a run with Mark, and happy to be on with you now.
So Tony, I appreciate that. And tell me a little bit about what Wake Forest. Well, first of all, before we get to Wake Forest,
sure.
I didn't get a chance to really talk to Mark about this. I was incredibly impressed by what we saw from Sam Hartman this past weekend, and I'm just curious, what's the feel from Wake Forest fans, especially now you're removed from it. Dave Clawson has made this program, brought it into relevancy, and now Sam Hartman leaves. I'm not saying he's the reason why. I mean, I think a lot of people can see why he left.
Right.
And took his talents to South Bend. But I'm just curious, what's the feel with Wake Forest fans with conference realignment? And now you see what Sam Hartman did against, albeit a Navy team that didn't look very good.
Right.
What's the overall feel from Wake Forest fans?
I think they're conflicted, frankly. There's a great deal of appreciation for what Sam did in his years at Wake Forest. I mean, he owns so many ACC passing records, scoring records, touchdown records. And there's a great deal of appreciation for that. There's also a great deal of resentment because as Sam left, there was a rumor that he was going to Notre Dame for a $2 million NIL deal. Now, we have been able to debunk the dollar figure, talking to people with the NIL collective at Notre Dame. He is going to get a tick over $1 million for his year that he spends in South Bend. He never would have been able to get that at Wake Forest. The NIL money isn't there at Wake Forest, not to that amount.
And I just want to say this real quick, Tony.
Yeah, please.
And this is where I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent on kind of giving my opinion on the whole situation with NIL. Anybody who blames a kid for going to a different school for $1 million has never been offered $1 million to make a move.
Correct.
I'm just saying, what percentage of people, Tony, in the working world, or let's be more specific, and as a young person going into the working world, what percentage of people do you think would accept $1 million offer to go to perform at a similar position at a higher level, a higher esteemed level for 1 year?
All of them would take it. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
The other issue is, like I said, Wake Forest isn't going to be able to play in that deep of the NIL pool. Wake Forest 3 weeks ago, opened had the grand opening for a brand new football facility, a workout and practice facility. They already have terrific facilities there. And I think it's important that we recognize Wake Forest is the smallest school in the Power 5 conferences. Its undergrad is about 5,500. So it is the smallest by a considerable amount. So they opened the McCreary complex, and it's amazing. It's got these sleep chambers for the players to take naps. It's got a lounge with pool tables and ping pong tables and a barber shop and a nutrition center and all these massive TVs. It's got everything, right? It came at a cost of about $38 million. It was clear, though, in the year and a half that it took from groundbreaking to complete it, that you had a decision to make. are you asking for NIL money or are you asking for donations to complete that? It took donations from 700 people to get to that 38 million and complete that. It's an either or, especially when you have a donor base that is as small as it is because the student population is that small. I sat down with an insider during that event who is well in tune with the alumni base at Wake Forest. And we estimated that there is currently living about 73,000, maybe 75,000 on the high end, living Wake Forest alums. 75,000. That doesn't fill the big house on a Saturday. It doesn't fill the Horseshoe. It doesn't fill half of the SEC stadiums, but that's the entire alumni donor base. So you're limited. Now, that having been said, with regards to Sam and how much money he was really going to get, and Wake Forest can't match things like that. We talked to scouts while this was happening, and we were told, Sam was being told he needed to go play somewhere else, because if he went from Wake Forest and the slow mesh offense that they run about 25% of the time, he was about a 6th to 7th round draft pick. The pro scouts wanted to see him in a pro style offense, which Notre Dame offers. And that was the bigger part of the move. The money, and I don't begrudge him the money at all. I don't like NIL collectives. I won't go on the same tangent that I do with Mark all the time. I love NIL. I hate the collectives. I don't think those are true NIL the way it was meant to be. But he went to go play in a pro style offense. So Saturday, how did Sam look? He looked terrific. He looked like Sam. He threw for 400 yards and, had the touchdowns, and it was against Navy.
Had
Notre Dame has a
four
very tough
incompletions.
schedule. What's that?
4 incompletions.
Yeah, right.
4
Only
touchdowns,
exactly
4
what,
incompletions.
20, 24, whatever it was, 29 and 33, whatever the number was, only 4 incompletions. It was Navy. Notre Dame has a tough schedule, and here's what you need to watch out for with Sam. And I'm gonna go, this is before your time, clearly. I'm gonna go to an old school movie, The Replacements, Keanu Reeves. You got to watch out for quicksand, because that's what gets Sam into trouble. You get into trouble, and the harder you fight to get out of it, you get into more trouble. And it's that fight to get out of it. It ruined him last season at Louisville when he had a third quarter that was just an epic meltdown that cost Wake Forest the game. It happened at NC State. When he makes a couple of mistakes, throws a bad interception, has a misread of the defense, he tries to over accentuate. He tries to make up for it in the ensuing series or the series down the road, and it gets him in more trouble. Sam has a tendency to get himself in quicksand, and they got to play Ohio State. They got to play USC. They got a tough schedule. Those are the games you really got to watch out for. I like Sam. Sam was not media friendly at all. He will be at Notre Dame. He will not. I guarantee you, this is Notre Dame. This is, the pinnacle of college football to some. He will not be allowed to get away with at Notre Dame what he did at Wake Forest.
What did he get away with?
He was not available to the media during the week at all, ever, because he didn't want to be, and so he was allowed not to be. Generally, I think in most programs, and certainly ones I've covered, I also spent a year covering SMU and going back and forth to Dallas when Sonny Dykes was there. QB1 is generally one of your first guys at the podium post-game press conference. When Wake Forest went on a 3-game losing streak, Hartman was nowhere to be found in the post-game press conference. And we asked about it after week 2, and the sports information director was like, well, we don't make guarantees about who comes out. We just get the players who are ready to be there. And I'm like, come on, he's QB1. Get him out here. And we and other media outlets who cover Wake Forest started making a point of saying Sam doesn't come out after losses. He just doesn't. Now, he did at the end of the season, the last game against Duke, but generally he wouldn't do it. And then at the Gasparilla Bowl, we got word he'd already made the announcement a couple of weeks earlier that he was not going to come back. He had 1 year of eligibility left, but he wasn't going to take it at Wake Forest. Everybody assumed that meant he was going to put his name in for the NFL draft. That's when we started talking to those scouts, like I had mentioned before. The day of the game, a couple of us started getting messages, including in the press box during the game. Sam was going to go to Notre Dame. He was going to put his name in the transfer portal. We didn't have anything to back it up. Couldn't substantiate it yet, so we didn't put it out there. However, in the post-game press conference where Sam was at the podium, I could tell that we were getting close to the end of the questions for Sam, so I made sure I got it in there. He was never going to answer a question about Notre Dame, never in a million years. But I said, what is your process for deciding what's next? You're going to talk to the coaches, talk to your family. Do you have other advisors you rely on? What's your process? Those words were barely out of my mouth when he got up out of the chair and said, my process is to go to the place that has the best drinks tonight. And he virtually ran off the stage. And that was the last question of Sam Hartman at Wake Forest. He likes answering questions in his way, his style, his time. He's not going to be able to do that at Notre Dame because Notre Dame is bigger than Sam Hartman will ever be because it's Notre Dame. It's bigger than pretty much everybody.
Interesting. That's all. I appreciate that because that's all totally new information to me, Tony. And he was really good against Navy.
Absolutely. No, he looked terrific.
Navy looked bad too at the same time.
Yes. And Navy's a bad team.
So I got a couple questions before I let you slide, Tony, and then if there's anything else you want to add.
No, fire away.
One, can you kind of give us what can you tell us for those that are interested in ACC football and watching Wake Forest tonight? What can you tell us about Elon?
Elon, Dave Clawson took a question from me at his weekly press conference. I asked him, what do you learn because Wake Forest opened last season playing VMI? Okay.
Is that Virginia military?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what do you learn about your team or what do you hope to learn about your team by opening the season against an FCS team? His reaction literally was rolling his eyes, chuckling as I am now, and said, I get that you guys, meaning the media, want to portray it that way. And he went into 5 minutes about how terrific, Elon is. And they've got guys who played at the FBS level. And sure, they were third string look. Elon lost their starting quarterback who threw for almost 3,000 yards last year because they did make the FCS playoffs last year. And they lost their two top receivers. They're replacing much of their offensive line. They have back a running back who was a 1,000-yard rusher last year. But what you're likely to see is a pretty one-dimensional offense out of Elon tonight. A defense that was adequate last year. Not tops in the FCS, not even top 20. An offense that could certainly put up yards and put up numbers, but they lost a good 65 to 70% of that offensive production. So Elon is in a rebuilding mode. Look, out of Wake Forest, you're going to get Mitch Griffiths as the quarterback. He's in his fourth year. He started the VMI game last year when Sam Hartman had to have life-saving emergency surgery at the onset of fall camp last year. They lost Donovan Green, their top returning wide receiver, who injured his knee and will likely be out for the season. They say 3 to 5 months, but it's likely the season. Wake receiver is the position where Wake Forest is the deepest. So while you hate to see a great kid like Donovan Green go down, they've got guys like Jamal Banks and Keyshawn Williams and Taylor Marin. They've got a transfer from Tennessee, Walker Morrell, who has looked really good in camp. The offensive line, it's full of 4th and 5th year guys, even a 6th year guy in there. So they don't have a lot of returning starts, believe it or not, but they've got a lot of returning snaps. They've got a lot of guys who've been waiting because this is who Wake Forest is. Wake Forest doesn't get the 5-star recruits. They really don't get the 4-star recruits. They get a bunch of 2 and 3-star recruits and take 2 to 3 years to develop them. So they're starters in their 3rd and 4th year. You don't get the freshman hot, recruit on 24/7 who comes into Wake Forest and is starting that freshman year. Doesn't happen there. And that's why Clawson has been successful. He knows who he is. He knows who the program is. He knows that the admissions department almost never lets undergrad transfers in. That if he gets anyone through the portal, it's a grad transfer. And he just knows that that's the way it is. So, look, Wake Forest isn't going to show too much tonight because they don't have to win. They've got a relatively easy first month of the season. They've got Elon. They play at Old Dominion next week. In 2 weeks. They're at they host Vanderbilt next week. Then they're at Old Dominion in a couple of weeks. They open the conference season at home against Georgia Tech. They should be 4-0.
That is a weak non-conference schedule.
It
like,
is.
Wow.
And then
incredible.
Then they got Clemson, and then they got to go to Blacksburg. And I know Virginia Tech. I know Brent Pry is still rebuilding at Va Tech, but Blacksburg is a tough place to have to go play on a Saturday night. Pitt, to me, they're always a wild card what Pat Narduzzi can pull out, with the talent he's got. They've got to host Florida State. When I did my ACC ballot at ACC Media Days, I've got Florida State playing for the conference championship against Clemson this year. They've got to go to Duke. They've got to play at Notre Dame and Sam Hartman on November 18th, ironically enough. They've got to end the season at Syracuse. I don't think highly of Syracuse. I don't think highly of Dino Babers. But still, Syracuse on Thanksgiving weekend is a tough road trip. So reality is I've got Wake Forest as a 7-5 team this year, after a 4-0 start. You hit a stretch of really tough games and when you start the conference play. So
you do know that Elon played one Power 5 team last year and actually competed well against them.
Yes.
We'll leave it at that. We won't explain who the Power 5 team was, how many points they gave up to No, they played Vanderbilt, who was
they played Vandy.
really
Yeah.
terrible.
And they played Vandy tough, which is the equivalent of playing the bottom end of the Power 5 schools tough.
But they did play a Power 5 team.
They did. And Clawson was quick to point that out Monday at his weekly press conference. They played Vandy tough. Well, that was the same Vandy team that
got killed by Hawaii
played last year, and they rolled pretty easily. So
lost by 53 to Hawaii the week prior.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if anyone saw Vandy last week, the fact that they were a 14-point favorite over a really bad Hawaii team and really escaped.
Well, I was actually surprised given the fact that that's hard to make up that 53-point margin against the same team 1 year removed. So I was actually surprised Vanderbilt actually won that game. But
yeah, I was too, and they didn't look good doing it either.
Yeah. Okay, final thing for me, Tony.
Sure.
I want to ask you about conference realignment because I know you're up on the latest and the latest reports that I've heard, and that I know Mark mentioned this to me in preparation for this 2-hour period, that a vote should be coming on Stanford Cal. What's the latest on ACC and realignment?
They haven't had to, despite people talking about the schools who voted against it before. There was no vote before because Jim Phillips, the commissioner, knew that he didn't have the votes to pass it, so he never put it to a vote. You need 12 yeses. You need a 75% vote, and that includes Notre Dame because even though they're an affiliate program, they actually have a full vote in all of this. So you need 12 yeses. Ironically enough, Florida State and Clemson are on the no side right now as they look for ways to leave the ACC. What we had heard before, and this was over the course of the last year, having nothing to do with this specific realignment, was there are schools that will, on principle, withhold a yes vote from changing the ACC unless they get to reopen the discussion on the grant of rights, which of course goes through 2036. The ACC owns the television rights to all the home games for all the ACC teams through 2036. Mark knows I refer to it as the hostage document. It's insane. And at some point, and we'll get into it another time, I actually have a copy of the grant of rights in my desk, which we're not supposed to have, but there it is. I've waved it on air a few times and then been told, don't do that. There will be litigation over the grant of rights that comes specifically from Florida State at some point within the next 12 months to try and get their way out of it. The realignment makes no sense. It makes no sense at all to bring Stanford and Cal over there from a geographic standpoint. But realignment makes no sense geographically anymore anyway. You've got 4 schools from the West Coast that are going to play in what's predominantly a Midwest-driven Big Ten conference. It's now just, but like I've told Mark, Mark and I have talked about before, while this seems horrendous, realignment's been going on for 40 years. I'm the old guy here between the two of us. This is when Texas moves next year, it's their 3rd conference in my lifetime. People forget the Big 12 used to be the Big 8, and then they raided the old Southwest Conference. The ACC stands as it is right now because they raided the old Big East. The Pac-12 used to be the Pac-8, and that was created by raiding the Pacific Coast Conference. This is what schools have been, this is what conferences have been doing for 40 years. I think Stanford, Cal, and SMU will wind up in the ACC at some point. I think there's a lot more leaning now towards getting the 12 yeses that they need. My head count right now says Clemson and Florida State are still in no. North Carolina and North Carolina State are the wild cards. They've been in no, which mystifies me. North Carolina State spends so much time trying to get out of the shadow of North Carolina, but they keep aligning with them in these matters. I think North Carolina State winds up breaking away and being the 12th yes. And so it winds up happening in time for next year.
And we keep talking about what's fueling this. And of course, the TV money and whatnot. It's certainly not the regional aspect of this, but I think what you brought up is a fair point. You talk about the realignment that's been going on for decades. What people have to understand is this could continue to go on. Like, I know it seems like the dust is going to settle, and it will, but at some point that's going to get traffic.
There's another round of TV negotiations for some of these conferences in 5 years.
And let's be honest, we don't know what the future holds, Tony, 20 years ago.
Right.
I'm guessing that, and again, I wasn't really following college football when I was, being walked home by my mom from school. But my point is, Tony, my point is the realignment when Penn State joined the conference, or we go further back, you talk about Texas, was not fueled by these TV deals.
No.
So we don't know. Like right now, it looks like, okay, the next round of TV contracts are going to change things. Perhaps perhaps 10 years from now, the entire landscape of what fuels things like conference realignment will have changed again into something that we don't anticipate.
Here's my projection, and it's a wild projection, but I'm going to put it out there, and maybe you and I will have the opportunity in 5 years to circle back and discuss this. There's going to wind up being 2 to 3 major conferences. All right. They are going to be so big that they are going to have to realign within themselves, and they're going to do it by region. So there's going to be a region of the Big Ten that has 4, 5, 6 West Coast schools, formerly Pac-12 schools, or there will be the East. The same will happen with the SEC, and we'll wind up with regional divisions within these 2 to 3 massive conferences.
We'll basically be right back where we were in a sense.
Absolutely. It's going to take some time, and it's a little ugly getting there because none of what's happened. Look, the Pac-12 presidents, for as much as the president, President Schultz at Washington State, is complaining about how all this came about, he was one of the 8 votes out of the 10 remaining schools, because UCLA and USC had already announced their departure. He was one of the 8 no votes against a $30 million per school per year offer from ESPN last November. They wanted $50 million. They had just lost.
Called bad management, Tony.
Oh my goodness. They had just lost the LA TV market, and you're asking for more money. And they turned down the $30 million. ESPN said, peace, we're out.
Yeah.
See you around. And they wind up having to come with this ridiculous Apple TV streaming only deal,
which has been a disaster.
Oh my gosh. It was the equivalent of, I likened it to the guy who comes to my door, to sell magazine subscriptions, and he gets a cut of whatever he sells. And some days he's going to get $100 and some days he's going to get nothing. That's what this was like. It was a commitment based on subscriptions. Can you imagine? Look, I mean, for as much as you and everyone on here that's commenting follows college football, can you imagine being a college football coach, walking into a recruit's home and saying, yeah, College Game Day won't be coming to watch you play for us. Fox, Big Noon Saturday, they won't be there. But if your parents buy the premium subscription to Apple streaming, we get a cut of that money and they can watch it. How cool is? What a terrible pitch that is.
It's a terrible pitch right now, and maybe in 10 to 15 years, it will ring totally different in people.
Sure.
We don't know what that's going
to
be.
But we'll have been through another cycle or two before then.
Right.
Absolutely. And as an athletic director, you can't budget your revenue to cover hundreds of scholarships based on projected subscriptions, TBD kind of money. It doesn't work. So look, Stanford and Cal, let's be clear. Cal is holding on to Stanford's jockstrap. Nobody's really thrilled over Cal. They don't bring much to the table. The athletic department is in financial chaos, and the university keeps having to bail them out. It's all about Stanford and having the most NCAA championships in the country and all of those and the academics obviously fit with the Dukes and the Wake Forest and the Virginias. It's a terrific fit. SMU is a draw because they're going to go play for free for 5 years. They are asking for zero of the TV revenue because SMU is one of the wealthiest donor bases, one of the wealthiest endowments in the entire country. And they have a group of boosters who is committed to pony up $300 million to the school to cover off whatever they will not get from the TV revenue.
They say everything's bigger in Texas and everything's bigger in Dallas. That's what they're
It's true. About. It's true. So ESPN has offered to pony up another $75 million total per year if you add these three schools. You break that out over everybody in the conference, everyone's going to get another 2, 3, maybe 4 million. Stanford and SMU are going to play for free, for a few years. So it's a little bit more money. And what it really does is for Jim Phillips, it hedges the bets against Florida State and Clemson leaving. It keeps you at that 13, 14, 15 team conference.
Fascinating stuff, Tony. And I'll be anxious to listen to more of your stuff with Mark. When are you on with Mark typically?
Whenever Mark calls.
Okay.
When there is, we don't do a weekly Wake Forest show or whatever, when there's stuff in the ACC or there's stuff on a national breaking news basis, as Mark likes to say, he sends up the bat signal and, magically I appear. So, so we're on there, but people can find our work on, like I said, lastwordoncollegefootball.com. And the Twitter feed at Last Word on CFB. I had a Twitter account back when I was a season ticket holder for UCLA. I didn't realize it at the time. So my Twitter handle's at Tony Bruin. I just never changed it when I went into the media. And even being out in Charlotte now, I'm not changing it to Demon Deacon Tony or anything like that.
Well, Tony, I appreciate you stopping by and have fun. Safe travels to Winston-Salem and enjoy
right.
Elon and Wake.
All right, Corey. Good being with you.
Thanks, Tony. All right, that was fun. Check out Tony's stuff. Last Word on College Football. Follow him on Twitter at Tony Bruin. All right, I promised we've got John in the queue, and then we've got, here's the deal. We got South Bend Hawkeye. I'm going to bring South Bend Hawkeye in first before I let the two cats go out of here. South Bend Hawkeye, how you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Are you actually a Hawkeye fan?
Oh, Absolutely, I believe that black and gold, man.
Okay, because I've never heard you call into my show. That's why I was just curious. You're calling into
I've contemplated it, but sometimes I get too worked up in the comments section and just enjoy that too
That's
much
okay.
too.
We'll get you for a post game show here or there.
Excellent. So my first question to you is, what game are you looking forward to this evening?
What game am I looking forward to? I mean, I'm a Big Ten guy, so Minnesota, Nebraska, but I'm actually intrigued by that North Carolina State at UConn game because, like I said, UConn, what were they, 6-6 last year? Played a really weak schedule. But anytime you go on the road, I mean, I don't know what. I'm not a North Carolina State homer, so I guess I can't really speak to what they're returning. But UConn has been obviously terrible, but made a bowl game last year, finished 6-7, but really again didn't beat anybody. Did beat Boston College. I guess I should bring that up, an ACC team there. But but Minnesota, Nebraska. That's the game that obviously impacts. If you're an Iowa fan, and if you're taking a rooting interest this early, you're probably rooting for Nebraska because I think Minnesota is probably more of a player in the long run for the division. But I'd probably go the game on Fox.
So, but what can we expect to take from this? So say Minnesota goes in and let's say it's a tight contest. Minnesota wins, Nebraska barely loses. In the big picture, what can we actually take from all that?
I don't
Is
take
Nebraska
much from
back,
it.
or
I
is
don't
it just
take
the first game? You know,
I don't take anything from it in week one because I reflect back on last year's game in Ireland between Nebraska and Northwestern. And I remember people, myself included, like, wow, Northwestern's back. What a win. They didn't win a game on the North American continent.
Nope.
So, like, I don't know. It's hard to judge a team. I don't really like these early week 0, week 1 games, especially when they're conference games. Like, Iowa played Indiana a few years ago, worked out in Iowa's favor. I do like the idea of having, I don't want to call them tune-ups, but a game or two in a non-conference to where you're not impacting the conference race. The season's so short, you just hate to have a week 1 game where you're still kind of getting your feet under yourself. But it goes back to coaching and how ready are you on game 1, on week 1. So I don't know that you take a whole lot grand scheme of things, but it's obviously going to impact the West race because it's a conference game and it's between two West teams. Minnesota has a difficult schedule. That's the one thing about the Gophers, and that's why, they're talk about a dark horse. They're flying way under my radar comparative to Illinois and certainly Wisconsin and Iowa. They get Michigan at home. They get a road trip to Iowa. They're at Ohio State. They're at Purdue. And let's see who's their crossover. Home against Michigan State. It's pretty tough crossover schedule given the fact that they got Ohio State and Michigan. They do get Wisconsin at home. They got a tough non-con game at North Carolina. So if you're a Gophers fan, all of these games are important. They've got a difficult schedule this year. They get a tricky Louisiana team on September 30th. Was it last year was it the year before last? I guess it was last year they had a weak non-conference schedule. Played New Mexico State, Western Illinois, Colorado, who was awful. But in 2021, you'll probably recall this, that Minnesota did drop a game to a G5 school. They lost to Bowling Green at home and struggled against Miami, Ohio. So I don't know, like the schedule, obviously talent-wise, this team should probably be considered a contender for the West. They've got more stability at quarterback than some teams, even though Cal McManus hasn't played a ton. They've got more stability at that position than some other teams, including Nebraska and certainly Northwestern. I just wonder if schedule-wise, if I'm a fan, I may end up being happy if they can get to 7 wins based on the schedule.
Oh, definitely agree. All right, so I kind of want to switch tones here. This is probably going to upset the chat, but
okay,
what is all the hype surrounding Penn State? Yes, they have a great recruiting class due to the publications. That's great. But what truly has James Franklin done? In 2016, he won the Big Ten. Okay, I get that. Do you know that since 2014, when he came on board, he is tied for the Big Ten record with Kirk Ferentz at 45-25. Now, let me paraphrase that. I also do not include the year 2020 due to the COVID year. It was a mirage of a season if you're from the Big Ten and you like Big Ten football. Spencer Petras was a mirage. So what is the hype surrounding this James Franklin? Every loss is an excuse. When Iowa beat him in 21, the first thing he says when he gets to the cameras is he's making the excuse about injuries and then all these fans at Iowa and how awful they were, booing his players. Instead of coming on and saying, hey, you know what? A, we got out-coached. B, our 20th year senior quarterback went out with an injury and we didn't have the next quarterback ready to play. That's on the coaching staff. Instead, he was already building a rebuttal due to the fact of the quote-unquote injuries they had. What makes Penn State a true contender? They're a third-tier team in the Big Ten East. They cannot do the double wins. It's just not going to happen. Illinois or Iowa is probably going to expose them this year, and we're going to hear the same cries from all these Penn State fans.
Couple things, not to defend Penn State, but I think you're right when you talk about you're not the only one that kind of excuses the 2020 year and tallies that up to kind of being an outlier. They were 4-5 in 2020. A lot of people throw that out. If you do throw that out, these are their past season records: 11-2, 7-6, 11-2, 9-4, 11-2, 11-3.
No, but I'm going here with, we're talking Big Ten, not
Okay.
a non-conference going into that.
So again, throw out 2020: 7-2, 4-5, 7-2, 6-3, 7-2, 8-1. So, and again, not to defend, I don't like James Franklin either, for the record.
No.
But just, I mean, we've got to call a spade a spade. They do play in the toughest division. I shouldn't say the toughest division in college football. One of the two toughest divisions in college football, and they play Michigan, Ohio State every single year. You're comparing them to an Iowa team that, like this year, don't get Michigan or Ohio State.
I was using that just being a Hawkeye fan because, like
Yeah,
I said, I'm biased because it's the Hawkeyes.
No, you're absolutely right. I don't know that James Franklin is as you probably heard. You were on the show last night. You probably heard Tom Kakert's thoughts on James Franklin. He doesn't buy into Franklin being a great in-game coach.
No, he just can't handle that big moment, and that's the thing that these Penn State fans are just blind to. Like, he can't handle that big moment, big time game.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look at last year's record. A lot of the people who are arguing for Penn State being a playoff contender this year, they'd argue that, well, look at last year. They were probably the most impressive team in their bowl game, winning the Rose Bowl over Utah, and they lost 2 games all season to 2 teams that ended up in the 14 playoff in Michigan and Ohio State. So they kind of fly under the radar because they play in this division. I will say things are going to change next year because the divisions are going away, as you know, and you're going to have probably a lot more balance year in and year out. We don't know what the schedules are going to look like now with the additions of Oregon and Washington. I don't know, again, talent ratings wise, I saw somebody say earlier in the chat that they've got 8 total returning starters on offense and defense. So then I would read more into depth and talent rankings. And I don't know what those are. I just know based on the schedule, they play an incredibly difficult schedule every year. And you can't ignore the fact that they consistently win 9 to 11 games in that division. And believe me, you and I both know Iowa would not be winning. They don't win 9 to 11 games now. Iowa wins probably 8 to 10 games on a consistent basis. Iowa would not be winning 9 to 11 games in the East.
My God, could you just imagine if we didn't have Petrus for the last 2 years? I mean, granted, we had a 10-win season, but like everybody says, how did we even get to 10 wins? It was so awful to watch.
Who would they turn to, though? That's the problem. That's been the whole room. It hasn't just been Petrus.
Well, okay, so this has always been my thought. You never gave, I can't even think of his name now, the backup to Petrus, Padilla. You never gave him a fair shot with the first string in practice. You would maybe sub him in there here and there, but he always had to work the second string. You have to build a chemistry if you're at Iowa because we don't bring in the 4- and 5-star recruits on an everyday basis.
Yeah.
It's just the what ifs. I mean, I was at the Big Ten championship. It was awful in 21 to watch. And then when they trotted Petrus back out onto the field to start the first or the second half, he didn't do anything. And then they finally put in Padilla. And it's too late, man.
I've said it a million times. I agree with you. Padilla, I don't think was ever given a real fair shake. I thought he was mistreated by Brian Ferentz in the public eye verbally.
And what about when Kirk denounced Hogan after the Nebraska game?
Exactly. Just like Deuce Hogan was mistreated by Kirk Ferentz verbally. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. No, I agree with you. With that being said, I don't think Padilla's, I mean, what is he, 3rd string right now at SMU? Like, their quarterback room sucked. All right. That's why I said last night during our show, people, we got a great quarterback room now. You've got Cade McNamara, and you've got a guy in Deacon Hill who was buried on the Wisconsin depth chart, and a guy in Joe Labus who was buried behind Petrus and Padilla. So I don't want to know what life after Cade. His health is of utmost importance. If they lose Cade at some point this year, all bets are off.
For some reason, I'm very worried about how the Las Vegas has this as the, what is it up to now? Is it at 8 or is it still 7.5?
I think it's 8.5. That's what I was told.
It's almost like they already know something that we don't know.
Yeah.
Or the country doesn't know. Because there's a lot of people saying, there's a lot of people saying, hurry up and it's free money. It's free money. But what do they know that we do not know in Vegas?
Boy, I have a hard time figuring it out because I have not talked to anybody that's given me any indication of anything that would tell me that anything contrary to what my predictions have been. They're healthy. Cade, although he's dealt with the quad, which makes you wince a little bit, that occurred after those odds came out. And I mean, they have not gotten killed by the betting stuff like Iowa State has. The Noah Shannon stuff.
So have they announced yet the 2 players that Kirk is allowing it to be to where it's at their discretion? Obviously, we'll know come kickoff.
They can't.
But
they can't announce it.
Okay, so they can't announce it, so we don't know. I mean, is it somebody that is big that we just don't know about?
I've been given
that's what I'm worried about.
I was given one name that I won't repeat. I was given one name a month ago that this person was part of the investigation, and this person is a starter for the record. But then I've heard nothing else since then, and based on conversations I've had, I don't think a lot of people know. The question was asked of Kirk, would the availability reports that the Big Ten are mandating now, would those include who's out for betting reasons? No, I don't think they would. But if they're out, like you said, we're going to notice they're out, and if they're not on an injury report, then we can kind of base our conclusions on that. So I think we're going to get some clarity Saturday. I would be surprised if they can keep that completely on the down low.
And I do agree with you on the people that are trying to say that, well, should you not even play Cade to let him rest up for Iowa State? It's like, really?
No.
Not
this
dude
unless
needs to get out there.
If he's in grave risk of re-injuring himself, sure. Yeah, I hold him out. But like I said, the best case scenario is you get a big lead heading into the third or heading into the fourth quarter. Get him out of Dodge, get those other guys experience, and get him into treatment for another week. And hopefully this quad issue, you don't want to be a lingering problem throughout the year. But I don't, unless you have reason to believe holding him out one more week will get him 100% moving forward, he might have to play with this lingering issue, which is a nerve-wracking thing, but that's just the reality of soft tissue.
Hopefully a couple shots of cortisone and he'll be good to go.
There you go.
So real quick too, who are your, just go off the top of your head, who are the 4 teams you got going to the playoffs this year if you just had to pick right now?
It's a good question. I haven't done that. Obviously, I would go Georgia. I'd probably go Ohio State, just given talent and given what they have. They have the best player in college football in Marvin Harrison Jr. And I wouldn't go – I'm not going to go Penn State or Michigan, and that may make some people upset. I think Alabama's probably got a better shot than either one of those teams. So I hate to do this, but I'd probably go Georgia, Bama, Ohio State, and boy, who would be my fourth?
It's that fourth team that's always hard.
Yeah, maybe Clemson. I don't know how if Clemson has the talent. I know they're preseason ranked number 10, I believe, or 9 or something like that. And I just don't have enough up and down knowledge. I was not impressed with what I saw from USC defensively the other day. I know a lot of people weren't. Maybe we read too much into that. Let's see, who else am I missing here? LSU's ranked in the top 10. I don't know.
You got Oregon, LSU.
I'm not real high on Oregon. That fourth one's an interesting one, but I hope that it's not. I hope it's not just those 3 plus one more. I just get tired of seeing the same teams, but it's kind of a revolving door as it relates to recruiting and the portal and everything.
And will we see Caden Proctor in a national championship?
Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe not as a full-time starter, but probably.
I'm glad everything's died down with him, but man, that was a big loss.
It was huge. Yep. And he's everything that we thought he was.
Mm-hmm. So, hey, I appreciate allowing you to take my call.
Absolutely.
And on Iowa and go Hogs.
Thank you, sir. We'll talk to you soon. Mikey says, what can you tell me about Justin Jacobs, Corey? Athletic linebacker. There were rumors that a lot of his decision-making was NIL related. Again, can't really blame a kid. Disappointing to Iowa fans. Was hurt last year. Really athletic. He's a guy who can match up with an athletic tight end. He's got the size to do that. So I'll be anxious to see how Oregon utilizes him. I'm assuming he's healthy. John, welcome. I see you got to get going here in a few minutes, so I figured I'd throw you ahead of our I don't want to call them deranged, our arguers.
Ha!
One of them's a Michigan fan like you, and then one of them's a
Yes.
Kentucky fan.
Well, we call him Michigan Ben because, of course, we also have Exploring with Ben and Sam, Oregon fans. So we've got Michigan Ben and the real. I just first of all, this marathon, Corey, thanks for helping host it. And I'll be doing the 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern block, which we'll be calling the Nueve, because I normally do the Ocho for Big Ten, so we'll do the Nueve. And maybe we'll have a couple of panelists, and we're all going to watch Florida, Utah, and we're going to watch Nebraska, Minnesota together, and give some live reactions. So excited about that.
There you go. And so you're more. Are you more involved or more intrigued by a matchup down south than you are Minnesota, Nebraska tonight?
No, they're kind of I mean, for different reasons. They're both interesting matchups. I want to see how Nebraska is looking on physicality, because based on what I saw in the spring game, and the fact that Minnesota is losing people, right? Minnesota's losing their 10-year quarterback, and I think they changed their OC and a bunch of other pieces throughout. So Nebraska has a shot, and I don't think people are giving Nebraska enough of a. Like, everybody's saying Minnesota's going to win, but
I just think it's hard to put any stock into anything Nebraska does, regardless of head coach, until we see it.
I agree.
And PJ is kind of the known commodity up there, and you're right about quarterback position. But Ethan Kaliakmanis did play last year and played in the bowl game and has shown his ability to be somewhat mobile guy. So I would think Minnesota wins. What's the line on that game right now?
7.5.
7.5. That's a little high.
Minnesota's favored by 7.5.
I think who did I pick? I made my selections on that. Let me just see who I haven't released my picks, but I've got Minnesota covering, which is funny because I just reacted and said that's a little high. I've got Minnesota covering because it seems like when things go wrong for Nebraska historically, things go wrong for Nebraska, and they make big dumb mistakes that cost them plenty of points in bunches, whether they be special teams errors or whatever the case may be. So I would still probably take Minnesota against that line, but I could see it being a one-score game.
So real quick before I have to go, I have to address Darrell and the point about Michigan cannot win a national championship because so I don't know if he might have slept through the show that I did and the video that I did where I went with Mark Rogers, voice of college football, and we went through 3 teams that had a lower blue chip ratio. So yes, Michigan is not as talented as Georgia in terms of raw talent. They're not as talented as Alabama. But here's the thing. 2010 Auburn, 2013 FSU, and 2016 Clemson had a lower blue chip ratio than 54, which means if JJ does what those quarterbacks did and he lights it up, he has to be elite, JJ McCarthy. It's from what I understand from Ron Bellamy, from Kirk Campbell and others, he's taken that step. And so I could see it being following that blueprint, those 3 natties. So that's my only thought on blue chip and talent.
Okay, can I respond to that? And thank you, Corey, for letting me on. Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Yep.
So that's a different stat.
I'm about to throw Ben into this as well. So
yeah, okay. And then Ben can take over because I got to run. But yeah.
Go ahead, Drill.
Okay, so what you mentioned is a different stat. That is a percentage of total players that are blue chip ratio players. Blue chip ratio is the amount of 4- and 5-star. What I'm saying is the total team talent. So that is everybody. And every single player in the team. So what you're saying, it's like you have to meet qualifier A and qualifier B. Well, Michigan meets qualifier A. They have above 50% 4 and 5 stars. However, they don't meet qualifier B. And because of that, they're eliminated. Similar to Florida.
Daryl, can I ask you this?
Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, Ben.
Okay.
Florida has over 50% blue chip ratios. Nobody's expecting Florida to win the national championship. They're not in the conversation. However, if you just looked at qualifier A, they would just be as equally likely to win the national championship as Michigan. However, when you look at that with qualifier B, they're basically eliminated from winning the national championship.
So who do you think is who do you project to win the national championship?
I have LSU winning it, but I'm thinking about changing it to Texas because they don't meet the qualifiers.
So you have LSU, and you don't think Georgia is going to be there?
I think Georgia makes the national championship game but loses.
Okay, so you think Georgia makes the national championship game? Do you know if for Georgia to make the national championship game, they have to do something no team's ever done before?
Ben, I hate to just say that, but that isn't true. Minnesota won 3 straight national championships back in the.
No. I'm talking about games in a row. I mean, unless they can lose a game with that schedule and make it to the playoffs.
You don't think they could lose to Tennessee and still make the playoffs?
Do you think? I mean, with that schedule, do you think they're going to make it?
I think it's possible. I wouldn't completely write it off.
I mean, they would have to get really lucky for they're not because they would have to be lucky for there to be a team with a team, no other teams with a loss that has as weak of a schedule with them. That's what they would have to look at. I mean, for them to make
I'm going to let you guys have at it. Just tune in at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight for my block of the marathon. And I think we have enough talent to win the Natty. Just saying. All right. Bye-bye.
The point I'm making, Daryl. Hey, thanks for coming on, John, and helping out here with this unreasonable SEC fan.
Unreasonable using data and numbers. That's unreasonable nowadays. Okay, anyway, go.
This is what I'm saying. What's unreasonable? It's data and numbers can tell you a lot of things. Just like I said, data's numbers told people that nobody could run a 4-minute mile until somebody finally did it. That's my point.
The point. I think the point, the consensus that we need to come to on this, Daryl, is, and toward both of you, is the data indicates, and I think it's fair, that it's unlikely that Michigan wins a Big Ten championship, or excuse me, a national championship. But I think to say that, well, that proves that they can't. How far back does your data go, Daryl MVP?
I'm not saying they can't win it. I'm just saying it's unlikely.
But you did say that. You said they were out, and that's when
basically eliminated. I said basically eliminated. Okay, I didn't say eliminated.
But to me, I mean, maybe you said basically eliminated. To me, it sounded a little stronger. But my point is, and this is why I brought up
he just wants Daryl MVP. He just wants a hug, Daryl MVP. Just give him a hug.
Exactly.
The reason I'm actually doing this out of kindness and love. This is tough love because I don't want the Michigan fans to be disappointed if they go 2-2.
Let me make my point because I hadn't. My point was that I was talking about a bad call. Sure. Forget the bad call. Just say the fumble. Okay, so the fumble, the play after. And then a missed field goal by Ohio State. And the whole landscape last year would have been different. Two plays. And it was Ohio State and Michigan playing for a national championship game last year. It was just 2 plays. And that's what you're hinging, you're hinging all that other data means nothing because if those 2 plays would have went different.
Well,
and it's possible.
It's not just those 2 plays though, Ben, too. The other part of this is people, including Daryl MVP, and I'm not saying he's not right in saying this, but I think a lot of this comes down to also how TCU performed again in that title game against Georgia. And I think the assumption is that if Michigan couldn't beat TCU, then what in the world would they have done against the Bulldogs?
Yeah, but then on the flip side, see what Michigan did to Ohio State, and Ohio State barely lost that game.
Yeah, you can't
do both ways.
Yeah, right. You can't do that. You can't run the whole transitive property down into college football. That doesn't work. But I also don't know that you can play the ifs, ands, and buts, right?
I'm just saying to rule that out so definitively, it's almost like you do not put credit to how close a game comes down to a wire like that. One team wins off a mistake, another or a bad call or whatever is like a marginal difference. It could have went either way. And you can't, what I'm saying is you can't be like, oh, well, because it didn't happen, it couldn't have happened.
Right. But my problem, Ben, is that game wasn't the national championship. That was just to get to the national championship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you haven't even done the first 50%, the hypothetically easier part of the schedule. You haven't even been able to accomplish that. And that's my issue. And looking at the talent, okay, and this data goes back to 2014, okay, only one team, and that was Clemson in 2016, and they were ranked 9th. Outside of the top 6 has ever won the national championship, which was 2016. Clemson, they were 9th. Michigan is all the way down at 14, okay? So to me, that says basically they had no shot. Does anybody think Notre Dame can win the national championship? They got more talent than Michigan this year. Oregon, Penn State. You know what's crazy? According to this, the gap between Michigan and Georgia in terms of just talent is less than the gap between Missouri and Michigan in terms of talent.
Basically, what you're saying, Drill MVP, is there's like 3 teams that can win the national title.
Yeah, basically.
Well, if that's true, that's not good for the sport. And second of all, we don't know that.
I mean, look at the last 9 years.
You're looking at one set of data that indicates that you have to have a certain level of 4- and 5-star recruits. I understand where you're going with that, but you just basically have written off everybody else in the top 10 besides like Georgia, Ohio State, Bama, LSU.
According to the
everybody
list,
else is irrelevant.
Just put them in the playoffs and let them play. Then why are we even doing the rest
according
of the
to the list, the only 6 teams, if the metric continues to hold up true and there's not an outlier, is Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Texas A&M, Clemson, and Texas. That's your list. Do you want the field or those 6 teams?
Well, Darrell, I wish I would have been as loving to you as you were to me earlier, and I would have got you off here before you explained the rest of this, because the more you explain it, the less it sounds reasonable. I mean,
and Darrell, all he wanted was a hug. I said this to you
that's all I wanted, man.
All Ben wanted was a hug, man.
Listen, I just wanted it to mean if Ben's team loses to Penn State and Ohio State, they end up 10-2. They don't have a Big Ten title game. He isn't disappointed. I wanted to expose him to that possibility.
Thanks, Darrell. I know that's a possibility, and I know it's good. I mean, honestly, I think it's hard. I think it'll be hard for Michigan to get in the playoffs if they don't go undefeated. I don't think they'll have a shot because I don't think there's strength of schedule. I think there'll be another. I think there might be 2 other one-loss teams that might bump them out. And I think they're going to look at their schedule. And it just depends on how that loss is and what their other wins look like. Like if they, beat Ohio State and lose to Penn State in a close game, but really beat Ohio State, maybe they'll make it. I don't know. Just like I don't know if a one-loss Georgia is going to make it this year. It all depends, but it's hard to win 12 straight games. I mean, when you have talented competitions and the thing is, Michigan has, I think if JJ goes out, Michigan is just like I was talking with Mark earlier. If JJ goes out, Michigan's chances decrease dramatically. Unlike Ohio State, if they lose a quarterback, they have a guy that could be better right behind them. So yeah, I mean, I get that, I get that metric, and I get that how Georgia has, other teams that have more talent, we have to be healthy at the end of the season, and that to me makes sense. But just to go by that data, it doesn't.
Well, Mark,
just because
let's ask Mark himself. Let's ask an Ohio State fan what he thinks about Michigan's chances to win the national championship are. Because I've been saying forever they've got a 1% chance to win, in my opinion. And this data seems to indicate I'm
you and
correct.
Mark were also high on LSU last year and ranking them higher than I thought they should be. So I'm a little iffy on that judgment.
Just so everybody's aware, Michael, who's in the queue, and Chris are going at it in the chat. They are going at it, Mark. And, you know, you came back just in time, not only for the Ben versus Durrell thing, but for the Michael versus Chris showdown. And would you be surprised that the argument is about one side, and I won't tell you which side cares. One side is giving analytical information about disputed national champions. And the other side is saying, who cares? Nobody cares. Why are you giving us this information?
The actual speed of the team.
Is that what
Is
it
that what you
happened?
said?
No, I said no. One side is giving analytical information about disputed national championships.
Oh, disputed. Yes.
So I don't know. We can't figure out who's actually giving that information and who's telling the other person that nobody cares. But maybe you can decipher that out. But anyways,
I want to hear Mark's answer to Durrell's question. Do you think Michigan has a chance to win an Natty this year, Mark?
Okay, the real MVP has offered up this in the chat, and then he and I had a discussion concerning this. 1% to me is not accurate. I'm more in the 7 to 8%, which is 7 or 8 times more. It's still maybe on the low end of what most Michigan fans would believe or think, but I'm at 7 or 8% chance of winning a national championship.
And where do you put Ohio State at? I know you have them as your favored for to win, but what is that percentage like?
Well, let me even explain that. I actually don't even have them as my favorite to win the national championship. I do not believe that they're the best team as we stand right now. I am putting a lot of faith in projection, meaning teams' abilities to get better. The 2014 Ohio State team was in no way the best team in the country the first week of the season, the second week, the third week. By about week 7, 8, 9, 10, they were in that top 5 to 10 range. And when it was all said and done, they were, of course, the best team in the country. And so I'm making a bit of a projection that their defensive coordinator, Jim Knowles, who does not have the pedigree of, let's say, a Phil Parker, but he's done some really good things, and he is got 5 stars. You know, he's tripping over them. He needs to figure it out. They should have a great defense by the end of the year. They should have a great everything by the end of the year, but they have offensive line questions. They have secondary issues, and their quarterback is completely unproven. But how many national championship quarterbacks have been unproven to start the season?
They're like the reverse of Texas when it comes to quarterbacks. They have that question so many times, and they've proven it right. And then,
so I believe that Michigan's floor is substantially or significantly, decidedly, I don't think there's a debate higher than Ohio State's. If you told me today one of those two teams are going to go 9-3, I'd say Ohio State. But if you told me one of those two teams is going to win the national championship, I'd say Ohio State.
So what could you put on your number for Ohio State? Looking like maybe 15%?
I'd have to, I could be one of these mathematicians that if we add them all up, it comes to 212%. So I might screw this up, but I'd put Ohio State more in the 20% range.
So you're going to give it over double the chance to win than Michigan.
Absolutely. Okay. I'm probably being a little conservative.
Now, I think that's unreasonable. What do you think, Corey?
What has given you this confidence? What has been shown on a national landscape that Michigan can get it done?
I understand his perspective to an extent, Mark, and maybe I can sympathize with him to an extent. When you see your team make a playoff, make the Final Four, and be this close to the Final Two, that gives you reason, just common sense gives you reason for hope that, hey, we're not that far off. But I think that's the argument. There's a bigger gaps. You believe there's a bigger gap between the powers that be,
the
and
ceiling
Michigan.
of those
Yeah.
teams.
So here's my the way I like when I look at the way last year came out. I think if we would have went into the playoffs with a healthy Donovan Edwards or Blake Corum, that would have went a lot. I think because Donovan Edwards had a leg injury.
Sure.
He was not 100%. I think if he would have been healthy, and he had a cast, playing in a cast. I think if he would have been healthy that game, I think the TCU game would have been a win. And this is the thing. That's what I was talking about with Darrell. I mean, Ohio State was a field goal away from winning. Maybe Michigan couldn't beat. Maybe Michigan couldn't beat Georgia. Maybe Ohio State's a better matchup. But Michigan, we know, could have beat Ohio State.
Absolutely. They
throttled
them.
They throttled them, and they could have done it again. And so it was. I mean, to me, it was close. And I honestly don't think that Michigan would have done it again without a healthy Donovan Edwards, though. But I don't see anything this year that tells me that they are going to be worse this year. I think they're going to be better. I think their running back room is going to be stronger. I don't think they're going to have. They might have one of those guys may injured, but I don't think both of them are going to be injured.
Let's also understand that the guy that carried the ball the most against Michigan for Ohio State, Chip Tranum, do you know where he was on the depth chart going into that game?
Mm-hmm.
He's a fifth string running back.
Yeah. No, and I understand that. So I understand Ohio State could be better. And Ohio State could be, and that's one thing is yet to be seen. But I'm just penning it from.
Agree with you. Michigan should be better this year than they were last year. And what makes Michigan to me dangerous is that these players are like right in the middle of that psychological spectrum of confidence and hunger. They have the confidence of defeating Ohio State, and then they go out and they see Ohio State play like that against Georgia, and they know how good Ohio State is anyway, and they know they can beat them, but they haven't won it all yet, so they're still hungry. So I think that's a good place for Michigan to be psychologically, still really hungry to win it all, but having the confidence to know, okay, proof of concept, we know we can achieve at a high level. And 7 or 8% is fairly high. If you start to divvy out the percentages, there's not a whole lot to go around.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I want to. The thing is, I think Ohio State's. This is when I match up when I'm looking, and it's really coming down to us for this. This conversation comes down to Ohio State and Michigan's matchup, and I think Ohio State's running game is going to be better. But I'm actually more worried about their defense and also their offensive line. Just if their offensive line doesn't pan out this year, if it's what they're saying in camp is true, that's another thing. That I think they're going to fix it, but I'm worried more about their defense because I feel if they're changing scheme, I was not impressed last year, and I don't know if this year is going to be better, especially if they're changing schemes. It could be worse.
We all have to watch that. And fortunately, in week 4, they get their first test. And even in Indiana team, if Ohio State's bad defensively, will show us something, will show us some kind of issues. But we're not going to truly know and have a good barometer on how good they are defensively until they play Notre Dame and they play one of the best quarterbacks in the country. Well, one thing I like to bring up from time to time, Ben, and Darrell's heard this a number of times, but just you guys were talking historically a second ago. If you look at this 9-year playoff, it's amazing that in 9 years there have been how many games are won in there's 3 wins per playoff. So that's 27 wins per playoff, or the total of the playoff. All 27 of those wins, every significant win that has determined a championship has run through 3 places, Ohio State, Clemson, or the SEC. So until some of these other teams prove something on a national scale, it is difficult to argue seeing somebody else be able to break through.
I think I need to get off this because I just started cramping up. I don't know if it's because I've been sitting for too long or it's because all this debate just made me stressed. But Michael,
I'm sorry, Corey. We
it's fine. It's fine. No, Michael is in the queue. I'm assuming he wants to talk. Michael, you here to talk about Chris?
No, I'm actually going to talk to you. I'm coming up for the game in Iowa City this year, and I'm needing some places to go and recommendations.
What game?
The Purdue-Iowa game where Purdue's going to go up there and smack them around like they normally do.
Well, I went to the
last year.
I went to the Purdue game in West Lafayette last year.
Yeah, and that was. Oh, I got to ask
Iowa
you,
did some smacking around that year.
How many times did you lose your hat during that game?
I didn't lose. I didn't wear. I think I had a hoodie on, but I got hit with some debris.
Yeah, it was pretty windy that day.
So you're wondering where to stay or what to eat or what?
Where places to go? Because I didn't know if there's any new places you could recommend.
Oh, boy, lots of places around Iowa City. Trying to think, do I have any sponsorship obligations before I speak my mind, Mark? I don't have any restaurants around the Iowa City area that are actively advertising.
Or close to Kinnick, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, if you like burritos, you can go to Estella's, really good burrito place in downtown Iowa City. There's Monica's, really good food. There's all kinds of stuff. Just Google best restaurants in Iowa City, and you'll probably get a laundry list of different types of food. I mean, they have unbelievable variety. So
now the thing
you
could for home
you,
games, or do you sit in the stands?
What's that? Say that again, Michael.
Are you credentialed for home games?
I don't credential I don't get credentialed for anything. I do the post game show, so I'll be there this weekend, but I only make it to a couple of games each year.
Oh, so you won't be up there?
Probably not. Probably, I don't know. I mean, I could. It sounds like that game's going to be a night. Last night on my show, it sounds like that game's going to be a night game potentially.
Oh, cool. Because then we can talk back to each other. Hey, and I got to ask you this. So he's bringing up 1982, and I'm losing brain cells over it. Yeah, I'm going bald. But I thought it was always 1984 that he's been talking about, not 1982. Which is it, 82 or 84, Chris?
Bye, Drill. So is that your way of saying you want to have a debate on this platform with Chris, Michael?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, because I'm getting a headache just talking about it and stuff. But anyway, no, I just want to talk to you about it because I didn't know if he was maybe a season ticket holder by any chance for Iowa football.
No, not with the I'd be at more games if it wasn't for the post game show, but I'll be there this weekend, and if I make it down for the Purdue game, if you see me, be sure to come over and say hi.
Oh yeah, I was just wondering stuff like that. All right, hey Mark, how was your siesta?
I did take about a 45-minute siesta. Got a little bit of lunch. Sat outside. Beautiful day.
You everybody, you said you wouldn't eat today, sir.
Like, this is a bad thing.
Why is
I went and get something to eat.
Wow, I think Chris really got Michael's blood pressure up.
I guess Michael wants to starve me. Yes, I
ate Marcus
earlier.
I made the comment that I was thinking about not eating the entire day and fasting for the day since I would just be here.
Oh, you ate, you piece of crap.
Crossed my mind.
Yeah, but what did I say to you this morning? Remember I said you should eat something during the day so you don't fast and wither away?
Yes, I appreciate that.
You little pansy, you gave in and you ate, didn't you?
I took your instruction to heart. You should be pleased with me.
All right, yeah, but you let the other. Yeah, all right, guys, I'm getting out of here. Thanks, man.
All right, boiler up.
Oh man, you really wimped out on that one there, Mark.
Yeah.
He goes from asking you how your nap was to cremating you.
Because I dared to have some lunch.
All right, Mark, I'm going to get on out of here. So thank you for coming back.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Corey. And that was nice talking with you.
Yep.
Sorry you brought Derail on with me because that's always a bad. That's always going to be that way.
Passer of time, Ben.
For future reference, if me and Derail are on at the same time, or Tim Prangley and Derail, it's going to get heated.
I have taken note. So, thanks,
This
Ben.
even further fuels any kind of debate that's upcoming for this offseason, because if Michigan can break through and win a national championship, then wow, we're going to have guys like Ben that are going to be rightfully so just ready to go. And
Can
then
you imagine if a
otherwise-
Nebraska fan, or can you imagine if Nebraska wins a national championship? Can you imagine what the fans are, if Michigan fans are getting on people's nerves? Can you imagine? I mean, I live, 2.5 hours from Omaha, and I experience it often, but
I'm talking about the realistic.
okay.
Though.
Well, they believe it's. Did you see they packed that stadium yesterday for that volleyball game?
That doesn't surprise me.
92,000 people
92,000
in that stadium for a women's volleyball game.
So that speaks to the popularity of women's volleyball at Nebraska. I understand that, but I also think that that's a sense of school and state pride to say we're pushing everyone to help us achieve this.
It's also an
Let's get there.
indication that an actual human being needs something to do recreationally other than mowing the ditches. Like, there's not a lot to do in Lincoln, Nebraska. So
I
we're in
could have
rural
said
Nebraska.
that as well, but
So-
I've been told otherwise because I've only been in Nebraska twice, and that was to cover the College World Series.
Well, there's stuff to do in Omaha, but there's what is there to do? Like I say, you mow the ditches. And a lot of them, they follow the old Blake Shelton mantra: chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco, spit. That's their day, Mark. Like,
Wow.
are we getting cliche enough yet?
Well, yeah, we're getting cliched because we know that Iowa's got their number of cliches that gets thrown at them.
We're called the potato state, and
Potato.
people confuse Iowa and
Oh
Iowa.
my
all the
word.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know, living on the East Coast for 21 years, being from Ohio, they think that Ohio is nothing but cornfields, most of the people there.
Well, really, the Midwest in general, like, unless you have big cities, it's like Iowa's not as. But that's the thing about Nebraska, Mark, is Nebraska is so flat. But Nebraska does have Omaha, which is a bigger city than. I mean, granted, it's not far into Omaha or far into Nebraska from the Iowa border, but like, Iowa's actually got hills. And I go into Illinois, and if wasn't for Chicago, Iowa would be no different than Illinois and no different from Indiana. But there's big cities in those states, and that's what makes a difference.
Yeah. And I used to tell people in Connecticut all the time, because actually my family had the inverse perception or reality when they came to visit me in Connecticut. They couldn't believe how rural Connecticut is. And I would tell my new friends in Connecticut, when they would joke about Ohio living out in the middle of nowhere, I'd say, you know what? My family comes here and they think they're going in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then also the other consideration I would tell them, I'd say, Ohio has 5 professional sports teams. Does that tell you anything? And they'd be like, what does that mean? And I'd say, that means there are people there. If they're, they don't have
two different cities.
Yeah, 3 different cities if you count the NHL with Columbus. But is it 5? Yeah, I think 5 professional sports. 3, 4.
That's true.
5,
Columbus.
6 professional sports teams.
Yeah,
They don't start professional sports teams where people don't live. There have to be people and restaurants and retail and something going on to start a professional sports franchise.
There's no pro sports franchise in Omaha, even as big as Omaha is comparative to Des Moines. So, anyways,
Corey, have you ever spoken with Minnesota Dave?
I have. Remember Minnesota Dave when Minnesota beat Wisconsin 2 years ago and sent Iowa to the Big Ten championship. I allowed Minnesota Dave to call in and sing the Minnesota Fight song on our celebratory Iowa show.
Very nice.
Because on
of you.
that day,
Okay.
we united as fans of Minnesota.
Yeah. Very nice.
So, anyways.
Well, Corey, thank you so much for giving me a break.
Yep, no problem. You enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy some football this evening.
All right, Corey. Thank you.
Mark.
For everybody out there, that's Corey Brada, of course, from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Most of you know, but there may be a few either watching right now live or who are going to be watching this at some point who aren't aware. So for the best in Iowa football coverage, and post-game included. Corey, and again, from the Hawkeye of the Storm, it's easy to find on YouTube. Minnesota Dave checked in bright and early this morning, coming off his shift, and now you're energized, you're refreshed, you're awake.
Don't take this the wrong way, Mark, but at the time I wanted to talk to Corey and give him crap about talking about which is better, Iowa or Nebraska. To us Minnesotans, they both stink.
Well, when you showed up down there, I thought, well, maybe Minnesota Dave wants to talk to Corey, but Corey's past his time, so I think he wanted to get out of here. So I was kind of testing the waters to see if you guys wanted to mix it up, and I could just kind of kick back and listen.
Yeah. Gosh.
You guys need to win that game. Oh, you just got up, yeah?
Like literally just got up. No. Originally I called just to like to give Corey a little just a little bit of rivalry bashing, but since he's gone now, I can't do that.
So not a big fan of the state of Iowa and all that there is to do there.
All three things. Picking corn, going to Iowa football games, and I don't know,
picking corn. You got to make the corn, which reminds me, I got a couple of corn on the cob in the refrigerator that I need to get to. But
is it Iowa corn or Nebraska corn?
I couldn't tell you. Can I tell by looking at it?
No. It's about the same as comparing Iowa and Nebraska.
Okay. I thought maybe there was some kind of distinction between the two. But you guys need to win that game against the Hawkeyes one of these years.
Yeah. So I don't have to hear about it all from the Iowa fans. It's like we traded in rivalries. Now we can beat Wisconsin, but we can't beat Iowa.
Well, and only one more year to win the West.
Yeah. This is it. I guess in my dreams, and I hope they come true this year, of us actually winning the West and probably be the only Big Ten West team to actually win the championship game. That would be huge bragging rights.
Oh, would it? Yeah.
That would be huge. Well, I just got up, so you probably have some other callers on waiting. Yeah, I just wanted to really just basically, give Corey some crap, but I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, you know where to find him, Dave.
Yeah.
All right, Minnesota Dave. Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye.
Gophers and the Huskers tonight. We will make our pick right here at 6 o'clock Eastern time, Minnesota, Nebraska. And also we've got the other big game, Utah and Florida. We've got NC State and UConn. I think I've got it in my head which way I'm going on all these games. So typically our picks are all on Patreon. We want to honor and recognize everybody on Patreon and our YouTube members that get my picks exclusively. 2-0 last week against the spread. Got off to a good start. And I'm going to post my prediction records here. I keep saying I'm going to do that, but I got to find them. So I need to look up the prediction records, post those, and come join us on Patreon. The reason you want to do that is you get my predictions. You get the predictions of 12 media members that will not include the Thursday games at least, but for the rest of the weekend. And so that's every week, weekly predictions from the media guys that you see here. Corey in particular. Corey joins us and he provides his predictions, and 12 media members. Then you get Steve Merrill, who I hope is going to join us this afternoon. Steve is scheduled to stop by at some point and give a ton of information regarding the betting lines and the odds for this weekend's games. And we always enjoy Steve. And that's another great reason to join us on patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. Steve Merrill from Wager Talk gives us an exclusive pick, one pick every week, exclusive to the Voice of College Football. Nobody else gets it. And he went 13 and 1 against the spread last year. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. We've got Yakov.
Sorry about that, Mark. I didn't realize
okay.
you needed a quick transition.
Oh, you do whatever you need to do. I didn't see you back there. Didn't know what was going on. But
Well, I was just coming back to the room.
Very good. How's it going today?
Mark, I'm pretty excited. We're on the eve of college football. I've been waiting for 7 months, approximately.
Yes, more than 7 months.
I had to think about that.
Long
It's the longest off season in at least in North American sports.
Absolutely. And you're a fan of just about all the other major sports, correct?
Well, Mark, I was a tremendous fan of all sports. I've lost about 80% of my fandom, unfortunately. Yeah. I think we spoke about that before. I used to love all sports. Minus the NFL, I've lost the majority of my interest in, well, vast majority maybe. But thank God, college football has never waned. NFL's waned some. College football hasn't waned at all. And I've been waiting a long time for this.
I just had a friend text me just a few minutes ago asking to see if I wanted to go to the Guardians game tomorrow night. He has tickets to the game.
Did you give a yes to that?
Well, I've already obligated myself to work. So.
Oh, right. Yeah. Friday night. That's it's the wrong time of year to go to a Friday night baseball game.
Yeah. So that's no big loss. I don't even know what their record is. I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Basically one player on the team. So
not
a big deal.
Ask me about the 1990s or 80s Indians. I can probably name everyone, but not the 2023 team.
Yes.
Mark, I thought I would just say something about. I heard you guys talk. I heard you talk about Iowa. Sorry, Connecticut and Ohio. I just thought this, this just a little geographic thing. One of the things I always liked about Ohio, Mark, is I think of all the 50 states, it might have the best mix of urban and rural of any state. Place like New York or Illinois or Chicago, they have one massive city.
Yeah.
But most of the rest of the state, maybe that's better, but most of the rest of the state is very rural. Illinois, I think about 90% of the people live in the Chicago metro area.
Yeah.
In New York, it's close to that. California, really centered along the coastal areas.
Yep.
Florida also along the coast. Florida's a little differently shaped, but we have a good combination. You could go to a moderate city in 3 places, slightly smaller places, and there's big pockets of rural in the south, in the southeastern part of the state, in the northwestern part of the state. And of course, we live in the most populous part in northeastern Ohio, which I also think is very unique. I'm not sure there's anywhere in the country where it has such a long strip of, maybe South Florida, of not massively overbuilt, but developed from Cleveland all the way down to Canton.
That's true. And that's where I grew up. And I always enjoyed, I don't like a ton of traffic. I don't need people stepping on me left and right and being shoulder to shoulder with people. I don't need that. But I also want convenience. I don't want to be removed 20 minutes from a grocery store or to go out to eat or do those sorts of things. So I like the suburbs.
Yes, same here, Mark. And Stowe or Canton or even a lot of the Cleveland suburbs are nothing. They're not Brooklyn or Manhattan. They have the conveniences, but they also you have elbow room as well.
My ex-wife, my wife at the time, her father would come out from Los Angeles and his wife, and they would talk about Ohio like it was just the complete sticks.
Yes, a lot of people from the coastal areas do say that about Ohio. I never actually took it as an insult because I used to tell them, that the food you're eating, that was not grown on Wall Street. That wasn't grown in Hollywood. That came from a farm area, not even where I'm from. I'm from suburban Canton area, but it came from the food you're eating is from a rural area. So if you want to keep eating, then maybe be a little more kind to the rural parts of America.
For sure. That's the heartland for a reason.
Yeah. Remember our license plate used to say, I think they changed the heart of it all, or America's heartland. They used to have various combinations.
Yes, the heart of it all.
Yeah, I used to love that plate back in the 80s. Mark, I wanted to say a little quick something about Ohio State here.
Sure.
I was thinking about this, Mark. I'm sorry I missed your show yesterday, but I did watch it and hit like the Ohio State show. I would not do that. And I usually like to do a super chat. I couldn't make it at that time, but I happen to think the following, Mark. And if they are good, they have 2 new tackles. If they are good, at tackle. I'm not going to say great. They're good at tackle. I'm going to pencil Ohio State into the 4-team playoff. They have multiple NFL wide receivers. We don't know exactly who the quarterback is, but both are quite capable. They're not experienced, but I think they're quite former 5-stars. Not always a proof, but former 5-stars, very capable. Certainly have NFL looks and NFL bodies to them. They have multiple guards that will play in the NFL. They have actually multiple receivers, freshman receivers that are going to be 3 and out as long as they're healthy. Julian Fleming's going to be, if he's healthy, a 4th-round pick, 3rd-round pick or so. Same at the tight end position. He's going to be picking the 3rd round. I think Travion Henderson will be a 2nd-round pick, which is modern-day 1st-round pick, minus 1 or 2 guys usually for running back. Mike Williams will be a 3rd-round pick. If they're good at tackle, they will be in the 4-team playoff. If they are very good at tackle, at the very least, they'll play on that Monday night, the last game of the year. And I think they might be a slight favorite to win it if they're very good at both those tackle positions. I know it's hard to be good at 2 tackles. Not many guys on the planet Earth are great at tackle. But if they're very good at the 2 tackles, Mark, at the very least, I think they'll play on that Monday night.
All right. Well, I made my predictions the other day, and while I think that they're far from a finished product, it's a season in which teams change and develop and grow. So I'm putting a lot of faith in their coaching staff, especially on defense, and the development of 2 tackles to get them where they expect to go and want to go. So I do not believe this is the best team in the country today. I believe that's still Georgia. And I'm not just saying that because they were the national champion last year. I believe that they are the best team in the country.
So many 5-star players on their roster.
I believe Michigan's better than Ohio State today, but they're not playing today. And I think that Ohio State can elevate, and I'm projecting them to elevate and grow and get better and better and better and be arguably the best at the end.
Mark, I like that analysis. I'm biased, but I like that analysis, and there's real reasons for that. It's not just homerism. And I'm looking forward to the college football season, and particularly as it's reflected through the voice of college football.
Well, thank you, Yakov. I went back through my predictions going back to 2018. I wish I had kept track of this. I used to be much better tracking everything and keeping documents of everything. But I was trying to go through my what I've predicted in terms of conference champions and playoffs. And while I have consistently picked Ohio State to go to the playoffs pretty much every year, here they are. I have not picked them to win a national championship, at least going back to 2018, back to 2017. So I have picked them to win a national championship this year. And for anybody out there that thinks that's a homer pick, that's fine. But just to prove, I've not picked them to win a national championship in at least 6 years. So it's not like I do it every year.
No, well, it's hard to be number one. That's a difficult thing to do. So you might have picked them 3. That's still pretty impressive, but it's not number 1. So
last year I picked Georgia to beat Ohio State in the national championship game. So
one ranking would have changed in the playoff 4. You would have got that. You might have got that matchup. Mark, I'll say one last thing about Ohio State, Michigan. They've won the last 2 years, no question about it. But I do follow recruiting, and I often look at rivals in 24/7. Their success, Ohio State, I think they were number 5 last year. Michigan last year was, I think, 18 in recruiting. Now they're about 10 or 11. But that's only because they have 27. They're going to finish probably around 14 or 15. I think he's done a remarkable turnaround. I thought he was a COVID game away from being fired, but it's not reflecting in recruiting. They have about 6 guys in the top 250. Ohio State has 15. Last year they had 2. Ohio State had about 13. Granted, a whole bunch of them are receivers, so slightly position heavy. But their recruiting is not even going to be in the top. If the goal is to be in the top 12, last year they were out of that. And this year they're going to be out of that because there's several teams that are right by them that have multiple less recruits than them. So despite their winning, and they've won, it's not reflecting in recruiting.
Yeah,
for
I
the
would be the
weekend.
last person to predict the demise of Michigan football, at least
No.
at this point. But
I'm not doing that either. I'm just talking about
this
recruiting.
year, this year does seem to be an opportunity for them that they need to take advantage of, because I don't know that they're going to be quite this good for a little while. They'll still compete for Big Ten championships, maybe win Big Ten championships. I don't know that they're going to be quite this good for a while.
I think I read that Georgia has, this is the last thing I'll say, Georgia has more 5-star players on their roster than the entire Big Ten. I don't know about necessarily if you make the expanded Big Ten, but the current Big Ten, if you subtracted Ohio State, they have multiple more 5-stars than the entire other 13 teams.
Oh, yeah.
And they have more than Ohio State, too. Just so that if you add Ohio State, then the Big Ten has slightly more than Georgia. Not much, but without Ohio State, they have Georgia roster has more talent than 13 Big Ten teams.
I would say the average year, Ohio State pulls in probably what, 3 to 4 5-stars?
Yeah, especially if you get the
That's about
average,
what that
as
is.
long as you give them a 5-star on one of the main services.
And then I know that every time I see this statistic, Ohio State has more 5-stars than the rest of the conference put together.
Yes, that's often the case. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously many teams don't have any in the Big Ten, but Michigan has a couple sometimes here and there. Mark, on that note, as far as the way they rank, I always thought they should rate it by position. For example, if you might be a 4-star, but you're the third best safety, that's as good. When you're recruiting that particular safety, that's as good as you can do. He might not be a 5-star because you have 20 receivers ahead of him, or tight ends or so. But to me, I just always thought that sometimes the recruiting rankings are not properly rated. And also, let's say one team gets good safety, good line, or a 5-star linebacker, 5-star safety, and a 5-star tight end, and 3-star quarterback, receiver, and corner, and the other team has the opposite. They would appear to be about even, but they're not, because you got a 5-star tackle, corner, and quarterback, and they got a 5-star safety, tight end, and linebacker. The rankings will say you have a similar recruiting class, but as far as importance, you have not.
Yeah, so a lot of things that you say there make a lot of sense. And, one thing that I've said many times, and I don't wish this task upon anyone, but I would love somebody to take it on that's capable, is to re-rank all the classes about 5 years later. But you can't. I know that there are individual outlets that re-rank their own class, but you can't do that unless you re-rank every class.
Right. Yeah.
And then you have to give a really good criteria to what it means to be a 5-star, 4-star, 3-star in terms of your play on the field. And that's an inexact science. But to speak to what you're talking about, let's say there are 10 wide receivers who are ranked ahead of the very number one safety. Well, that safety is extremely valuable. And there could also be a larger drop off between, let's say, the number one spot at any particular position and number 2, or between 2 and 3, or between 4 and 5, or whatever. And 1, 2, 3, and 4 could be all bunched up and basically be almost exact. So there's various things there. But the only thing I would say about, while that's a valid comment, certainly about comparing positions and giving better context to that being valuable at that position based on the ratings of the other players at that position. As long as the evaluators are doing their jobs, if there are truly 10 wide receivers who are better than the best safety, then that's just kind of the way it is that year. So I think there's validity to both rankings. I just think that they should add some different metrics like you're suggesting. It's similar to like the Pro Football Hall of Fame. If that was truly done in a fair and equitable manner, there should be 5 times as many offensive linemen in the Hall of Fame as quarterbacks.
There are 5 positions. You're right. There's only 1 QB.
Yeah. If you are the best or the 5th best offensive lineman in the NFL, then you're equivalent to the best quarterback in the NFL. There are 32 times 5, whatever that number is, 160 starting offensive linemen in the NFL.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. I guess this conversation could go multiple ways. Right now, it's just kind of staying where it is. But it doesn't take away from my interest in the game.
Absolutely. It's all fun. And the other thing about the recruiting rankings is should look more at the total points and the average player rating, because those numbers descend quickly.
Right.
And the gap between 1 and 5 isn't nearly as much as it is between, or it's greater than 5 and 10, and so forth and so on. I remember one year in particular, I think this was not last year's recruiting rankings, but the year before, Ohio State was 4 and Michigan was 8. And that was the same gap that Michigan had at number 8 and number 27.
That's right. Yes, I remember you talking about that. That's right. Yeah.
So
I have to look and see where they are now. But by the way, Ohio State's the only team currently that is averaging more than 4 stars per player. They're according to Rivals. They're 4.05, and Georgia is second, like 3.96, something like that. So they're the only team over 4. Michigan's, I think, 3.58, something like that.
All right, sir.
I appreciate it. Let me stay so long, Mark. Usually during the season, I could do this, but maybe in the 24-hour marathon, you have a little more time. You have 24 hours.
Oh, we got plenty of time.
You look great, Mark. For someone's about, I don't have the energy to you, Mark. I would look exhausted, but I
well,
couldn't
don't
tell
look too closely.
Well, right now I can't tell if you had a full night's sleep or you had a no night's sleep.
Well, I can't train myself to go to sleep early, so I went to bed about 2:30, and I set the alarm for 4:15. And so what I get about an hour 45 if I went to sleep right away.
Hopefully you'll sleep nicely tonight. Be ready to go for the weekend.
There you go.
Okay. Have a good evening, Mark.
Thanks, Yakov. We appreciate it.
Have a good day.
All right. Let's get to the super chat. Lemansky, thank you so much. Lemansky, appreciate you. I would enjoy going to any game with the real MVP. It would be fun and we would leave friends, but popcorn thrown at each other often. And we would love to go and to maybe witness this from afar. All right. We got Jason Priester here from allclemson.com on SI. Jason, we appreciate you stopping by.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How you
24 hours. That is impressive.
Well, it's not that impressive. It's kind of stupid, but I will say that I did this a few years ago and I did almost the entire 24 hours by myself. Now I got guys filling in for 7 hours, so I'm only doing it for 17.
That's still impressive.
Okay. 21 was a bit much, so I've gotten a little bit more help here. You're coming straight from the Dabo Swinney press conference, right?
He got finished about 12, and then we had a few players after that. So yeah, I'm coming. They finished up about 45 minutes ago.
Excellent. What did we learn today? As somebody, a caller said a couple hours ago that they find Dabo really annoying. I don't think they were a Clemson fan.
Dabo is one of those guys, where generally speaking anyways, it seems like either you really like him or you really don't. There's not a lot of in between. Some people just, some people aren't going to like him. It just is what it is. He kind of speaks what's on his mind, sometimes probably a little too much. There's been a time or two, I thought he's kind of stuck his foot in his mouth, but overall, I kind of like what Dabo does, what he stands for, how he's built that program there at Clemson, and how he continues to try and evolve what they're doing with the ever-changing landscape that is college football. It's tougher than ever to win in this landscape now, especially now that the playoffs fixing to expand after this year and transfer portal and all that stuff. Man, it's just harder to win than ever. And we'll see if what he does continues to work.
I will state something that probably no other Ohio State fan on the planet would state, and that's that Dabo Swinney is my favorite coach in college football. I don't know the man. I'm not going to vouch for him. If we find out something awful about him tomorrow, it's not like I need to stick up for him or claim him or anything. But based on what I know and what I see, He's my favorite.
I've been around him a little bit, covering Clemson since 2020, away from the camera, if you will.
Yeah.
And I can say from what I've seen with my own eyes, what you see on camera is who he is off camera. He is that guy. I find him to be very genuine. He's very transparent. Don't get me wrong. He runs a very tight ship over there. There's not a lot of leaks to come out about things, and that's understandable in today's sport. I would want it the same way if I was running a college football program, but he's not a hard guy to get along with. Let's put it that way.
Well, I don't know if this Duke team is going to be hard to get along with on Monday night. They might be a little bit of a resistance that a lot of people don't anticipate. We talked about it a little bit with you a couple of weeks ago, and a few callers asked me about this game, and I spit out some stats that I think are pretty remarkable that we talked about recently, with 18 starters coming back for Duke, and anybody who caught a pass last year for Duke is back. Anybody who rushed for 1 yard is back for Duke. All that production on offense, 10 starters. Mike Elko did a remarkable job lifting them from a team that lost 17 of 18 games in the ACC to 9-4 in a bowl victory, and didn't lose to anybody by more than one score. We're in every game, and they're going to be a tough out on Monday night, especially on the road.
I agree. I don't think this is going to be a pushover game for Clemson, especially considering it's the season opener, new offense, relatively new quarterback. He's got one career start. I guess you can consider the Orange Bowl a start. The ACC championship a start too. He played all but 2 series, but new quarterback in a new offense. There's bound to be a hiccup or two here and there. And this is a very experienced Duke team going back to the ACC kickoff and, listening to those guys talk, particularly Riley Leonard. They are very confident. Sounds like they've had this game circled. Mike Elko made no bones about it. This would be if they could find some way to pull this thing off, this would be a program-defining or program-changing win. I still think Clemson's the more talented team, and I think that wins out in the end, especially along the trenches. Got to protect the football, though. Duke is one of those teams that they were one of the best in the country at forcing turnovers last year. So to me, it starts with protecting the football, making good decisions, and putting pressure on Riley Leonard, not letting him dictate the pace, kind of winning the battle at the line of scrimmage, so to speak.
Based on anything that's come out in camp over the last couple weeks leading into this, it's been about 2 weeks since we talked to you. Any news in regards to injuries or anything of significance, or any position battles that became a little bit clearer?
Walker Park, starting offensive lineman, was seen or reportedly seen wearing a walking boot about a week or so ago. I was told he had a sprained ankle. I asked Dabo today if he was going to be ready to go Monday night, and he said, yeah. When asked what he was most looking forward to seeing Monday night, he didn't hesitate when he said that offensive line. He thinks they've got 7 guys that can start. But since the depth chart has come out, probably the most intriguing thing on that depth chart to me was at left tackle. They've got Tristan Lee or Colin Sadler listed at, on that depth chart. Tristan Lee or Colin Sadler. Not, it's not like, it's kind of like co-starters, if that makes sense. I would fully expect Lee to run out there first, but the fact that they are listed as co-starters was a little surprising to me. It sounded like Lee has kind of been a little bit ahead. He's been in the program longer, which is, so he should be a little bit ahead, but this is Sadler's second year. He was in that same class with Blake Miller, who came in and started right away. And he's got a very high ceiling, man. It would not surprise me at all if we got into the season and Sadler ends up winning that job. So that's a position battle that's not quite settled yet. Probably the most glaring thing on the depth chart for this one.
Jason, because of the defensive talent and the experience on most positions on that side of the ball, I would think that one of the most obvious things to point out in this opener that could be all over the place, we'll see, would be the rapport between Klubnik and the wide receivers, the timing, the confidence or lack of confidence that he shows in how much he's going to throw up 50-50 passes, those sorts of things, just watching them work together and see how far they've come.
I am very anxious to see the wide receivers. Wide receiver play has fallen off drastically in the past couple of years. And Dabo Swinney said today that he thinks this is the fastest team he's ever had. And I think Clemson's lacked speed out on the perimeter, the past couple of years, past few years maybe. To hear him say that, but he said by the metrics that they use, whatever that means. But to hear him say that he thinks this is the fastest team he's ever had, that was a little eye-opening. I'm ready to see that speed translate onto the field. I'm not of the opinion that every wide receiver needs elite level speed. Don't get me wrong, but I think you do need some speed. A freshman like Tyler Brown, he's probably one of the faster guys on the team. Cole Turner, second-year wide receiver, a redshirt freshman, he's got wheels. Troy Stellato, who has been hurt his first 2 years, pretty much his entire time on campus, has been back the last week. He was on the depth chart this week. He's got 4.4 speed, legit 4.4 speed, but he's had a torn ACL, multiple hamstring issues the past couple of years. I think it's fair to question whether he's still got that 4.4 speed. That's kind of what I want to see. I want to see those wide receivers and where they at, or where they are at. I know that they along with Cade Klubnik spent a lot of time together during the summer, working out together, working on that time and working on the things you were talking about. So yeah, I'm kind of anxious to see that. There has been a big time drop off in production from these wide receivers. On top of the fact a bunch of them have not been able to stay healthy. I think it's imperative that Clemson keeps guys like Bo Collins and Adam Randall and Antonio Williams healthy there. That way you don't have to, start having to rely on kids that aren't ready to start to be your starter. So we'll see where they're at Monday night. I think that's one of the bigger questions coming into the season.
So much was made of the Garrett Riley addition as offensive coordinator coming in from TCU. Do you expect that we're going to be able to tell that this is a Garrett Riley offense by the formations or the pace or anything that's going to be pretty evident Monday?
I think it's going to be different. We've talked about it many times. I'm of the opinion Clemson's offense has gotten rather stale over the past few years, and it goes back to before Trevor Lawrence even left. They needed to bring somebody in there and revamp that thing. But I think you're going to see a lot more motion, a lot more window dressing, if you will. Clemson's been an offense that just has not taken much advantage of the middle of the field the last several years. I think you're going to see that change. And I think they're going to use tempo more. They talked a lot about it in the spring, a lot about it in the fall, talked a lot about it back in Charlotte at the ACC kickoff. They want to be able to go fast. I mean, I don't think you're going to see them, wide open all the time, but they want to go fast when they want to be able to go fast when they need to go fast, and they want to be able to slow it down when they need to slow it down. So, yeah, I think there are going to be some noticeable changes. You might have to look for them. I mean, things like the inside zone, which has been a staple of Clemson's offense, forever. Those kinds of things aren't going away. It's just going to be, maybe how it's displayed in the formations and the motion and those kind of things.
Jason Priester, allclemsontigers.com. Get on over there. Get yourself prepped for the big matchup at Duke on Monday night. Jason, one of the great guys in the business, does a phenomenal job. We appreciate him. We don't have a Clemson channel to the degree that we do without Jason coming on board just about every week to talk some Clemson Tigers with us. Jason, we appreciate you. And
always a pleasure, man. Don't get too tired.
Enjoy the weekend and some football on Monday night.
I'm actually going to be able to watch football this weekend. I am going to soak in every minute of it. I didn't get to watch any last weekend. I was on the road all day Saturday, all day Sunday. But with Clemson playing on Monday night, I'm going to be able to watch football all day Saturday, something I don't get to do usually on Saturday. So I am going to enjoy that. Absolutely.
Sweet. All right,
See you
Jason.
later, man.
Good stuff. Take care. It's our guy, Jason Priester, talking up the Clemson Tigers, taking on Duke, 13-point favorite. And, little did I know that when I think it was subconsciously picked up my wardrobe for the 24-hour event here, that I went with Trojan colors. I think there was something to that. I truly do. And we've got Rick Anaya here. We got Tony Altimore, and they should be mighty proud of me today.
We're proud of you, Mark. You chose well. Looking good. Cardinal and gold.
That's it.
We will win you over yet.
You're working on it. You've been wearing me down here for a couple of years now, and I'll fix the set as we get into the conversation and make you truly proud. How are you guys doing today?
Doing fantastic, Mark. Hey, whether you choose to believe it or not, subliminally, USC's in everybody's minds, and it's great. And we had a phenomenal first post-game show. Hey, week 0, you can't watch the Trojans on Pac-12 Network. So it was great to have all the people in the chat and going after Grinch after week 1. But that was pretty phenomenal. But Mark, congratulations. I think you're at the 10-hour mark. Phenomenal job. Love hearing Jason Priester and Corey Bratta. So you're the hardest working guy on the beginning of college football season. And it's not the beginning of college football season without the real MVP on the show. So I am jacked. Thanks, Daryl.
And Connor Johnson in the chat.
Yes, Connor. You guys,
Connor.
Please take no offense, but there's a reason why we've got these 2 helmets right there from Washington State and Oregon State. We feel
they need some love right now.
Yes, they need some love. And I pointed out last night that, hey, if I could have my wish for a Pac-12 championship game, the final Pac-12 championship game. So I'm rooting for these 2.
That's fair. That's fair. I will say one thing about our beloved Trojans, we have never been one to inspire the sympathy vote.
No, you're not in that category.
In anything. No. We don't. That's not a vote it's not a demographic we are able to succeed with.
No, you just have to be who you are. And for a lot of people, when I make that comment, that's kind of an encouragement to kind of lift them up. For all of you in USC camp, that's basically just walk with a little humility, a little bit.
We own our inner Darth Vader. But hey, big game tonight, Utah and Florida for the Pac-12. We talked about this last night, and we had a lot of great folks in the chat and great folks call in. It's going to be real interesting to see.
Yeah, and it's going to be fun to see the Florida Gators finally have to meet a raucous and hostile crowd outside the state of Florida. They're not used to that. They're probably going to be some topography over the horizon that they're not used to seeing, that they probably need to become familiar with. I don't know. Maybe they've seen this in magazines or online somewhere, but those would be mountains. And they've never encountered some of these things.
Yeah, well, I mean, the altitude may be a real issue for them. We'll see. One thing though, I mean, Utah's a wild place to play, but the thing about Florida, and I love our friends from Utah, our friends who've been in the Must, their amazing student section and all that. But like, this is a team who does go to play at LSU at night. Like, they go play at Alabama. So I mean, it's not like they've never been to a loud, raucous environment.
Absolutely.
But yeah. I am really curious to see what happens with how much the altitude plays in effect. I will say the new clock rules that really, I think, shorten the game and shorten plays and possessions. I think that may help Florida a lot. They may be just a little less tuckered out in the fourth quarter, but we'll see.
Based on what I've heard, the projections are that it's going to trim about 5 plays off of the total number of plays per offense. So about 10 plays per game.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's kind of about what it felt like for USC. I felt like it took a little, I guess it depends on the offense, like how much your offense moves. But yeah, we definitely felt it in the USC game against San Jose State. Like that first and third quarters both went by a lot quicker.
Yeah, but then the Pac-12 refs slowed it down at the end of the game.
They did. They did.
Yeah,
Terrible calls, unnecessary reviews.
Hey, and if there's a way that Washington State and Oregon State are going to make the Pac-12 championship game, it's going to be because of the Pac-12 refs. Because this is it. Turn out the lights when the game's over because this is the last year. And if anybody can make it happen, it's the Pac-12 refs. But this game tonight has some interesting storylines, some features. I am jacked up to see Utah, Florida. I'm having a friend come over. We always start college football season. People have their traditions and things. He is my Notre Dame friend. And his initials, I won't give his name, but his initials are SC. So let's just say I don't call him by his name. I'm just, how you doing, SC? And so we always bet SC versus Notre Dame every year, no spread. So I took it in the shorts for a while, but guess what? We play for a $100 bottle of wine. So I'm going to enjoy a nice red Cabernet watching Utah, Florida with my Notre Dame fan, Mr. SC. But some storylines tonight I want to see is, okay, obviously no Cam Rising. We got a new Graham Mertz, the Muss. Utah's a different team, like Tony was saying, at altitude. People that are unfamiliar with the Pac-12, you're going to see it tonight. It's going to be spectacular. And this is the first time that Florida has traveled for an out-of-conference road game, not a bowl game, just an out-of-conference road game scheduled west of the Mississippi in 40 years. 40 years. I know they call the SEC, there's things that they do down there called tradition, but not traveling west of the Mississippi, that is tradition. The last time was 1983. They traveled to the Coliseum to play Ted Tollner's team, Ted Tollner's USC team. Charlie Pell was the coach of Florida, and Florida finished 9-2-1, and they tied USC 19-19. That was a bad USC team, 4-6-1, no bowl game, and Florida finishes 9-2-1 and beats number 10 Iowa in the Gator Bowl in Florida, 10-6. So I'm sorry, 14-6. So there's a little storyline for you, and we'll see what Florida can do with no Cam Rising. See how they can compete against Utah with no Cam Rising. So, good opportunity.
Guys, Florida has not traveled outside the state of Florida for a non-conference game anywhere, even east of the Mississippi, just outside of the state of Florida since 1989. Going to Syracuse.
I have that in 1991.
Oh, was it in 91? Okay.
91,
yeah, it was the Syracuse. 91. Okay.
And Florida was
I shouldn't just rely on my between the ears knowledge.
You were close,
okay.
though. You were close.
You were close. You were close. But great point. Yeah. I mean, so how is that going to affect them? I don't know. We'll see tonight.
That's like when Florida ran into Oregon State in the bowl game last year. They hadn't played a Pac-12 team period since 87, I believe, Washington in the Freedom Bowl. That tells me there's something wrong with college football when we have a team not playing an entire conference for 35 years.
Because
one thing I will say though about Florida, and I don't mean I am not an SEC apologist by any stretch of the imagination, but I do give Florida some credit because they play a lot of their non-conference games against Florida State and Miami, who are and I got news for you. Rice Eccles may be tough, but it is no like 80s 90s Orange Bowl. So
absolutely. I am in no way not saying that Florida doesn't play a difficult schedule on the road, and there is certainly, Tony, and we've talked about this because it's one of those.
I'm sitting here defending the SEC. I think I gotta go take a shower now.
Yeah, I think you better just stop it right now.
I'm just kidding, Daryl.
Yeah, I don't know who I'm talking to right now.
Who is this person?
Who's this guy that showed up?
Today I've had to defend Cal and I've had to defend the scheduling of the SEC. I'm gonna go shower with bleach.
Hey, college football season's back. The smack is flowing. You got Mark going 24 hours. I mean, this is beautiful. It's great. Getting all jacked up. We got Mark. You know, he probably slept in the Cardinal and Gold last night. I mean, come on. This is great.
No, I did put myself a clean shirt on after I took my shower. I had to take a shower to wake up at 4:15 in the morning for one thing, just to get shake out the cobwebs for sure. But absolutely, it's fun, and we get to check out you guys a couple times a week, and what is being done by the two of you and Tim over on the USC channel is phenomenal. You guys have built that. You've taken it, you've run with it. I tell people this all the time, and I'm proud of all our channels, and we certainly have channels running at different levels, and we're trying to bring them all up to a certain standard. But what you guys are able to do at the USC channel, from a conversation standpoint, from a guest standpoint, from a graphic standpoint, from some of the creative ideas that you have, Rick, I was telling a number of people this the other day, including Joey Foster, to get that scene outside the Coliseum the other night after the USC win, that was just fun. And you guys saw how many people commented in the chat that, hey, I've never been there. That gives me a little feel, a little flavor. Hey, that's really cool that we get a look at that. And it almost makes me feel like I kind of know what it's like after a USC game.
Well,
the real secret is just get really drunk and stumble your way to the bacon wrapped hot dog, and then you've really experienced the USC. If you can't quite remember the walk from the Coliseum to Fraternity Row, then you're a student.
Well, let me explain a little bit why we're doing what we're doing this year. We're trying to get a little bit better. There's a lot of USC content that's out there. I'm sure, Mark, you're familiar. I think in the past, you've had Ryan Abraham from USCFootball.com, 24/7 Sports. He's been a publisher on that website for over 20 plus years, I think 25 years. And then you have another site that covers USC. I won't mention, but they do their shows. The next one of them does it on Sunday night. Another one does it like on Tuesday. And so our thinking is, hey, let's do it 10 minutes after the game, kind of like living out here in Southern California. You would drive home after a USC game. You listen to the post-game show on the radio, or you listen, watching the Dodgers. You listen to the show on, going home. Now, what we want to bring is, because it's a crowded landscape, we want to get more USC fans on the channel. And so we figured this is a way to do it. And so, it gives us time to, because it's challenging to give analysis, right? And you're not going to quote all the numbers and everything that you would if you had 36, 48, 72 hours to digest everything. But we give good analysis. I think we give good analysis between Tony, Tim, and myself. It's a team concept. So now we're just adding a little bit more flavor to it, if you will. And you could thank USC, because my parking lot, Tony, you're familiar with the Coliseum. I used to be right south of the Coliseum in the first parking lot. Well, they moved me to a parking structure, Tony. If you remember Julie's and Margarita Jones, I am catty corner from Exposition Park on Flower Street parking structure. So I have to walk a lot further, and thought, you know what? Why not get one of these hot dogs? Because, and then it just happened from there. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's phenomenal what you guys bring to the table. And Rick, you have delivered your Trojan Talk on tap a number of times here for USC fans to partake of that. So everybody needs to get used to that content delivery on a regular basis and take part in that discussion. So that's always something to look forward to as well.
Yeah,
and how fun was the last one with Sonny Bird and John Walker? That was a blast to watch.
I don't know if
Rick,
you had a chance.
You nailed that one. That was a great time.
But, you had Corey Brad on earlier, and we just talked about Iowa in the 83 Gator Bowl. Florida beat Iowa. But so I was very fortunate. I've been able to come to know John Walker. former USC defensive player under Pete Carroll, defensive back. He played for, in 01 through 05. And I have part of the Trojan family. I have a friend that knows a friend, and I was able to get Sonny Bird on the show, and it turned out to be his birthday the next day. So I had a surprise for him. And, tune into the show. But the gift was John Walker, a teammate of his, and they actually played, in the 2003 Orange Bowl, Carson Palmer's Heisman Trophy winning season. And so we talked about, Sonny Bird was more of a role player, converted halfback. He was there. He was a Paul Hackett recruit, and he was there for the change from Hackett to Pete Carroll, and kind of the transition right now where we're going from Helton to Lincoln Riley. So there's some interesting insight. Check it out. I mean, it was a lot of fun. The stories that came out were there's like 6 great ones off the bat. So give it a look at Trojans Talk on Tap. I do something every week, and this one I've got a few other ones that I'm working on. I think I mentioned this to you when you had your show on the 18th, Mark, when we were previewing the shows. But these were the names I was chasing, and it happened. And I've got a few more that I'm chasing, and I'll try to make it happen.
That is phenomenal. Again, folks, it's a place to be after every USC game. And the Trojans get together with the Wolfpack of Nevada on Saturday night. What time is that game?
3:30 Pacific on the Pac-12 network. This is the last game for USC on the Pac-12 network. So stick around. I know Tim has got some things happening. I've got some things I'm working on to celebrate, but you're going to have to tune in Saturday night after the game for Tony, Tim, and myself. We're going to celebrate.
So right after the ball game, approximately 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock. Go ahead, Tony.
I was going to say, and the other really, really cool thing that Rick has put together and he and Tim are going to be doing in LA after the home games, anybody who's in California, after the USC away games at Tustin Brewing Company in Tustin, which is in Orange County, suburbs of LA, we're going to have our post game live from there with Rick setting up for former players, special guests. They're going to have the official USC beer, which is called Fight On Pale Ale on tap. And Rick has just helped set up this amazing, really kind of fun fan experience. And we're going to hopefully link more folks from the Voice of College Football community in with sort of the real life USC community and kind of integrate that on the air after the away games.
And Tony has come
up with that.
and
that is all Rick doing.
No, Tony, and I shared with you earlier, Tony. I
just made the flyer. I just made the flyer.
Hold on. So, Mark, check this out. Tony put together the flyer that you'll see, that could be used in store at the brewery, as well as we're going to be promoting on our postseason our post-game live shows to get people out there starting September 23rd. But there's a QR code, and you can scan the QR code, and it takes you immediately to the Voice of College Football USC channel, so you can like, subscribe, hit the bell notifications. So we are going to be pumping that up, Mark. At all 5 of those, we're going to get a lot of USC SoCal fans to join the Voice of College Football. That is our goal. And trust me, I'll be working the mic like no other. LBC working the mic, and we are going to grow that subscriber channel, and we're going to go through the roof, man, because, hey, we're going to rock and roll out here in SoCal.
As soon as you said, Rick, that you'll be working the mic, I had no doubt about that. I know that's going to happen.
But don't undersell. Tony Altimore is, man, he is on point. And I had a friend do that today. He scanned the QR code, boom, right to it. So that is gold.
Yeah, like I said off the top, you guys have taken this channel to new heights and do it consistently, like by the week, exponentially, just back to another degree. And yeah, Tony has been phenomenal for us in so many ways. Just a wealth of knowledge, just a wealth of ingenuity, experience, insight, perspective on the sport, perspective on the schools, the football programs, the history, just I could go on and on. You guys have been phenomenal.
Oh, thanks. Well, it's lots of fun. We're excited because the real games are happening now. So
absolutely,
they get started tonight.
For sure. For sure.
Mark, are you going to be on, Mark? Like during the Utah game or after the Utah game? What's your schedule like for the rest of the evening?
My personal schedule here is that I'm going to be manning the hosting position here until 9 Eastern.
Okay.
So 6 Pacific. John D'Adamo is going to step in for 2 hours. So as soon as it hits 7 o'clock and we've got football on here, I'm going to grab as many screens as I can get a hold of and put some games on in front of me. But I'm going to step away for 2 hours where I can just kind of chill and watch football for 2 hours. Come back at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
And then fortunately, since this is a 5 a.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern time 24-hour live stream, and in past years, I've had to take it all the way. Our buddy Matt Zemek, he did this for us last year. He's going to carry us home the final 3 hours.
All right.
So that's going to be nice to get Matt here. And yes, he is going to anchor us home.
Well, thanks so much, Mark. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And, enjoy those 2 hours of college football. I know I will, and I'll tune in a little bit later. But thank you so much for putting this together. It's always a lot of fun, and now it's feeling like this is it. This is this next Labor Day weekend. So many games. Looking forward to it.
Great to see both of you. And again, I cannot in any way explain or describe or thank you or recognize enough what you guys have done. It
was our pleasure.
For the entire platform, for the entire network, but in specific, the USC channel.
It's our pleasure. It's a lot of fun. We'll see you
Thanks,
soon.
Mark.
Fight on.
Thanks, guys.
Fight on, everybody in the chat, too.
Tony Altamore, Rick Anaya. So Rick and Tony, along with Tim Prangley, pretty much spearhead our USC channel when it comes right down to it. So they've got a number of offerings throughout the week. And of course, it's football season. So most notably, the post-game show each and every Saturday after the USC game. So even if USC has a scrimmage like they did last time out, and like they most probably will coming up on Saturday night against Nevada, check out the post-game show. And we will have all those listed every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. If you go to the community tab on the Voice of College Football channel, the main channel here, we always list out all the shows on the community page each and every morning. And so again, that includes Rick's Trojan Talk on Tap. That includes the postgame show at USC. That includes any other offerings there, including Matt Zemek and myself get together every Monday night for Trojans Live. All right, let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. Before we take this call, though, we've got a super chat that's coming in from Ben. So, Ben, let me be a little bit more specific. Yes, Florida did play in Texas at the Dallas Cowboys Stadium against Michigan in 2017. And Michigan had 2 pick sixes in that game. Not like they did against TCU. They intercepted 2 passes. No. Florida intercepted 2 passes off of Michigan for pick sixes, but Michigan won the game 33-17, I believe, if memory serves me correct. Yes, Ben, what we are saying is that Florida has not played on campus in a away game, a road game outside the state of Florida, non-conference play outside the state of Florida since 1991 at Syracuse. So, got you. Understand that. Yep. All over it. All right. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Sean's here.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. Thanks for your patience, sir.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I'm really excited for tonight. We don't have the greatest slate of games in these first few weeks. But it's such a long wait that that any droplets of water are there. We're just thirsting for them. So it's I don't know if you looked up. Do you know how many top 25 games there are in the first 3 weeks of the season? Have you looked at
There
that?
should be a slew of top 25 games. There's a lot of really good games next week. This week's pretty sparse. We'll pull the schedule up here in a second, but
I saw there were only 2 games in the first 3 weeks that feature teams in the top 25.
yeah, I'm not real concerned with who's in the top 25, but I get your point in terms of good matchups. I know that we're going to do a watch party at 3:30 Eastern during Ohio State, Indiana, and there's really only one other game that I consider to be possibly a good game, and that would be Boise State and Washington play at 3:30 tomorrow or on Saturday. And the rest of the for 3:30, the 3:30 window is usually like, when a ton of the great games are being played, but this Saturday there's like nothing there.
That definitely used to be the case. The noon window used to be sort of that dry block, sort of the appetizer. But last few years, Fox has been promoting that noon. They've been putting more and more of their games earlier in the day. So
Fox takes their number one game and puts it at noon. They've been doing that for about 5 years now. So exactly. So some of the best games in college football are at noon. Which is a little bit different. I always loved the noon games, but was used to them being more in the kind of third and fourth tier SEC Big Ten variety of games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I liked it better when it was like that. If I woke up a little late on Saturday morning, I didn't have to worry about missing anything from the night before. So, but it is what it is. It's not a big deal. Florida, Utah tonight. I'm excited for something different than most people are talking about. I really want to see Graham Mertz play tonight, play in a different setting, a different environment. He came in as such a ballyhooed recruit, showed out his first couple games, kind of looked like a star in the making, and then just crashed from that point forward. I'm interested to see if he still has any of that magic left, or maybe it was the Wisconsin's archaic offense that made him look a lot worse than he was, or if he's just more limited than we ever really anticipated.
Well, exactly. Those are good points, because you can frame it either way. You can frame it anti-Graham Mertz to say, if he can't complete passes at Wisconsin, where they rely on the running game and the offensive burden was not on his shoulders, and he's got one of the best running backs in the nation in Braylon Allen with a massive offensive line, and he's supported by this running game and doesn't have to carry the offense a la fill in the quarterback, a USC or Ohio State quarterback, somebody like that, then if he can't get that done, then what's he going to do when he has to take more responsibility? On the other hand, if you're going to go program Mertz, it would be more from the standpoint, well, when you're handing the ball off most of the time on first and second down, and so great if Braylon Allen gets 6 yards and then he gets 7 yards and you got another first down and then you give the ball to him again, that's great as long as the running game's working. But as soon as you're facing a 3rd and 12 and you're in that situation more so than other quarterbacks, well, then when you are dropping back to pass those 18 or 20 times a game instead of 40 times a game, the defense usually has you at a disadvantage. So you can spin that either way. I don't know which is true, probably a little bit of both. But I know nothing about Graham Mertz personally, so I'm not necessarily rooting for him, but I do think that he's taken a lot of criticism, and rightfully so. He's not been a really good quarterback, but it would be nice to see him break through, emerge, get new life at a different location, new system, and New Jersey, and rediscover his career.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It'll be an interesting storyline. What's his face? God, the Utah quarterback. Name's slipping my head right.
Cam Rising.
Rising. He is. Is he? has he been declared out yet, or is it still just sort of doubtful? Are they still playing a little coy with it? Because they have to know by now.
Well, they have to know by now. Yes, they know. But we don't have to know. And I'm trying to think how that was phrased. The last time a report came out was yesterday. And I'll look it up here, but it was basically that he's doubtful.
Yeah. If he's doubtful now, I mean, you would imagine. I mean, he's had 8 months to recover. It would probably be a little bit of time before he's back. I mean, the season's not real long. I mean, is he going to be that much better in 2 weeks than he is now?
Yeah. So according to Pete Thamel at ESPN, and this was about almost 24 hours ago. His sources, so who knows who that is, but his sources say that Cam Rising is doubtful. Well, we already knew that.
Yeah. That's not exactly a deep throat Woodward and Bernstein
No.
there, but no, that is okay. So that's an interesting one. Obviously, also Nebraska, Minnesota.
And before we get to that, real quick, just to give you a further look at the picture of the quarterback situation, Brandon Rose.
I know.
He was the backup quarterback. Yeah, he got hurt. Yeah. So you're aware of that. He got hurt.
And they didn't put they didn't put the safe jersey on him in a scrimmage.
Exactly.
He got hurt,
you're
right?
Aware of that. Yep.
Yeah,
So,
that's it's a bit
third-string
foolish.
quarterback Bryson Barnes, who we saw in the Rose Bowl, throw a touchdown pass to tie the game against Ohio State, and then redshirt freshman Nate Johnson, who's kind of he's expected to see snaps, and he's kind of a gadget kind of guy, kind of a wildcat type dimension there.
Right. And I mean, like, not to diminish their quarterback losses, but Utah is such a program oriented team.
Yeah.
I feel less bad about them in this situation than I would most teams. I feel like they can adjust, and they've done it. They've proven. Wasn't Cam Rising a third stringer behind before he got the job?
Yes.
Charlie Brewer came in.
The starter, and I'm trying to think who else would have been there. Well, it might have been Jackson Dart was at least in the same quarterback room, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that for sure. But yeah, Rising obviously wasn't the starter. Brewer faltered. Rising came in, took him to the Rose Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's an awesome one. Start of the Matt Rule era tonight. No one expects either of these teams to be any good. But kind of reminds me of the Indiana-Illinois game last year. That was an exciting one. That came down to the wire.
Yeah.
And the team that won ended up being the team that sucked, and the team that lost ended up being the team that was better than people expected.
And there was a controversial call in that game. I can't remember exactly what happened, but there was about a minute left in the game, and there was I don't want to call it a bad call because I don't remember it exactly, but Illinois with that win would have went to the Big Ten championship game, of course.
Yes. Thinking through on that, they would have. That was, I mean, so interesting to see. Have you made a call on the Florida State LSU game yet?
The call that I need to make is on Patreon for our folks over there. So
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, so I'm going to make those picks. I am going to make a call on 3 games tonight. I know there's more than 3 games technically, but I'm just going to pick the 2 games we just talked about and NC State and UConn, and pick those games against the spread and get that out here pretty soon. but the rest of the games we'll have on Patreon, and we will kind of do that each and every week, where we make certain selections here and drive everybody else to check out what we're doing on Patreon. I did get off to a 2-0 start last weekend, so.
Really? Okay, so if people just follow you, it pays for itself, right?
Well, it usually works out that way, and it especially works out because we got our guy Steve Merrill, who gives us an exclusive pick against the spread every week. That's unfortunately going to start in week 2 because Steve's supposed to show up here, and I'm not going to be able to, of course, hide his pick for Patreon. But he gives us an exclusive pick, and he went 13-1 last year, which was crazy.
And the wise guys hotlines are charging way more than $5 for way less than that kind of result. So yeah, definitely worth it to get on that.
Now, I am in no way guaranteeing anybody's going to go 13-1 against the spread, but shoot, 9-5 will certainly get the job done.
Awesome. Okay, one last thing here. Ohio, you're a Buckeye fan like I am. What are you looking for this weekend? What are you hoping to see or worried about? Anxious to see.
Yeah.
This weekend.
So I am going to look a little bit more at Indiana, because what's going to tell us how Ohio State's developing is to obviously weigh what they're doing versus Indiana's strengths. Now, I'm not concerned necessarily about Indiana's passing attack. So with Taven Jackson most likely the starter, overall, I am most concerned about tackle, both run blocking and pass protection, and cornerback play.
Mm-hmm.
And the cornerback play, I don't necessarily know that we're going to have a huge test to be able to analyze that against IU. But certainly the tackle play. Then, of course, the quarterbacks, who's making good decisions, who looks better throwing the ball, who looks more in sync with their receivers. From a coaching standpoint, trying to determine how they're going to insert Devin Brown to see whether they're going to set this up to continue this quarterback battle on the field in future weeks.
Yeah, the way I view the tackle position is any sort of revelations in the first few weeks are just bad, because you're not going to learn if they're sufficient to win a national championship at that position in the games you play. But you can learn that it's a real problem.
Yes.
Early on.
Yeah, that's a good point. I made that same point. We were talking about USC after the USC game, that the issue with these really good teams, the elite teams taking on these kind of opponents, is basically you can make an analysis to the negative more easily than you can to the positive.
And do you know when's the Western? Is the Western Kentucky game next week, or is it the following?
I don't know for sure. I think it's the following. I think it's Youngstown State, then Western Michigan or Western Kentucky.
Because that might actually be a fairly good litmus test for the secondary.
Yes.
That's a team they're going to create one-on-one matchups, and you're going to have. And they chuck it all over the place, and they're fairly effective, virtually 100% of the time. So are they deep enough to contain? Can they run with that offense? That will tell us a little bit. That's an actual test.
Yeah, that game's the week before Notre Dame.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, awesome. All right. Well, thanks, Mark. I'm really excited and happy college football start day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks, Sean.
Take care.
You too. That's our buddy Sean. And who have we heard from today in regards to fans? We've heard from Georgia fan Porter, Ohio State fan Sean, Michigan fan Ben, Kentucky fan to Real. Trying to think who else has joined us. Minnesota Dave, Minnesota Golden Gopher fan. Michael, Purdue fan. So that's been I know we've got more calls than that, so I'm forgetting some folks. But just trying to get a feel for the various fan bases calling us. You probably didn't know this, but we've got an Amazon link. It's down in the description section of all the videos. Our buddy Exploring with Ben and Sam. So Ben has posted it there in the chat, and it's also in the description section of every video. And try it out, because we've tried this out with like 20 people just to make sure, and they see absolutely no difference between the way they interact with Amazon and shop on Amazon with whatever link they use and our link. It's going to be exactly the same shopping experience. Doesn't cost you anything. Helps us out considerably. So please use the Amazon link in the description section of all the videos. All right, folks. I'm going to get a little bit of work done. So we got to make some predictions. Got 3 predictions to make. I've also got to drop some links in the chat to our Big 12 channel and also our SEC channel. So we got a Big 12 channel. We got an SEC channel. Those links are in the description section as well. Please help us out there. Even if you don't care about the SEC or the Big 12, but you want us to grow here at the Voice of College Football, understand that it's all connected. And you can always unsubscribe a long time ago or into the future. And let's see who's in the chat. Not you, Dexter. Appreciate you being here. Florida played Michigan out of the state of Florida. Okay. Do I need to explain this again? Okay. Let's see. Let's give me a full screen here so everybody can look right into my eyes. I don't claim to be the person that discovered this, although I know that other people that run these kind of facts and statistics, and that's what they do for a living, discover this way ahead of me. But actually, I never heard this from anybody. I came upon it myself. I just thought, when is the last time Florida played a non-conference game outside the state of Florida? And yes, I watched the game against Michigan in 2017 in Dallas. I'm talking about a non-conference road game, not a neutral site game, a road game, meaning playing in another team's stadium. Okay. So that was easy to do. I just went through Florida's schedule year after year after year after year after year, going back in time. I arrived in 1991. I saw, they went to Syracuse. Oh, I remember that game. They got whipped in that game. I don't remember what the score was, 38-20, something like that. I actually looked it up on YouTube. The broadcast is on YouTube, and I thought, yeah, I remember that game. So that is the last time that Florida has played a road game, non-conference road game outside the state of Florida. A road game, not a neutral site game, a true road game playing in another team's stadium. So, for example, Alabama did that last year. They played at Texas on the campus of the University of Texas in the stadium for the Texas Longhorns. They did that last year. That is the first time Alabama played a true road non-conference game since going to Happy Valley in 2010 or 11. I kind of get the years mixed up. They were both against Joe Pa. They played a home-and-home series, one in Happy Valley, one in Alabama, and the Crimson Tide won both of those games fairly comfortably. not like total blowouts, but where they had a comfortable lead in the second half. I think they won one game like 27-11. The other game was like 24-6, something like that. And that's the last time Alabama has traveled outside the state of Alabama, played a true road game for a non-conference game. Ever since 2011, Alabama's played either in Atlanta or Orlando or Dallas against Michigan, Wisconsin, Virginia Tech, Clemson, USC, Louisville, Duke, somebody, West Virginia. LSU went to West Virginia in the early 2010s. LSU also went to Syracuse about 5 years ago with Leonard Fournette. LSU went to UCLA to the Rose Bowl. About 2 years ago, 2020, 2021? Now, LSU and Wisconsin traded neutral site games and kind of made it fair, similar to what LSU and Florida State are doing, playing in opposite states, but not actually on campus, playing neutral site games. When LSU went to Lambeau Field to play against Wisconsin in 2017, and I believe that was a year after Wisconsin went to Reliant Stadium and played against LSU in Houston. LSU went to Washington. I remember when Washington went to LSU. They went to Death Valley. This was about 2007, something like that, and got trounced. I don't remember LSU going to Washington. I don't remember that game, but they certainly could have, because they did play Washington in Death Valley. I remember watching that game. I actually remember working that game, not on site, but I remember working that game in Bristol, actually. LSU in Washington in Death Valley. And I remember having to cut down the re-air of that game. Yeah, 41-3 in 2012. I said 2007, 2012. And then we've got, 2009. There you go. Thank you, Michael. 2009, LSU went to Seattle and beat the Huskies 31-23. Sark against Les Miles. And then 41-3 in 2012. Auburn goes to Cal this year. Auburn goes to Cal. Ole Miss had a home-and-home with Cal about 3 or 4 years ago. Ole Miss also had a home-and-home with Texas about 5 years ago. Let's see. Arkansas went to BYU, difficult place to play. They went there last year. Did they go there 2 years ago? And then they had they went there last year. And BYU's coming back to Fayetteville this year? Or they played 2 years ago? I forget. Anyway, Arkansas put up 50-something on BYU a couple years ago in Provo. And then there was supposed to be a return game. And I can't remember whether that was last year or not. But Florida, I will not be able to tease you anymore about not going out of conference to play on the road outside the state. And I also understand, Florida, that you play Florida State each and every year. So that's to your credit. And that's one of the difficult aspects of these teams that have a set rival. And if they only have, so in the SEC, you get 4 non-conference games to play with. So it's a bit different. But in the Big Ten or the Big 12 or the Pac-12, you only have 3 non-conference games. And if you have a set rival, Iowa, Iowa State, a set non-conference rival, then you only have 2 other games to play with. And these teams aren't going to play a difficult Power 5 team and then schedule another one and only have 1 cream puff outside the conference. So scheduling needs to be dealt with, needs to be corrected in college football. Michael says, Miami and Florida State have played a load of non-conference games outside of Florida. Same cannot be said for Florida. Yeah, Miami, shoot, they've gone to Appalachian State. They've gone to Toledo in recent years. Those are kind of strange series for a high-level Power 5 team to go play on the road at Appalachian State and Toledo, but they have. And let's see, Miami went to Ohio State about 10 years ago. They've played some of those non-conference neutral site games too, against Alabama a couple years ago, against LSU in 2018, right? 2018, yeah. 13 hours to go. We're almost halfway home. So we are, yes, 11 hours into it, 13 hours to go. Let's see, we're looking at just about 4 o'clock Eastern time. I will be here till 9 o'clock, 5 more hours for me until we take you to 9 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be in the middle of the 2 primetime games, and we got John D'Adamo standing by. He will relieve me at 9 Eastern, 2 hours with John. I come back for post game, or probably considering the length of these TV games, I'll be back sometime in the 4th quarter of Nebraska, Minnesota, and Utah. And who are they playing? Yeah, Florida. And been on here for 11 hours. Now I did get a 2-hour break, but so I'll be back for post game, and I'm going to deliver my predictions. We might as well get these out of the way. Let me think about this. Okay. Utah and Florida. What's the best point spread I can get online? I believe it's 4. Oh, is it up to 5? What do we got here? Okay, we might as well show everybody. So we've got something like 10 sports books there. Starting with the game at 7 o'clock, Kent State, UCF. And the mighty Golden Flashes. The alma mater of Lou Holtz, Jack Lambert. Nolan Harrison. Who else do we have? Julian Edelman, Antonio Gates, Josh Cribbs, and the voice of college football. Kent State's a 35.5-point dog against UCF. Elon and Wake, no line. Can't bet on it, folks. Rhode Island, Georgia State, don't even think about it. St. Francis and Western Michigan, nothing. Okay, NC State, 14 against UConn. So if you like the Wolfpack take the 14 and cover. Or if you like UConn, find yourself a book that gives you the extra half point because it could be meaningful, 14.5. So we will predict that game. Nebraska getting 7.5. I like that against Minnesota. We'll make our official picks here pretty soon. Florida 4.5, pushing now 5 against Utah. And I'm guessing what appeared to have happened here was Utah's been a 7-point favorite the entire offseason. Then the Cam Rising report was announced and the line dropped to 4. Now I think that surge is coming back in Utah's direction and people find value, they believe, in taking Utah. And Florida is going to be an underdog against Utah for a second consecutive year. Now they pulled off the very slight upset last year. North Carolina A&T against UAB, Arkansas Pine Bluff against Tulsa, South Dakota, and Mizzou, Southern Utah, Arizona State. Those are the games tonight. So I care about 3 games, most notably those 2. Most notably those 2. And I don't like that Utah line has ballooned to 4.5 because back when this line was at 7 for most of the offseason and going through August, I was thinking that Florida was the play to make to take the full touchdown. And now I'm thinking that Utah is the play at 4.5, but I liked that 4 instead. But now we're at 4.5. Mike says, I can't see Florida beating Utah. I just can't see it. Florida stinks. Well, Florida stunk last year and they beat Utah. They were at home, but Utah had its quarterback. Also, all right, super chat coming in. Badger and Bournemouth, appreciate you being here. Mark, can you give me your opinion of the most nationally overrated and underrated programs over the last 20 years? Mine are Miami of Ohio and Oklahoma State. So I guess you're telling us Miami of Ohio is, and you got to clarify this for me, Badger. You're telling us that Miami of Ohio has been nationally overrated and Oklahoma State has been underrated. So I can't get past this Miami of Ohio. Do you mean the U? We talking about Miami of Florida? Okay, I'll be waiting. Badger, let me know. I want to jump on this question, but I got to understand this, that if you are truly talking about Miami of Ohio, I have no idea. Are you talking about Miami of Ohio? Okay, the U. Got it. Well, anytime we get into this whole overrated, underrated business, my first thought is, who are we talking about? Who's doing the ratings? I don't know where these are coming from. We talking about like AP preseason rankings? Are we talking about just knucklehead fans who don't know what they're talking about? I don't know who we're talking about, underrated, overrated. So I can only go based on who is basically, what kind of feedback I hear from fans. Okay, so let's start with Miami. And let's clear up some misconceptions here. So for one thing, Texas fans are loud. I see some comments in the chat about Texas. I hear comments about Texas. And yeah, Texas is overrated by the fans, by probably just loud Texas fans. Because I heard this conversation. It was actually on one of my shows. I wasn't participating on the show. I was not hosting the show, but I listened into the show. And we had somebody on the show who had no idea what they were talking about. who was making completely inane, dumb, ill-informed comments about Texas. One would be that Texas is overrated every year. And the conversation was specifically about the national polls. And the comment was that Texas is always in the top 10 preseason, and then they never live up to it. Well, do you know what the reality is? The reality is that in the last 12 years, Texas has been ranked in the top 10. How many times do you think in the AP top 10 preseason? Show of hands in the chat. Give me a number. How many times in the last 12 years has Texas been ranked in the top 10 in college football entering this season? And the answer would be once. One time. One time Texas has been in the preseason top 10. So I keep hearing that Texas is overrated every year, but they're never ranked in the top 10 in the preseason. So I think Texas's history, Texas's tradition, Texas's winning ways from the past, all of that leads to this belief that there is always going to be talk about Texas. Take Notre Dame, Michigan, Alabama, Ohio State, any of them. If they would go through a 15-year dry spell, we would still talk about them. They would still be relevant in that there would be a lot of people still talking about them, caring about them, wanting to watch them, all of that. So they would be overrated in that they're talked about too much. But if they never got ranked in the preseason poll, now somebody asked about how much Texas has been ranked in the top 25 preseason. And for fear that we're really going to slow this thing down, I don't want to go through every season because I did that offline. But to go through every season, Texas has been ranked, I don't know how many times in those 12 years they've been ranked in the top 25, about half the time, maybe a little bit more. So there you go. Well, I might be able to find this actually. This could be easy to find on, I know where to find this. And it might be displayed in a way that we'll be able to see it all at once without going back and forth, because that would be a pain. And there we go. Oh, yeah. This shows it right here. Here we go. Okay, let's see what we got. Texas Longhorns history. So there you go. What we have here is 2022 preseason unranked, and they finished number 25. So last year they went 8-5. They lost their bowl game to Washington. They still finished number 25 in the country, and they were unranked to start the season. They got up as high as number 18. In 2021, of course, that was Sark's first year. They went 5-7. They were preseason 21. They got as high as 15. They finished unranked. 2020, they were preseason number 14. They finished number 19. In 2019, they started preseason number 10. They finished number 25. 2018, they started preseason number 23. They finished number 9. 2017, number 23, finished unranked. And then in 2016, 15, and 14, they were not ranked in the preseason or in the postseason. 2013 with Charlie Strong, they started number 15. They finished unranked. The season before, number 15, finished number 19. 2011, they started unranked, finished unranked. 2010, you can understand they started number 5 because they were coming off a BCS championship game and they finished unranked. So let's take this post Mac Brown. Mac Brown's last year was 2011, I believe. So Texas has been ranked in the preseason top 25 well, we can't count this year, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. And they have finished ranked 5 times. They've been in the preseason top 10 once, and they finished in the postseason top 10 once. I don't consider that to be overranked. Overrated by at least the AP poll and the coaches poll. In terms of hype, I get it that Texas has been overrated. Now, Miami of Ohio or Miami of Florida, you put Miami O, so that's what I thought you meant. So Miami, let's see here. And again, I know this isn't exactly what the question was, but I'm just curious. Now, here we're going to see a disparity. This is basically what we're going to see is that Miami has jumped into the polls every year at some point in the season, and then they drop back. So this is Miami. We'll take this back, and we'll see that last year, Miami started preseason number 16. They finished unranked. The year before, 2021, number 14, preseason unranked. 2020, they started the season unranked and finished 22. 2019, nothing. 2018, of course, they were coming off the nice 2017 season. They started number 8 in 2018, unranked. 2017, they started number 18. They finished number 13. 2016, they started unranked and they finished 20. And then 2015 and 14, nothing. 2013, nothing. So from 2011 through 15, 5 consecutive years, they were not ranked in the preseason and they did not finish ranked. 2010, they started number 13. They didn't finish ranked. There you go. 2009, they finished number 19 after being unranked. So if we take it back to 2004, Miami has been in the preseason rankings 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, and they finished ranked 6 times. So now they started in the top 10 3 times, and they finished in the top 10 no times. Now, those are the numbers. In terms of the hype, yeah, Miami's got a loud fan base, and Miami has a loud fan base, vocal fan base, but you got to understand that a lot of people that have money, a lot of people that have time on their hands, a lot of people that are in kind of their prime of life, in terms of not being a 20-year-old, but also not being a 70-year-old, being in their upward mobility of having resources and also having, like everybody else, a phone in their hand, that there's a group of Miami fans that's very large and very loud that grew up with Miami as the dominant program in college football. And so they still love Miami. So they're going to talk about them all the time. And they're in the prime of their life to be seen and heard. So I think that has a lot to do with it. Oklahoma State's history doesn't compare to Miami's. And so that's the distinction, is that even though Oklahoma State has been largely better than Miami in the last 20 years, certainly in the last 15 years, Oklahoma State has no championship pedigree. They've got no history of winning championships. I would say that Miami's been slightly worse than Oklahoma State, or Oklahoma State slightly better. Let's think of it that way, than Miami over the last 15 years. So last 15 years. Oh, you're saying last 20 years. So we're going since 2004, 2003. I would say since 2003, Miami's probably won almost as many games as Oklahoma State. I think it's very close. Oklahoma State a few more. Since 2003, Miami has won 20, 29, 36, 41, 48, 57, 64, 70, 77, 86, 92, 109, 119, 132, 140, 147, 152 games for Miami. How many games do we think Oklahoma State's won in the same time? That Miami's won 152. I'm going to say they've won barely more since 03. 16, 20, 27, 34, 43, 52, 63, 75, 83, 93, 100, 10, 20, 30, 37, 145, 153, 165, 172. They've won 20 more games. Oklahoma State 172, Miami 152. Okay, since we've got the Cowboys up here, let's see what they've done. Well, let's get this ad off here. That's extremely annoying. Since 2003, they have started ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. 9 times in the preseason poll for Oklahoma State, and they have finished ranked 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 times. Preseason ranked 9 times, postseason ranked 9 times. Top 10 preseason 3 times. Postseason twice. So there's this theory that certain teams are overranked and other teams are underranked. And that is true in a particular year. But when you throw it together for 10 or 15 or 20 years, that's really not true. Like, people think that Notre Dame is overranked, overrated, overranked all the time. But if you look at the preseason and postseason rankings, that's simply not true. Just like with Texas, people think that they're overrated, overranked before the season starts, but that's simply not true. And I just showed. Now, in terms of hype, yes, Miami has a large fan base that are in their 40s and 50s and 60s that were watching Miami football and growing up in their heyday of the 80s and 90s into the early 2000s. And so they're loud. And they're popular. Miami was an outlier. When Miami came to prominence, they were not a traditional power. So they gained a huge fan following. They were like the Michigan Fab Five times 100. Because football's more popular and because their brand and their program lasted longer than the Fab Five playing together for 2 years. It lasted for a long, long time. From the early 80s, for 20 years, Miami was the U. Miami was a brand. And then they backed it up on the field. Oklahoma State was never that. That's where you see the big difference. Plus, Miami's in a location that is typically glamorized and desired. It's a desirable location. And Oklahoma State, sorry, folks in Oklahoma, unless you want to correct me or show me the people that are considering Oklahoma to be a paradise, then it's just not the same. So I took a long and winding road to answer your question that from a hype standpoint, you're right. Badger and Bournemouth, yes. From a hype standpoint, from a number standpoint, no. All right, folks, a lot of great things working here at the Voice of College Football. We can certainly help your business, your organization, or even your own personal brand by partnering with you. So hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Let me know if you would like to partner with the Voice of College Football. Or if there's a brand, an organization, a charity, or a corporation, company, mom and pop shop, whatever it is that you believe can be benefited by partnering here at the Voice of College Football. We would love to talk to you. MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Also, keep in mind that I appreciate all the people out there that invite me to their stadiums, to their games on a regular basis. Nebraska fans, Iowa fans, Michigan fans, all sorts of fan bases out there. Florida State fans, Clemson fans, Miami fans invite me to their games. So we need two things to make that happen. Number one, we need a place to set up. So I got a table here that's about that big. So, this is not quite the operation that I had as of a couple of years ago, as of a year ago, but we'll get there. If I was going to point you in the direction that way, which maybe I will real quick, point you in that direction because it's a mess. No thanks to me. No, actually, I will blame myself. It's all me. We've got lights, camera, crane mic. We've got all of our gear over there. And we're in flux. We're in transition. And so we will get set up once again. Why did I bring all that up? Oh, yeah. Because people say, Mark, you need to come to an Iowa game or a Nebraska game or fill in the blank Florida State game. So we need two things to happen. We need somewhere to set up, whether that's at the stadium or it's at a local watering hole, pub, barn grill, whatever it is. Find us a place to set up. Make sure we're welcome. And I'm not asking necessarily that you do this, but you kind of point us in the right direction. Let us know what's available, what's there. And also, we will then be looking for sponsors. So as long as we got a place to set up and we've got sponsorship support, then we will come to your stadium. Absolutely. Let's do it. Would love to come to Lincoln, Iowa City, Columbus, Ann Arbor, Happy Valley, West Lafayette, Bloomington, Death Valley, either one. Norman, Stillwater, speaking of Oklahoma State, Coral Gables. If we want to plan this out correctly, keep me in the Northern Hemisphere relative to the United States, the Northern Hemisphere in September and October. And then we could kind of filter me down south in November for the November games and the bowl games. Send me to Florida, California. Perfect. Okay. So again, need a place to set up, sponsor. We also actually, I'm not necessarily prepared to give out this information, so we're going to prepare ourselves right this second, is what we're going to do. So speaking of actually going to the games, what we have here are the fine folks at Ticket Smarter. Ticket Smarter is a phenomenal outlet to get your tickets on the secondary market for cheap, cheap, cheap. So pick out a big game, pick out any game that you would like to see at any point this season. And you can go to ticketsmarter.com or the mobile app. And you get your price. Check it there. And if you follow the offer that we provide here at the Voice of College Football, you get $10 off for every purchase of $100 and $20 off any purchase of $300 or more. TicketSmarter's technology gives you the most competitive pricing on the secondary market. Your purchase with TicketSmarter is safe and guaranteed. Use the promo code as many times as you want. So this is not a one-time deal. You can use this as many times as you would like throughout this 2023-24 football season at ticketsmarter.com or the mobile app, TicketSmarter. Use the promo code BIG, B-I-G, because we're big here at the Voice of College Football. BIG, B-I-G is your promo code. Or if you want to use the $20 off promo code, BIG20, B-I-G 20. Ticketsmarter.com, ticketsmarter.com. Get in the game with TicketSmarter and the TicketSmarter mobile app. Think smarter, Ticket Smarter. And we will continue to provide that promotion throughout the football season. So the promo code, so kind of tuck that away. If you don't have any games in particular in mind right now, keep this in mind. $10 off, $20 off, depending on the purchase. And most likely, if you're taking multiple people, you're going to need that $20 per off offer. There you go. All right. Mike, 3883. What was the best team that was blown out in the playoffs, and what year of the modern era would you place them to have the best odds to win a national championship? What was the best team that was blown out in the playoffs? So what I would consider a blowout would be in 2014. We only had one blowout. Well, we had two blowouts. Florida State blown out by Oregon 59-20. That game was close mid-third quarter, 18-13. Then Jameis Winston had that horrendous, like circus kind of flub fumble, and Dalvin Cook had a big fumble, and Oregon took it from there, 59-20. So there's a blowout. And then Oregon was blown out by 3 touchdowns in the national championship game. That was a competitive game until early fourth quarter. It was, I think Ohio State only led 21-20. They were down 7-0. And oh yeah, Ben's loving it right there. Fumble! Yes. Oh, I should have put that together, Ben, for you. Yeah, I'm sure you love that. Yeah, that was quite the fumble by Jameis Winston. He just kind of got slammed and crumpled back and then flipped the ball like behind him, and it rolled down the field, and the Ducks were off and running. 39-point win. And that was the first ever college football playoff game, remember, at the Rose Bowl, which irritated me that it was played at the Rose Bowl instead of there actually being a Rose Bowl game at the Rose Bowl. Anyway, so there's a blowout. Ohio State only led by 1 sometime in the third quarter before they blew out Oregon by 22. So I would consider that I would consider that to be something similar to the way Michigan blew out Ohio State this past year. It wasn't like it was 28-0 in the first quarter and it's over and it's a blowout. It was a really good game through 3 quarters. And then Ohio State blew them out in the fourth. 2015, again, Clemson, Oklahoma was a 1-point game at halftime, and then Clemson blew them out. What was the final score of that game? It was like 31-16, something like that. 31-17, 30-17. I think they were down 17-16. That's not a blowout. 37-17, something like that. I don't really consider that game a blowout. The other games in the playoffs in 2015, well, shoot. Alabama, Michigan State. I will give Michigan State a little bit of love right there to say that that game was 7-0 until about 5 minutes left in the first half. And that game, I believe, was 10-0. And Michigan State they were in the red zone. They were down near the 10-yard line. They almost threw a touchdown pass to make it 10-7. But Alabama just annihilated Michigan State. That Michigan State team is certainly not the answer to this question, because that might be the worst team that's played in the playoffs. Might be. 2016, Ohio State got blown out, so they're up for this. The 2016 Buckeyes blown out by Clemson 31-0, 17-0 at half. 2017, there were no blowouts. Those were good games. Well, Alabama beat Clemson 24-6. Don't consider that a blowout. Alabama led 10-6 in the close to the fourth quarter. So not a blowout. 2018, Alabama blew out Oklahoma. That Oklahoma team, certainly not the best. And the 2019 Oklahoma team, certainly not the best. The 2020 team, Cincinnati, not really blown out by Bama. Bama kind of blew out Notre Dame. They were up 31-7 in the fourth, but that Notre Dame team, they were not the best. That Ohio State team that you could say Alabama blew out in the championship game of 2020, that might be the team. I should have started to write these down because I take these questions seriously. So we appreciate the super chat there, Mike. But I think your team is going to be, well, consider those Buckeyes of 2020, but I don't believe they're going to qualify as the best college football playoff team that got blown out. 21 was Michigan, no, against Georgia. And this past season, of course, well, we got the TCU team. Was that a blowout? Do you guys consider that a blowout? 58 points. Was that a blowout? Yeah. So, yeah, TCU was not. So your answer to your question, the 2014 Oregon Ducks, the best college football playoff team that was blown out. There you go. All right, let's bring in our buddy Jeffrey, talking some college football here. Jeffrey, it's good to see you.
Definitely. I'm glad to be on. We know college football is truly back when we've got the 24-hour marathon from Mark Rogers. Definitely. I was on last year, and I had to find a way to get back on this year. And, man, the games tonight, I mean, there's not too many great games besides the top, I would say, 3. You've got Florida, Utah, that I was initially very thought, that Utah was going to be able to win the game fairly easily because, I mean, Rice Eccles home crowd, but no Cam Rising, no Brent Keithy, and now things are getting a little interesting. And, I mean, I'm leaning Utah. I'm picking Utah, but if Florida won, I wouldn't be shocked.
I wouldn't be shocked either. And I told everyone I would make a pick by 6 o'clock Eastern. And when it was Florida with 7 points, even with Rising possibly playing, I was going to grab that 7. I was going to pick Utah to win and grab the 7 points with Florida. But I think Utah has some motivation here.
Mm-hmm.
I think we know Kyle Whittingham quite a bit to know his nature. He's a proud man. He's a tough dude. And he's probably been driving it in their skulls for a year that they lost this game. And they're not going to lose at home again to this team. As long as I would know that the Utah quarterback, Bryson Barnes, could just protect the ball, just make simple throws, protect the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I feel confident that Utah could nurse home a victory.
And that's exactly what I said too. 100% agree with you. When I talked about this game a couple days ago, I basically said that as long when the news came out yesterday, that as long as Bryson Barnes just does not make mistakes, don't throw 2-3 picks, just dink and dunk down the field, get the crowd going, because that's the key. You know, if you get Rice Eccles' home crowd, that environment, you get up by like 10. I feel like Utah is going to maintain the lead. They'll be fine. But if you have it where Florida gets ahead of Utah and they're trying to play catch up and things, you know, there's a lot of pressure on Bryce and Barnes in Utah because they're down, then they could lose. I feel like as long as they just get ahead like 10-0 in the first half or something like that, or just they're up 10 at any point in the game, I think they'll be okay because they'll be able to hold on to it. And Florida's going to struggle in that environment, but just can't let Florida get ahead.
It's important for both of these teams to take a lead. Neither one of them wants to play from behind and rely on a passing attack. For Utah, it's everything that you just outlined. For Florida, they should be more comfortable because they've got a veteran quarterback. How many starts does Graham Mertz have at this point? He started in 2020. He's got a good 30, 32 starts under his belt. But when has Graham Mertz led a fourth quarter comeback against anyone to win a game?
I would say if Wisconsin ever did that, it was the run game.
Yeah.
And the defense.
Yeah. Yeah. If we discovered what game that was, we'll see that Braylon Allen ran for like 85 yards in the fourth quarter. So that's just not happened. So, and I'm not knocking Graham Mertz. It's just that's what it's been. And we had a few callers ago that was asking whether Graham Mertz is going to be more successful at Florida or less. And I said we could spin it both ways. Because on one hand, I think you can look at Graham Mertz and say he benefited from one of the best backs in the nation, one of the best run blocking offensive lines in the nation, and the offense is not on his shoulders. You know, compare that to what a quarterback like a Bryce Young or CJ Stroud have to shoulder, throwing the ball 45 times and the entire offense is on their shoulders. Like he has to throw it 18 times, be competent, protect the ball, and win the game. And he couldn't do that a lot of the time. So I would think what's going to happen when he's got to shoulder a load, maybe with his Florida team, although they've got a really good running back room, as you well know. On the flip side, in his defense, when the defense pretty much knows what your approach is, meaning first down run, second down run, and if Braylon Allen got 7 yards, then he got 9 yards. Well, you got a first down anyway, and then you're going to run it again on first down and run it again on second down. But about the third time you do that, it's 3rd and 12. And then they know you're throwing the ball. So I can understand where Graham Mertz was always in predictable passing situations. So I don't know what to say about Graham Mertz. I've got no reason to root for him. Like I got nothing against him, but I don't know the guy. So I'm not necessarily rooting for him, but I kind of like the story. I would like to see him re-energize, reinvigorate his career.
Yeah, it would be cool. I mean, to your point, I mean, you look at when he was at Wisconsin, I mean, he would have games where he was like 10 of 23 for 115 yards, a touchdown, and 2 picks, and they still win because they're in the West, and you've got Braylon Allen running for a lot of yards. Like, that just doesn't, give you any confidence. And like you said, I mean, Florida does have, more talent all around, I would say, on both sides of the ball. They've got a decent running back room. They really do. But you're going to be playing tougher teams. And in this environment, like besides when Wisconsin plays, the Ohio State, Michigans, and Penn States, maybe Iowa as well. You can count them. Graham Mertz, a lot of the teams he plays doesn't have home crowds like Utah. And I know Utah's, home crowd is not as massive. stadium's not as big as other programs in college football, but it's a great environment, and the altitude and the distance, and it's week 1. Because you talk about Utah and Florida last year. I mean, if Utah played Florida in week 8, I think they win last year. We've talked about that before. They lost because it was week 1, and Anthony Richardson had a good enough game, and Cam Rising made a mistake that he would never make again. It's just a lot of variables there. Week 1's weird. I mean, if West Virginia beat Penn State, for example, in week 1, I don't mean West Virginia's better. It just means that it was week 1 and it was fluky. It probably more than likely. I mean, that's just the way week 1 is. It's interesting because you're not as good as you're going to be. You're not as good of a team as you're going to end up being. So even if Florida wins this game, and Graham Mertz plays good enough, then I think you talk about, like Utah, if they get Cam Rising back, they'll get it turned around. They'll start to play better later on in the year, but people will automatically assume Florida's better than Utah just because they won. It's messed up.
Oh man, that game's looking like a toss-up with all the injuries going on. I mean, I read something on Twitter today about Florida's center not being able to play tonight, so that's gonna hurt plenty.
I'm still leaning Utah. I think they'll get it done. If this was in the swamp, I'd be going Florida all the way with no Rising. But I think Utah is going to hold on. Another interesting game, they got Nebraska, Minnesota. I'm seeing a lot of people saying Nebraska is going to win. I'm going Minnesota. I mean, I'm a home guy. Maybe especially in week 1, I picked the home team a lot. But I just feel like first year head coach, at the school. And, new quarterbacks in the city. It's just everything. I don't know if Nebraska's going to be ready for Minnesota's environment either. And Fleck's been there for years. And I know that there's a lot of people talking about Fleck in a lot of different ways now than before. But, I mean, he's still a guy that he leads his program and he gets, them energized for games. And I don't know. I mean, the crowd's going to be electric. I mean, they were electric against Ohio State. I don't know. I just think Minnesota's got the edge, but I don't know what you guys think about that.
Oh man, it's gonna be amazing tonight getting the full course meal. Last week was an appetizer. How's it going, Mark?
Jackson, what's going on?
Not much. It's going pretty good, man. I got done talking with a Colorado Stanford guy a little while ago, and I'm just keeping busy on this special day. Did you get any sleep, man?
What in fact is a Colorado Stanford guy? What is that?
Well, he's a writer. He's a writer for Cardinal Country. And,
he lives in Colorado and he writes for Stanford?
No, he lives in California, but he's a podcast host for Colorado.
All right, I've heard enough. I'm not going to ask any more questions. Okay,
Well,
Colorado
he's
Stanford
also-
guy who lives in California. Okay.
Yeah. Well, he worked at Longhorns Wire at one point. So it's
Okay.
like,
Very good.
yeah, he's
He's
like
all
working
over
3
the place.
jobs.
Okay. All right. So anyway, Nebraska and Minnesota. Nebraska, I made the comment the other night because we were talking about we were doing our Nebraska show. Our Nebraska guy from Husker Online was saying that Matt Rule is all about the fourth quarter, and he's saying we have to win the fourth quarter. We have to win the fourth quarter. And we were joking with him that if they're down 28-0 going in the fourth quarter, okay, because he's like, he only cares about the fourth quarter. He only cares about the fourth quarter. And I said, well, they probably should have made some kind of contractual agreement between Scott Frost and Matt Rule, because Scott Frost was fine for the first 3 quarters. If his career could have ended just based on the third quarter, he would probably still have a job because he lost most of those games by one
Except
score in
against
the fourth
Indiana.
quarter.
Couldn't choke against Indiana in the fourth quarter, though.
Just don't do onside kicks in the third quarter, man. That's a no-no, especially with double-digit lead.
Like you, Jeffrey, I find it interesting that Nebraska's played close games against almost everybody for 5 years under Scott Frost, who was not a guy that had attention to detail. That was his big misgiving. Matt Rule, I believe, is going to clean that up eventually. I don't know if he can clean that up for game 1. And Minnesota plays close games. Minnesota doesn't blow anyone out. So if there's a mistake made in the fourth quarter, this could turn one way or the other. I think 7 points is a little bit healthy of a line. I think that might be a little inflated, but I do trust Minnesota to win this game.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Yeah. Same. I mean, I got Minnesota winning 28-24.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about where I got it, something
Yeah.
like that. The other interesting games, NC State at UConn.
Yeah.
Because I know that UConn is not great, but they made a bowl game. They're a little better. NC State, you don't have Devin Leary anymore. They're going on the road, which I mentioned this you probably saw it because I think you were in the chat last night. But the Pac-12, why in the world is the Pac-12 scheduling all these road games with the group of five? I mentioned it last night. You got Washington State, Cal, Stanford, and Oregon State all playing road games against competent group of five teams. Cal could lose to North Texas. Stanford could lose to Hawaii. You're making it look bad for yourself. NC State at UConn, why are you doing this to yourself?
Yes, you've got nothing. If you're Cal, you can gain absolutely nothing going to North Texas. Where is North Texas located? Denton, Texas. Absolutely. That's right. Why? Why are you going there? If you win, nobody cares. Nobody's going to mention you. If you lose, you're going to look bad. You're going to be an upset victim. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
I'm trying not to laugh about California going North Texas, but it's hard not to.
Yeah, Stanford goes to Hawaii. The Pac-12 has a history of, especially against the Mountain West, a recent history of struggling against the Mountain West. And a lot of those games, have been on the road. They all have traveled to San Diego State to play, and a number of them have come back with an L.
I can at least understand Stanford going to Hawaii because there's that Hawaii rule. But other than that, I don't understand anybody going to North Texas. That's just,
Washington State's playing at Colorado State, which, it's a Mountain West team. But still, you play it at home. And then you've got Oregon State at San Jose State. USC played San Jose State at home. Why couldn't Oregon State do it? I don't understand going on the road to play these teams. Because, Tony mentioned last night about, Oregon State, it's going to be great for them to go to California and see the sights and all. But, they're going to do that when they play the California schools in the Pac-12 on the road. It's not going to help you playing San Jose State on the road. Play it at home like everybody else does. I mentioned Alabama, and of course it was a bad example because this year Alabama's playing at South Florida when they never do that. They've never done that before, so I use them as an example. And then I forgot to remember that they play at South Florida this year. But, most teams don't do that. Even Indiana does it sometimes. They played at Western Kentucky. They played at Cincinnati recently, and I'm like, okay, Indiana, you're not great. You want to make a bowl, don't do this. Play a bad team like Northern Illinois at home. Just get the win. No one cares anyway. You beat Western Kentucky. No one cared. Indiana beat Western Kentucky on the road by 2 points, and no one cared, despite the fact that they had a quarterback that almost led the nation in passing yards. It still didn't matter.
There's actually more teams, when you think about it, do that than you would think. Like Oklahoma goes to Tulsa this year. Miami's gone to App State. And they've gone to Toledo.
Carolina did it with App State.
App State. Penn State went to Temple about 10 years ago with Christian Hackenberg.
I remember that guy. He was before Trace McSorley.
Yeah.
I was a little
Christian
kid.
Hackenberg. And he had a cup of coffee.
Notre Dame went to Temple in 2015 as well.
Notre Dame went to Temple, a Saturday night game. Now, Ohio State's never gone anywhere. I don't see them going to Western Kentucky to play.
To your point, Mark, you're right that the other teams do it. It just seems like the Pac-12 is a higher propensity for it, especially these bottom dweller teams that need all the help they can get, and they're making it worse on themselves.
I don't know if Texas has gone anywhere. I can't remember them really going anywhere outside of BYU, and I don't put that.
Well, they went to Central Florida in 2007 when Central Florida was a Conference USA team.
They went to Central Florida. Yeah. South Carolina went to Central Florida.
I was also when Texas was at their peak, though, too. It's not, like when Texas was not doing as well a few years ago.
Oh, man, with Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley and Matt Brown. They were amazing.
Yep. So, I know this Thursday, and I might maybe we'll call back, potentially with the Saturday games, but I'm just Ohio State, Indiana. If I don't get to talk about it again before the game, I hope they cover the spread. Just don't lose by 30 plus. Lose by 17. Make it like, hey, we were competitive. We might make a bowl because we were competitive, and people will think, okay, Indiana's not terrible. People think Indiana's going to be really bad this year. And the more I look at the roster, the more I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing 5-6 wins here with this team. I'm seeing 5 wins at least.
I've got them at 4. 2 in the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, they'll beat I think I got them beating Purdue. Let me see. Or do I have Purdue beating Indiana? I'm not positive on either one of these teams, gents.
I'm seeing Indiana beating Akron, Indiana State, and I'm seeing Rutgers, Michigan State in either the Purdue or Louisville games for the 5 wins. That's what I'm saying. But, I mean, again, I'm not confident that they'll win 5 or 6 games. They could go 4. I'm just some people think they're going to be like 2-10, 3-9. They're just going to be awful. I mean, their team has some talent on it. I mean, Taven Jackson, if he hits, if he's pretty solid, they got a good running back room, a good wide receiver room. The O-line should be a bit better, and the defense has a bunch of talent from the portal. I mean, even if half those guys hit, I think they'll be okay. But I don't know.
Right.
I mean, maybe it's a pipe dream.
Well, I got Indiana beating the spread, but Ohio State wins 56-28.
I have it at 42, like 21.
Okay.
Mark, I saw on Twitter where you were wanting San Jose State to beat the spread on Saturday, and you were like, hold the line, San Jose State, hold the line.
They held on
they
for
did.
me. They held on for me, got me to 2-0 last Saturday.
There you go, Shelvin Shadero, man. He's amazing. I mean,
He
how
was
about
at-
that third
he was at
and
Hawaii,
22?
right? He was at Hawaii.
Yes.
Why did he? I know. I mean, we don't know why anybody leaves.
Well,
I wonder why
everybody
he left.
transfers.
I wonder why he left. I miss Cole McDonald at Hawaii. He was really good.
Yeah.
When Hawaii was like 8-4 and stuff a few years ago. I mean, I know that's irrelevant to right now, but and Hawaii had a quarterback back in like the early 2000s was really good too, and he passed away a couple years ago.
Colt Brennan.
Well,
Colt
Brennan,
dude was
had
amazing.
a ton of NCAA passing records when he hung them up. Yeah.
Yeah, Hawaii's had some.
Was it Colt Brennan or Timmy Chang?
Colt Brennan's the one
Brennan
that passed away. Timmy Chang's the guy that's the head coach.
He's the head coach. Yes.
Mhm.
Oops. Yes, Timmy Chang. Absolutely.
So I mean, I can't quite find the 4th guy from Hawaii, but 3 guys I could think of for my Hawaii Mount Rushmore: June Jones, Colt Brennan, and Timmy Chang. But I'm definitely gonna find that 4th one. Okay, Cole McDonald's on the 4th one.
Yeah,
I just thought of him.
He was really, really good. Real quick, I know you're probably about to flip over to the other stream, the one with the 5 o'clock with previewing, and all that, calling in for the games tonight. But Miami, Ohio, you're not buying into the hype that Miami, Ohio is going to knock off Miami, because I'm seeing a lot of that people think that Miami's going down. I think Miami should win this game. They should.
Well, Middle Tennessee did upset Miami last year, so
but
it's a
it's Miami,
possibility.
Ohio.
So you've got Blaine Gabbert's brother, who threw 25 touchdowns this past season. And it looks like he's got some weapons and Miami's corner situation is not the best.
I think Indiana, a receiver of theirs went to Miami, Ohio. I think his name Miles Marshall. I think he's still with Miami,
remember
Ohio.
him? Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, what's a really funny stat that we got from our guy Steve Helwick breaking down the game yesterday was that Miami has not won a non-conference game against anybody but an FCS team since 2011. They've lost to everybody.
Wow. Indiana's better than that.
Yes. Well, they better be. We're talking Miami of Ohio.
I know.
Right?
I know. I was acting like it was Miami. I knew it was Miami, Ohio.
But at the same time, in the last 50 games, Miami has the best record in the MAC, in MAC games. But it is funny. Like last year. Oh, no. So correction. Last year they won their first since 2011. So they won their first in like 11 or 12 years. They beat Northwestern.
Oh yeah, I should have known that.
Northwestern.
I
Yeah.
should have known that.
But they love to play Cincinnati. They've played Cincinnati 5 years in a row.
And they should make a
usually lose by
trophy
about
for it.
21. And they had that game against Ohio State. I'm looking at their non-conference results. They had that game against Ohio State in 2019 when they went up 5-0. You remember that game?
I do.
They lost 76-5.
Oh,
it's like Indiana with Lee Corso. It's 7-0. Take the picture, lose 63-7. Closer game though.
Yes. So Miami,
Oh,
Ohio.
man.
I think that they've got 17 points. Isn't some enormous point spread.
Like the Bowling Green, Minnesota one.
Oh man.
Yeah.
was
This
30.
Miami team's probably not better than that Minnesota team last year. And this Miami of Ohio team's probably right in the same zip code as Bowling Green last year. I think they can do it. I don't expect it.
I kind of, I mean, in a way, I mean, it would be hilarious if Miami did lose to Miami, Ohio. It'd be funny, but I kind of hope Miami just wins. So at least the Hurricanes fans will believe their team is going to be really good for at least another week. I mean, we don't want them losing week 1 to Miami, Ohio.
That would be funny. That would be funny if Miami, Florida lost to Miami, Ohio. That beat Texas A&M. Kind of like last year when A&M lost to App State and then beats Miami, Florida. Everybody's like, "Oh, Texas A&M's great again."
Yeah. Well, I mean, they beat LSU. That was their big win there.
If you add up all the point spreads from last year, Miami was the most underachieving team in college football. They did the worst against the points than any team in the country.
Yeah, and it hurt my picking record last year because I picked Miami several times to win games last year, and they kept losing. I was like, I'm done. I just started picking against them, and then they won a couple. I'm like, why? Why are you doing this? You keep reversing.
I mean, it took 4 overtimes to beat Virginia. That's pathetic.
That Duke game was the one
Bad.
that broke me, though, because I picked Miami to beat Duke. That one hurt, and then they turned it over 8 times. I was watching that game. I'm like, stop turning it over. I picked you. Oh man, they just kept messing up.
Oh man,
You would think that Mario Cristobal is going to have it pulled together in a second year. You would think.
I mean,
Yeah.
Stockstill's good at Middle Tennessee State anyway, even though they haven't been
Yeah.
as good recently. Like he's been consistent. So I mean, like he's a veteran guy. I mean, with Miami, Ohio, I mean, it's not as you don't have that type of coach. So I just Miami should win.
Another interesting stat about Miami of Ohio is Chuck Martin's been there for 10 years. His offensive coordinator and his defensive coordinator have both been there for all 10 years.
Wow,
with him.
that's consistency. I mean, hey, I take that back. I guess they have a long, tenure coach, but not as long as Stockstill though.
No.
Been there longer.
Yeah, Stock's